the ball game is over. Josh Hader comes on to finish the job, and the Padres even this series with a 4-0 shutout of the Giants. And San Francisco is officially eliminated from postseason contention. But the story of the night, unquestionably, Seth Lugo and Juan Soto, both of whom did pretty much everything that needed to be done.
Oh, baby, why are we starting with that? Why are we starting with that?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Why are we starting with that? That is bad for my health. Watching Giants baseball is bad for my mentals. And I got to tell you, midway through that game, I just said, you know what, I'm playing Madden. I want to feel good about myself. I'm going to watch some Cardinals football. See how they beat the Cowboys. The Giants. Got better news. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody on those roadways, YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union and the Comcast Business Text Line. All the overnight dancers. You know, Shasky, we could start there. How about some more positive news? How about this? You're deep into youth sports. Mm-hmm. Your niece is a baller, okay. Megan. Girls basketball, SI.
Yeah.
Girls basketball has always been a hotbed here in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Some of my favorite times covering prep sports, covering the Sacred Heart, covering the Lowell girls basketball team, Washington girls basketball team, Lincoln, Lick Wilmerding, the BCL West with University and all those schools, Drew, Stewart Hall.
I believe 2 Oakland teams ended it up in the girls
Oakland
bracket.
Tech. Oakland Tech's won what? 3 straight championships? State championships?
Yeah.
Shout out to Oakland Tech. The Oakland High girls, I believe, won something.
Yeah.
Berkeley High girls had a great program for many years.
Division 1 and 3, maybe open as well.
So I have always jonesed for a WNBA team to be in this market. You know, and I get the WNBA is growing and growing and growing. And I don't know if you watched the playoffs yesterday with the New York Liberty and the Connecticut Sun, and the Liberty tied the series at 1 game apiece. And I know people were like, WNBA, really to start with that? Well, because the WNBA is coming to the Bay Area. And so for a lot of little girls, a lot of girls who are in their teenage years, they can go see professional basketball come into the Bay Area. They're going to be playing at Chase Center. Deal's not finalized. I know Marcus Thompson, the second, wrote about it yesterday. But that's what I was like, positive news in the Bay Area. We know about the Niners being undefeated. We know about the Warriors getting ready to start training camp next week. Guys are already back in the building. Media day's on Monday. They're going to practice in Oakland. But, man, due to the business model of the Golden State Warriors, due to the success of Chase Center, bringing in, and I guarantee you the women's Final Four is going to be here one day at Chase Center. I can guarantee it. Oh, absolutely.
Wow, that'd be really cool.
Absolutely. March Madness was a smashing success a couple years ago with Duke here, Arkansas, Texas Tech, Gonzaga. They will get to Sweet 16 again at one point. The WNBA is coming to the Bay Area, and Joe Lacob has always wanted that to happen, and he's going to bring that home. Deal's not finalized. I haven't talked to anybody from the Warriors about it. Just some little inside tips here and there, but I'm happy about that. I just wanted to get that out there instead of started off on the wrong foot with that team down at 3rd and King. All the little girls and even guys, and it's going to create opportunities, more jobs for people in the rough job market. Like, I'm excited about this. It gives Baby Chaz another thing to do. You know, go watch some women pro ball.
And with the NIL being as wild as it is right now, there are some high-profile women NCAA basketball players right now that, I mean, the twins who were playing for Miami who weren't even that good aren't going to play their junior and senior year because they're making more money on TikTok. Like, they're so popular. That's neither here nor there, but my point is that
LSU.
Yeah, I mean, there are
Caitlin Clark, Iowa.
huge players that could be available for this team. So where I'm going at is you could hit the ground running right off the rip, and the timing could not have been more perfect. This was 6 or 7 years ago. Maybe, you know, the landscape social media-wise wasn't as conducive to creating a star in the women's game the way it is now. It feels like right now the viewership on ESPN is through the roof. Social media interaction is through the roof. And so you have a really good opportunity as a startup franchise to bring in somebody who's already got a fan base.
Yeah, no doubt. And the Bay Area's love for basketball.
Well, that's
number
huge.
one. You think about the Stanford Cardinal and Tara
Steph was out there the other day.
Yeah, no doubt. Sabrina Ionescu. What if you brought her back home to play for this team
That'd be pretty
in
cool.
the Bay Area, right?
That'd be
there's
cool.
some studs out there that you could bring here to the Bay. And due to the business model of the Golden State Warriors and all the success they've had with the basketball team, the highest revenue generating team in NBA history, folks. I mean, they are printing money down there.
What do you think
at
the team
Chase Center.
name will be?
I don't know. That's a great question.
I love stuff like that. So I'm very interested because they said it's going to be based in Oakland, even though they're going to play their games in San Francisco. I would love to hear some, suggestions that they're putting up on the board in terms of names and color schemes, and things like that. That stuff is always cool for me.
No, I love that stuff as well, and I think the fans will get into it. And I love the fact that they're going to practice in Oakland because you cover both sides of the Bay. You get the great facility at Chase Center to play your games in. You come into downtown San Francisco, but you still keep those Oakland roots there, the practice facility where the Warriors World Tournament was just at, and the basketball academy, which we'll go to at some point. They've already talked about it to get my redemption on Whitley Sandretto, our digital manager, and Vern Glenn, who, of course, at KPIX, they beat me in the free throw shooting competition. That was a fluke. But listen, you cover both sides of the Bay. Positivity. Here we go. What name is that? No, I'm not reading that. SF Bay Drummer, the Golden State Valkyrie should be the WNBA team name. What is that?
I don't know.
It was a super chat. SF Bay Drummer spent five
Valkyries, they're like in the Viking lore or whatever. They're like the angels. They're like the women that fight.
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
The Golden
That's
State
a cool
Valkyries.
name.
That's not bad.
Oh.
That's not bad.
I watched Vikings, Valhalla, and all the other
Thor.
different variations.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I wanted to watch that Viking show. I may still go back to watch
Ragnar
it.
Lothbrok?
Yeah,
it's one of the greatest characters in television history.
Vikings always intrigued me because those dudes are savages.
Well, it went a little awry as the years went on, and once Ragnar passed away, spoiler alert, the sons weren't as good in terms of television characters, but Ivar the Boneless was excellent.
Mm-hmm.
You like that? Yeah. Like
So, WNBA team coming. I thought that was a cool little nugget by Marcus Thompson II, confirming with some people that I know. It's like, okay, WNBA's finally coming here. I've been advocating for this for years, and it's going to create a job. You may be a sideline reporter, Shasky. You never know.
I doubt that.
Pre and post?
I doubt that.
WNBA team? No? You don't want to put your name in the hat?
Oh, I would love to, but I'm sure there are way more qualified, deserving people.
Don't sell yourself short, buddy. Don't sell yourself short. If you want to talk about this baseball team down the street, I look, man, I watched them and I said, they're just not good for my mentals. They're just not. I mean, it's like, I don't know, the Brebry and Kapler thing on the mound, and we all was like, man, that's weird, and apparently they do that. For me, it's...
But why are you joking? This is what I would say.
You're joking on the mound when you're getting eliminated from the playoffs.
Could you imagine, honestly, this is like more of a business conversation. Could you imagine Eddie DeBartolo watching Seaford and Steve Young, per se, like them kind of goof off as they're getting eliminated from the playoffs?
Yeah.
On the field?
On the field.
Could you imagine watching Joe Lacob sitting there watching Steve Kerr and, let's just say, Draymond Green, goofing around as they're getting eliminated?
No.
It was odd.
Very odd.
And then everybody online is like, wow, that's so cute. And I'm sitting here going like, I get it's a long season and you got to do some fun stuff and make things quirky. Read the room. You're literally getting mathematically eliminated from the playoffs as you're getting suffocated here at the end of the month. You're 8-16.
Right.
You're falling all over yourself. And Brebbia getting pulled with one out in the second inning. He's goofing around with Kapler. Like, time in the place. This is not it.
I don't care what their relationship is like off the field. On the field, when you do that in front of those fans who pay their money, and you're like, wow, we're struggling in September. All these articles are now being written about us. You got people pointing the finger at Jock Peterson for playing card games and being more focused on that than actually playing baseball and studying the scout report for the next day. You got people like Wilmer Flores, people ripping Wilmer Flores and Mike Yastrzemski and Tyro Estrada saying they're not that good to speak up. Well, damn it, at least they're speaking up. At least there's, you know what? I'm going to defend Wilmer Flores this morning. He's given us everything as a Giant. He may not be the best player in the league. He may not be. He might not have a position in defense in the infield.
He does not have a position defensively.
I don't care, Shasky.
No, I know.
I don't care. He's given us everything he's gotten in that body and played his ass off and represented this organization to the fullest. So for people to say, well, he's not good enough to speak up, to hell with that. On this team he is. On this team, he should have some cachet. I would listen to him as opposed to Jock Peterson, as opposed to Mitch Haniger, as opposed to Ross Stripling, guys who just came in here and just stole some money. No, forget that. Wilbur deserves credit for that. Mike Yastrzemski, yeah, he's not the best outfielder. I get it. He's not the best hitter. I get it. He's been on the IL more in the last 3 years than who knows what, right? But you know what? The guy does play hard. The guy does try, and he has been here for a while. So for somebody to speak up in this clubhouse, thank the heavens somebody cares about this team. Somebody cares about winning. And then I see that on the mound yesterday, and I know people are like, oh, man, I love Brippy. Oh, they're so fun. No. You're getting shut out by the San Diego Padres. You're about to finish in 4th place in the NL West.
Right now, you're equal distance away from the Colorado Rockies, who have 54 wins and are the bottom of the NL, as you are to the first-place Dodgers. You're equal distance, okay? 20 games away from the Dodgers, 20 games away from the Colorado Rockies.
I mean, come on.
You might end up closer to the Colorado Rockies than you are the Dodgers.
I mean, so my thing is, you do that on the mound in that situation, I just don't get it. The more this plays out,
Jimmy
the more I'm
Garoppolo
thinking.
smiled on the sideline.
And people went crazy.
And it was like a smirk. And they went absolutely wild.
They went insane.
Insane.
Draymond Green was dapping up LeBron James, and Warrior fans lost it. You know what I'm saying?
I did.
And then we get John
And
Brebbia,
the season was over.
And Kapler, but that tells me Kapler doesn't really have the respect in his locker room as a manager. He's too much of a player's manager. And Howard Eskin, I'll never forget Howard Eskin, the king of sports radio in Philadelphia, the king of sports in Philadelphia, 94 WIP. He came on this show a couple years ago and said, I don't have a problem with Kapler, but he's too much of a player's manager.
Interesting.
He's too friendly with the players. So how, when you try to send a message, are these players going to receive it? They're like, oh, that's just my buddy. That's just my buddy. He's just going to talk to me one-on-one. That's my buddy. He lets us police ourselves. No. Something's got to change in this clubhouse. Players can't be policing players, because then you get into the argument where you're not good enough to be policing me. You're not a Buster Posey. You're not this and that. Kapler has to step up in this situation and take control of that clubhouse. And what I saw on the mound yesterday, I just know that's not it.
Well, and you juxtapose that with Juan Soto hitting 2 home runs.
Oh, smacking him. Would you want Juan Soto now? No, there were some Giants fans coming at me and said, oh, Juan Soto, look at him. Yeah, I will want him in a heartbeat.
His 35th multi-home run game yesterday. I mean, he's an absolute superstar. I mean, I wrote them some things down. I was thinking about, keepers, right?
Right.
So, like, when I look at the 49ers, pillars, we can go more. We can go deeper. But Bosa, CMC, Debo, Trent, Warner, that's just a couple, okay? When I look at the Warriors, clearly, Steph, Clay, Dre, right? I'd put Looney in there, too. He's a pillar.
What about Wiggins?
Wiggins, pillar. Great. Yes, exactly. I'm just writing things down.
Right.
And then I look at the Giants, and I'm like, I don't know if I have any pillars outside of Logan Webb. Maybe Camilo Duvall.
Yeah.
But closers are so fickle. Who knows? He's had one really good year. Right. Logan Webb is a pillar. Right. Everybody else. If you ask me, Joe, you are the GM of the Giants. You're the GM that fix this in one offseason. Right. I'm letting Conforto opt out and pray to God it happens. Mania, please opt out. Stripling, please opt out. I need you to go. Alex Wood, see ya. Jock Peterson, it was great while you were here for 2 years. Take a hike, okay? Trade block. And I don't even know if anyone wants these people. Trade block. Haniger, yes. Lamont Wade, J.D. Davis, the Rogers brothers.
You may have to eat money to get rid of those guys.
Then so be it. So be it. Part of a bigger package. Then so be it, okay? Here's who I'm undecided on. Meckler, Ramos, Tyler Fitzgerald, Blake Sable, VR. I throw Casey Schmidt in there. Luis Matos. I like Luis Matos. I'm still kind of undecided on him. So if there's a good trade package where I've got to surrender something, all of those guys I just mentioned would be in it. The only ones right now that I'm viewing as keepers, and the only reason I'm holding out, is because it better be a Juan Soto-like superstar. Harrison and Luciano in terms of prospects.
Right.
Estrada, Bailey, Webb, Doval. And even Estrada, if you told me the right deal came around, I'd probably throw him in there.
You trade him.
I mean, Bonte, we're talking about 3.5 guys on a roster of 40 that I'm looking at right now.
That's sad.
You've had 6 years to put together a team.
I mean,
you have international free agency. You have 40 rounds in the draft. You have opportunities to trade people away. I've been waiting for you to sign anyone with a pulse in free agency that I care about.
Right.
You have failed to build a team, and in one offseason, I guarantee you I can win 80 games and find a roster better than what you've done in 5 years. I guarantee it.
Well, I don't want to even go this route, but I'm hearing some media members, and, we get blasted a lot, Shasky, on this show, you and I. We get labeled hot take guys, yellers, too irrational, too emotional. No, we just care. We care more than you do. And that's a problem for some people. We're confident in our takes, which makes a lot of insecure people a little more insecure. We're confident in what we say. We may not be right all the time, and we'll wear that on the front end. We don't care about being right or wrong. We care about having fun and following our favorite teams growing up here. That's what Shasky and I care about. All right? We try to provide you deep analysis at times. We try our best. We're wrong about a lot of things. But we try to give you the day-to-day. We try to stay away from narrative-driven radio and headline radio. Well, week 3 of the season, should you give this guy a big contract? No, we don't do that on this show. We don't. We do not do that. But we have taken the Giants to task because we want this team to be good. And I hear a lot of people, fans, media members talk about, well, they are smarter than you. Your opinion doesn't matter, blah, 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 blah. And I think to myself, our opinions doesn't matter? We're going to really hear about it then because it should matter. Farhan and Kapler should be listening to what we're talking about. They should be listening to the fans about what they want. Look, we may not know everything about baseball. I know sure in the hell I don't. I know X's and O's in basketball, football, a lot more than I do in baseball. But you know what? I know what Giants fans like. I know what's entertaining for Giants baseball.
Yeah.
I got a pulse of this fan base. I've been around this fan base my entire life. I worked at the other station where the fan base was rabid and arguing about guys like Ty Block and Gary Brown and Steven Ducker and Matt Duffy and Chris Stratton. I was there. I took those calls. I screened those calls. But for people to rip us left and right all season long, and somebody, my guy Jay Benz, shout out to Jay Benz out there, retweeted a tweet. A lot of guys were retweeting tweets yesterday about what we were talking about in May, in June, in the all season. And thing is aging like a fine wine, those tweets are about the Giants. Because all we've tried to do is tell the truth about what is going to happen with this team and try to project. And it's not about being right or wrong. I don't care about that. I care about having a winning product on the field. But we identified this situation and the way they did their business model, and we say, yeah, we don't think this is sustainable. We don't think this is going to work. And we told you why it wasn't going to work. And look at us now. And look at the situation now. I'm not trying to say I told you so. No. I don't want any apologies. But all we try to do on this show, day in and day out, is tell the truth.
I mean, last night, the Giants get eliminated. The Phillies have a walk-off win, and they qualify for that first wild card playoff spot. And I'm thinking to myself, they fired Kapler, okay?
Fired him.
And then they brought in Girardi, and he goes 82-80. And then he gets another season. And midway through, they're like, yeah, we're done with Girardi. We're done. And have they looked back?
Nope.
And they've made big, bold moves in free agency. Mm-hmm. They've made big, bold moves via the trade market.
Would you like to have Castellanos now?
I mean, everybody was ready to crush them. Oh, you cannot give Trey Turner an 11-year deal. And he started off as bad as you possibly could.
I traded him in fantasy baseball.
And then he was red hot for a month and a half. And now the Phillies are rolling back into the playoffs, one of the hottest teams in baseball.
And they're a threat to the Braves.
Do you think they cared about Gabe Kapler getting fired?
No. They're happy Gabe Kapler got fired. But if you fire Gabe Kapler, you've got to have Farhan go with them. And we'll explain on the other side why. We got a lot getting into. Yeah. We'll bring it up on the other side. The segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Cars for kids. No more stressing.
in this segment, the 2023 Grand National Rodeo. You ever been to a rodeo, Shasky?
I have.
They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, Cow Palace used to have one.
Yeah, well, guess what? The Cow Palace is hosting the Grand National Rodeo.
Yeah.
It's returning with more spills and thrills as they celebrate their 75th anniversary at the Cow Palace in Daly City. 2 big weekends. The Grand National Rodeo is Friday and Saturday, October 6th and 7th. And the following weekend is the Women of Rodeo and Fiesta del Charro. Get your tickets now at cowpalace.com.
So, you know I love baseball. I know you love baseball. Sammy loves baseball. Sammy was ready to kill me this morning for a variety of reasons. But we were both just sad about the Giants in general. And I've got a lot of ideas and things that they need to do, but I just want to give you a glimpse into diehard Giants fans and how they feel. Last night we had an event where we're trying to get a bunch of young players to come into the O Club for the softball program, and there's a lot of people that are trying to get in and want to play. These are baseball players at Cal, at St. Mary's, at Stanford, etc. Guys that either are still in school or just graduated, whatever. Maybe they're going into the working field. And then you have all of us guys in the softball program who love baseball. I mean, these guys, all of us, that's all we think about. Ball, ball, ball. And the game's on, and we're in the little rec room, where they got the pool and the billiards and everything. And the game's on, and J.D. Davis, slides way past third base, gets tagged out, hurts himself on the play. And I'm watching around the room, and I'm just looking. And this is guys from their young 20s up into their 50s, 60s, right? Generations of Giants fans. And every single guy is like, I just can't watch this team.
Matt Payne.
I can't.
Matt Payne, one of my best friends.
These are their consumers.
Andrew Payne. The Paynes. They used to take Big Dog and I and Wetway, and they used to have season tickets on the first base line. Front row, first base line, right there by first base. Second deck, the club level. We should always go to games. They gave up their season tickets a few years ago. And Matt Payne, who actually played minor league baseball, over and over, Bonte, I can't do it. He goes, I can't do this. I try. They go to Stanford games, college baseball, they're going down to the regionals. It's just, I can't do this. I can't watch. These are guys who are living and dying on the mound. Living and dying on the diamond. It's all they know. These guys can name the 87 baseball team like it's nothing. The 87 Giants like it's nothing. They can rattle off names left and right. Harry Barrison, one of my close friends, diehard, said, he texted me 2 weeks ago, said, Bonte, I cannot do it for my
I'm
sanity.
exhausted.
And that's where I am, which is why when I talked to Casey at the Olympic Club the other day, and by the way, shout out to Anita, 90-minute massage yesterday. I feel good as new. My Achilles is back. My ankle's back. She actually said, your ankle's a little swollen, so your boy's putting their work on the basketball court. And I played through it. I played through the injuries. It just shows the toughness and the guts that I have inside. The will to win.
Happy.
Shout out Al Davis. Just diehards, they can't do it. And so last night, I tried it, right? And I'm on the phone with them, and I'm watching, and it's 2-0. And I said, you know what? I'm having a good day. Had a good meal with my family. Baby Chaz is laughing. She's having a lot of fun. I said, you know what? I'm not going to do it to myself. I want to go to sleep in a good mood. I want to wake up in a good mood. I'm tired of being frustrated by what I'm watching on the field. So I turned on the PS5 and just played my Madden franchise and called it tonight. That's honestly, that's what I have to do to keep my mentals right.
So you're talking about Gabe Kapler and whether he should stay and Farhan. To me, Gabe is one aspect of things, but he's so linked at the hip with Farhan. So I can't disassociate the two of them. They go hand in hand to me. Now, for others, you're entitled to your opinion. They go hand in hand to me. When they brought Farhan in, I was like, oh, we're going to find hitters. That's what he told me. We're going to find hitters. And then, we'll look in between the margins and we'll try to find some advantages there. And he's really good at finding pitching. And he's going to upgrade the minor league system. They've slightly upgraded the minor league system. That is based on metrics from different websites, but it hasn't bared any fruit. I mean, what guy from their minor league system has come up and hit the ground running?
Right.
David Villar. They started the year off with David Villar.
I remember
and
that.
they said he's a third baseman.
I remember
he spent about a month up. We haven't heard the name David Villar all year.
We haven't. I forgot all about him.
Right?
I forgot all. It feels like 2 years ago he was on this roster. Honest to God, I remember at Yankee Stadium.
He was the hottest player in baseball last
he
year.
hit a couple bobs here and there. So we're going to talk to Dave Fleming about the Giants at 8 o'clock. But I was listening to Willard Dibs yesterday. And I was driving around. And I hit the range, and I got back in the car, and I'm listening to him. And Willard was, was honest in his assessment, saying that Farhad and Kapler will get one more year. And I'm kind of with them. I believe they are going to get one more year, but I don't believe they should. And he was making the case that, during the pandemic, I don't want to wish people to get fired and I want people to keep their jobs. I do. I really do.
What does the pandemic have to do with now?
Well, just, a lot of people losing their jobs and stuff like that, the business and everything. And, he believes this karma and whatnot. It's like, hey, you don't want to wish people losing their jobs because you may lose. That. But nobody's wishing that. However, these two guys, in Farhad Zaidi and Gabe Kapler, do not look qualified to run this team, to run this organization, to run this market. They just don't look qualified, folks. They don't. And so if you do bring them back for one more year, the Giants should not be, they should not be perplexed on why fans are not coming to the yard. Well, they should not be, oh, wow, fans are really hot on us. You're 17th in attendance. You're dropping and dropping and dropping. You're losing season ticket holders because of the way you play. You have to shake things up to get Devontae Hills back into the yard. I'm just saying.
But no, you're not wrong. Like, what is their staple? Like, what do they hang their hat on? What is their organizational philosophy? So every Giants fan who wants to get arrogant regarding, like, the Padres, they'll always be, what have the Padres done? They have a bloated payroll and they've done nothing. Well, at minimum, I know what the Padres are. They're going to make splashy, big-time moves. They're going to have a ton of pop. They might have team chemistry issues. They've had a ton of starting rotation issues.
Right.
But they're going to be in the mix for every big-time player.
Yep.
Okay? And offensively, they're a team that's going to hit bombs. What?
Yeah, they leapfrogged the Giants in that department.
Right
guys
now,
are going to San Diego. Yeah, guys are going to San Diego as opposed to the Giants. But that's no badge of honor for Giants fans to say, well, we got the same record. Because I know some Giants fans will do that.
No, but like I know what their organization stands for.
Right.
The Phillies, they're going to make big moves. Mm-hmm. They prioritize defense up the middle for Trey Turner and whatnot, but they really want mashers. Okay, we'll put Bryce Harper at first base while he rehabs his Tommy John. We're going to have Castellanos, who isn't the greatest outfielder. We're going to have Schwarber out there at times. He's not a good outfielder at all. In fact, I'd rather have him DH. And we're going to hit bombs. That's what we're going to do. And we have Aaron Nola, and he's going to shove, right? And we've got some pitching. The Braves, obviously, are a juggernaut. I understand what the Dodgers are. I don't understand what the Giants are trying to build.
Yeah, I don't know what they're trying to build. I'd rather have people at 888-957-9570 on the Comcast Business Text line or on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, come up with team names for the new WNBA team. I'm more interested in that. The only thing I'm interested in with the Giants for the rest of the way is their end-of-season presser, which I want to attend, and how they come back in spring training. What roster? That's the only thing I care about. I don't care about rumors to this player or that player. I'm not here for that. Sign somebody.
I mean, Bonte,
make it happen.
Forget signing.
Actions speak louder than words in my world.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? I'm
going to give you 4 names that I think are going to be available this winter that the Giants should be opening the cupboard to go get. Francisco Lindor. The Mets are going to have a fire sale.
Yep.
He should or could be available. He'd be a great shortstop for this organization. He's got pizzazz. He can be at the top of the order.
Like Lindor.
He could set the tone. He's got crazy speed. He's under team control for almost a decade. Pete Alonso. Okay? Got 1 year left on his contract. You'd have to give him $300-400 million. I don't know if he'd want to sign here, right? So that's why, but he's another guy that the Mets might not be able to afford. Juan Soto's out there. 1 year left on his deal. Luis Robert Jr., Chicago White Sox.
Yeah.
Now, whoever takes over the White Sox, why would they want to trade him?
Right.
But open the cupboard up and make a move. Do something bold. I'm begging you.
Bold. Do you have confidence in this regime in making the bold move happen?
Well, everybody's like hyper-focused on free agency. But forget free agency.
Trades. But what bold move have they made?
That's the
haven't made one in 5 years.
It's trading Melanson for chips. Getting
That's
off of money.
Move. They haven't made a bold move in 5 years.
Their boldest
John
move.
Lynch makes a bold move every single year.
I know.
The Warriors make bold moves every single year. The Chris Paul deal was bold.
The Kelly Oubre acquisition was more bold than anything Farhan's done.
So I know.
They're risk averse.
I'm sorry, man. And it's not about I told you so. Again, I know our tweet. Well, my tweet got read yesterday on the afternoon show about I told you so. It's not about being right or wrong. It's not about that. It's about telling the truth. And when we do tell the truth, a lot of people scoffed at us. A lot of people scoff at us, Shasky, and I'm getting kind of tired of it. I'm getting a little annoyed of it. People in the media and fans saying, oh, these yellers, all caps radio, blah, 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 blah. All we try to tell the truth is about our teams. We try to tell the truth. And we told the truth about the Giants. And look at them now. How about the trade deadline? When I said, you know what? You're a year away from being a year away.
Did you see the quote?
What?
The quote was, how could Kapler lose the locker room when he never had it?
Wow.
And then they try to walk it back and say that was too strong. No, you already said it.
You already said it. All
that,
right.
to me, was profound.
What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're going to get into the 49ers. I know you got a fun thing, too. And I also think about the Cardinals because the boss man has been trying to hype up the Arizona Cardinals. If I took away Larry Fitzgerald, Kurt Warner, Anquan Boldin, Carson Palmer, Bruce Arians, who's the most recognizable Cardinal in history?
Mitchell.
Rod Tidwell?
Well, Pat Tillman.
Larry Centers?
I mean, Pat Tillman, but it was posthumously.
Right.
Right. Like I mean that with respect.
Right.
I'm not saying that disrespectfully. I mean that sincerely. Let's talk about it.
All right, let's talk about it on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
When buying her home, Jan couldn't compete again.
going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
You know, some people perceive our Giants talk as complaining and whining and yada, yada, yada. We try to give you solutions every step of the way.
Well,
we may sound like a broken record, but there's a couple solutions. One, you got to clean house. We've given you that solution. Two, Shasky just gave you players that I don't believe the Giants can attain with this regime. This regime cannot get the Francisco Lindors. This regime cannot pull the trigger for a Pete Alonso.
I love it.
The start of the solution, the start of the process to finding a solution for this baseball team before we move on is by cleaning house. And if you continue to bring them back, well, guess what? The conversation is going to be the same. Their failure of attractive free agents. The quotes will not go away about the politics and the logistics, handcuffing Farhan from signing big-time free agents, which is why he had to go to Mitch Haniger route. All right? The Larry Light Bulb quote will not age well, and we'll continue to harp on it.
Can we agree that when the Warriors found Steph Curry, it was a lot easier to build the team around him?
Right.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, and look, Steph's probably a unique case because he's so damn good. But pick any team.
Look at the Niners.
What?
Look at the Niners. Look at how they
when
built
they got
their
Jimmy
team.
G,
Yep.
everything else seemed to fit in place. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
Right? Like so I look at the Giants right now, and like we could argue all day till we're blue in the face. Like, is Wade Meckler solid? Is Luis Matos solid? They need one guy to start with. They just got to start with one guy. And so, to me, I would trade multiple prospects and anything that's desirable right now to just get one dude in here, even if that guy's flawed or has a bad contract. You got to just start somewhere. You got to put a centerpiece in there. They desperately need to do that.
Yep, no doubt. And they haven't done it yet.
I was listening to Kipe and Kruger. Kipe and Kruko, excuse me. They were going, well, we talked to Farhan, and he said Tyler Fitzgerald, who's the center fielder who was playing shortstop in the AAA, we think he could be our version of Chris Taylor. And I was like, for the Dodgers. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, that works when you have Mookie Betts.
Freddie Freeman. Will Smith.
And so, the problem is not about finding a Scott Taylor.
You need top-end talent.
Chris Taylor, excuse me.
You need premium talent at the top of your lineup or the top of your rotation.
I could say the same thing about Meckler or Casey Schmidt or Sable or Ramos or any of those guys. You need the stud.
How can anybody move into next season in 2024 with Farhan and Kapler back in the saddle saying, yeah, we're confident in this guy? The same guy from Farhan Zaidi who gave Minaya and Stripling player options. Nobody was thinking about giving them player options. Who the heck are they? What type of cachet do they have? You could name 50 pitchers before you get to Ross Stripling. You can name 100 pitchers before you get to Sean Minaya. And they still got $15 million player options. So, you know what I'm convinced of, Shasky? We're going to move on.
Yeah.
I'm convinced this market just wants soft-serve Giants talk. They just want soft-serve Giants talk. They just want, in terms of hey, look on the bright side. They were in contention. Most of the league was in contention.
But that's
look on the bright side. Look on the bright side. They were in it. They were in it in September. No, they weren't. Come on. Mathematically they were, but come on. Look at your eyes. Look at what you're watching on the field. They won how many road games since July 18th? 5 road games?
Yeah.
They're not. They were a fraud. This was a fraudulent baseball team that lost interest, that lost faith in their manager, that lost faith in the president. They had 5 player meetings in the last 2 months. Players only meetings.
Well,
Ron Waters had to come from the dead to come talk to this freaking baseball team. So I'm convinced that how we talk about the Giants, people just don't like it. It strikes a nerve. And so I don't want to do it no more, Sasky. Okay. I refuse. Forget this team. Let's talk some 49ers. Peter King joined Willard and Dibs yesterday, and he said, man, don't overlook Josh Dobbs and the Arizona Cardinals.
Sometimes you can just watch a player and say, man, he's confident. He belongs. And that is exactly what I see right now when I watch Josh Dobbs. Totally fearless. Absolutely fearless. And he plays so hard. He plays so confidently. And I think, look, everybody says the bubble will burst. The Cardinals are not that good. They're coming into San Francisco. They'll get their comeuppance in Santa Clara on Sunday. And they well may be. But just think about this. They have had leads in the second half of every one of their first 3 games. Okay? They had a 20-point lead over the Giants. They had a 12-point lead over the Cowboys. And so they have had big leads now in all of their games. Well, they had a normal lead. I forget how many points it was, but it wasn't a lot against Washington in week 1. And at some point you have to say, they've been ahead in the second half of all these 3 games. How could that be a fluke? It's not a fluke. Watch the games. Just watch the games. And look, this is not, I think the 49ers will win the game. This is not a walkover by any stretch of the imagination.
Where are you at with the Arizona Cardinals? As we talk about some of the more recognizable Arizona Cardinals, they don't have a deep history. They have a very losing history that I'll get into in a second. But let's react to Peter King about overlooking the Cardinals. I don't think Shanahan and company are overlooking the Cardinals after what he just said and after what they just watched on tape, being up 20-0 on the New York Giants, handling the Dallas Cowboys the way they did. They've got speed on the outside. They've got a great running back in James. I don't want to say great, a very good running back in James Conner. And Dobbs is playing well. And their defense is flying around the football, man. Kaiser White, that middle linebacker, number 7, he's a baller, man. They're hitting around. They're flying around. I don't think the 49ers will overlook the Cardinals by any stretch of the imagination, Shasky.
No, nor should they. These divisional opponent games are always very unique. And the Cardinals in particular, like, sneakily have the Niners number. If you look at the NFC West, like, I know that Seattle gets a lot of headlines for being a team that suffocated the Niners for, 17 straight games at one point. Look at the game logs between the Niners and the Cardinals over the last 15 years. Cardinals have gotten the Niners many times when the Niners are good.
2nd and 5. This is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he struck Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown.
Oh, my goodness. And guess what? You know who's on the call this Sunday?
Who?
Kevin Kugler, Mark Sanchez. I like Mark Sanchez and Kevin Kugler.
They won 9 in a row. The Cardinals did from 2015 through 2018.
Yeah. They had the Niners
9
number
in a row.
Remember Josh Rosen's 2 of his wins in his career was against the 49ers. I think that was their first game ever at Levi Stadium, right?
Yeah, it took
their
Maggie.
first offensive snap.
Yeah.
Josh Rosen threw a 75-yard touchdown pass to Christian Kirk.
I'm not sleeping on them. And then Rondale Moore, like, he's starting to wake up. And I always thought very highly of him. Not that he's on the level of Debo, but he's a Swiss Army knife type player who could be utilized in a lot of different ways. So to see him look good early on in this season is interesting. Josh Dobbs, what a great story. The guy went into the Arizona Cardinal team store the other day looking for his own jersey and couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's wild. That is wild. And don't sleep on Hollywood Brown. I know how you feel about Hollywood Brown.
But he does make plays.
But he makes plays, and he's got speed that you have to respect.
He's Ted Ginn Jr. He's always open over the top.
Always open over the top.
50-50 on whether he'll catch it.
You can't sleep on Hollywood Brown. But since 1949, Shasky, this organization in the Arizona/St. Louis/Phoenix Cardinals, they changed names, and they're trying to find an identity for so long. They've been to the postseason 8 times since 1949. 8 times since 1949.
That's kind of crazy.
The Niners have been to the postseason 6 times since 2010.
Wow.
Think about that. This organization has been awful for many, many years. A lot of people thought the Bidwells were the laughing stocks. They were the worst of the worst. They were the Chris Cohens of the NFL. And still there's, a jury out on Michael Bidwell with the way he handled Steve Keim. He kept him around for so long. He finally got rid of him. And he finally handed the keys over to a professional in that organization. So they're trying to find their identity with Coach Gannon right now.
Well, and I would put the Cardinals as one of the teams that's kind of reprogrammed our thought process on quarterbacking, even though it hasn't worked to the success level that they anticipated.
Right.
Moving off Josh Rosen after 1 year was unheard of in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And them drafting Kyler Murray so quickly after just taking Josh Rosen, A, it was the right decision. But B, now everyone feels like, oh, well, if you can upgrade immediately, who cares if it's 1 year? If you think you can get a better player, you're good. Now, it's not to the level of the Niners whiffing on Trey Lance and being able to pivot to Brock Purdy.
Right.
But I don't think you get to the point where they do what they do without the step of what the Arizona Cardinals did. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does. 8 postseason appearances since 1949. The Cardinals have been a laughingstock. But you bring up Kyler Murray. Do you think Michael Bidwell, the owner, is sitting back thinking, gosh, what if I did stick with Josh Rosen for one more year and just drafted Nick Bosa?
That absolutely has to be playing into their heart. But I think when you're a bad team, a bad organization, what's the thing that you hyper focus on?
The quarterback, right?
All day.
All day. But
it feels like you have to get that person. And if I'm running the Cardinals from a PR standpoint, having Kyler Murray probably gives us a better Q rating than having Nick Bosa.
Right.
That may not be the better win-loss thing for X's and O's and game planning. I think every GM in the league is taking Bosa over Kyler.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think every GM.
Every GM. And they didn't. They took Kyler over Bosa.
Thank God they did.
And you think about the 49ers in 2017, we were coming down Shanahan and Lynch's road for so long about not getting a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
They drafted Solomon Thomas. Kind of the same thing where it's like they passed up the quarterback because we wanted the Q rating, right?
Yeah.
And we're like, wow, Solomon Thomas should be a quarterback. And some people agree. It was like, oh, you don't want to bring a quarterback in to start the clock or whatnot.
That's a good point.
But the Niners, the Cardinals, I mean, they talked to Bosa. And Bosa told Steve Keim and Michael Bidwell, if you don't draft me, you will regret it.
This is going to be an unpopular opinion. Had the Niners not had Jimmy G, I mean, there's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas. If Bosa does go to Arizona, and let's say hypothetically, the Niners take Kyler Murray, I think he'd be really successful with the Niners.
In Shanahan's offense?
I do.
Absolutely. But Shanahan...
Would he be better than Brock? I don't know, but I think
does
he'd
want
be
it for
very
the pocket.
good.
He'd be very good. Absolutely. Oh, this fan base would have went crazy for Kyler Murray. Crazy, but that's the difference. And now you look at where the Niners are at with Nick Bosa, DPOY. And now we look at Kyler Murray, where he has clauses in the contract to study a certain amount of time.
I know.
And I watched that Hard Knocks last year, the in-season Hard Knocks with the Arizona Cardinals. I'm like, boy, Kyler is very immature in terms of study habits, in terms of focus, in terms of sideline demeanor. He's got to get better in that situation. I like him as a player. The guy's not used to losing. Some guys can't handle losing.
It's a lower-level Sam Bowie, Michael Jordan thing? Is that where you're going? Even though Akeem went number one that year?
It's going to be – I don't think it gets talked about enough, Shasky. The Cardinals taking Kyler Murray over Nick Bosa. And then you get Quinnen Williams going to the Jets, who's also balling right now.
Yeah.
And so when you think about that, and you think about their draft history, their organization, 8 playoff appearances since 1949. And so I get this week where Niner fans are thinking, well, it's the Arizona Cardinals. Like, do the Niner fans take the Arizona Cardinals seriously as an NFC West opponent or as an NFC West rival?
No.
We look at the Rams in Seattle, and I think a lot of Niner fans look at the Cardinals in a way that we looked at the Padres for so many years.
Bonte, well, at least the Padres, I knew people from San Diego who were Padre fans.
Okay, maybe the Rockies then.
Bonte, I've never met a Cardinal fan.
Wow.
All my years of going to games against the Cardinals, they've been now in the NFC West for 20-something years, 21 years, I believe.
Yep.
I've never physically shook hands with a Cardinal fan. How about you? I can't think of one person I know who's a Cardinal fan.
I don't know one Cardinal fan.
I know a couple of Padre fans.
Right. How many people could name, if I took away Larry Fitzgerald, Anquan Bolden, Kurt Warner, I say Pat Tillman, Aeneas Williams, Patrick Peterson. If I took away some of these studs that they've had in their organization, how many people can name 5 Cardinals? Like, I knew Dan Dierdorf was a Cardinal only because he worked in the Monday Night Booth.
Jake Plummer.
Jake Plummer. There you go.
Well, I always do the
Ricky
Stump Mitchell.
Ricky Prohl?
Ricky Prohl's a good one. I always do Stump Mitchell because I used to collect cards.
Right.
And he went 1,000 one year, and he was part of the 1,000-yard club. And, Otis Anderson, I think, is best known as a New York Giant. But he was an Arizona Cardinal first, or a Phoenix Cardinal, or whatever the heck their designation was at that particular time. I think of Emmitt Smith at the end of his career running things out. I think of Edgerrin James at the end of his career running things out. It, to me, is a retirement location for a lot of great players who are at the end of their rope.
Right. No, that's a good point.
More than it is like a spot where guys build their career.
And I think it also hurt them that they were the afterthought in the NFC East. When you talked about the NFC East, with the New York Giants and the Dallas Cowboys and the Washington football team, now the Commanders, and you think about the Philadelphia Eagles, the lowly Arizona Cardinals were in that division, and I get it, they were in St. Louis for a long time. They were in the NFC East, and people were thinking like, NFC East, the Arizona Cardinals?
I know.
And they were like the laughing, nobody took them seriously.
No.
Philadelphia, New York, Dallas, did not matter. And their one moment, I remember their first shining moment in my lifetime, it felt like was when they beat the Dallas Cowboys in a wild card game. with Jake Plummer. Remember that?
I do.
Texas Stadium? That was like their one moment. It was like their Super Bowl. It's like, oh my God, we made it. And then they weren't good for a long time. And then along comes Bruce Arians, along comes Kurt Warner or whatnot. And they did make a run under Ken Wisenhunt, I should say. Wisenhunt. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember
And
him.
they made a run, and it was one of the more fascinating Super Bowls I've ever watched.
Well, he was the Steeler offensive coordinator.
Offensive coordinator.
So, like, when I think of the Arizona Cardinals and the 49ers.
Matt Leinart. That's a good one.
You know what I think of? Like, Niners-Cardinals. I think of both teams being garbage and being one of the early Monday Night Football matchups of the year to just get it out of the way and being on the back end of a doubleheader.
Yeah,
that's what I think of.
Wow, David Boston,
Roid Rage.
Right. Wow, road rage. So they did. You know, somebody brought up a point. Hey, Bonte, man, they did start off hot in 2021.
They were
8-0. They were actually 7-0.
Yeah.
They were 7-0 before they lost to the Green Bay Packers on a Thursday night football game.
Well, that's the problem with Kyler right now is I actually think Kyler's better than we give him credit for. There's a lot of off-field stuff. No one is saying he's a top 10 player. His talent on his best day is top 10 worthy.
Yep.
But that's not what makes a quarterback. What makes a quarterback is the studying habits, the maturity, the leadership, understanding the playbook, what you do in and out of the facility, how you represent the team. And clearly he's got a long way to go there. The guy's ridiculously talented.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ridiculously talented.
But what is going to happen? Because we just heard from Peter King saying don't overlook Josh Dobbs.
He looks good.
What happens if he continues to roll and play at this level?
Well, they've got another decision to make. You're talking about, moving off quarterbacks. I think that they feel very similar to where Seattle was a couple years ago. If we can get somebody to take this contract off our hands, I think they do it.
Wow. Do you think they rush Kyler back? Do you think he comes back at any point this season?
I would give Kyler one more opportunity, but they have a injury clause in their contract where if he gets hurt again this year, a lot of things become fully guaranteed. So they're in a very tough spot here. I would play him again. I would. I mean, I think you owe it to yourself to see if he can salvage his career. He's had highs. He's had lows. Look at their roster overall.
It's not a good
never
roster.
Been great.
So I took over their roster on Madden, and I was playing with them on Madden. I was like, oh my gosh, just to kind of get it.
Bad.
It's not Madden, but you just look at the players that they have. A lot of no names. Kyler Murray, he's owed $16 million this season, and then guess what?
60,
51 in 2024. $45 million in 2025. $55.5 million in 2026. $43.3 million in 2027. That's what Kyler is owed.
It's a lot of money.
That is a ton of money.
And if he gets hurt again, he's got banged up at the end of both seasons, last year and the year before, and it's really cost them. I think the way that they lost that playoff game, people can't forget that.
No, the way he kind of just threw it up.
Quit.
They kind of just threw in the white
felt
towel.
like they quit.
Felt like he quit. He did quit. I don't want to say that. That's too
no, but
harsh,
it felt like that.
Felt
I think that was the impression.
Yep, no doubt.
That was the impression that people are left with, the final taste in their mouth.
Dublin Marge. Rondell Moore, 5'7", super speedy, good hands. I'm a fan. No, he's a solid player. And you see that run against the Dallas Cowboys, the Cardinals will line them up in the backfield. They'll run some of that jet sweep motion. They'll give him the ball kind of like the Niners do Deebo Samuel in the backfield. Rondell Moore's this nice player. He got a lot of speed on his football team. So I think the Cardinals did get the Niners' attention last week by beating the Cowboys. That was very interesting. The Niners got to sit back and watch both teams. And they're saying, all right, divisional opponent. And they know the goal in hand. Again, the goal in hand is the host of NFC Championship game at Levi Stadium. We're tired of traveling. Tired of going to L.A., tired of going to Philadelphia, tired of going to Dallas. Get the bye week and host the NFC Championship game. That's the goal here. So I think the Niners, they're going to be hard pressed. Like, they're not overlooking the Arizona Cardinals, especially in what you just mentioned, the history that they have together. Shanahan has lost some bad games in Arizona.
Well, I'm very interested to see, Gannon's just team and his philosophy. Like, when Cliff Kingsbury was running things, Cliff, not that he had Shanahan's number, but he did give us fits.
Yeah.
They beat us that week 1, 2020, which kind of like sabotaged the entire season. There's that loss where Jimmy Garoppolo at home to the Cardinals, where they just got the crud kicked out of them. Like, Arizona's been sneaky tough against Shanahan over the years. As much as Shanahan has owned McVay in the division and has beaten and gotten the best of Pete Carroll, it sure feels like Arizona's that little thorn in the side.
Some great names here. Our boy Joe Hawks, Frank Sanders, Rob Moore, Simeon Rice, Eric Swan, Kent Graham.
Rice. Wow.
Simeon Rice was
the name I haven't
heard. Remember they
took
Andre Wadsworth out of Florida State and never
Darnell
panned
Duckett?
out? Darnell Duckett.
Is it a name I think of?
Darnell Dockett, Florida State.
Oh, Dockett. Why did I think it was
Dreads.
Duckett?
He was solid for them for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Emmett Smith, we mentioned that. Andy Lee,
Chandler
David Boston.
Jones.
Johnny Johnson. Johnny Johnson. I remember old Johnny Johnson.
You're going way back.
Yeah, way back.
Way back.
Cardinals, Adrian Morrell, former Jet. He was there.
I just don't think Cardinals hits the way. Like, to me, they're like the Thunder. Like, it just doesn't hit.
I wouldn't even say they're the Thunder.
You know what I mean?
When
No,
you
but
say
I'm saying,
OKC,
like,
yeah.
just for older folks, like if you say we're playing the Thunder tonight, it's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't hit. Like,
Honestly.
even if the Celtics suck, if you go, hey, we're going to go see the Celtics, people are like, all right, hey, the St. Louis Cardinals, hey, they suck right now, but we're going to go see the St. Louis Cardinals. Like, it hits.
Right.
We're going to go see the Miami Marlins.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't hit.
No.
So this game, I'm full disclosure, this game, I looked at on the calendar. I said, babe, let's sit this one out. Instead of driving down to Santa Clara and sitting through the game and come back home, it's a long day. We could watch the Cardinals on the couch. It's a couch game. It's the ticket giveaway game. It's all right, do I have any favors to make? Do I need to do somebody a solid? It goes 2 tickets to the Niners and Cardinals. That's why I feel. It sucks that is the mentality. No matter what, I know the boss man's like, it's Cardinals week. Let's hype this up. Bay Area fans don't care about the Arizona Cardinals.
You know what I find to be very interesting, because you keep asking about Kyler and we're talking about him, and isn't Kyler the exact opposite of everything that Brock Purdy is?
Absolutely.
And isn't?
Absolutely.
Like, aren't they polar opposites? One guy is wildly talented. If I was doing all of the, combine things, he's spectacular plays, running around, ad-libbing, like all the random crazy highlight stuff, deep bombs to win games in overtime, with none of the actual ordinary qualities that make a quarterback spectacular.
Yeah,
The prep, the appreciation from your teammates, the ability to hit the normal play, pre-snap recognition, playing within structure. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, that's why I watched the in-season Hard Knocks to get a glimpse of what Kyler's all about. And I'm watching him in the quarterback room. Colt McCoy was dominating the quarterback room. Colt McCoy was a voice in that quarterback room.
Let's keep talking about that.
Yeah, let's keep talking about it, because I'm looking at the money, and there's no doubt I would rather have Brock Purdy right now than Kyler Murray. We'll discuss that on the other side. Sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a free.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moses, what up, baby? Can't wait to see Moses Moody next Monday at Media Day. Chase Center, we'll be there live. I don't even care if we get a guest at Chase Center. Remy Ritter, shout out to him. I just want to be in the building. I want to be around greatness. I want to be around championship banners. I want to be around an organization that is about winning. That is about, hey, you know what? We just put on a good season. We're in contention. It was a good season. You know, sunshine, rainbows, Capri Suns. No. It's not what the Warriors are about. It's definitely not what the 49ers are about this season. They are all serious. We had Dumas in studio yesterday from Cron 40. He said, man, the attitude in that locker room is, there's not a lot of smiles. It's about business. It's about getting to Las Vegas and Allegiant Stadium. For the Golden State Warriors, from everything I'm hearing, from everything I'm seeing, it's about playing in June and hosting some NBA Finals games. It may not happen. It may not happen. But damn it, at least they're dying trying. I don't know what the hell is going on with this. I don't know what's going on with this. We're trying to platoon. We're trying to wear out arms. What are we doing? I don't know. We'll talk to Fleming at 8 o'clock. Maybe he has an answer. But we're talking about Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy. Got something fun in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
I want you to spit it out because I want people to think about this. We're to take calls at the 9 o'clock hour. Actually, we're taking calls right now, 888-957-9570. But in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to do something really fun when it comes to Brock Purdy.
I think a lot of people love the draft, right? And we love hearing an expert or a scout's opinion. And I think a lot of us fancy ourselves, if you watch sports, like you feel like you got a pretty good handle on the strengths and weaknesses of certain players, right? Like, so Bonte Hill, quickly, give me the strengths and weaknesses. Give me a scouting report on Steph Curry.
Ooh, great shooter. IQ for the good IQ. Great handles. Seize in the moment. Can get hot at any time. A guy you don't want to leave open. And cold-blooded killer. You better be aware of where he is on the floor at all times.
How do you attack him?
You try to attack him defensively to weaken those legs. So when the fourth quarter comes around, as you saw in the LA Lakers series, he's a little more worn down and those threes come up short. So, but he also offensively, when he crosses half court, you better have two guys on him. You better have 10 eyes on Stephen Curry, not just two.
So I guess what I'm trying to do here is this exercise is let's point out the strengths and weaknesses, both good and bad. And it's not hating. It's just like, what do you see in Brock Purdy?
Mm-hmm.
I want people to come in, give me 15 to 30 seconds, give me your scouting report on Brock Purdy through 11 games. What does he do well? What does he need to work on? Very simple. And that's not hating. Like, we're not nitpicking. I'm kind of curious how people view him. What their on the couch scouting report would be of that player.
You know, we could do that right now. 888-957-9570. What's your scouting report on Brock Purdy through 11 games? 888-957-9570. 650, by the way, I do want to show some love to Comcast Business Text Line 408. You guys are giving honest takes. I appreciate both of you holding the Giants accountable. 650, guys, I love the Giants rant. I know they could be ratings killers, but it's so damn good. You know, it's what we do. Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy. Go ahead.
When I look at Kyler Murray, right? If you said, Joe,
what's your scouting report?
Scouting report on Kyler Murray, okay? Extremely gifted. Plays outside of structure. Struggles to be a pocket quarterback at times. Unbelievable athleticism. Unbelievable arm.
Yeah.
Weak leader. Tends to quit late in games when hit hard. Aaron Rodgers. Joe, what are the strengths? One of the most risk-averse quarterbacks of all time. Beautiful layered thrower into the intermediate part of the field. Tends to extend plays, but will throw the ball away, will not put the ball in harm's way.
Will not turn it over.
Elite thrower outside the numbers, right?
I like that.
Back shoulder throws left and right, right?
Everything.
Tom Brady, never going to beat you with his legs. Unbelievable pre-snap awareness.
Yep.
Lives for taking what the defense gives him, whether that's the check down or the slot hot read.
Like that. I like that.
Right?
I'm going to read this one from Giants for Life.
Give it to me.
Brock Purdy, intelligent, poised, mature, accurate, quick release, leader, mobile in the pocket, faster than you think and can run with it. I like that scouting report.
So this morning, and I want to hear them, 888-957-9570, line them up. I want your call to be something like this call that I created this morning as a template so you understand where we're coming from. Let's go out to the phones.
Yep.
Yo, this is Eddie in Santa Clara. Here's my Brock Purdy scouting report. Elite brain, pre-snap awareness, throws with anticipation, super accurate on the underneath stuff, gives you all the arm angles, can make a free rusher miss, underrated athletically. He struggles at times to hit the deep ball. I'm very concerned about the elbow. Major elbow surgery reconstruction. Can he stay healthy for 17 games?
Is Eddie Shasky's evil twin? Who is that?
I'm gonna be honest. Like I recorded this with Shasky before the show. I was a little like, okay, you know what? I'll roll with this. Hearing it now, Shasky, yeah, this was a good call.
That is the evil twin.
I kind of need the music underneath it.
Where's
NFL
Carlos
music underneath it?
Where's Carlos Ramirez? The angel of the devil? Is that the devil on your shoulder?
That was me being Bane.
Now I look at Kyler Murray, right?
Purdy is your ally.
I look at Kyler Murray and what he's done in the league so far through 4 years. And again, we're not going to see him on Sunday. We're going to see Josh Dobbs, which is an incredible story.
Yes.
Guy was traded late in training camp to Arizona. They had no idea who's going to be quarterbacking for them.
They had Colt McCoy running with the ones all offseason and cut him.
Which I get because Colt McCoy, we saw by Monday Night Football last year in Mexico City. I thought the young man was going to die on the football field. He was getting hit so hard. They had to pull him out the game. It was like, you know what, Colt? You just don't have it. You just don't have the arm. You don't have the brain. You don't have the talent to compete against this defense, against high-level defenses. So I get why they cut Colt McCoy. It just happened so late. But I'm looking at Kyler when he does come back, if he does come back and play. He's thrown for nearly 4,000 yards a couple times in his career. Last year, obviously, he got hurt. You look at the way he runs the ball, and that's what makes him elite. Some people say, oh, he's like Lamar Jackson. No, I think he's a better thrower of the football than Lamar Jackson. Better arm than Lamar Jackson. Can see it a little bit better than Lamar Jackson. But you look at the way he runs the ball, the guy nearly ran for 1,000 yards in 2020. Ran for 819 yards and 11 touchdowns. He is a dynamic player. But is it crazy for me to say I'd rather have Brock Purdy right now? Because I'm factoring in everything. The leadership, getting the ball out, being a pocket quarterback.
Understanding the offense.
As well as the financials.
Yeah, well, the finances
I wouldn't feel comfortable paying Kyler Murray $51 million. $51 million.
Look at where the Dak Prescott and the Cowboys are. I think most reasonable people would say Dak Prescott is a really good player, and you can win a lot of games with him. But you got to build a team around him, right? Like, he's not a guy. Like, if I were to just put Dak right now on the Bills, we don't look at the Bills the same way.
No.
Right?
No, we say Miami runs away with the AFC East.
Right. So, and I don't think that's a knock on Dak. I think it's more, wow, Josh Allen's so damn good.
Yep.
Dak's making $40 million a year.
Unbelievable.
It's a little rich for my blood, and it makes it a little more difficult to field the team around him. When you're making under $1 million and you're Brock Purdy, do you know what $40 million gets me on offense? Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle.
Yeah.
Literally.
Speaking of which, what do you think Purdy will get paid in a couple of years if he keeps up this level of play? What's his worth?
Well,
I'm looking at Kyler again. And I can't believe I'm saying this because I love Kyler. I'd rather have Brock.
Is that just the money?
It's a factor. It is a factor.
Because the money is impossible to not factor in.
Yeah, it's a factor. When I just read out those numbers again, Kyler Murray, folks, if you're just joining us, he's not going to play this Sunday. And we're talking a lot about him because think about what they did in the draft in 2019. They went quarterback. They went Kyler. The Niners were able to get Nick Bosa. I always wonder what the Niners would have done if Nick Bosa was drafted number 1. Would they have traded out of number 2? Would they have taken Quinnen Williams? What would they have done with the number 2 overall pick in 2019 if Nick Bosa got drafted by the Arizona Cardinals? I have no idea. But Kyler, after this season, next year he's making $51.8 million. Then in 2025, he takes a little pay cut and he's making $45.6 million.
Just a little pay cut.
And in 2026, he gets a nice little raise, making $55.5 million. And then in 2027, he's making $43.3 million. Now, if he's getting that type of money based off his talent, I'm looking at Brock Purdy's leadership, the way he processes information, the way he gets the ball out of his hands, the way he's beating the blitz, the way he's getting the ball to his playmakers. And the players had bought into him. I don't know if they bought into him in Arizona. Kyler Murray, that is. Him and Hopkins had so many sideline blow-ups at each other. Cliff Kingsbury didn't look like he respected him, ran all over him. What is Purdy worth? And would you rather have Purdy than a Kyler Murray? That's going to be fascinating to see in 2 years if Brock Purdy does keep up this level of play. What is he going to demand in terms of a contract? 30, 40, 50? I have no idea. But we're talking about Brock Purdy's scouting report. My scouting report would be this.
What is your scouting report? I want the good and the bad. It's okay to nitpick.
Yeah.
It's a scouting report.
I would start off by saying overachiever.
Okay.
You look at him on the football field without shoulder pads, without a helmet, you're thinking, okay, not bad, a little small, legs are thick, thighs are thick, okay. Arm talent, league average. But then the intangibles. I would say the intangibles are there. The mind is there. We'll get you in the right play. We'll take care of the football and
ball protection,
and the locker room will love him. You will love to coach this guy. That will be my scouting report on Brock Purdy.
I like that a lot.
So, what's your scouting report? 888-957-9570-415. Yo, Brock steady. All the qualities and stability that Rock brings in a relationship family, that is Brock, head of the household. That is from Jason. Very interesting way of putting it. I'm not mad at that. This could be your scouting report. Anything.
Well,
Leadership.
I think people are afraid to critique Brock Purdy a little because they don't want to come off as a hater. But the reality is that whether it's your child, your significant other, we all have strengths and weaknesses. Mm-hmm. It's okay to identify them. One of my weaknesses is I can't sit still. I don't know when to shut up. It's also a strength of mine, but it's also a weakness. So I need to be cognizant of my weaknesses so that I minimize them and I don't become a super flawed human being or a radio host, right?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy's not the best at the deep ball. Does it kill them? No. You know who's great at the deep ball? Someone like Drew Lock.
Right.
Great at the deep ball. He can't do any of the other things. Right? So just using him as an example, right? So Brock more than makes up for it, but that's definitely not one of his strengths. I would also say at times in the pocket, over the middle, he can get a little frenetic. Yeah. At times. And I mean intermediately, gets a little frenetic, but he still makes a lot of plays.
No doubt.
He puts the ball in a position for his playmakers to make plays.
707 Comcast Business Text Line. Brock, a point guard on the gridiron. Able to diagnose and find a hot open man for the given play or situation. Sneaky athleticism. Paired with that dog. I like that. I like that a lot.
When we talk about Steph Curry and we talk about his strengths and weaknesses, I use him as the ultimate, like no one's going to knock him. But like part of who he is baked into it is he's small.
Yep.
Defensively, he's small.
Yep.
He struggles at times. Has he gotten bigger over the years? Absolutely. But one of his weaknesses is he is small. You know what another weakness is of Steph Curry's? Turns the ball over a lot.
He does.
For a guy that handles it as much as he does.
But you live with it.
Because he overcomes it.
Yep.
Right?
With it.
So saying that Brock Purdy can't hit the outside pass at the frequency that people would want or make the sexy wild play over the top isn't some sweeping, indictment that he can't play the position. It's just an area of weakness.
Yep.
I think his size and durability is a question mark.
No doubt. But so far, so good.
He's been able to overcome it.
Broken ribs, torn UCL. He fights back to come back and be ready. Here's the deal. Now that I'm thinking about it, I thought this was the week, Shasky, that we'd be talking about Brock Purdy maybe coming back to the 49ers lineup. I didn't think he could be ready for week 1. I didn't think he was going to be ready for week 2. I thought, okay, week 4, maybe the Cowboys game, we're going to see Brock Purdy get ushered back into the starting lineup. The fact that he was there for training camp, the fact that they threw off the restrictions was fascinating. And the way that he fought back, I think also one is the players around him was like, yeah, this is our guy. Well, this is our guy moving forward.
To me, he clearly is a resilient individual.
No doubt.
When you talk about being an overachiever, I think resiliency is a big part of that.
Being the last pick in the NFL draft, that's resiliency.
I agree.
To keep your dream alive. He could have been an undrafted free agent and then lost.
Well, I mean also just in style of play. When there's a guy 3 times his size barreling down on him, does he look like he's worried?
No, he doesn't.
He's so calm, cool, and collective. He just makes plays.
Well, you think about that play against the Miami Dolphins, 2-minute drill, where George Kittle gets that seam route from Brock Purdy, and he gets blasted. Who blasted him from the Miami Dolphins? Was it Phillips? I forget who blasted him. And it was like, whoa.
And he took it.
Tampa Bay, first play of the game. Tampa Bay gets called for a helmet-to-helmet hit on Brock Purdy. I thought it was clean, but he got rocked. Got up, led him on a touchdown drive, and the rest is history in that football game.
This feels unfair to question, but the fact that they put it in his contract and the fact that teammates came after him, there are questions internally in Arizona about Kyler Murray's competitiveness.
Yep.
That is not a question for Brock Purdy.
No doubt.
He's an elite competitor.
No doubt. Let's go to Rike in the city. He's got a Brock Purdy scattered report. Rike, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
So the main thing the couple things I wanted to point out that are differences between Brock Purdy and Kyler Murray is the work ethic. You see the intangibles. You will never ever hear about Brock Purdy having trouble playing too many video games, playing too much Call of Duty at night. That guy's stuck on his iPad. He's a killer out there, man. And he's got the intangibles like Joe Montana. They're not. You hear Baldy talking about it. He's not. Baldy knows what he's talking about. When he's talking about parrying punches out there like a boxer, you see him just make those slight little moves to avoid those huge monsters coming at him. It's beautiful to watch.
That's a good scouting report. It is beautiful to watch. The story came out about the linemen having, bi-weekly poker games together, and they invited Brock Purdy last season. He's like, nah. I need to get into this iPad. I need to get ready for the Las Vegas Raiders. I need to get ready for the Commanders. I need to get ready for these playoff games. It's impressive. Joel, San Jose, Brock Purdy scouting report. What's your scouting report on Brock Purdy, Joel?
Good morning. For me, it starts and begins with the processor in the brain. I think we're already looking at an elite pre-snap processor, and more importantly, in the NFL, we all know you got 2 seconds, maybe 2.5 seconds to get that ball out of your hand, and we're looking at an elite post-snap processor.
I agree.
And here's my hot take for all Niner fans. I'll let you guys sound off on this. I think after 11 games, we're already looking at the best quarterback we've had since Joe Montana or since Steve Young. Sound off.
All right. Let's let that play out because I don't want to disrespect Jeff Garcia.
Jeff Garcia made Pro Bowls when Pro Bowls were something.
And Jeff Garcia was an overachiever. When we think about Brock Purdy, you can say the same things about Jeff Garcia. Sneaky athleticism,
there's a lot of
not a strong arm, would hit the deep ball at times, would frustrate us with the deep ball at times, but it had to go to JC Rock, go to Gilroy.
Elite competitor.
Elite competitor. No doubt about that.
Elite competitor.
Wants to win. But you think about it. He went to JUCO route, junior college. He goes to San Jose State. Has to go to Canada.
Yeah.
Has to go to the CFL to play.
Yeah.
So I do like that as well as Spadoni. You put my levels up? All right. I thought I was talking too loud. Well, that was the first time everybody told me to speak up.
That's okay.
Hey, speak up, Bonte. Speak up. All right. Levels are low. Sorry about that.
I agree with him on the pre-snap recognition. I think when I think of what makes Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, again, I'm not saying Purdy's there yet. He's got a long way to go. You pray to God you're half the player that those guys are. What made them so great, it wasn't arm talent. It was like, they know exactly where everyone is going to be on the field at all times before and then after the snap, and they know exactly how to spot the weakness in your coverage.
Yep. No doubt.
I think of like great conductors in NFL history at the line of scrimmage. Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Drew Brees. I'm not saying Purdy's anywhere near those guys, but look around the league right now.
Well,
whose mind are you taking ahead of his?
Patrick Mahomes.
No one is debating that. Josh Allen, I think.
Josh Allen, you'll definitely take
Even
it.
though he
He's
can
smart.
be erratic with his decision making,
but he's
he
smart.
knows what he's looking at.
I actually think Jalen Hurts has a very good mind.
I agree.
As well.
No, he's a coach's son. I agree with you.
I love his mind. Joe Burrow?
Yes. I mean, Burrow didn't leave the pocket.
He left the pocket one time
and sliced them up.
Right. Justin Herbert? I'm not.
I think he's in there.
He's 40 or 47 is impressive. I don't care who you're playing.
I think he's in there.
No doubt. And he's got something to prove to me, but
Monte, we're
maybe
talking
it's
about
just
like
a coach.
6 or 7 guys.
That's not many.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not many.
So you
taking Dak's mind over Brock's?
What's that?
Dak Prescott's mind? Are you taking his mind over Brock?
No, I'm taking Purdy.
I'm with you.
Dak has a way more comprehensive resume. I'm taking Purdy.
Yeah.
Form matters.
And you know what? Here's the other thing. Too. Wow, this is interesting. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Purdy's like the NFL version of Rajon Rondo.
Well, he does remind me of a floor general from the 90s playing point guard.
Yep. Rajon Rondo
100%.
Rajon Rondo had a great mind. You say what you want about him. His mind was elite on the basketball court. A lot of people go crazy. I saw Stats on Fire. He's going to join us on Friday, Rob Guerrera. Everybody goes crazy. Baldy he didn't even make a comparison. He said, like Joe Montana, and I'm not comparing Brock Purdy to Joe Montana. That's asinine. But like Montana, and I did the same thing with Brock Purdy a couple weeks ago. I said, like a young Tom Brady, it kind of reminds me. I'm not comparing. Like that's disrespectful to Tom Brady. It's disrespectful to Joe Montana. It's disrespectful to the greats. But this is what we do in sports all the time. We're always trying to look at players who they remind you of. Mm-hmm. And Brock Purdy does have qualities like those two guys. He has qualities like Montana. I'm not saying he's Joe Montana. Not even close. But he has qualities like Montana. He has qualities like a young Tom Brady. So we're not comparing it. Everybody goes crazy about this stuff.
What was Montana's best quality?
To me, I thought his mind.
I agree.
And his competitiveness. Well,
I was going to say competitiveness.
He did not want to lose. He didn't have the strongest arm.
Yeah.
He wasn't a great athlete.
Dramatically underrated.
Oh, very underrated. Again, Ryan Miller, my former offensive coordinator at Washington High School, he said Brock Purdy's feet. Nobody's brought that up yet. His feet. Brock Purdy's feet. Very good. He said, he reminds me of a tap dancer. Ryan Miller was saying this.
Yeah.
He's a tap dancer. He's like Gregory Hines. He could do all these things in the pocket.
Well, Kaepernick was faster point A to point B when he started to get going. He's not quicker in a short yardage area in terms of the quick twitch muscle movement. Yep. You know what I mean? Like that quick twitch. Guys coming at me. Little juke. I mean, he's got all the little moves.
He's got all the moves. So he does have very good. But Montana, going back to him, his feet, competitiveness, all the comeback victories that he had, he refused to lose.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy kind of has that quality as well. He refuses to lose this. Now, we haven't seen him fall behind like Montana. Only the Las Vegas game, they fell behind by 10. That's about it. We haven't seen it.
If you're going top 10 quarterbacks of all time, how many do we not say that their brain is one of the top 2 attributes?
Yeah.
No, I'm just.
You have to be smart.
I never hear it bestowed upon Terry Bradshaw. And I'm not knocking.
Which is not fair, though.
No, I know. And I'm not knocking, but I'm just saying, like, arm strength is one of the things people do. Toughness and arm strength. Right. You don't give him that. Did we do that with, like, Big Ben Roethlisberger? Not that he's a top 10 quarterback of all time.
I thought his brain was good, though.
Yeah.
Big Ben?
Yeah.
Like, how could you not?
But I don't think that's one of the top 2 qualities.
Brett Favre would be one, probably. A lot of dumb decisions by Brett Favre.
Yeah.
That's one.
That is a great call.
Yep.
Great call.
Because Big Ben didn't throw, he would throw touchdown passes. He'd take sacks. But at times, he took care of that. Like Eli Manning. What about Eli? He led the league in interceptions a couple times.
I never thought of him as like a superior brain type player. He was more of a freelance, like, I'm going to let it fly and I'll live with the results.
I think, when I think about the greatness, and I don't know top 10, my personal top 10.
Like loosely. I'm just saying loosely.
To be an elite quarterback, though, for the most part, you have to be able to process. Pre-snap.
100%.
After the snap. Things move fast. You got to identify, okay, this is what they're doing. And then in-game adjustments.
Yes.
How are you when it comes to in-game adjustments? Do you just do the same thing over and over? Or do you think about something like, okay, that's going to be open. Let's go back to this maybe in the third quarter or fourth quarter.
Vontae, we could talk so much about a throw in the first quarter or second quarter because that happens a lot for Brock. Like, oh, he looks shaky on this drive. The only thing that we care about is how you finish the game. And it has never been more, apparent to me than whenever we talk about Joe Montana and his finest moments. Everyone closes their eyes and they think about the 2-minute drive against Cincinnati. They think about the catch with Dwight Clark, not knowing that early in those games, he turned the ball over in the 81 playoff game. And early in the Cincinnati game, it didn't look great. Yep. There were drives where he threw it into a defender's hands in the end zone. There were drives where they went 3 and out. So it's not about what you look like throughout it. It's about what you do in the fourth quarter. 28-3, Tom Brady, fourth quarter. Down 13 to Seattle in that Super Bowl.
24-14, fourth quarter, yeah.
Right? Like, that's what you're known for. And right now, when I think of fourth quarter 49er quarterbacks, now, if you want to talk about, like, guys, Garcia was known for comebacks.
Yep.
Purdy already quietly, even though they've ran away with a bunch of games, he's got a couple comebacks under his belt.
Well, he's got a couple comebacks, and you look at what he's done in the second half, and you talk about shaky starts. He was shaky early on against the New York Giants.
Absolutely.
There's a couple no throws. I was like, oh, no.
But he rebounded.
And finished the game hot. The Dallas Cowboys game, he was shaky. Shaky. Second half, when you needed a big play, you needed a first down, Kyle Shanahan called up a couple pass plays.
Yes.
He hit those pass plays, got you in position to kick a field goal, got you in position to score a touchdown. They win that game, right? Las Vegas, they're down 10 in that football game. Second half, Purdy started throwing dimes, especially after the interception that he threw in that football game at Allegiant Stadium. The Commanders started all shaky, got hot. They ended up scoring 37 points in that football game. Even Arizona at times, he was a little shaky in the first couple drives. But how do you adjust? How do you identify what's going on there? Do you make the proper adjustments? Do you recall what you saw in those first couple drives and say, okay, they're trying to take this away from me. Let's go here. His brain is unbelievable, man. It's really and how can you – I guess my question is, and I want to ask Baldy this next week, how do you know in a combine meeting – how do you know when you have a private workout whether or not a guy could process things? Because, like, even Carson Wentz, what would you say about Carson Wentz right now? Right now, what would you say about Carson Wentz?
Erratic decision maker who doesn't see the field.
But remember when he sat with the Eagles, brass, Doug Peterson? He blew them away. So how can you identify whether or not a guy has a good brain? I guess you have to just go through live reps, right?
I mean, Bonta, this is why there's so many whiffs at the top of the draft, left and right. And I think quarterback, unlike any other position in sports, is so intangible driven, and then when you mix the intangibles with some of the tangible physical gifts, that's how you get a Mahomes and a Josh Allen, right? Yep. Uncanny feel with unbelievable athleticism. Problem is that sometimes guys with the unbelievable athleticism possess none of the intangibles.
Let's listen to Peter King, Willard to Dibs yesterday. He's got a pet peeve when it comes to Brock Purdy. Check out Peter King. It's a long cut, but here it is.
This is my pet peeve this week. Everybody looks at, well, he's done all right, but what? 11 games he's played 3 or more quarters. The 49ers are 11-0, and he's got numbers better than two-thirds in those games, better than two-thirds of the quarterbacks in football. So what do you want exactly out of Brock Purdy? Really, tell me, what do you want out of Brock Purdy? My biggest problem right now with what we do as a sports media, quite honestly, is that we take too long to basically watch the games, see what the games tell us, and then make a judgment. We take way too long to say, hey, wait a second, Brock Purdy was the 272nd pick in the draft, so he can't be very good. Haven't we learned our lesson? Tom Brady, 199, Joe Montana, whatever he was, I don't know, 86. I forget what he was. Haven't we learned our lesson? Look, it's the same thing right now with Puka Nacua. 177th pick in the draft this year. People can't accept that he's a really good football player because they're myopically looking at the number of pick that he was overall. And I just think, watch the games and make a judgment. Don't make a final judgment on a human being because of the number next to him is a low number in the draft.
Very important. We're learning that with this 49ers football team. It's not just Brock Purdy either on his team.
It goes both ways.
Fred Warner, George Kittle, Hufanga. You think about the guys they've drafted late. Ronnie Bell's the next guy in line who's already made an impact on a win against the New York Giants, and he's played 3 games in the league so far. I mean, they've found gold in these middle rounds, and I think more so in football than any other sport. Even baseball, for that matter. You can find diamonds in the roughs in the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 20th, 30th round, right? We do have to stop doing that. At some point, we're going to have to stop talking about, well, he is the last pick of the NFL draft. I think that's what makes the story great. It's like, wow, he was the last pick of the draft. Everybody missed on this guy. And you look at the quarterbacks taken ahead of him. It's so reminiscent. Again, I'm not comparing him to Tom Brady, but Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick, and he had so much success that over time, we forgot that he was a 6th-round pick. Like, it didn't become a story. It wasn't a storyline anymore, right? It was just like, this guy's the GOAT. This guy's the GOAT. This guy's the GOAT.
How often did we talk about George Kittle being a 5th-round pick?
Early on, we talked about it a lot. Now we don't. Now we talk about him as one of the best tight ends in football.
Because he's an established, superstar, right? So it probably won't be this year. It probably won't be next year. But it'll definitely follow him around his entirety of his career. Brock Purdy, for however long he ends up playing. But at some point, he will shake that stigma. Right. And it will probably be when he signs a big contract.
Wow.
I mean, like, that's like we don't talk about Dak being a 4th rounder.
No, we don't.
Even though that was a huge part of what made him so valuable when they initially found him.
Mm-hmm. I did like Dak, and then he took over for Tony Romo, and he Brock Purdy, Tony Romo. That's what happened with Dak.
I mean, and now Cowboy fans want Trey Lance to Brock Purdy him.
Not Cooper Rush.
I mean, who knows?
Not Cooper
I'm
Rush.
just teasing now.
Peter King, he had an explanation on why they extended Lynch and Shanahan when they did.
I think both of them were up after 2025. So a lot of people would believe, okay, we want to get this deal done no later than sometime in 2024. If you know that and you're positive that you're going to keep these guys, the price is only going up. Why don't you do it now?
Yeah.
And so I don't know what the numbers are or where they stand both on the GM list and the coach list. But I'm sure Jed York said there is nothing that's going to happen in the next 18 months that is going to make me not want these guys to run my football team. I don't think it's very complex. And I doubt that you're going to find out anything in the near future that says it's complex.
It is funny to me because, like, everyone's losing their mind. Why? Why would you give him more years? I mean, how many people refinance their loans all over the world just to spread the money out? And I don't know. To me, you like what they're doing. You're going to keep them happy. And if you have to give them a couple extra $1 million on the front end to rework their deal. The same thing happened in Kansas City very quietly with Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. He signs this mega deal 3 years ago, feels a little outdated a couple years later, and you feel like you want to honor the guy and keep him feeling respected internally and externally and keep that guy happy. Why not do the same thing with Shanahan?
Yeah, and John Lynch.
Especially
with the Amazon Prime stuff coming in. They wanted him on TV. Fox is looking for broadcasters. There's not a lot of good one. What's the joke?
Well, the joke was that they watched Al Michaels and your boy Herbie for a couple weeks, and Jed York assumed that Amazon was going to be trying to pay.
I need somebody quickly. Spinoni, get in here. What are you going to say?
Well, I'm just going to say, as if a contract extension will get in the way of someone actually getting fired. That happens all the time in sports. Someone literally will get an extended a year prior, then, you suck. Bye-bye.
Kyler Murray, we're talking about how much money he's making. If he doesn't get hurt this year, they can get out of that money.
Yeah. NFL is not for long.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt about that.
Every year, Jimmy G was looking to get moved off. And he signed the biggest deal in NFL history at that time.
All right. In about 11 minutes, we're going to have Dave Fleming on. He'll join us next week as well. We'll talk some college football with him. Because I don't have much on the Giants.
Diana Ross?
I don't want to. You know how I feel about them. You know how I feel about the Giants. You know how I feel about the philosophy of what they're doing. I don't want to sound like a broken record. Just holding them accountable. Just want them to win. And right now, it doesn't seem like they're close to winning anything important. That's where I'm at with the Giants. We'll talk to Fleming about what's going on with the Giants.
Do you want to give me your scouting report on the Giants organization? I'm teasing. Did you like that scouting report?
What?
Mine? The fake call?
I mean, it was the evil Shasky.
Hit it me one more time, Spadoni. Me doing a fake call in, giving a Brock Purdy scouting report.
Nobody loves Shasky. Where did you
Well, I mean, we did the bit. We might as well play it a little.
Yo, this is Eddie in Santa Clara. Here's my Brock Purdy scouting report. Elite brain, pre-snap awareness, throws with anticipation, super accurate on the underneath stuff, gives you all the arm angles, can make a free rusher miss, underrated athletically. He struggles at times to hit the deep ball. I'm very concerned about the elbow. Major elbow surgery reconstruction. Can he stay healthy for 17 games?
Why did I turn into an East Coast guy at the end of that? I was like in character.
No,
what happened?
No. It sounded like you were in character for the first 5 seconds, and then you're like, screw it, I'm the butcher boy. I would have just get my take. So we got a daily dose, or a double dose of Butcher's takes on Brock Purdy scouting report. Scouting reports on Brock Purdy, 888-957-9570. Dave Fleming coming up at 8 o'clock. Mike Florio coming up at 8:30. Pro Football Talk. He's making his return. He settled his beef with Joe Shasky the Butcher. We won't bring that up. There were some bruised egos. One would say his ego was injured. Wow.
You did it.
Every day somebody comes with a pun about injuries and you hit the sounder, and then I come up with a great one.
Well, it's just a few minutes early is all. That's why I did it, but it's okay.
Well, I don't know if it's 7:53, 7:51. People are running. Oh, you need a 7:50, 7:53, 7:55. Now my ego's injured and bruised. The Giants. As if missing the playoffs was not enough of a blow for the Giants. They might have to finish the season without J.D. Davis in the lineup. Davis had to exit last night's 4-0 loss to the Padres with a left shoulder strain. He sustained the injury trying to stretch a double into a triple and slid past the third base bag and was tagged out on the play, adding a little insult to the injury. Giants did not provide any clues as to the severity of the strain, but an IL trip cannot be ruled out at this time, even though we got less than a week of baseball left. Shout out to the Giants and injuries. Seems like they've been on this injury list every single week. Injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California Premier's worker compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. J.D. Davis now hurt. Is Brandon Crawford going to come back?
I mean, even if he's too hurt to play, I think you suit him up, call his name to have an at-bat, take 3 pitches.
I have no idea.
Let him get the standing ovation.
I gotta ask a question. This may sound ignorant, but how do you pronounce this card game? I've never heard of this card game.
I had never heard of it either.
That they were playing.
Pusoy Dos?
Pusoy Dos?
Is that how you pronounce it?
It's the most slept-on card game? What is it? Is it a form of poker? Is it like Texas Hold'em? What is this card game that's going around in the Giants, to which the card game is more important than the Scotty Report, apparently?
Per Wikipedia, Pusoy Dos, a variation of Big Two. I don't know if you know what that card game is either.
Don't.
A popular type of shedding card game that originates on the islands of the Philippines.
Oh. I'm going to have to talk to my wife's side of the family about that.
No, you should.
I'd never heard of it. I know Pedro. I'm not very good at that. No. And I know some other games that I've learned. Paigo, I know that one, yeah.
I've heard some positive reviews about the game, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe next year we'll go to the park and you'll see, Pusoy deck cards available at the concession.
Can't tell you.
The same as Deuces?
I don't know Deuces, but I do know golf. My uncle taught me that card game recently. It's a fun game.
Yeah.
I've heard all the standard ones.
Deuces, Crazy Eights. Same as Deuces.
You ever played the Drinking
So
Game
yes,
Kings?
Big Two is a version of Crazy Eights. So yes, it's kind of a play off of that.
Got it. Well, let's talk to Dave Fleming about these Giants, and we'll get right back into the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors. Also want to hear from people. WNBA is coming to the Bay Area, folks. They're going to be playing at Chase Center. I'm so happy about it. I really am. I love the WNBA. The playoffs have been great this year. Chelsea Gray is putting people in the blender. Vegas Aces up 2-0 in their series against the Dallas Stars. Or Dallas Wings, excuse me. WNBA, what team name? Come up with some team names. I'm sure the Warriors are going to listen. That's going to be a lot of fun. Team name. The Bay Bridges. I saw the Bay Bridges on here.
Well, if they're going to be based in Oakland, would you revive something like the Oakland Oaks?
The Oakland Soldiers?
I mean, that's...
yeah.
I don't know.
Somebody said the Oakland Sideshows.
I mean...
They're not a sideshow. They're their main attraction.
Yeah, I didn't even think of it that way. I thought you were talking more of the vehicles.
Yeah, sideshow. Coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. The one and only Dave Fleming here on The Roast.
You'll be seeing us around soon. And when you do, I bet you'll call us BMO. Don't worry, it's more common than you think.
baby, oh baby, oh baby. Good morning to everybody on a Wednesday, soon to be a Warriors Wednesday here at 95.7 The Game. Shout out to the YouTube and Twitch streamers. Shout out, obviously, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Comcast Business Text Line. We love you. We see all your texts. Thank you for your participation into the show. And don't forget about the garlic fries and baseball guys. Are the Giants really better off now than they were 5 years ago? Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky debate that and just how close this team is truly matching up with the Dodgers. That'll be in this week's episode on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Check them out wherever you listen to your podcast. The Giants were officially eliminated from the postseason last night after dropping a game to the Padres 4-0. They're now 2 games under 500, 78-80. Massive disappointment considering where the season started. A massive disappointment overall when you think about all the player meetings and all the chirping that's coming out here. And we're going to talk to Dave Fleming, the voice of the Giants, obviously the voice of college football. We'll get into Michael Penix Jr. and what they did to Cal Berkeley. Shasky, they scored 45 on Cal in the first half. And they were throwing bombs. I mean, they were just like, yo, run the deep post.
Tough to watch.
Yo, run down the seam.
How's that defense going to fare in the ACC?
Oh, boy. Wait till Florida State comes.
So weird saying that out loud.
Florida State and Clemson. You watched that game Saturday morning.
Come on.
And they're thinking, how the heck is Stafford and Cal going to survive in that conference?
I mean,
how?
I don't get it.
How? Man.
What's the most disappointing part of this year for the Giants?
In my opinion, it's the miscommunication with the players. Guys not knowing their roles. How do you go through a season and have two starter pitchers that you can rely on every fifth day? And then you just bullpen your way through the rest of the season. And you knew it was going to catch up with them. You knew it was. These guys aren't ready to throw every single day at the velocity that they throw at. And you wear out the bullpen, and you don't know who your everyday players. And you know what? Another disappointing aspect, I know you asked me for just one. I think the biggest, maybe I'm burying the lead, the biggest is I still don't know about the youngsters outside of Patrick Bailey.
Now, that to me is the most important. The non-committal portion of the season to the youngsters, we oscillated back and forth between trying to win and we're also getting a taste of some of the youngsters. I still don't know what Schmidt is. I still don't know what Ramos is. I still am not sure about Matos. I kind of know about Bailey. I feel like he's gotten a decent runway. That I needed 350 at-bats from all these guys this year so I can make a formulated opinion. And it feels like we don't have enough information on a lot of those guys. You know, I would have loved to have seen Tyler Fitzgerald come up earlier. Maybe he wasn't ready. You know, I don't know what the thought process was there. Mm-hmm. Like David VR. We started the year off with so much hope on David VR, and we never saw him again.
No.
Never saw him again. No. I would love to hear an explanation as to why. You know, what happened there? How does a guy get so baked into the fabric of what you're hoping to accomplish in 2023 and then become so irrelevant after 3 weeks of the season? What went awry?
I don't know. And all these articles are coming out in the last few days. One by Susan Slusser in the San Francisco Chronicle talking about players and their lack of confidence because they don't know what their roles are. And it's something that, you know what, on the show, we had that saying, I even asked Dave Fleming about it. It's like, you know, is it tough for a player to drive to the ballpark not knowing whether he was going to bat leadoff, fifth, ninth, or even play at all? It would mess with my psyche if I came into this radio station and I'm thinking, boy, am I on the morning show or not? Am I on the afternoon show or not?
Right.
Am I the digital manager or not? What is my role here? Am I just a jack of all trades?
Mm-hmm.
It can become confusing, and it also can play with your head saying, well, maybe they just want me in this role and they don't really believe in me long term. You got to think that a lot of players feel like that on this Giants roster. Now, a lot of them probably just aren't good enough to even have that type of role, a full-time role. But it's got to mess with the psyche, not knowing what your role is on a day-to-day basis.
I'm glad you bring this up. So, like, I'm looking at it from this perspective, right? I named Meckler, Ramos, Tyler Fitzgerald, and Luis Matos as outfielders. These are just outfielders that are in your system. Did you really need Conforto and Haniger and Slater and Yaz?
Yeah. I saw you share that bat with Yaz yesterday from somebody of him striking out.
Well, and Yaz is a solid player, but he's a fourth outfielder on most of the top end teams.
Right.
Defensive replacement late in games. He's solid. You can get away with Yaz as a starter if you have some real boppers in the lineup, right? He has value. But again, if you're going to have Haniger and Conforto and Slater and Yaz and Jock in the outfield, that's 6 guys that are blocking time for these other guys who I needed to get a good feel on.
Yep. No, that's a problem. 510, interesting text here. Comcast business text line. Your psyche is part of being a professional. I played in the minors for 10 years. If you don't think you can make it or you're the best within your week, it's a weak-minded attitude. You're in the big leagues, so you get a chance to play. You be ready. That's all there is to it. You're a professional. Okay, I get being a professional. I get that aspect of it. And maybe, you know what? Maybe that's just the way it is.
Yeah, but if you talk to people that play the game inside and out, and they go, let's say, for example, like, hey, I played center field today, I went 2 for 5, and you're seeing the ball well, and you're 21 years old, and you do have a confidence problem at the big league level, and then you look up into the lineup the very next day and you don't play for 3 days. That's what happened to Luis Matos. And now he goes back in there, and then they go, well, you're never, ever, ever, ever going to play against righties. We're only going to bat you against lefties.
Right.
It's difficult to find your footing. You can acknowledge that.
Well, look, I'm not that high on Alex Wood. I've been on record saying that for the last couple of years.
Yeah, the messenger isn't great, but the message is proper.
But he is right to a point. He's like, man, I just pitched yesterday. I had to pitch again today. I had to sacrifice for my teammates. My arm is shot. I'm a starting pitcher. And he is. He's a 4th or 5th starter. I'll roll with Alex Wood as a 4th or 5th starter, not as a 2nd or 3rd. And we know that, hey, you may get 5 innings out of him. Cool. That game, you got a built-in plan to say, okay, he may go 4 to 5 innings, get the bullpen ready for Alex Wood Day. But we have Alex Wood Day every other day on this roster. Outside of Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, every other day is an Alex Wood Day. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you get 4 innings out of somebody and you bullpen your way through a victory. It's not going to, we said it wasn't sustainable. It's not a sustainable model. That's not how you win big-time baseball games. We knew by the dog days of August, boy, what are they going to have left in the tank? But Alex Wood is right. Not knowing my role, me having to pitch every other day or me not starting, it does affect me. And I don't blame him for that. They're not robots. They're human beings. And this team is being ran like we got a bunch of robots. No, they're not. They're humans. And the psyche is part of being a human being. Your psyche can get bruised when you don't know your role every single day.
The fact that Paul DeJong, and they play different positions, so I acknowledge that. But the fact that Paul DeJong, Brett Wisely, Bryce Johnson, Camargo, who was up for, they all have more at-bats than Elliot Ramos, and we're ending the year? Really?
Yeah.
And like the Conforto signing, let's talk about this for a second.
Right.
It's one thing when you're competing for playoff spots and championships. They're not at that level. They brought him in for 1 year. What does that do for them? So they brought him in. He had a solid year. He blocked playing time for a bunch of young players. Now he's going to opt out and he's going to hit free agency.
Yeah.
How did that help the San Francisco Giants organization? It helped Michael Conforto, but how did that help the Giants?
Yeah, I don't know.
Slightly above one WAR guy.
But the message from the Giants was, we do believe we have a team that can compete and win at the highest level. That was the message from the hierarchy of the San Francisco Giants, right? That was the message. Whether or not we believe it, that was their message. They thought they could win.
But they didn't. So then now using their metrics, I would say you failed at what you had tried to accomplish. But this is where these 1 year and 2 year deals, where they backfire. And this is where I get frustrated. It's the same thing with Rodon. Rodon was way better than where Conforto was. But you didn't make the playoffs. You didn't trade him away and get something at the deadline. And now he leaves you in free agency. There's nothing to build on. And you block playing time from someone else.
Yep.
So, we could talk, wow, he found Rodon. He found Conforto. But how are they better this year? I'm talking about this upcoming year.
Right.
Because of those acquisitions.
Yeah, you're not. You're just not. And it's the contracts you're giving out. Maybe you have to give guys player options to come here. The Giants, it didn't used to be like that out here. You go sign free agents, maybe not the big names. You don't have to attach player options to it. Anyway, let's go to Brian in BPA, excuse me. What's up, BPA? Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, if they're gonna sell us on more Farhan, then they've become the sort of mid 2010s post Harbaugh 49ers, selling us on Tom Sula or Chip Kelly, right? The fan base isn't buying it one iota. Maybe obviously they're going to activate their sycophants or sycophants around them, right, to help sell but nobody's buying it. But they're going to sell it anyways, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what the Giants have become. It's a sad fall, really, from it. It's hard to put in stark enough terms how far this organization has fallen. Just total disconnect. Never seen the Giants this disconnected from their fan base ever. They used to care. They used to care too much.
Yeah.
I used to feel like, God, I wish you cared more about winning than you cared about, your fan base, but like, they don't care about any of it. And it's clear they don't. And I'm not, the primary defense of Farhan seems to be, well, it's not for lack of trying, right? Yeah. I don't care. I don't care that he tried. I don't care that he wanted to do better. He didn't do better. It's a results-oriented business. And by the way, Warriors, 4 titles in 8 years. Niners, 3 of the last 4 NFC title games. Sorry, the San Francisco sucks play don't work.
No.
That's just not taking accountability for your own utter failure as GM. That's it.
Yep.
It's just absolving accountability of yourself and putting it on the city in which you play.
Yep. BPA, we got to run here. Good call, man. Good call. We appreciate the passion. We got 10 minutes with Fleming here. Dave Fleming, of course, the one and only Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. He joins us every single week, and we love the time we spend with Dave Fleming. He's one of the best announcers out there, whether it's college football. We'll get to Michael Penix Jr., and trust me, Flem, I watched the entire first half. 45 points in the first half. Poor Cal Berkeley getting lit up like that up in Seattle, Washington. But let's start with the Giants, who were officially eliminated from the postseason last night, losing 4-0 to the San Diego Padres. Now, Shasky and I have been batting around. What's the most disappointing aspect of this team? And I think we both came to the conclusion it's not seeing all the youngsters play out here during this lost season. What's the most disappointing aspect of this season, 2023, for the Giants, in your opinion, Flem?
Well, I mean, I just go big picture. I think this was the year, even putting 2021 aside, because I think in some ways that season is still hanging over everything that the Giants are doing, the way that Giants fans are looking at this franchise. And I'm not saying that's wrong. They won all those games in 2021. But even if you put that aside and just say that was a more normal year, I think everybody expected this to be a year where you took a big step forward as opposed to just kind of treading water. I mean, they just did not perform, so there wasn't a specific disappointment to me, but I fully 100% expected this to be a playoff team, and the fact that it's not. That's a big disappointment for me and for everybody around the team. I think everybody in that clubhouse and around this team thought this was going to be a playoff team.
Wow. When Logan Webb speaks, because it's so infrequent in terms of saying something with a lot of power, it means a lot to me because of who he is and how few times he says something that stern. What did you make of Logan Webb's comments this week?
I wasn't surprised because I know you guys don't get a chance to hear from him all that often, but I do get a chance to talk to him a lot. He doesn't often do what he did, come out very publicly. Usually he's pretty, private with his thoughts. But when I talk to him behind the scenes, he is exactly that passionate. Maybe even more so. I mean, he cares so much about this team. He really, really wants. I mean, I think part of the reason why when he was negotiating, tense is the wrong word, but Logan so badly wanted to make it work to where he was going to be here for his whole career, and he was going to be a Giant. He loves this franchise. He loves Northern California. So, like more than anybody else down there, he's just invested in the whole deal. And he's passionate about it, and he pays attention to details. He's following everything about the Giants organization. He's following the minor leagues. He gets to know all the young kids before they come up. Like Logan is one of the guys who, when these young kids get called up, he's there to greet them because he takes the time in spring training to get to know them. He wants to be the leader of this franchise. So it did not surprise me that he expressed a lot of frustration. And, you know, I mean, do we know exactly who he's talking to? I don't necessarily think we do, but it was pretty broad-based. I don't think he was leaving anybody out with that. And so it wasn't just, you know, these days with the Giants, everybody is pointing the finger at management, whether it's coaches and manager on field or front office. That is definitely not the only place that Logan was pointing the finger. I mean, he was calling out some of his teammates too, I think, in the way he said that.
Wow. That's pretty powerful. I can't remember a point in time this contentious during a Giants season. Can you, to hear all of this stuff coming out, I mean, we've had some great times, right? So I'm sure there are more organizations that have stuff like this more often than what the Giants have been through. So maybe I'm coming from a place of fan privilege here, but I can't remember a moment in time like this with this much stuff coming out of that clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to think about it. We've had a lot of volatile personalities over the years. So if we go a little farther back, I think we probably could find some examples.
Yeah.
But,
Benitez.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you combine some of the stuff you've heard from the locker room, whether it's pitchers unhappy about their roles or Logan what he said, or there've been a few other things here of late. But when you combine that with the way the fans seem to be, I mean, it is. Giants fans are cranky right now. And, the one thing I do think of sometimes, when you think back to right before Buster got here, there was Lincecum, there was Kane, Bumgarner was here, briefly, Pablo was here, and the Giants still weren't, midway through 2010, they were like a 500 team. 2009, they played well, but not well enough. And it's far enough removed from the 2002 and 3 teams that to me is the comparable feeling for Giants fans. And, the good news is, when I think back to that time, is because we were all like, God, when is this we ever going to get this thing turned back around? And why can't we make this happen? And then it just happened, and it happened fast. It makes me feel a little better to remember back to that time, to where sometimes you're not expecting the one player or the one thing to happen that kind of flips the whole thing around. And we haven't had it happen here yet, but that doesn't mean it can't be around the corner.
Yeah, we're talking to Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, of course, college football, college basketball. He does it all. Golf as well. He's here on the Morning Rush. He joins us every single week on 95.7 The Game. So you call a lot of games all around the league, National League, American League. You're tapped in with the league. What is the Giants' reputation right now, Flem, around the league? Could they offer the most money to a said free agent and still finish in second and third place and trying to sign that free agent? Because we're hearing a lot about recruitment and guys not liking their roles here with the Giants. What is their reputation around the league? I'm very curious to see how the outside world, outside the Bay Area, looks at the Giants here.
Yeah, I still think they have a good reputation around the league. Players look at the Giants as an organization that does it the right way, that treats its players the right way. Those things do matter. And there's no question that when we go around the league, people still look at the Giants, in fact, in some ways more than they ever have, as a team that goes out of its way to make players and their families feel comfortable. And, frankly, I believe, now this is probably an unpopular opinion, but I personally believe that actually the Giants have to spend some time this offseason wondering if they've gone too far in that regard. Like, I do believe, we have such a nice group of players on this Giants team. I like every single one of those guys. I spend a lot of time with them, and I don't want this to come across as like me sitting up 500 feet removed from the playing field and not realizing how hard it is what those guys do. But in some ways, the Giants have made it so comfortable for everybody that it is a very comfortable group right now. It's not an edgy, this is not an edgy Giants team at all. It's an extremely sort of even-keeled, nice guy team. And if I were in charge, I think I would be spending some time this offseason wondering whether, all the stuff that we're doing to make players feel comfortable has taken away a little bit of what you might need to compete once the game starts at the very highest level. I mean, that's just me. And that's not an individual criticism of anybody, but that's a long-winded way of saying Giants take care of their players. Players appreciate that. They have a very good reputation. But until you go out and prove that you're willing to go after the big guys and get the big guys, I think this regime does have to demonstrate that they can pull that off. Because I think that reputation lingers around the team right now, that they're willing to explore but never willing to go all the way. Some of that's unfair, but I think, sometimes you got to just go do it and shut everybody up.
No, that's very interesting, Flem. We got to run here because we're up against it real quickly. I love to know this stuff. I do it with Brian Balding. I do it with you. Where are you going to be this weekend?
I've got TCU at home against West Virginia, which is probably not a game that a whole lot of people in the Bay Area are really antsy to see. But
Sunny Dykes
in Fort Worth, Texas. Sunny, that's it. Yeah, we can have a little reunion. I used to do Sonny's games when he was here, and I haven't seen him in a few years, so I'm sure he's just going to be thrilled to see me again.
No doubt. We haven't heard about Sonny since he lost to prime time in Colorado. We'll do that next week, Flem. We'll give you a lot more time. I know we're a little running late here on time, but we'll do it next week. We'll end the season. We'll talk college football. We'll have a lot of fun next week. We always appreciate the time, though, Flem. Appreciate you, man.
No, it's my fault. I didn't have my phone next to me. I just wanted to make sure that caller who was on before me had time to vent about everything.
BPA. He's a legend on the Morning Roast, Flem. He is a legend. I've had to put him in Alcatraz a couple times because he gets a little heated here, but he's one of our favorite callers, no doubt. They care.
People care.
They do care. That's important. People still care.
I don't want to. I know you guys got to go, but I do. What he was saying about this city, and I do agree with that. I don't want to hear from anybody about taxes and California and all this. I mean, the biggest stars in sports are in California, and some of them are right here in San Francisco. So I do not believe that should be an impediment to building a championship baseball team. Should not be.
Well said, Flem. We'll talk more about that next week. We promise you. Safe travels to Fort Worth, Texas. We'll hear you on the call tonight.
Buddy.
Okay, see you guys. Thanks.
Flem. Bye-bye. All right.
Somewhere, Brian in Palo Alto is fist pumping in his car, and he deserves it.
Deserves it.
BPA.
You can't die on this hill, man.
Hey, I'm not dying on that hill.
Hey, BPA.
Hey, listen, man. BPA. Let me tell you, BPA. I wonder, he's got a better attitude.
I love BPA.
And I wonder if it's because of soda. I do, because soda, before I got on the soda diet, not even a diet, it's a workout, it's not even a workout program. It's a weight loss program. But before soda, I was a little miserable. My weight was up, and I was like, man, I'm eating too much, and these T-shirts are not fitting. What's going on here? Maybe BPA got on the soda nationwide weight loss program because he's been in a better mood. I've been in a better mood since I've got on it. Look, you can do this stuff 100% over the phone from the comfort and convenience of your own home or workplace anywhere throughout the country, even in Palo Alto. Look, weekly weigh-ins. I got my weigh-in coming up. I moved them from Saturday to Friday at noon because I want the weekends off. I want to be able to try to sleep in or be locked in on college football. So my weigh-in is Friday at 12 o'clock. Look, man, it's great. It's not a workout program. No counting calories, no pills, no appetite suppressants. It's all about learning healthy, sustainable nutrition, eliminating junk foods, beverages, and bad eating habits while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan, accountability, and it's simple to follow with big results. That's the biggest thing, Shasky. I've learned how to eat healthy. I've learned when to eat. I've learned how not to stuff myself. Look, those buffets are great. I want a couple lobster tails, right? Limit it to one. I want a 15-ounce steak. Limit it to 7. 7 ounces. It'll be okay. You'll be satisfied.
7 steaks. That's a lot.
7 ounces, not 7 steaks. 7 steaks. I mean, you may have a hard time. Anyway, visit SOTAweightloss.com, at SotoWeightLoss.com. Say it with me now. Soda is state of the art. Now, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. We're going to get back into the Niners, getting back into Brock Purdy's scouting report, but I also want to follow up with what Fleming said there on the other side, and I want people to listen to it. Get that last answer with Flem. Let's cut it up. Let's chop it up. And let's replay that on the other side here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond's got nothing left, man. The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Air horns for everybody. Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN breaking that. Free agent forward Rudy Gay has agreed to a one-year deal with the Golden State Warriors. According to Rock Nation Sports, Rudy Gay will compete for the team's open roster spot in camp. This will be his 18th NBA season. Rudy Gay competing for a roster spot with the Golden State Warriors. And I think John Sackton, my producer over at NBC Sports Bay Area, said something. Hey, I just ran into Rudy Gay downtown. I think he texted that to me like last week. I was like, okay, Rudy Gay, great. But Rudy Gay's going to compete for a roster spot. Your thoughts, Shasky? Rudy Gay.
Sure.
You read out Dwight Howard.
Sure. Why not? I mean, they did work out 50 guys this summer.
They did, according to Mike Dunleavy Jr.
So he must be the best of the 50.
So last year, he played with the Utah Jazz, played in 56 games. Rudy Gay shot 38% from the floor, 25.4% from the three-point line. I'm not sure what he's 36 years old. He'll turn 37 August 17th of next year. Actually, he is 37. He's 37 now. He's 37 years old. Man, it feels like he was at UConn yesterday. Rudy Gay now signing with
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? It feels like he was at UConn yesterday. No, it does not. I call cap on that. What are you talking about?
They lost to George Mason.
Rudy Gay has been in the league forever.
Yeah, this is his 18th season, so he's going to compete for a roster spot.
Iggy thinks Rudy Gay's old.
I'm sure somebody out there, if not one or two people, maybe 3 to 500 to 5,000
on the Warriors now.
No, I'm not trying to laugh. Listen, man. I got to see him at media day. Don't be doing that. We may interview him next week. We may. So Rudy Gay's going to compete for a roster spot.
I'm here for it, though.
I'm sure some people are slamming the table right now saying, why couldn't that be Dwight Howard? So anyway, quick text, 415 Comcast Business Text line, because we love our city kids. Ramon Davis, the son of Raymond Davis, who's, by the way, hit me up on Facebook, said, thank you for the love. I appreciate it. Kentucky is undefeated. They're going to be hosting the Florida Gators this week.
Ooh.
Number 22.
SEC
if they
matchup.
win,
Wow.
they're going to be ranked in the SEC East. So anyway, we'll get to that.
And basketball school playing football. I like it.
I love it. And you know what else I love?
What's that?
Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk.
He's the best.
Back on the roast.
Yeah.
He's back.
Yeah,
he's back. He's back. And we love it. But before we bring him on, here's what he had to say about Brock Purdy last week. Now, I don't even know what this is. I must have missed this. But take it away, Spinodi.
I think this is part of it. You may disagree with me, and that's fine. Wouldn't be the first time. I think when you think of a franchise quarterback, you think of Joe Montana, Dan Marino, right? Brock Purdy is just kind of a weird name. It doesn't sound like a franchise quarterback name. Purdy's a little too close to Turdy. I just think people have a hard time looking at that name and saying that's a franchise quarterback. I know when I first saw that name,
that easily is the most ridiculous point you've ever made. That's easily the most ridiculous point you've ever made.
Yes.
That's absurd. That's one of the silliest things I've
guarantee you. I guarantee you I'm not the only person that's like, well, that's not a quarterback name.
It does feel like a running back name, but Mike Florio, where do you come up with this? I
kind of feel him on this.
You are the gift that keeps on giving. But today's show, before you reply, today's show, I want you to think about this as you give us your answer to that with Peter King. We're giving out a scouting report with Brock Purdy through 11 games, so we'll get to that in a second. But go ahead and respond to that soundbite, because that's the first time I ever heard it.
I wrote about this on Friday. It was part of a broader conversation raised by Peter about why people are reluctant to embrace Brock Purdy as a franchise quarterback. And I had given various other reasons, including, for example, last player taken in the draft, QB3 who got thrust into service, suffered the elbow injury in the NFC Championship game, so it dusts off this chronic concern that 49ers quarterbacks are cursed. So we went through all those reasons, and I threw that one on there at the end. And look, when I first saw his name, I did think, that's not really a quarterback name. But when you play well, all of a sudden what doesn't look like a quarterback name becomes a quarterback name. Ben Roethlisberger did not look like a quarterback name. And I remember back in 2004 when he got drafted thinking, my God, if this guy lasts, I'm going to have to figure out how to spell this damn name and type out 12 letters every time that we talk about Ben Roethlisberger. So, and there's a much more nuanced psychological conversation that goes all the way back to the playground that we don't have time to get into. But yeah, look, we're trying to have fun. I like to yank Peter's chain from time to time. I like it when he fires off something like that. And we just had a good time. But there is a much broader conversation that it was part of that makes it all make more sense if you listen to the whole 15 or 20 minutes.
Look, I'm a video game player, and there are times I will draft players or not draft players based on the name. I'm with you on this one, Mike. There are certain guys. No, I am. I'm 100% with you, and I'm not teasing at all. There are certain names over time they become, crazy, unbelievable, like, Derek Jeter. Like, when you say Derek Jeter now, like, But, like, way back in the day, if I said to somebody, Bryce Harper's going to be awesome, like, Bryce, little old Bryce is going to be good. Well, now we view Bryce different. I never thought of Bryce as some big bad baseball name.
You guys are weirdos. Both of you guys. You guys are crazy.
Well, and it all goes back to the question that Peter raised. Why aren't people more willing to embrace?
Yes.
I mean, Dick Butkus is a football name. Mike Ditka is a football name. And when you are looking at all these reasons as to why fans have been slow and media has been slow to say, hey, this guy's the real deal, that's just one of the reasons for it. I mean, I also acknowledge the possibility he could be the NFL's MVP this season.
He might. Wow.
He's producing the way he has, and the team keeps winning, and they're the number one seed in the NFC. That's the ticket to being the MVP of the NFL.
Is Tom Brady a football name or Jerry Rice a football name?
They became football names.
Okay, they became one. Okay.
He became one.
He became one.
Gotcha.
Like Brock Mannion, when you say Brock, I think of the Miami quarterback who wasn't good.
Right.
I think of Brock as like a non-quarterback position type player. I get what you're saying.
I understand it. Brock is a fullback. It is funny. So we're asking our audience here today at 888-957-9570 here on the Border Roast, Mike. What would your scouting report be on Brock Purdy through 11 games?
Strengths and weaknesses.
Through 11 games. It could be both. Because a lot of people are scared in this market to critique Brock Purdy. If you say, boy, that was almost an interception, people come at us and, oh, you are haters. You guys hate Brock. And it's like, dude, relax. He almost threw a pick. It is what it is. What would your scouting report be on Brock through 11 games of his career?
Runs the offense incredibly well, which is the number one thing Kyle Shanahan is looking for. Some think that this is the Kirk Cousins, that Kyle has wanted. Someone who will just do what he's told. This goes back to 2011, after the lockout, when Kyle was the offensive coordinator in Washington. They asked Rex Grossman if he thought he could win the starting job in kind of a compressed time frame, and he said yes. And they said, why? And he said, because I will run this offense exactly the way that Kyle wants it. That's how you become his quarterback, and that's what Brock Purdy has done. And they kind of lucked into this guy with the last pick in the draft, but he's running the offense the way that Kyle Shanahan wants it to be run. And Kyle believes, given the way he game plans, given the way he sets up defenses, given the way he focuses on beating you with the run, the quarterback isn't as critical as it would be in other offenses. So running that offense extremely well is one of the key ingredients to letting the 49ers become what they can be. And they may have gotten to the Super Bowl last year and possibly won it with Brock Purdy if he'd stayed healthy because he runs the offense the way it's designed. The drawback, some deep ball inaccuracy, and we remember Super Bowl 54. Jimmy Garoppolo has Emmanuel Sanders wide open, championship throw, he misses him. And the durability question simply because of that elbow injury, which can happen to anyone when you are moving the arm one way and the defensive player is coming in, hitting you, moving in the other direction. That's not any sign of lack of durability. That's just crap happens. So those are the drawbacks, and I think it has fueled this. We need to wait and see. We need to wait and see. He needs to check more boxes, and based upon what they've done so far this year, he's checking those boxes. And if there's a team of destiny in the NFC, it feels like the 49ers. And if there's a team of destiny in the AFC, it feels like the Dolphins. Now, if it comes down to those two teams as the one seed, 2 is probably the MVP. But there's still a chance that Brock Purdy is going to get some serious consideration if he presides over this team, has good numbers, and the 49ers end up the 1 seed in the NFC. And right now, I would say they're the most likely team in the NFC to be the 1 seed.
Oh, wow. Wow, you think they're the most likely team to – okay. Well, wow, that's interesting to me because we all agree like getting that bye is super important. I was going to ask you about Lynch and Shanahan getting extensions. Obviously, they've been wildly successful. I just can't think of any sport outside of the Detroit Pistons whiffing on Darko Milicic. Like, they whiffed on the Trey Lance thing, and it hasn't hindered them at all. They got contract extensions. So what were your thoughts on those contract extensions?
Well, I don't know that they've been wildly successful. It's hard to say they've been wildly successful when they haven't won a Super Bowl. They've turned around a team that was extremely dysfunctional post-Jim Harbaugh. The Jim Tom Sula year, the Chip Kelly year, and they had to get 6-year contracts on the way in the door just to restore the idea that we're going to stick with a regime for a little while here in San Francisco. The team really was circling the drain of dysfunction before those guys came along. But they have bungled the quarterback position. That is the asterisk on this tenure. They didn't scout Patrick Mahomes in 2017 because Kyle Shanahan thought he was signing Kirk Cousins the next year as a free agent. They somehow pivoted to Jimmy Garoppolo during the 2017 season and didn't go after Cousins, obviously, in 2018. Tom Brady wanted to come play for them in 2020, and they said no thank you. And then they saw Kyle got to sit and watch Super Bowl 55, Patrick Mahomes, the guy he didn't scout, against Tom Brady, the guy he didn't want, and I think that contributed to them making that desperate move up to number 3. They blew it with Trey Lance, the Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. I hate that term, but that's what everybody calls the last guy taken in the draft. But they redeemed themselves that way, and I think one of the reasons they still have their jobs and were able to blow that pick as badly as they did and to trade up to get Trey Lance is because the team is otherwise so damn good. You know, you typically see bad teams being the ones that, number one, earn a high pick, right, and number 2, blow a high pick. Mm-hmm. So it's easier for the owners of those teams to say, time to get rid of these guys. It's a lot harder to hold John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan accountable with their jobs when the team is otherwise a Super Bowl contender year in and year out, which is what they've built. If they could just stabilize the quarterback position and have that quarterback step up and make big throw in big spot, it's a Super Bowl championship for the San Francisco 49ers, and it could come as soon as this year.
Mike Florio here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Without expanding on it, I do wonder, you talk about the move up to Trey Lance, and apparently there was a rumor they met out on Matthew Stafford with Shanahan, found out he was available. He went to dinner in Cabo. Sean McVay swooped him up. Were they ever in? That was an inside job, though. That was an inside job between the Rams and the Lions. No one else was getting their hands on Stafford. So I don't know this. This is just my speculation. For the package they gave up for Trey Lance, were the Niners ever in on Deshaun Watson before all the accusations, everything happened with Deshaun Watson down in Houston?
I don't think they ever were. I don't think they were. And I think it all happened so quickly that, number one, Deshaun Watson wants out. And then just as that trade opportunity had the window open in March of 2021,
right,
like, boom, here comes the allegation.
Right.
So the trade was done just about 10, 11 days after we learned of the first lawsuit against Deshaun Watson. So I don't know that they ever even had a chance to be in it.
Interesting. Interesting.
So you know, it never came to fruition because he started getting hit with one lawsuit after another, and everybody waited a year. And by the next year, by 2022, they had Trey Lance and they had Jimmy G.
Right.
Even though they intended to trade him at the time, they weren't going to go after Deshaun Watson then.
Interesting. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. When you look at this 49ers team that's 3-0 walking into a game against the Arizona Cardinals, who they won't overlook after what the Cardinals did to the Dallas Cowboys last Sunday, what unit is more feared right now, in your opinion, Mike? Is it the offense with all these weapons and they're going 30-30-30 in each of the first 3 games, or is it this defense led by Nick Bosa and Fred Warner?
I think it's the defense more than the offense, but not by much. This team, and my theory has been that John Lynch has a knack for finding guys who approach the game the way he did, where you got guys who just roll out of bed and run through a wall. And sometimes I think it gets guys in trouble, extending plays, pushing for every last inch. That's how Deebo Samuel got the wind knocked out of him last Thursday night when we all had a scare that he was actually injured. George Kittle fights for extra yardage. Christian McCaffrey fights for extra yardage. You know, everyone plays with no hesitation, full speed all the time. But I think that defense with Nick Bosa and the rest of the front, which is extremely disruptive and chaotic, I think that's the difference maker. And what have we seen in recent years? You need to have a great offense to put yourself in position to get to a Super Bowl. But every few years, whether it was the Buccaneers in the 2020 season, the Broncos 5 years earlier, you have a defense that just suffocates the other team's offensive line and keeps the quarterback from making a difference. And the 49ers have that ingredient. If they can get to the Super Bowl and they can unleash those guys against whoever the quarterback is from the AFC champion, that becomes a very long day and a difficult day for that AFC representative to gain yards and score points. So right now the defense, but the offense not far behind.
Inside this bubble, everybody's got Purdy mania for obvious reasons. For your money, as someone outside this bubble that we're in right here, do you have more faith in Brock Purdy to lead this team from behind or in a game-winning situation than you did, let's say, Jimmy Garoppolo?
I never had much faith in Jimmy Garoppolo, and mainly because he couldn't stay healthy. When he played consistently, he played well, but at the end of the day, it just always feels like there's something missing, just like with Kirk Cousins. There's something missing with him. There's something missing with Jimmy G, and it's to be determined if Brock Purdy can win those games in those moments where it feels like it's going to be a loss, and he's able to flip the page, change the narrative, and go out there and turn a loss into a victory. That's all to be determined. I also feel good about the fact that Sam Darnold is the backup. I think if Sam Darnold would ever have to play, the offense would be fine. I think, it wasn't a surprise when we started hearing all this hype from the media out there about how great of a passer Sam Darnold is, and people thought they were nuts. Well, that was all coming from Kyle. Kyle loved Sam Darnold, and they would be in good hands if and when there's yet another quarterback injury, as we've seen, almost the norm for the 49ers over the past 5 or 6 years, except for 2019 when Garoppolo went wire to wire.
You brought up Kirk Cousins, and I can't help myself here, Mike, because I'm tired of hearing the name Kirk Cousins. I personally, as a fan, I don't want him quarterbacking my football team because I'm with you. There's something missing there, and the love affair that everybody gained for Kirk Cousins after the quarterback doc. I'm thinking the best thing about the quarterback doc was Patrick Mahomes. I don't care about Kirk Cousins and how tough he is. All these guys are tough. But is Brock Purdy made Kyle Shanahan move on from the thought of having Kirk Cousins quarterback his football team?
Yes, I think so. And this is the year that it gets cemented. Now, if Brock Purdy would suffer a season-ending injury at some point, and I hate even saying that because I never want to be accused of jinxing someone, but we know it happens in football. Mm-hmm. It happened to Aaron Rodgers 4 snaps into the season. But if Brock Purdy, for whatever reason, isn't the guy this year that we all think he can be, then maybe it's Kirk Cousins next year. I know at one point in the offseason I said there could be a tug of war in 2024 between the Rams and the 49ers for Kirk Cousins, because both Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan have worked with Cousins. They respect Cousins, but I still think there is something missing. And it rears its ugly head at the worst possible moment. We saw this past weekend. He didn't realize to go up and get the ball and spike it as the seconds were ticking away from the game. I don't care how many yards he's going to throw for this year. I care about whether or not he can win games in the clutch and whether or not he's truly driven to be one of the great quarterbacks in the NFL. That whole I never work on Tuesdays during football season thing, he lost me with that one.
Thank you.
If you want to be great, Tom Brady said it himself. If you want to compete with me, you better be ready to surrender your life to this, because I am. And there's always going to be somebody, a coach like Bill Belichick, a quarterback like Tom Brady, that is willing to surrender 5 months out of the year, every waking moment, to being great. And if you don't do that, you're never going to be as great as you could be, and somebody else is going to beat you. So once that episode aired and he was kind of proud of it, I'm like, well, the Vikings can forget ever winning the Super Bowl with this guy, and it may be one of the reasons why there's a palpable vibe that the Vikings are done with him after this year.
Wow.
There's a lot of great teams with great coaches at the top. But if you were starting from scratch, just from scratch, okay, all things are equal, who are you taking above Kyle Shanahan to run your team?
Mike McDaniel. That's it.
Wow.
That's it.
Whoa. Former offensive coordinator. Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that? I would love to know why you feel that way.
Well, these guys are the masters at coming up with effective game plans. It all comes down to making sure your guys are healthy enough to execute the game plans, but they know how to orchestrate not just a game, but a whole season. That's what's going to fascinate me about the Dolphins, because the stuff we're seeing them do now, I have a feeling they're going to be doing different things later, because they're not just setting up the defense within the confines of a given game. They're setting up future defenses they're going to encounter later in the season with the stuff they're doing now. And it is a living, breathing, organic thing that you have to have a full plan for, and it has to shift and change because you have to stay one step ahead of what the defenses are going to do to figure out what you're doing, and you kind of engineer that into how you come up with your game plans and how you believe teams are going to defend you based upon the stuff you've already done. And I think McDaniel and Shanahan are the top two right now at that. So if I take anybody ahead of Shanahan, it would be Mike McDaniel, and I'm not even sure that I would take McDaniel ahead of Shanahan. It might be a coin flip at the end of the day. And now.
Andy Reid. I'm surprised you to say Andy Reid in Kansas City. What he's been cooking up over there.
Oh, well, it helps to have Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And you give Patrick Mahomes to either of these two guys, and they're done without the best quarterbacks in football.
Mike, Andy Reid's done it for a long time.
Interrupt you. I don't even. But I think it's very powerful what you said, because I do think unfairly you get labeled as maybe a Shanahan cynic or hater or however people want. Like, I know you don't care, but I think that was very powerful what you said. There's one or two coaches in the league that you're thinking about ahead of Shanahan. I think that shows how much you respect him, I guess is what I was.
Well, and when I respect people, I hold them to a higher standard. So that's why criticism gets confused is, hey, in this day and age, you can't say anything critical of someone without being labeled as a hater.
So true.
You can't have an honest opinion that isn't overly flowery about someone without, you're just a hater. You're just jealous. You're just that. No, I have an opinion. And my opinion is there are areas where Kyle Shanahan needs to improve. Most specifically, and this may be solved for now, but the thing that's kept him from winning at least 2 Super Bowls is the way he's handled the quarterback position.
Totally agree there.
That's a fair criticism. That doesn't mean I hate him. That just means I have eyes and ears.
Florio, we've done the same thing on this show. Hold it, because a lot of people out here in the Bay Area say, we've got our Bill Walsh, we got our Bill Walsh. Well, be careful there. Bill Walsh is one of the greatest coaches of all time in any sport. And we're comparing Kyle Shanahan. Let him win one first, and why he hasn't won one, you're right on the money there, is the handling of the quarterback position. Just go get your guy that feels like he has his guy right now. Real quick, before we let you go, what is the one team? What is the team that no one has paid enough attention to yet? Who's that one team that's going to surprise people by the end of the season?
Wow, that's a good question, which is code for I don't have the answer to something. I'd say the Browns, just because they looked so bad last Monday night, and what they're able to do defensively, how they shut down and embarrass the Tennessee Titans. If Deshaun Watson can get back to playing like he was in 2020, and he's starting to show signs of it, the Browns are a team that need to be taken very seriously this year.
Yeah, they've got great secondary play, even though they've been banged up early, and Miles Garrett's a monster. That's a good call.
Jim Schwartz coaching that defense. He's a damn good defensive coordinator. No doubt about that. Mike Florio. It's good to have you back on the Bay Area Sports Leader, Mike. It's been far too long.
All right, thanks, guys. Great talking to you.
Sorry, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. You guys are best friends again. I love that.
Well, the Mike McDaniel. Okay, so I asked him, you're starting from scratch. All things are equal. Who are you taking above Kyle Shanahan? He said the only guy I would consider, not that I would take him, but the only guy I would consider is Mike McDaniels. That was a powerful answer.
Now that's Mike Florio. We had Baldy on yesterday. And he said, I would love to be in a film room with Kyle Shanahan watching Mike McDaniel's offense. Mike McDaniel offense and breaking down film with Shanahan. Baldy's been all over Mike McDaniel. Florio's now all on the Mike McDaniel trade. You look at what he's doing down in Miami. They scored 70. I wish we would have got the question in. We ran out of time because I wanted to ask him. That's one thing I wanted to ask him was, what do you think about the league or murmurs that some coaches stopped Miami and ran it up on Denver? And if it's anybody who deserved to get the score ran up on, it was the Denver Broncos with the way Sean Payton talked in the offseason. It took shots at Nathaniel Hackett, being like, oh, my God, this was the most poorly coached team in NFL history. Yet you just gave up 70 points, which an NFL team hadn't scored 70 points since 1966. So I do wonder, I wonder if that was true about other coaches saying, oh, look at the Dolphins running up the score. Who cares?
I was thinking of it in a different direction. They showed Mike Shanahan in the stands the other day during the game on Thursday over and over. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's Mike Shanahan sitting there watching. And I was thinking, if you're Mike, everybody goes back to that Washington coaching staff where they had a young McVay and McDaniels and all these different LaFleur and LaFleur's brother and all these Zach Taylor. There's 7 or 8 of the most influential guys in the league right now on that one staff. And we made a big deal, rightfully, about Mike Shanahan. And I was thinking, if you're Mike, everybody goes back to that Washington coaching staff where they had a young McVay and McDaniels and all these different LaFleur and LaFleur's brother and all these Zach Taylor. It was 7 or 8 of the most influential guys in the league right now on that one staff. And we made a big deal, rightfully, about Bill Walsh's really ridiculous legacy and Bill Parcells' ridiculous legacy. And you see someone like Sean Payton, who's a part of that legacy. You see someone like Andy Reid, who's part of the Holmgren tree. And, you go all the way back to
the Shanahan. It's all linked to Bill Walsh.
Right now, I really do feel like the last 5 years and the next 5 years, it is the Mike Shanahan era of offense in this league. Because you cannot see around the league teams with prolific offenses and not see Mike and Kyle's fingerprints all over it.
Well, so you got McVay, right?
McVay.
LaFleur. Zach Taylor, part of that?
I said Zach, yes. Yep. Zach Taylor's absolutely.
Kevin
he was
O'Connell?
In Washington.
O'Connell, Minnesota?
I don't know what his.
Didn't he come from the Rams?
He was on the Rams staff, so but I don't know if he's. I guess he does. You're right.
It's part of that lineage because we always linked all these guys to where he's part of the tree. Yeah. He branches out in a different direction, but he's like a second cousin to the tree, right?
You're right.
So you get solid defensively, you get D'Amico Ryans defensively, and all of a sudden you got Mike McDaniel. Who's next? I mean, this is unbelievable the way Mike McDaniel's getting this love, and I didn't know what he did with the 49ers. You know what I'm saying? Like I know he diagram plays here, but Shanahan called the plays. He was the play caller.
Did you see the TikTok that's going all over the internet?
No, which one?
It's McDaniels wearing joggers that look like capris, and he's walking around the field pregame, bopping his head to music.
Oh, yeah.
And it said, when you're running the company while daddy's away. Yeah. And that's what it looked like Mike McDaniel was doing. And I think that he really, for a head coach, he's such a unique dude.
Well, I wondered how he could command the locker room, right? It's like, okay, he's been around football for a long time. He was a ball boy with the Denver Broncos. He was an intern. He's been around the game for a long time. But could he command the locker room?
I don't know. Tyreek seems to be responding to him pretty well.
I watched his post-game locker room speech. I watched his post-game locker room speech after the game when they scored 70. And his message was, hey, fellas, this is the standard. We don't care about the scoreboard and how many points we're scoring. There's a standard to what we play at. And I was watching the players kind of lock in on him. I was like, wow. He does have command in that locker room. The way he empowered Tua Tagovailoa, which is always what I wanted from Kyle Shanahan with quarterbacks. When he got on that private jet down to Miami to meet the press and get introduced as head coach.
So awkward, though.
It was awkward. Well,
I know, because it's on film.
It's on film. Like we thought Sirianni was awkward. We thought Sirianni was awkward.
Yeah.
And what do you know about Sirianni? He's walking into the bleachers at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa Bay, thanking Eagle fans for traveling down there. So you don't think he's won over that fan base? Who cares about pressers? Who put too much stock on press conferences? Way too much.
Well, Tom Sula did do himself in.
Well, he won 5 games. One more to chip. Anyway, and by the way, Tom Sula's a champion right now in NFL Europe.
Undefeated.
See him hoisting up that trophy?
I
Get
did.
Tom Sula back in the States to coach a defensive line. I love Jimmy T. But Mike McDaniel called Tua Tagovailoa on that.
Jimmy T. Keep going.
I do love Jimmy T.
I'm sorry.
But you always interrupt me when you tell me not to interrupt you. I'm trying to get to a point for 2 minutes here about Mike McDaniel calling Tua Tagovailoa on the private jet saying, hey, we're going to make sweet things happen. You believe in me. I believe in you. Let's take this thing to the next level when everybody was bashing Tua Tagovailoa. Everybody was bashing him.
Wouldn't you agree, though, right now, the personnel is dictating this. The style of play feels very different in terms of what McDaniel's doing in Miami and what the Niners are doing here, right?
Right.
Are they still using Raheem Mostert? Absolutely. But their downfield passing game feels electric. Whereas when I watch the 49ers, it's the short, controlled passing game. And so to see them take variations of get it to a guy in space, get it to him so he can get the yards after catch and all that, they've moved where they're throwing it on the field, but the results are very similar.
Maybe the biggest difference between Shanahan and McDaniel is the way McDaniel believes in speed. Speed. And Baldy was talking about Elijah Mitchell. That was a McDaniel guy. Raheem Mostert, that was a McDaniel guy. Jeff Wilson Jr., that was a McDaniel guy. Like, I know Shanahan loves speed, but it feels like McDaniel puts more of an emphasis on the speed with this personnel, where Shanahan has more bullies on his football team, and Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk.
Physicality and precision are the two words that I would use.
I wouldn't even, but Miami's physical, though.
Precise route running is very important.
It is very important, but speed, having burners, getting burners in space,
that's not.
It feels like Shanahan wants to wear you down with just brute force and strength and physicality, where McDaniel can be physical with his scheme, but he also wants to outrun you.
No doubt. I do think one of the elements of Deebo's game that gets really overlooked is he's really fast in the open field.
Yeah,
I know he's physical. I know he runs through people's soul, and he's absolutely as tough as nails. He's hella fast too, though. Like, I don't know what his 40 time is. When the ball's in his hands, it sure feels like guys can't catch up
It's
to
like
him.
Jerry Rice on a quick slant. Right?
I love
and
watching
I'm not comparing Debo to Jerry.
No, but I don't
want people to say,
he plays, his game speed is faster than his 40
what was
speed.
TL's 40 speed?
I don't know, but he was
But when you put the ball in
his
his hands, he break a tackle and break it 80 yards.
Absolutely. Whereas Tyreek is both.
Yep, Tyreek is.
And so's Waddle. I mean, Waddle's like 5'10".
Jalen Waddle's special.
Oh, dude, he's so sick.
He's the forgotten Alabama receiver with Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, and, of course, Devontae Smith. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. We love all your texts. We read all your texts. We love you. Also, YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union again. You know we love you. You're a big part of the show. Let's go to Alex in Fairfield. Alex, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I listen to y'all every day.
Thank you.
I get a lot of, like, Brock Purdy vibes. I feel like he's Russell Wilson. And I say that because, like, I played in Seattle for, like, 4 years. When Russ got up there, we had a great D-line. We had Marshawn, like, great running back, great system. And then toward the end, when things kind of went awry, it was like, oh, let Russ cook. I think Brock Purdy is in a perfect situation. Great defense, great running back, great scheme. Like, would anybody be, like, sad if his career doesn't turn out like Russ's? Like,
you played in Seattle, you said?
Yeah, that would mean he went to a couple of Super Bowls. He had a Super Bowl victory, great career, but, like, if he goes, like, at the end, if he ends up going to a different team and it doesn't look great, like, is anybody sad?
So, wait, I'm confused. All you guys are confusing me. Did you play in Seattle? You said?
I did play in Seattle. Yeah.
For the Seahawks?
Yeah, for the Seahawks, and, like, you know, journeyman, like, bounced around IR my last year and then came.
No, that's sick.
I actually signed with the Niners, but, you know.
What's your name?
And shit. My name is Cam.
You know what? Why are you listening to this show? You're a former athlete. What do you think of us two hotshot guys? Honestly, players, I wonder what players, because some players listen to sports radio, some players read the paper. What do you think about guys like us?
Russ comp, though.
As you play in the NFL and we didn't.
I mean, I think it's cool. It's entertaining. It's better than, like, listening to radio and, like, stuff that's on music nowadays. But, like, you know, it's cool. I think you guys have a great show, but, like, I just feel like that Russell Wilson comparison is something that I haven't heard a lot of people say, but, like, systematically, like, everything is laid out. You just have to do what you got to do every now and then. Like, when Russ was young, a lot of his plays were, like, predicated on, like, extending things or making the easy read, and then, you know, you have some big plays, extend some things, get some PIs, march down the field, hand the ball to Marshawn. Like, if Brock Purdy does those things, like, it's going to be a success, and it'll be perfectly fine. And, you know, nobody's really worried about later on in his career. Like,
no.
It's like worried about the now. So I just feel like that's a comp that I haven't heard.
No, I like that.
A lot of people talk about, but, I mean, and he's a smaller guy. Like, that's Russ.
All right, there it is.
He could be Russ, potentially.
I like that.
Interesting. Not the personality, the player. Because we got to, you know, because I know how.
Well, he's evolved a lot, you know. But, I mean, I see where he's coming from. The difference between the two, it felt like to me, Russ made the predominant amount of plays outside of structure, and I could be wrong. I am not Greg Cosell looking at the all-22. I feel like Brock will make plays out of structure, but he just crushes you in structure. Right? Like, I'm talking about, like, the pre-designed plays. Like, hey, we're running this play. Hit this dude right here.
Now, Alex in Fairfield said he was a journeyman with the Seahawks, and I see a lot of people commenting saying, man, this guy's lying. Why would anybody call a sports radio station to say, hey, I played the game? What would that do for anybody? We're all grown men. You know, it'd be like me, hey, man, you hear people lie. You lie around me, I'll find the truth out, especially when it comes to prep sports. You get people lying saying, you know, I was first team all-city, yada, yada, yada. In the back of my head, I was like, dude, why do you need to lie to kick it? It's okay to say you weren't. I know I was. I didn't even get honorable mention. Who cares? But I don't think anybody would call a sports radio show the lie about what they did. Come on. I mean, what do you gain in lying about
Well, he
playing?
said it so flippantly. That's why I stopped him, and I was like, wait a minute. Did you say you played for the Seahawks? I wanted to make sure that was, him. And then I was thinking, he said his name's Cam. Is that the guy who took Vernon Davis's soul? Is that Cam Chancellor? One of my favorite players ever, even though he was on the enemy.
Imagine Cam Chancellor listening to the morning roast.
I kind of would be here for that. Cam Chancellor was so sick.
Yeah, he would not be listening
He was
to
so
us.
sick.
Why would he listen to us?
If we were going guys you would not want to get hit from in the last 15 years in the league, Cam's on a very short list.
Just ask Vernon Davis. He was a problem.
Oh, Cam Chancellor was so sick.
He made that defense. Earl Thomas and Richard Sherman got all the headlines. Yeah. Cam Chancellor was the glue.
Who was the opposite, Browner?
Brandon Browner.
He was pretty sweet, too.
And then he moved on.
New England?
He won a Super Bowl in New England.
Yeah.
He was the one who jammed up Jermaine Kearse on that final play where Pete Carroll should have ran the ball with Marshawn Lynch.
Malcolm.
Who was the other
Cam
corner
Chancellor
afterwards?
was so good.
By the way, my guy John Sackey, when we talk about Rudy Gay, last week.
Rudy Gay, the new Warrior?
The new Warrior. He's going to compete for a roster spot. John Sackey, my producer at NBC Sports Bay Area, spotted Rudy Gay in the city today. Know anything we don't know? And he was replying to Jason Dumas about Dwight Howard. This was 5:23 last week on the 20th.
So Sackey's breaking news.
Well, Brian Sackey's camping out at Chase Center, watching to see who goes into the facility. What are the 50 guys Mike Dunleavy Jr. worked out this summer? How about that? Rudy Gay, going to compete for a roster spot. 888-957-9570. If you got a scouting report through 11 games on Brock Purdy. I do want to replay what Dave Fleming said. I know we're going to move on from the Giants, but I think it's very important that people listen to what Dave Fleming said as he was on his way out of his weekly interview here on the morning roast. Yeah, Brandon Browner is in some trouble. I know you're shocked at that. You didn't know that? Yeah, he's in some trouble. So I didn't bring it up.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
I didn't.
It's okay. No, I mean, I knew it. It's just talk about the football player, not about the person, or not about what he did.
The text line always reminds us.
Yeah, they do. All right, what's coming up on the game is presented by Flag and Anthem. More of your phone calls at 888-957-9570.
That was a good Florio interview.
Yeah, that was.
Go back on YouTube and watch it if you missed it.
Look at you. You love Florio.
Well, me and him, you just two men.
Well, he iced us out because of something you said last time. We don't need to revisit that. More coming up on the roast.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Flag and Anthem.
What a show. It's been a fun Wednesday. Been fired up. Spadone, let me know when you get the Dave Fleming sound because I want people to hear it in the 9 o'clock hour. Okay, here it is. And we'll get back to the Niners. You know what? First, let's start it off. Shasky with Verducci up in El Dorado Hills. I know he's fired up about the Niners. I saw some of the comments he made on YouTube. No, I'm not thinking about lunch, Verducci. I'm thinking about this show and finishing on a strong note. Verducci, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning. But you know me, man. I'm always teasing and messing with you. But I have nothing but love for both of you.
I know.
You know, when I'm talking about Niners and I'm thinking about Brock Purdy in the discussion here, all I got to think about are these stats. And here are the stats here. Including the playoffs, he's 10-0. The team's averaging 31.8 points a game. His completion percentage is 66.8%. He has a ratio, touchdown interception ratio, 21-2, and his passing rating is 112.8. That's all you got to know. Put the Kirk Cousins talk away. Jimmy, thank you so much for your services, but this is our guy. And the question I have for both of you is if we can address an area, if we get to midseason, we can make a trade, what's the one need and what's the one player that you think could put the Niners over the top? And then finally, I just want to wish my beautiful wife a happy birthday. She embraces the show. She embraces you two. She embraces me as a diehard sports fan and getting on the air with my sports rants. And, she just wants to also thank you two, man, for embracing me and loving the family.
What's the wife's name?
Thank you so much for both of what you do.
What's wifey's name?
Yeah, Rachel.
Rachel. Happy
birthday, Rachel Verducci. Happy birthday. I'm glad you enjoy us or tolerate us on a daily basis. Great question, Verducci. Area of need the Niners can go after midseason if there is one area. I could think of two. You go ahead first.
Well, I mean, offensive line and DB.
Offensive line, DB?
I mean,
corner?
What team in the NFL? Yeah, but what team in the NFL doesn't have those exact same needs?
No doubt.
But if you're asking, that's what I would be.
Specifics?
Either or.
Right tackle or
right
corner.
Tackle or guard. I mean, Burford hasn't looked great, right? I'd be looking at either of those, and then obviously another cornerback. The cornerbacks go down like flies. Usually those are cluster injuries, and you need as many as you possibly can get.
So I'm thinking about the Philadelphia Eagles when I think about a midseason trade. How do I match up with them? Early 90s, the Cowboys and Niners were always in our arms race. How do we match up with each other? How can I get the edge on that team? Okay, this is something they don't have. Let's get a shutdown corner to shut down Ivan Harper deep down the field. And we're worried about Michael Irvin underneath with Merton Hanks and Tim McDonald and Eric Davis. I keep hearing Patrick Surtain from the Denver Broncos. Why would the Broncos trade him? Why? He's one of their premium players.
Well, why would the Carolina Panthers trade Christian McCaffrey last year?
Because they were in a complete rebuild.
Yeah.
The Broncos are foolish because they think they have their franchise quarterback.
Who knows?
You know, the Broncos don't believe they're in a rebuild. Carolina knew, look, we just fired our coach. We need to start from scratch.
That's true.
We need to blow it up, which is why Brian Burns, if Carolina ever makes him available, I can never have too many pass rushers.
I would love to have him.
Oh, my gosh. Bosa, Burns, same side. Hargrave. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So, corner, top, if I had to rank them 1, 2, 3, and I'm thinking about the Philadelphia Eagles in this process, offensive lineman, which I doubt will be available at the deadline, but you never know.
Nobody trades
You
those.
never know. Corner, another pass rushers. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to have Patrick Surtain. He's one of the top 5 corners in the game. Right. I mean, he would fit right in. And it seems unlikely, but hey, you never say never. After last year, it seemed unlikely we would get CMC. I would love to get those. Yeah. I do want to let people know, 23 hours from now, we are going to have Steve Kerr on these radio waves.
Wait, who?
Steve Kerr.
Who's that?
Coach of your Golden State Warriors.
He's joining the morning roast?
9 o'clock.
Tomorrow?
9 o'clock.
Not PM, AM.
I'm not coaching, but he's coaching. Steve Kerr, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's
He's making his debut on the morning roast. I've been waiting to talk to Steve Kerr on this platform.
You coaching?
Talk to him in a couple media days. Ooh, that's going to be a lot of fun. We could ask him about 6 starters.
What his offensive philosophy is for Team USA.
Yeah, ask him about Draymond Green coming in or stating that this is the most important season of his career. I also think, and I tweeted this out yesterday, and I know nobody cares about me in tweets, but overall, we're so hyper-focused on the starters because, oh, my God, they had the best net rating in the first quarter. how many games they were behind in the first quarter? And I know some of that had to do with the second unit. But the whole, hey, they had the best net rating going to play. They switched the starting lineup in the playoffs. It's how much they believed in the net rating with that starting unit. They had to switch things up against the Kings and the Lakers. People forget JaMychal Green started a game or two against the LA Lakers.
You told me that they broke a record for most starting combinations last year?
I believe they had 26 different starting combinations. I could be wrong.
Which was a Warrior record?
A franchise record.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah, here it is right here. Number of different lineups per season for the Warriors. Last year, 20 wasn't a franchise record.
Oh.
Because if you added 2009 and 10, they had 49 different lineups.
Wow.
Last year, they had 25 different lineups.
That's still a lot.
Still a lot. 2017-18, they had 27 different lineups. That was due to the injuries with Curry and company. But different starting lineups since Steph was a Warrior. 25 last year, which wasn't even the most. His first year as a rookie, 49. So 25 different lineups last year. So, I know people may think starting is so. I want to ask Steve Kerr, is starting a basketball game overblown? Because he was a bench player, a role player. Or is it more so about the finishing five? Yeah. Do we put too much stock in the first 5 minutes of a basketball game? Because I always hear from Bully and other players, if you get out to a huge lead, it's almost detrimental to the team because you get out so far, you get comfortable, you're up 20, the other team's battling. Basketball's a game of runs.
Yeah, momentum.
So I wonder, because I believe it's being overblown. I think one of the storylines that nobody's even talking about is where's Andrew Wiggins at? Health-wise, mentally, we know he took the 2-month absence last season. I thought he's played his best basketball of his career. Coming off that finals run, the way he started the season, then he suffers the adductor strain.
Well, something I keep thinking about is for the Warriors to have their best year, do they need a career year from one of the big three, or do they need a career year from one of the others?
Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney.
Maybe Kuminga.
Jonathan Kuminga.
I don't know who.
Moses Moody.
To me, I feel like I'm going in the could be like a Chris Paul, bounce back year. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be a career year, but like a rejuvenation year, I guess, for him. But you get where I'm going?
Right. But here's my thing. And
I think the big three could all have stellar years. You need Wiggins. To bounce back. You need one of these other guys to step up.
You don't need Wiggins. You need two-way Wigs.
Yeah, well, yes.
I get what you're saying.
You get where I'm going.
Yeah, no doubt. But the emphasis on Wiggins is you need him both defensively and offensively. He's one of your more athletic players. He's your best individual defender right now on this basketball team. And he got off to a hot start last season. A hot start. And everything went awry with their adductor strain. And then he got sick. Then he went away for a couple months, and he was never able to get back to form. Where's Andrew Wiggins at? Because to me, he's the ultimate X factor of this basketball team. If he's played at that all-star level he did during that championship run, then look out with the Warriors. Maybe they're not dead.
That was his career year.
Yep.
The year they won it all. Would you agree?
Yep.
When you look up the body of work, all-star game, postseason, that was his career year, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a believer that to win it all, you have to have career years from somebody, right? It just any sport. Pick the sport. Aubrey Huff had a career year with the Giants. Right. They win it all. You know what I mean? Other people did as well. But, you need that random guy to step up.
Ricky Waters, last 100ers won a championship.
Right?
Had a career year. He got paid.
I look at, what Mahomes did last year, and it was even more spectacular than his MVP season in terms of carrying that team at times. Other guys stepped up and contributed, but that's what you need. When I look at the Denver Nuggets, you could say Jokic had a career year because he, obviously had backed it up.
So did Aaron Gordon.
Absolutely, and I thought that Murray came back with a force.
Michael Porter Jr.
That was his
Brown,
right? Yeah. So it's pick and choose your poison there. I'm thinking about the Warriors this year and a template. Obviously need to have Wiggins back at 100% healthy. Who of these other guys is going to have, to this point in their career, a career year? Is it a Moody? Is it a Looney?
We're just taking a leap. Just taking a leap, because I don't,
But a career year up to this point.
Up to this
we
point,
don't know what their full body career.
Can he take
right
that
now,
leap?
they've been very unreliable.
Right.
Some of these guys off the bench.
Inconsistent, no doubt.
Right? So, am I sleeping on Corey Joseph's impact? I didn't know DiVincenzo would be as impactful last year as he ended up being. Did you?
No. But I thought it was a good fit.
It was
because
a great
of the opportunity, and because when you play off of Stephen Curry, you play off of Klay Thompson, the spacing that's provided to you because of the attention they garner on the basketball court. It allows. That's why I always loved the Wiggins move from day one. I was like, you know what? He's going to be the fourth option on this team. He doesn't have the pressure of carrying a franchise, carrying Minnesota. He can kind of just lay in the cut, chill. Curry will take the microphone. Draymond Green is outspoken. He'll take the microphone. He'll take some of the spotlight. Klay Thompson, when he comes back, will take some of the spotlight. He's going to be able to play the easiest basketball of his career. That's why I love the Wiggins move, and that's why I think he's the X factor this year, because I think those same principles apply to his game. People are going to be hyper-focused on Klay Thompson because he led the league in three-point makes.
Not CP3.
CP3, Steph Curry,
I
Draymond
think
Green.
CP3 is even more important than Klay. I kind of know what I'm going to get from Klay. Like, I know what I'm going to get from him. I'm not sure what version of CP3 I'm going to get and what it looks like with this team.
Well,
not that he can't be good. I'm just saying I don't know what it looks like.
I know a lot of people, they tease me about watching the NBA League Pass. And we all have a lot of disdain for Chris Paul. We're going to love Chris Paul now, right? We got to buy in on him being a Warrior. But he did shoot 37.5% for three. He did average over 14 points and 9 assists, playing a secondary role to Devin Booker. Then once Kevin Durant came, he played third fiddle and was still solid and got those open jumpers that he hit. He just couldn't stay healthy. That's the biggest thing with Chris Paul to be, because we want to talk about Brock Purdy's brain. Let's be real. Chris Paul has a great IQ.
Top 10 guard brain of all time. There's no doubt about it. B, I would also say that his control of the pace is desperately needed. Mm-hmm. When I watched the Warriors last year, we could say starting unit, second unit, whatever. Whoever was out there, erratic pacing was a problem for them.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible shot selection, rushing possessions and creating unforced turnovers, not playing within the flow of the game or understanding the score or the momentum of the game. That's not going to be as big of an issue with CP3.
Yeah, and we also somebody just brought up Comcast Business Text Line, 925. We need Wiggs and GP2.
Forgot about him.
The second to have good years.
Forgot about him.
So
I kind of forgot about him.
There you go. So you got some guys here who could defend at a high level individually. And if he's healthy with this team playing his role, we talk about role players, I think the Warriors could have a very successful season. I truly believe. And then a lot of people say, you're a homer, you're paid to say that, whatever. I know what I believe in. I'm optimistic when it comes to these teams. When they've won championships before, you get the benefit of doubt for me. Or if you're competing like the 49ers, you get the BOD, as Guru would say, benefit of doubt. When it comes to playing at a high level. So I'm excited about the Golden State Warriors, man. I really am. I can't wait for the season to start. Back to football for a second. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. But it's great news. Steve Kerr, 9 a.m. tomorrow on the Morning Roast. You don't want to miss it. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. 4-time chat with the Warriors. How many rings as a player? 5? Pretty impressive. Was it 4? Did you win 1 or 2 with the Spurs? Did you get 2 with the Spurs?
I think it was 2.
So that's 9 rings for Steve Kerr.
2, I think. Yeah. Question for you on Steve Kerr. I was talking with Lubman this morning, and we were running around some ideas. And if you had to bet right now, do you bet that Coach Kerr only coaches the Warriors, or that he goes somewhere else at some point down the line?
I think he only coaches the Warriors.
I think so too.
Yeah, he's a lifer.
Well, and I also think about the situation once you've been here. Think about the situation that would entice you to take on a challenge. It would have to be somewhere where he thinks he can win almost, easily right away, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
I don't see him taking over the Orlando Magic.
No. He's in the Bay Area. He's close to the home he grew up in Southern California. His son is now coaching the G League team, the Santa Cruz Warriors. Why would he leave? Well, he's got every resource available to him from the owner, Joe Lacob, from the GM and Mike Dunleavy Jr. He's now coaching Team USA, and he has Stephen Curry.
Yeah.
Why would you want to leave that? Stephen Curry right now is getting his Jerry Rice on to Dubai. He's running the sand dunes out there in Dubai and
Bill
playing
Walsh's
golf.
biggest regret was leaving a little early.
Yep. He was crying.
I know.
He cried about it. He watched them in that Super Bowl and said, this game's over. It's going to be a blowout when they beat the Broncos 55-10, and regretted it. While the players are like, yo, we're going to prove to Bill Walsh that we can take this thing to the next level.
They did.
They're kind of tired of Bill. I think Steve Kerr is going to be around for a long, long time. Now, we'll see what happens with the start of the season. Things can change, right? They get out to a slow start. They struggle. Who knows what the noise is? Maybe Joe Lacob becomes impatient, and he's like, you know what? You've lost your voice with this team. We got to move a different direction.
We're bringing in David Blatt.
Yeah, but I don't see that happening whatsoever.
I was teasing, by the way, with that.
No, not David Blatt.
I know.
I just ignored the David Blatt thing. That's you being silly, Shasky. It's you being silly.
I mean, he did go to the finals.
He did. And then LeBron ran him out. 510, because I want to play this Flim cut before we leave. Just want to throw this at you. 510 Concast Business Text Line. NWT Fanboy. What about J.C. Jackson for the Chargers? He keeps getting healthy scratches.
Oh.
Is he available? And would you want him? I like J.C. Jackson.
He is.
But he got into something with the
some
law.
discipline stuff is going on with him. They deactivate him. He was a healthy scratch. There's something going on there. Also, the rumor is Belichick knew that he doesn't understand defensive concepts, and he kept getting beat over the top. It's a combination of problems with J.C. Jackson.
Would you still take a chance on him for a mid-round pick?
I mean, no, I wouldn't, because the one thing that you can't do in this defense is give big plays up over the top. I already have a guy, Ambry Thomas, who does that, and I don't want to play him. No, I'm not. I'm like,
this J.C. Jackson's a vet.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
If Belichick tells you you're done on defense, I trust his evaluation.
I mean, Aqib Talib, you moved off of him. Aqib Talib turned out to have a good year. I hear what you're saying.
Price point.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I think. Don't you think it was more so price point with J.C. Jackson?
Well, now
because he got paid.
No, he did, but they're facing an arrest warrant after failing to appear in court from some speeding ticket.
Yeah,
that's like kind of dummy behavior.
Well, Tyler Miller said, "Turn on the cheetah tape week 1 versus J.C. Jackson." Well,
turn on the cheetah tape versus anyone.
Yeah, exactly. It does not matter. Cheetah is that dude when it comes to running downfield routes. All right, we teased this long enough. We have Dave Fleming on every single week. And I know the boss, man, Giants. And this is Niners-Cardinals week, and we're going to hype up the Cardinals tomorrow and Friday and really dive into what makes them good as best we can, because nobody gives a damn about the Arizona Cardinals. I don't think there's a Niner fan who's overlooking the Cardinals, but there's also not a Niner fan who thinks that they're really going to lose on Sunday.
Fonte, it's the only team I can think of where I don't know one person who is an Arizona Cardinal fan.
Never met one in my life.
Not one. I've met a Diamondback fan. I've met a bunch of Phoenix Suns fans. I've never, ever, ever met an Arizona Cardinal fan.
And not only that, you think about the Arizona Cardinals at home. The Dallas Cowboys, they were playing a home game. The Dallas Cowboys lost a home game last Sunday in Glendale, Arizona. When the Raiders played the Cardinals, I went to a preseason game, Arizona Cardinals, Raiders, a preseason game. There's none but Raider fans in the building. When the Niners go down to Arizona, a lot of Niner fans make the trek to Phoenix and go to Glendale and take over that stadium. They also play 17 road games a year. So we'll get to the Cardinals a lot more tomorrow. They do play hard. I don't think they have the talent to overcome the 49ers, especially if Brendan Ayuk and Deebo Samuel suit up. But Dave Fleming, he's had enough. Dave Fleming, in the way Dave Fleming can, was very critical of the Giants this morning. He talked about how they needed some edge. Maybe they're too comfortable as a team. They need some edge. Maybe they are a little soft. But here's what he had to say about signing free agents, because we know Farhan, what he said before the season, blaming the city, the taxes, the politics, the logistics of not being able to attract free agents here. And you got Larry Bear with the light bulb comment, which I'll never, ever get over. How can you run your organization and basically call fans stupid and say, oh, the fans finally got it. They wisened up and said, oh, yeah, we got Mania and Stripling and everything. You basically called the fans dumb. But here's what Fleming had to say about signing free agents and whether or not the Giants are a destination or whether or not their reputation is still intact. Here's what Fleming had to say about that. Spinoni, roll it.
Anybody about taxes and California and all this. I mean, the biggest stars in sports are in California, and some of them are right here in San Francisco. So I do not believe that should be an impediment to building a championship baseball team.
It's interesting that he says that, because that's clearly him being. And I am making this connection. I'm not saying that this is what he's saying. I'm making the connection. Clearly, he didn't appreciate some of the Farhan quotes about the area being part of the reason why you couldn't lure free agents. You just can't run a business in a community and expect that community to support and consume your business and basically take a dump on them.
Can you imagine Bob Myers or Mike Dunleavy Jr. come up to Joe Lacob's office saying, I'm trying my best, but, I think we have a problem with the city, man.
Well, could you imagine?
The city is limiting me on who I can sign and who I can't sign.
Forget sports. Could you imagine Original Joes? You know the Dugan family. You've seen them all over. They're a great family. Could you imagine them saying, we really tried here in Daly City and in North Beach, and it's just we can't do it. You people don't support us enough. We can't do it. Like, name me a business that tells their consumers you're not cutting it. It's because of you that we can't survive. Yeah. I mean, come on.
It's unbelievable.
It really, forget sports. Business.
It was so tone deaf at the time. And then when you think about it, 6 months later.
It did not age well.
I keep going, and then Larry Bear doubling down, basically saying, the light bulb went off on the fan base here. They're like, oh yeah, we can win with Sean Manaea and Ross Stripping. Nobody said that. Nobody believed that. Not after watching Sean Manaea serve one up to Bryce Harper in the NLCS. It looked like hot garbage for the Padres last season, and still gave him $15 million player option. The Toronto Blue Jays, keep going back to this. Why do teams let a player go? Before when a team, you're one of your teams, like the Nine, even with Charvarius Ward, I'm thinking, boy, the Chiefs, why did they let Charvarius Ward go? Is there something up there?
Well, they couldn't afford him.
They couldn't afford him.
Yeah.
So I get that.
That's different.
That is different.
It's different.
You can't afford him. You're playing a quarterback. Okay, whatever. And they draft well. They believe in their draft process. They had a young secondary last year. Didn't hurt them in the Super Bowl in the second half.
No.
But why did the Blue Jays really let Ross Stripling go?
That one really bugs you, doesn't it?
It's
an easy microcosm for everything bigger that's going on with the team.
Exactly.
It's a great point.
And when you sell that on the fan base and basically call us dumb and say, oh, they've now smartened up as to why we signed Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling. But you basically told the consumer that they weren't hip to it because they weren't intelligent.
Enough.
Yeah, you're not intelligent enough to understand these moves.
The Cardinal fan is considered a very intelligent fan, right? Don't we? When we talk about the Cardinals, they're good fans. They're intelligent. Would they ever sell it to their fan base that way?
No.
You guys are too dumb to understand that Arenado's going to be a baller.
No.
They just know. You know what I mean? The thing that bugs me more than anything is that I think we've been just fans, the front office, media, we have been obsessing about free agency. And to me, free agency is one of the many aspects to team building.
Yep.
Now, this team had to put an emphasis on free agency because they weren't developing. Okay, and when you're not developing, you don't have trade pieces. When you're not developing, you're not cultivating from within and bringing people up who can help your organization. But when I think about Brian Sabian, and everyone goes, well, he inherited Bonds. He did. He also traded away one of the most popular Giants of all time in Matt Williams, and everyone thought it was a horrific decision, and he got himself Jeff Kent. Well, that's not all he did. He also made shrewd trades for guys like Jason Schmidt. He also brought in very big free agents around those guys, like an Ellis Burks, like a Reggie Sanders.
The most underrated trade he made was for JT Snow.
For Allen Watson, one of the great trades.
JT Snow became a fixture at first base.
Exactly. Think about when they lost Melky Cabrera later on. Right. They made a shrewd trade for Hunter Pence, who ended up being one of the all-time Giants. Mm-hmm. And I think about
all-time lovable Giants.
I know. I think a lot about those 3 championships because people are like, well, look, you just get into the playoffs, anything can happen. The hallmark of those early teams, okay, not 14 because they ran out of pitching. And they were a different team. They hit better. 12 and 10. They had 3 premier studs who everyone in baseball would trade for.
Right.
In that rotation.
So when you talk about team building, and you say free agency is one aspect of it. Yes, free agency is kind of to put the cherry on top of what you built, right?
Yes, or it jumpstarts you in the way Bryce Harper jumpstarted Philly.
But they had some built-in guys in Reese Hoskins, Aaron Nola.
They traded for JT Realmuto from the Miami Marlins.
So they had a couple pillars to at least entice Bryce Harper to go there.
That's a good point.
We don't have any pillars right now.
No.
But when I think about the great teams, like the Warriors and the Niners, a lot of people say Steph and Dre. They forget they were drafted here. They were drafted here. They groomed them. They developed them. They helped them. And Draymond Green wasn't supposed to be the player he is today.
What about David Lee? You're not even referencing.
Right.
It's David Lee was a shrewd trade where they overpaid in real time and then overpaid him in money.
Right.
But we have forgotten how important that was to jumpstarting that entire original. Like, I know Steph is, I'm not diminishing Steph.
No doubt.
But the David Lee trade was a big one. The Bogut trade
it was huge.
A big one.
It was huge, but your pillars,
yes,
your main cause,
I agree,
were drafted.
I agree.
You know, the 49ers, they're drafting very, very well. Brock Purdy, drafted. Debo, drafted. Ayuk, drafted. Kittle, drafted. You make a move for Juszczyk, said, you know what? He fits our system. We may overpay at the fullback position, but we need him. We need him for the style of football we play. You think about Banks now. You think about Burford now. Even McGlinchey, he served his purpose. He was drafted.
Yeah.
You look at this defensive line, Armstead, drafted by the previous regime, but they kept them around. Bosa obviously drafted. Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, Hufanga. And then you make shrewd moves around the secondary. Okay, we drafted Lenore. Let's add in Tarvarius Ward. We need to fix something. We don't have it in-house. Let's go out-of-house and spend some money here. Even with D Ford, this is the style of football we want to play. We had the ammunition to trade for it. But the most part, what we're saying here is those championship teams with the Giants, you had a lot of drafted players. A lot of homegrown players.
Absolutely.
The Niners, you got a lot of homegrown players. That is the foundation of your team. And right now, the foundation with the Giants just isn't there. It just isn't there.
We all agree Barry Zito was a bad signing, right?
Terrible.
But when you listen to these guys talk back about their career, Sanchez, Vogelsong even to a degree, Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, a lot of those guys are like, I learned a lot from Barry Zito. Now, you overpaid. It wasn't the greatest contract. I'm not here to pretend that him winning a couple playoff games means that the entire contract was worth it. But there are times in life where you overpay for something to elevate others.
Yeah.
And you're overpaying. You know it. I see a lot of Giants fans like, well, so thank God they didn't sign Correa. And it's like, all right, it's not that Correa was going to be a superstar in the sense of Barry Bonds where he's carrying your organization for 2 decades. But what if Correa elevates the waters in the boat in the harbor and you go get another guy in free agency next year? Or there's a guy who's available in a trade and Francisco Lindor wants to play alongside Correa. That's the part I think people are missing.
I look at it differently here. All right, Correa was part of that Astros team last year that won the World Series, correct?
No, that was Pena. They got rid of him.
They got rid of him the year before.
Yeah, 2017 he was. He was a big part
Correa,
of elevating the Astros.
Right. Wait, I thought this was the first year for
No,
Correa.
he was in Minnesota on a 1-year deal. He had a 1-year deal in Minnesota.
He sure did.
They brought Pena up. He was
I'm kidding about that. That's my fault.
Yeah.
But what I was going to get to is Correa, from my knowledge, has been a great tutor for some of those youngsters.
Absolutely.
A great leader. When I hear him speak, especially after the cheating scandal and everything, and he was very outspoken about it, I say, wow, this guy's got some leadership qualities that this organization desperately needs. They desperately need leadership. They don't have leadership from the manager right now.
Yeah.
They definitely don't have leadership from upstairs. And so now we're all bickering on air about whether or not Mike Krzyzewski or Tyro Estrada or Wilbur Flores are good enough to speak up in the clubhouse. At least somebody is speaking up in the clubhouse, is my counterpoint to it. At least somebody is. And you know what? On this team in 2023, Wilbur Flores does deserve to speak up. He deserves to have a voice in that clubhouse, considering what he's done on the field. He's been asked to play everywhere. Learn first base, play third,
he barely
play
played
second.
for a month, and he's going to hit 25 home runs.
So...
No, I'm with you on that. I do think, though, that they've become so risk-averse and they're afraid of signing a bad contract. It's inevitable. Malcolm Smith was a horrible contract for the Niners.
Yep.
You know, Quan Alexander wasn't a great, draft pick. But when you're that low, you need to overpay and take some swings.
Pierre Garçon.
Pierre Garçon's a great call. But he played like 7 games?
Barely. I think he scored 1 touchdown. That was against the Raiders on that Thursday night game, if I'm not mistaken. You
have to overpay at times to elevate the entire harbor.
And the fact is, they didn't try to overpay for Aaron Judge. Now, Aaron Judge has had a rough year, but you lowballed him, and the Padres come over the top in the last minute, and all of a sudden they're second fiddle because they wanted to offer $400 million, which I always thought, you know what? You're the Giants right now. You can't sign anybody. How about you start at 370, 360, 350? And there's so many people that are in the pockets of these organizations saying, you can't pay this, you may overpay for that, blah, 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 blah. Well, you know what? It's not our money. And ownership and front offices, they dictate what type of value you have. If they want to pay that money to get premium players, and so be it, go pay them.
You know why people overpay for Starbucks coffee? It's not because it's delicious, right? Why is it, B? It's super convenient, and we're lazy, and you have no problem overpaying there. But heaven forbid your favorite sports team slightly overpays for somebody, and it doesn't end up being the greatest contract of all time.
You know, we get on Joe Lacob for Kelly Oubre Jr., and Joe Lacob sat here in the studio and admitted, I made a mistake, but I get what he was trying to do. I get what the Warriors are trying to do. Klay Thompson just went down. Shoot, we don't have a two guard.
Exactly.
We're trying to make the playoffs again. Who's the best option out there? And we're all wrong about it, but I get the thought process.
Well, had they not made a move at all, I don't even think they get close to that playing game.
And people are irate that they didn't make a move to replace Klay Thompson.
Exactly.
People were still ticked off that they didn't make a move at the deadline that season. Were you really going to pay for Evan Fournier at that deadline? No.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Wow, Evan Fournier.
So the point is, to this whole process, what Flem said about California taxes, he doesn't want to hear about it. He doesn't want to hear about, hey, man, the logistics, the yard, this and that. When everybody wants to be a Laker, they still pay the same taxes we pay. The Sacramento Kings are now starting to get some guys, right?
I mean, yeah, they are. I'm surprised they're not in on Dame. I think Fox and Dame would be a very interesting combo. Do I sound absurd?
Yeah, I think so.
I like the small guard lineup.
Yeah, Dame needs a ball in his hands.
You're probably right.
So does Fox.
I just think Fox is so good.
He is so good. I would let Fox do his own thing with that team. Me personally. But Sacramento would say no to Dame. They'd be jacked up about it. They would. But and a lot of people on YouTube in the Comcast Business Text line agree with this, that you get a president of baseball operations who comes out and says, yeah, it's hard for me to sign guys because of the city and the politics and logistics of it. Then if you knew that was the case, why'd you take the job in the first place? I get it. It's a lifetime opportunity. But seriously, if you knew that was going to be a problem, why are you in this position? Step down. Step down. Nobody. If I'm an owner of a team and your business analogy is on point, why are you here? If you can't recruit free agents, like you imagine DOFC saying that in the Boston Red Sox.
No, he would never say that. He would never say that.
That dude went out there to sign Manny Ramirez, and it still wasn't enough for that fan base.
What is the most bold thing that they've done under his tenure?
The silence is golden.
That's
all you need to know.
I just don't. I don't get it. Look, this analogy isn't perfect, but I'll give you a quick analogy. When I was, it was like 11, 12 years ago, we were looking for a house, right? And prices are ridiculous. And this is before it jumped up exponentially. And I remember we're searching everywhere, and it's we didn't have a home. We had no place. We were getting kicked out of our apartment. We had nowhere to go. We had been searching for multiple years to try to find something. We were blessed and lucky to have saved every little penny that we could. We didn't have great credit. And we applied for a zillion homes. I got rejected so many times. It was so sad and depressing. My wife stopped going with me to open houses. It was just me and my dad. And my dad would go into the foundation, and we're picking amongst a very limited amount of homes, because believe me, this is not top of the market stuff. Right. And my dad would go in and he'd pick the bottom of the foundation and be like, we could get away for a couple of years with this foundation. This needs a roof. And everything needed new kitchens. Yeah. They were all flawed homes. Yeah. But I was so desperate to just get into something, okay? Finally, eventually, we got very lucky, and everything bounced our way, and we ended up buying a house, and a lot of people told me, you know what they told me, B? You overpaid. You overpaid. And look, we probably did overpay in real time.
Right.
But you know what? We finally got that home with that shelter over our head. And 12, 11 years later, we've changed the home. We've been very blessed. We've worked our ass off to be able to maintain it and whatever. But yeah, we did overpay in real time. And you know what? I don't regret it one bit.
Whatever.
Now, I know sports can be more fickle than that. You can sign someone and it not work out, and you could be homeless again. But you have to take a leap of faith is where I'm going at. And sometimes you have to be willing to risk ridiculously overpaying.
But see, that's the problem. First of all, everybody overpays in the Bay. I do agree with that, Vic. But that's the problem, Shasky. They have tried to take risks. They have tried to, quote unquote, make bold moves.
But you got to close.
They can't close. And that's the difference. That's the difference between the great ones and John Lynch. I'm not going to call him great yet because but he's very good. There's not a lot of GMs I would like over John Lynch. I would rather have over John Lynch. Bob Myers closing on Kevin Durant. The Warriors closing on Kevin Durant. You got to close. That's part of the job. And you haven't made any bold moves. Your style of baseball stinks. Whoever says they enjoy this style of baseball is lying to you. You don't know who's in the lineup. I'm going to the game. Hey, who's batting leadoff? I don't know. Austin Slater? Yeah, that's going to get people fired up.
Let's say they were in a one-game play-in right now. One game play-in right now. What's your lineup?
Don't know.
I don't even know if Bailey's behind the dish because you might want to play Sable's hot bat.
And you know what? A lot of people label Fleming as a homer, and why wouldn't you? You call games for the team.
Well, he's employed by the Giants. But when he says things like that, it's powerful because that's as close to ripping the team as you can get.
Exactly where I was getting to. He was as critical over these last 3 weeks on the Giants that he's ever been.
Ever.
And I think he's fed up.
I do too.
He should be fed up. He's got to call these games. He's probably thinking to himself, what the heck? What's going on here?
He's probably thinking about if we should get to Fast Five.
Oh, sorry.
Tough to watch.
Here's my final thought from the 408. You guys are being really harsh.
Yeah, I was going to read
that. The team underperformed.
I was going to read that.
What did you think a team trotting out Michael Conforto and Mitch Haniger and Slater and Yastrzemski and Jock in the outfield with an infield of J.D. Davis, who's never played a full season, old man Brandon Crawford, who we all love but is clearly done, and Lamont Wade Jr. playing first base for the first time in his life at that position with a rookie catcher and a Rule 5 catcher. What did you think with 1.5 starters? What did you really think true expectations were for that team? They're exactly what I thought they were. Underwhelming.
Actually worse than I thought they would be. And if you want Star Serve ice cream when it comes to the Giants, I say this on the front end, we're probably not the two guys to listen to. I'm holding the Giants to the same standard as we hold the Warriors and the Niners. This is a championship market. We think big out here in the Bay Area. We think big. And the Giants right now aren't thinking big. But my final thought is, I'm with the 510, Comcast Business Text Line. WNBA is coming to the Bay Area. Now, a lot of people may scoff and say, No. I'm fired up for it. This has been a hotbed for women's basketball, a hotbed for girls basketball. I get to take baby Chaz to a game. I'll see some woman ball out at Chase Center, and they're going to be the Bay Area's team. The WNBA coming to the Bay. Spinoni's going to be able to take baby Nora out there. I'm loving that. WNBA coming to the Bay Area. That's my final thought. I'm juiced about that.
You know what I'm not juiced about? You know the kind of fan I hate? I don't even call them fans. They're just people in sports that after the season doesn't go your way, it's just a game. Why are you guys so upset? It's just a game. No, it's not just a game. There's millions and billions of dollars in this industry. It's not just a game for the fans that work day in and day out for these teams. I'm feeling for Giants fans like Sam Lubman back here, Joe Shasky. They're frustrated, and I'm glad they're frustrated. They should be frustrated because it doesn't seem like ownership or anyone else cares in that fan base and that organization. It's tough, man. I feel for you guys, but hey, Joe and Sam, it's just a game. Don't worry, guys. It's just a game.
That's what I say to my 12U team. That's not what I say to 33-year-old Mike Yastrzemski.
And let me say, as a 12-year-old, when I used to lose with the San Francisco Seahawks, I didn't want to hear it was just a game.
No.
It was life and death for 12-year-old Bonte.
You've never seen The Coach? There's like a meme that goes around. That's what loser parents say.
My final thought is Brock Purdy is proof positive the intangibles absolutely matter. The mind is already there, the way he sees the field, the way he commands himself in the field. The physical tools will get there, and when it does, oh, buddy, watch out, rest of the NFL.
No Giants, huh? Wow.
510, hey, Shasky, as a man with a goal to buy a home next summer, I appreciate your advice. Real spill, leap of faith. I would tell anybody out there, it is a long, arduous journey. It's not how much you make. It's how much you save, and keep staying positive and resilient. You'll be rejected thousands of times over, but be willing to compromise.
Well,
okay?
Would
Be
Joe
willing to
Shasky
compromise.
today be rejected? Oh, my God, is this Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast? We'll sign you right now. Give you the new...
No, the old J.O.D.
Not the new one. 442 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte's or Rudy Gay in 95.7 a game. Man, if I had an 18-year career here, oh, my gosh. I'd be in the Radio Hall of Fame in the Bay Area. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
But just yesterday, he was at UConn.
Golfers, swing into the Golf Mart for the hottest.
Shasky giving out advice on the text line.
Tell you what, Joe Shasky, he's a regular Plato.
What you mean?
I'm looking at our Comcast business text line, and he's giving some sage advice out to some texters. He says, stay resilient, have faith, and trust your instincts. It'll happen. That's from Joe Shasky.
Wow. JoJo, as his dad calls him.
I'm gonna follow that rule today.
And then he said something about money. I heard it's not how much you make, it's how much you save.
Every
that hit
inch
me.
of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
Oh, whoa. Oh, boy. I didn't hear that one.
Are you going to do that?
Shasky has a price. He just told you.
No, I know. So, Matt Steinmetz and Deion Sanders with you on 95.7 The Game.
Episode 5 of Liquidate All Assets was produced today, coming out later with Div Steiny. So I just had the shades on. And I feel since I threw you a great bash yesterday, you wouldn't mind if I had my shades on. You don't hold that over your head forever.
Goo's idea of Big Bash is buying me a 12-ounce lager. I appreciate it, though. Hey, no.
Whoa!
What?
There is a list of who didn't show. We'll get to that today. You remember we had fun, kicked it around yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Giants. Giants were eliminated last night by the Padres. They lost 4-0. They're out of contention. They're not going to make the playoffs this year, and you look angry.
No, I'm embarrassed for Giant fans. Shasky, Bonte, 49er, Frankie, Sam Lubman. What was going on, Brebbia v. Kapler? And the post-game show trying to, it was just this or that. Yeah. Miss me.
What do you mean?
You don't do that stuff and go David Copperfield, and I'm hiding the ball from the skipper when our season's about to be over. We're losing the game. You joke when you win, and you're 30 games over 500. That was an eyesore, and if I'm management and I give a damn about my team in this city, heads got to roll. And then they start tussling. What was the tussle? Like boxing out? Like, what? Hey, miss me with that. And then what's the game we talked about, you, Willard, and I? Pinoy? What is it? Pasoy? Yeah. You're playing poker when you're losing? This is Pepe Le Pew. It stinks. Steiny, something has to be done. That was not a good look. And if you guys want to put a positive spin, this is what they always do. They're frat brothers. I like the amount of that going around to insult our intelligence. I don't know what the relationship is, Steiny, but I don't care. I know they're failing, they're boring, and for Brebbia to pull that stunt and you're losing the game, give me the damn ball and get on out of here.
Inning. Yeah, plenty of time.
Oh, man. I'm going to play a little magic trick. You don't know where it's at.
Gabe Kapler, the Giants manager, but for how long, came out to take Brebbia out of the game. And Brebbia, I guess, put the ball in his back pocket, messing around a little. In another circumstance, people would have taken it differently. I didn't think a lot about it. Till after, I thought about it after the game when they were asked, but here's what Kapler said.
I knew it was coming, so he didn't get to have as much fun as he thought he had out there because Bale said, "Hey, just a heads up, if you go out there to take the ball from Brebs, he's not going to give it to you. He's going to hide it." And so my game plan at that point was to go out there and say, "We want you to pitch in every game for the rest of the season." He said, "That's fine. I'm good with it." And stayed with the hidden ball trick. So I love Brebs because he can bring levity to any moment, and I think that's a pretty healthy quality.
Baseball's a long season, people. You need to do things to keep things fresh, keep things spicy, keep things light. Yeah, a little hidden ball trick. They weren't when he did it, they hadn't been eliminated. They were still in contention. Don't say, now that you're hey, they were in pennant contention when this happened.
I've defended Gabe, but I'm done, Steiny. You wouldn't have done that to a skipper that you respected.
Jim Leland?
No, hell nah. You would have got choked out. Tommy Lasorda would have cussed you out. Like, obviously, you can't control the clubhouse, or they don't task you to do that because the players couldn't do it and you couldn't have their back. But a real manager, Bruce Bochy, we about to get eliminated or we're eliminated. We're on the brink. And Steiny, we're losing the game already. That was just the fact that we got to break that down and do giant math. And then the poor reporters in the Bay Area.
What?
Can we get tough? It's over. And then the first 4 questions to Kapler are about
Bourbon?
No, Disneyland and Spadoni's trip. Like, let's get to the crux of what's going on. What was that? Why is this team where it's at? The failures. I want to hear the F word. They failed. This thing is going nowhere, and the pitcher feels so comfortable that the fans that paid all their hard-earned money come and watch a skipper come to the mound and has to play. Who's got the ball? What pocket's it in? Like, that was embarrassing. Brebbia should have been cussed out.
Here's what Brebbia said afterwards, Goo.
Patrick Bailey had warned Gabe that I might
trick him.
Yeah. I've tried to trick him in the past. Or Angie Bailey, yeah. We all do. They're related, so it's not that big a deal. I've tried to trick him in the past, and he's usually on top of it. And today he was. So it's unfortunate.
See, you're laughing at me.
He played it deadpan.
Yeah, I don't give. This is the big leagues. I don't care about tricks. Steiny, I'm being real. This is embarrassing. Tricks are for kids. This is the big leagues. Give me the damn ball.
How do you tell the difference between some good-natured fun, keeping guys loose and not?
You don't deserve to have fun. We are stinking it up. We suck. And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse. You don't get that. Like, Steiny, you're 50.
It's the way you're saying it that's making me laugh.
I'm old school. That was something. I think, Brett, that was something, man. Logan Webb said big changes need to be made, and that is part of the check. Like, that stuff right there, I don't think Logan Webb signs off on. I could be totally wrong, but that was some BS.
I don't know. I mean, I see both sides, but in another, I don't know if 888-957-9570. I really don't. I'm not disagreeing with Goo at all. How big of a deal is that, or was that last night? Brebbia having some fun with Kapler on the night they get eliminated.
A game that they're losing. They were currently losing.
Was it 1-0?
Yeah, it don't matter. They were losing.
Now, they come back from one run down a lot.
Used to.
So, I am trying to figure out, like, what's the difference between a sign of, like, maybe, see, to me, against the backdrop of what's happened the last few days, we do have an inclination to look at that differently. And what's happened the last few days? Well, Logan Webb has clearly made a point to say, things aren't going well in here. And Andrew Baggerly in The Athletic essentially said Yaz, Estrada, and Flores are the leaders of this team, and they've been trying to get other players to become more serious over the course of the year, but all a bunch of guys want to do, Jock Peterson was the guy who was named, play cards in the clubhouse. Wow. So that comes out earlier in the week, and so I'm starting to think, well, you know what? This team, it sounds to me like what Webb is saying is we need more competitors here. We need more killers. We need pros who take this seriously.
That's the word.
And then 2 days later, Brebbia is kind of messing around on the mound after getting taken out. And maybe that is the kind of thing that Logan Webb was talking about. Like, there's too much fun and games going on.
Yeah.
I do. I think it's clear that Kapler does not like to be a part of the clubhouse scene. And I actually don't mind that. Like,
can you elaborate on that? Because that's part of the job.
Nah, it's not a bigger. It depends. Like a lot of managers and coaches, they don't spend a lot of time in the locker room. They feel like that is the players and players only, and the coaches have their room. Obviously, the manager comes in a lot, but I don't think, like, it's not in Kapler's nature to say, hey, guys, easy on the card games. He didn't do that. That's what he didn't do in Philly. The last 2 years for the Giants were exactly like the 2 years in Philly that got Kapler fired. They were a 500 team 2 straight years in Philly, and that's what's happened now in San Francisco.
But to your point, if you're not that guy, that's why they're doing it. That's why they're continuously playing Pasoy, because they know that's not your stilo. And they obviously didn't care about the 3 players you mentioned to try to say, hey, guys, come on, can we take this serious? You're not focused enough. But if I don't have a manager or a authoritative figure to come in there, then what type of manager do we really have? Let me help you out. In my world, we don't. Steiny, there's a fear factor in pro sports that has to be there. You don't always have to detonate it, but the guys are telling you, Jock Petersons of the world, I don't give a damn about getting checked. That our manager, please. And last night, he took one for the team. Oh, Brebbia does that. I was warned before I went out. That ain't about the game. Yeah, that's about games. They're making a mockery of you, Gabe.
Are they?
I think Brebbia, to me, was the kid sending the message, cussing at his parents in a public place, and the parent looking around. Oh, that's just how little Johnny talks. He's just playing. But Steiny, I think he did that after Webb said big changes, and that was a whole Ghostbuster gun, a subliminal. That was aimed everywhere. When have you saw a ball player hide a baseball from a manager? Especially on a losing team, a sinking ship. I was disrespected. Evan was at the game. I texted him right away. And there's so many ways you don't get the right when you're losing to do that stuff. Especially when your best player said there's big changes need to be made. You don't think that's under that list or column? And Brebbia, let me tell you something, buddy. You ain't Doc Gooden. Give up the rock.
Yeah, I don't know.
Boy, oh boy, man.
Listen, I'm not here to say you're wrong. I'm not here to say you're wrong. I'm here to ask Giant fans if they look at something like last night. Hey, it's the end of a long season. Things didn't go their way. It's not life or death. See, the one thing that I'm not a subscriber to is in professional sports, if you lose, well, you need to go home and get into bed by 11 o'clock, and you should have a frown on your face, and then make sure to get up the next morning, have a big breakfast, and go at it. It's like, these are pros. There's 160 games a year. One of the biggest things the biggest impression that was made on me when I first started covering the NBA, like 25 years ago, I remember walking into losing locker rooms thinking, oh boy, these guys are going to be pissed. These guys are going to be mad. These guys are going to be thrown. It's a game.
Okay.
Like, I'm not saying they don't get mad, but players and managers do have to process it differently. And I'm just asking Giants fans if they had a problem with how that process went last night with Gabe Kapler and with Brebbia. Is it something harmless, or is it something that's a sign of bigger problems with this team? And that would be that they don't have enough
leadership
or killers.
Okay, wow, what a word. And you talked to your childhood idol yesterday, Rod Carew. You've watched a lot of baseball, Steiny. So I do agree with what you said, and I've had to learn the hard way because I'm not a pro athlete. When you lose a game, I'm not telling you got to go home and sit in the dark and tell your family you ain't going to be around them. But you tell me, and I'm being real, looking you dead in the eyes, the last time you saw a baseball manager go to a mound, that's what hit me.
Well, I saw Tommy Lasorda beat up a mascot.
But no,
that was funny.
Dude, this is not the team.
Were the Dodgers in the playoff race that year?
I have no idea. But it's never. I've never seen that, and it was like a little kid just trolling his parent. Like, I know stuff is effed up, but I'm about to do the magic trick, and then they're tussling like it was a Game 7 rebound in the NBA. That's what I didn't like. Was Gabe really flexing? Like, I can't believe you're gonna wait to the line. Like, what was that? And I hate I'm doing this before. If I take the temperature of X in social media, not the drug, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, people are hot because you are not the team to even do the joke.
That's where
there's a disconnect. There's a big disconnect.
There may be. Listen, and somebody on the text line, Comcast Business text line, Steiny sees both sides. Shocker. No, listen. I kind of disagree with Goo, but I don't have a strong enough opinion to kind of fight him on it because there's a lot of evidence that backs him up. I don't know. I mean, I know that sometimes you catch a guy laughing and it's a loss and it looks terrible. I get that. Remember the St. Louis, the Arizona Cardinals quarterback? They caught him. Oh, God.
Yeah. And they caught Garoppolo laughing, too.
I don't think it's funny.
Yeah.
Something like that. But
what about the Pasoy problem? So that's already that's why I think you're meeting me halfway. Good. But they got a problem already about being serious in the clubhouse. That we know. Would you give me that? Logan Webster.
I guess.
Okay, so those are two things.
Some of that, yeah.
And then last night, the David Copperfield show. I get to bother like that. If I was a skipper with those muscles Gabe has, I know he wanted to wring his neck.
But he's been doing it all year, kind of, at least once in a while. So let's say he did it on June 1st when they were 13 games over. It probably would have gone over with this fan base a lot different than it did last night. I get that. I just wonder if Giant fans do think this is a sign of a disrespect problem, or was that it? I mean, that
was a deal breaker for me with Kapler.
I mean, you could make the case after reading and seeing what's been said and written about this team. It doesn't sound like they've had a professional clubhouse like they have in the past. Then that happens on the night. Yeah.
So you don't think Brebbia knew the temperature of what his counterpart had said?
That's a good question. I don't know.
The story with who did the story? Our guy
Baggerly.
Baggerly. Great job. That to me is a sign of respect. Even if I wanted to do the trick, it's so much negative stuff going on about how serious our team is. I'll hold off on the trick. I'll hold off for the betterment of my manager not having to field questions. And then they asked him question 9 in the post-game presser. I was hot. Get to it. You going shopping after? Like, come on, people. This for New York or Philly. Oh, my gosh. I have a problem. Maybe I need to move.
Man. Scotty's in Marin. Hey, Scott, how are you?
Scotty.
Hey, boys. Yeah, I mean, that's a clown show, man.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. Really. The problem is, though, this clubhouse thing and they played to their ability. That I will not put on Kapler. This is the 500 club going into this season. They need to clean out and get better players, and that'll cure a whole lot of things that Webb was talking about. They need better players. It doesn't matter. Going into this season, anybody looking at this roster knew that they had zero chance of competing against the Dodgers, and that's just the way it was. I mean, if you want to look at a problem with people have talent, across the other dugout, they've got talent.
Right.
I don't know what their problem is, but this team is a bunch of bums as far as I'm concerned. It's a 500 team, and that's exactly what they did. That's all it is.
Thanks for the call, Scott. And that's kind of where I am too. I'm not a huge fan of Kapler, but I do look.
He was growing on me.
But I do look at this Giants team. Just look at the players on this team, and then look at the division and look at baseball. Can anybody really say, "Boy, the Giants"? This should have been a 90-win team. This is not a team that's 18 that should finish the year 18 games over 500. They're not that good.
But they were trending in that direction, and you said something that hit me yesterday. You said, "Guru, this has been a what word did you say? Guru, this has been they've fallen off. Yeah. Like this has been a hard Like, so I don't think I get what the caller said. But then after they swept the Dodgers in L.A., I know it's a long season. We're talking about June, July. The Giants had an allocated playoff spot. So
By whom?
The standings.
Right.
They were like
But
number one wild card.
Dude, they weren't even halfway through the season.
Okay.
Or at their high point, they were 54 and 41.
So doesn't that dispel? Now you can say, they were playing over their heads.
Yes.
But if stuff was in order, maybe now we're finding out less poker and more focus, you might still be around 500 competing for a playoff spot. I don't think that's ludicrous. This team had some moxie and they had success going.
But this is where I will go back to, but it's baseball. And it's a long season. And 54 and 41 means you're 13 games over 500 in the middle of June. And there's still a long way to go.
Okay.
And you can, I'll just use your Pirates. They got off to a good start. They had
What did I tell you, though? A real one.
You said they're still not very good.
All right.
But the Pirates were never supposed to be as good as the Giants.
No, they got
year.
young talent, so they're losing is kind of fun because you got the youngsters. But this is, Steiny, forget what yesterday. This team has a fundamental problem, right? They don't have a star. So it's bigger than the 2023 season. They got a GM that can't close a deal. And Fleming told Bonte and Shasky, don't miss me. There's a bunch of stars in California playing baseball, Steiny. So miss me with they don't want to pay the taxes. So this is, whichever way you want to talk about it, we could conversate and talk about the problems. And the bigger problems are this team can't get a star via free agency. Why is that? Do they got the proper people in place to close a deal? Right now, it's looking like hell no.
And the only thing I would say to that is that we've had general managers with the Giants before who didn't use free agency as the way to build a team, and they figured out a way to win 3 titles. So maybe, again, in San Francisco, you can't rely on that. Free agents being your foundation. Sure, you might be able to, you're going to have to go out and sign a couple free agents. But look, the track record is what it is. And it doesn't look like big boys want to come here. So if that's the case, you either have to find a GM who can get big boys to come here. And I'm not sure there are many of those guys out there. Or you know what? You got to build a team a different way. You got to build it a different way.
And it ain't like dudes ain't getting paid. They got a $200 million payroll, Steiny. Yeah. Almost.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Giants have been officially eliminated. First thing I'll ask is, do you care? Do you care they were eliminated? Where are my passionate Giants fans? And then lastly, when you see something like last night, Guru, no doubt about it, says it's embarrassing. Embarrassing. A pitcher trying to hide the ball from a manager. Is it embarrassing? Is it a sign of big trouble? Or is it just a long season in baseball and guys are trying to have some fun in a long year? 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants, we'll get them next year.
Fall is almost here, and
scrambling to get to 500. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Giants have been eliminated. And let me just tell you some of the things I'm seeing on the YouTube chat and the Comcast business.
Because I've calmed down. Go ahead.
Veggie Delight. No one cares, Steiny. Get off the topic. Jeffrey. Giants are boring. Talk about Okay. Why does nobody care about the Giants? See, you don't have to go far back when they owned this town. The Giants owned this town in 10 through 15.
All right.
In 10 through 15, the Giants owned this town. And then the Warriors. Like, that's another thing that, hey, I got bad news for the Giants. Unfortunately, right now, you're in a market with two really good other pro teams. And you are wanting. The Warriors have won 4 titles and are one of the most exciting teams in sports. The Niners have been to the NFC Championship 3 or 4 years. And the Giants, they're just kind of stale.
But it's their fault.
When you say they?
Whoever's responsibility.
Do you think it's the manager's fault that this is a 500 team? I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. See, I think Farhan Zaidi assembled a team that's about what they are. Like, I don't think this is a 90-win team that's underachieved. I think they're an 80-win team, and now they got to figure out how to get back up to 90.
Your question is nuanced. I appreciate it, but you tell me if I'm wrong. For a lot of this season, I thought, you know what? You are right. Gabe ain't working with a lot. And they were overachieving. But I also thought they were overachieving because of Gabe and what was going on in the clubhouse and the one-on-one talks. But now I read the Baggerly piece where they're playing Pasoy. They turned the clubhouse into a casino. And then also another story in The Athletic, Evan, I forget who wrote it, Spadoni, about the Giant players having a lack of confidence. Like, was there a confidence problem? So that tells me there's a lack of leadership if those things are true. So 2 years ago, 2 years ago, Stoney, they were good enough. Last year they finished 500, but this has been a complete, not choke job. You said something yesterday, I can't remember, a fall off. Like, nobody saw the way that this season ended, so somebody's got to be at blame. And then when I find out your best players telling us what's happening behind closed doors, I could say, oh, this is why they're, not playing up to their potential. Because they're too busy focused or non-focused on the right stuff. And you got a manager who you're saying can't come past a certain line in the clubhouse. I'd have been all up in there like, man, what
Kapler's
do you
a player's
need from
manager.
me?
Kapler is a player's manager. He
If you like to play poker.
No, I mean, he just...
Because you don't get checked.
He's not a red ass. He's not. He just did, like, the flip the spread thing.
Yeah, I love that.
Why? But then you know what?
Mom or dad
hire a guy who flips the spread. Don't hire a guy who doesn't flip the spread.
Maybe you need to now.
Okay, well then go hire a guy. In fact, Kapler's the kind of guy that would not flip a spread because he doesn't want a reputation as a guy who flips a spread. He works his ass off to not flip a spread. So if you want to flip the spread flipped,
all right,
hire a spread flipper.
I got you. All right, chalk one up for spread flipper. But do you want to be a manager that is known for not being able to police your clubhouse, where now it's out that guys are playing Pasoy? Like that, to me, that's more embarrassing, Steiny.
See, I think we got to be very. This is where I'm not disagreeing.
Get your house in order.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but here's where I do think we got to be a little bit careful.
Talk to him.
Damn, cards in the clubhouse have been going on for 100 years. Baseball players play cards. They do.
But 3 of them, obviously 3 of your best players, your better players, tried to get a message to the
Rod Carew if he was familiar with the Filipino card game, Pasoy.
Okay. Sonny, if it was dominoes, I get it, but up into a certain, if I got 3 guys in the clubhouse saying we might be losing or not performing high optimum level because we're not focused, I'm okay with the game. But you got to put it away. And it sounds like Jock Peterson and whoever, a majority of the guys, didn't respect their manager. Because if you did, Steiny, you would have got what Flores, Estrada, And who was the other one trying to tell him?
Yes.
Yes. And plus,
by the way, why is Tyro Estrada calling a team meeting? He's 27.
He wants to win.
But he's 27.
What does that mean?
Where's Brandon Crawford? Hello?
Is he gambling?
Hello?
Is he gambling?
I don't know, but clearly Brandon Crawford is in that clubhouse. Well, I thought he was a leader. And I'm not saying he's not. Maybe Brandon Crawford checked out.
You could be right.
I don't know.
He's the least of their problems. You got to forget the gambling, forget the magic trick. You got to go get players. And what did Logan Webb mean by big? Do you think we're going to find out, or is this?
I think he meant roster turnover. That's what I think he meant by big.
They need
changes.
that too. They need a lot.
Here's Dave Fleming. He was on with the Morning Roast talking about the Giants. What's going on in that clubhouse, Flem?
That when we go around the league, people still look at the Giants, in fact, in some ways more than they ever have, as a team that goes out of its way to make players and their families feel comfortable. And, frankly, I believe, now this is probably an unpopular opinion, but I personally believe that actually the Giants have to spend some time this offseason wondering if they've gone too far in that regard. I don't want this to come across as like me sitting up 500 feet removed from the playing field and not realizing how hard it is what those guys do. But in some ways, the Giants have made it so comfortable for everybody that it is a very comfortable group right now. This is not an edgy Giants team at all. It's an extremely sort of even-keeled, nice guy team. And if I were in charge, I think I would be spending some time this offseason wondering whether all the stuff that we're doing to make players feel comfortable has taken away a little bit of what you might need to compete once the game starts at the very highest level.
Dave Fleming, on with the Morning Roast. Voice of the Giants, saying that the Giants have created an atmosphere that is so team-friendly and so welcoming and accommodating that they're not edgy anymore. That's what it sounds like to me. Or you know what? Remember when the Warriors brought in PJ Carlesimo and they had the slogan, "No more Mr. Nice Guys," because the previous general manager was a gentleman named Dave Twardzik, and he was a guy who believed in drafting high character guys, and they didn't win, and so everybody then mocked Twardzik for going with players that were true professionals,
but not better at that than the hoop.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So what I hear Dave Fleming saying is maybe we need some more jerks in here. Jerks as in a positive jerk.
But you also need a dude that can get a runner home for second.
Well, and that's my point. They need a lot of things.
No doubt.
So, again, they need a lot of things. So that's why 78 and 80 is about right. It's right to me. When they were 54 and 41, I was buying. I mean, they were catching a lot of lightning in the bottle to the point where we did make a reference to 2021.
You did. You're right.
And how a lot of things were going right. The other thing is when do you know you have a good team, or when do you have a team that isn't a real Giants are 54 and 41. I wonder if Gabe Kapler and Farhan were thinking, we're not this good. We're not. We're going to come down to earth. I don't know.
Well, 2021,
I don't know what they
didn't.
I know. And that's, and that's a factor
51
here.
And 41. What did you just say? 57 and 41? That's 98 games.
54.
Oh,
54. They were 54 and 41.
That's 95.
Yep. Just barely over half a season. About 55, 60%.
Okay. Let me just rebuttal here. All right, you call Farhan in the office. You say, you know what? It's year 6. Why do we need a lot? Because that's what you said. This team needs a lot. It's one thing to say, okay, the youngsters, we got a good look. Let's put it together. Let's mesh it. Let's make it mesh. Steiny, for you to sit here in his tenure, because this is not year 1 or 2 for Farhan, and say they still need a lot, that's a problem.
Well, I think what he would. I mean, listen. I'll just tell you what he would probably tell you is that when I got here, we had no farm system. So you don't turn around a farm system in 1 year. In fact, it takes 3 or 4 years. Well, now I'm in my 5th year,
okay,
and we have young players that we expect to play next year. So the farm system has yielded some results. We hope there'll be ascending players next year. Okay, what else? Well, we got to do a better job getting free agents.
Right.
There's no doubt. We had Correa. I had Correa, but management said he's hurt.
How did Haniger work out? How did Conforto work out?
Yeah, and we took a shot at those guys. Some years you take shots at guys, it works. Like 2 years ago when we won 107. Sometimes it doesn't. And this year it didn't. We got to look to get better. That's what I would say if I were Farhan.
Well, I'll tell you, this thing is not trending for them to be 16th in fan attendance next year, 15th. It's going the other way, Steiny. And last night, whatever Brebbia was doing, they're just boys. This ain't the bar.
By the way, Lorenzo Neal,
Lolo,
joining us at noon, nominated for the Pro Hall of Fame again this year. He also is the host of the Kickoff Show. So we're getting into some football at noon. And then at 1 o'clock, Chris Rose. We will take a tour around the sports world with Chris Rose. He's the host of NFL Network's Game Day Final. He's also the host of the Chris Rose Rotation podcast and Baseball Today for John Boy Media. So Chris Rose is a sportsman, and he knows a lot about sports. The San Francisco Giants were eliminated last night.
But they've been eliminated in a lot of people's minds.
They have been.
The way that they've been playing.
Steiny, we need sluggers. We need hitters.
Darrell Evans.
We need pitchers.
Jack Clark. Kevin Mitchell.
Maybe we have to just realize that free agent hitters don't want to come here.
Make them want to come here.
How?
Make the girl want to dance with you.
That doesn't work.
Nah, it does. You talk to them.
The only way you can make a girl dance with you is...
Well, after you get you know what I mean.
She doesn't want to. Like, I want a woman who wants to dance with me. I don't want to get a woman who I'm going to get, and she's going to be like, I don't really want to be with this guy, but he's got a lot of money, so I'll just take the money and be with Steiny.
Well, closed mouth don't get fed. You don't know until you try.
They have tried.
See what's up with Trout, his availability. Throw everything at the wall. Sales 101.
But they did that to Judge, and they didn't get him.
Ooh, and we thought he was coming.
Who did?
The station.
No, they didn't. Nobody with a scintilla.
Steiny, I remember you going home telling you, JD, we had him on. I remember this. I throw you under the bus after your birthday. You're like, I think it can happen. Like,
it could happen.
Yeah, but the judge was here.
No,
we were
wasn't.
excited. Come on.
Goo, this is what you can't do this.
But admit you thought the baby might be coming.
No.
With Judge.
No.
Tibbs and Willard were in Linden.
So what does that have to do with anything?
Because I heard you say there's a possibility he might choose the Giants. I think about it.
There was a 5% chance.
Those words came out of your mouth.
That's right. There's a sliver of a possibility.
And and all I'm telling you is I was you times 10 thinking he's going to pick him. So
what do you think they're going to get Trout? Why do you think they're going to get Mike Trout?
I didn't say I think. Go see if it's feasible.
Goo, this is where you got to take the rose-colored glasses off.
Okay, Stoney.
This is not the Golden State Warriors and Kevin Durant. You're going to go get Kevin Durant.
Right.
This isn't even the Niners, and we're going to go get Deion Sanders and Charles Haley.
You're missing my point.
Nobody wants to play here. That's what it sure seems like.
A bad salesman doesn't sit at his desk. He goes out and still gets no for an answer all day, every day, because he's trying to keep his job.
Isn't that what's happening?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you, go knock on every door. I don't care if you think nobody's going to answer. Go knock on every door.
See, now this is where I'd fight you. They have knocked on doors. They knocked on Bryce Harper's door. He closed it in their face. They talked about knocking on Stanton's door. Him too.
Dude.
I heard Brian in Palo Alto called this morning, our main man.
Well, you'd have to trade for Trout.
Fine. Go ahead and trade for him.
And that's what I just throw everything at the wall.
Like that's a more realistic option, is trading for guys as opposed to banking on signing guys in free agency. I mean, how many times do we have to get scorned by a baseball player in the Bay to stop counting on that?
Okay, so Steiny, you know what? I just read a text from
saying we. Yeah. We can't count on the Giants signing free agents.
What would Steiny, Comcast business text line, it's what I was thinking. What should they do then?
I told you what I thought they should do.
Give it to me one more time.
How many young guys are on this? First of all,
they got like 6 or 7.
First of all, what they can do right now is only what they can do right now because everything that's happened has led up to this point. Like, they can't pull the plug. I mean, if they want to, they can pull the plug on Farhan and Kapler, but I don't see how it gets any better quickly at that point. I don't know that it can get better quickly at all. The reality is this year, they did play a lot of young players, but what happened? They didn't play them enough for a lot of fans. Why didn't they play them enough? Well, because they were hanging around the playoff race, and they had veteran players, and they felt like they owed it to the veteran players, and they want to rebuild and try to win at the same time. And they couldn't pull it off this year. They didn't pull it off. This free agent thing, I believe it's real because all I have is evidence. So I'm going to assume that we're not going to be able to sign Ohtani. That doesn't mean we're not going to try, but that can't be plan A because plan A has never worked for this franchise. Go ahead and make a run at Ohtani. Maybe you get him. Maybe he becomes that first guy that comes here. But you better have backup plans. That's all I'm saying to the free agent route. Steiny, stop saying no big hitters want to come here. You don't know. You don't know big hitters. You don't know that for a fact. Yes, there's been a brand. Well, see, and this is where 628. I'm going to go with the evidence. Like you're right. You're right. You don't know hitters don't want to come here. Okay, but I also know they haven't signed a big boy hitter in a while. And I do believe there's something with this ballpark that dissuades hitters from coming here. That's all. Yeah. So here's the other thing. Then why don't they try to sign 2 frontline pitchers? If it's a pitcher's ballpark, why don't you?
Well, you had one, and you identified DeSclafani being better than Gausman, and you let him go, and he's doing just fine. So I don't know if they can make the right choice or what that looks like. Like, I'm second guessing that. I'm second guessing everything. That's all. But 54 and 41, Steiny. In my world, I thought, like you said, it's more than halfway, a little more than halfway. I thought 107, not the total, just the good juju and the formula that the Giants had was resonating again. I never once knew that this team, we would read a report to where half of some guys on the team are playing poker and not focused. And even after 3 of the other everyday players tried to say, hey, guys, maybe you might need to stop doing this so we can have better results maybe. Like that takes on a whole nother, the train is off the track, Jack.
888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump into the conversation. And yes, Carlos Correa. Where does he fit into this? If you're a Giants fan, do you look at Correa as another one who got away? See, that's a tough one for me, the Correa one. I mean, they could have signed him. They were right on the edge of signing him.
For the Giants, Donnie.
Well, see. And see, that's
the one thing. Every time I watch him now, could you imagine that they signed him and he had that season?
Well,
Farhan would be getting killed.
Evan, tell us about wins against replacement for Carlos Correa, please.
Well, Carlos Correa is surely not having the season everyone expected him to after signing a mega deal with now the Minnesota Twins. But he has been able to put together a 2 to 3 win season, which is significantly better than the shortstop currently there, Brandon Crawford. If you had 3 more wins, you'd be in the postseason right now.
Evan, let me ask you this. Would Correa be your best everyday player if he were on the team? I believe so.
Yes, he's also a veteran who has postseason experience, who's won a World Series, and might not be okay with players playing cards before a game.
Wow. Well, he likes it. He likes
not
Pessoa.
after, before.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see Joe and the voice of reason on the
what a name.
On the phone. I'm gonna get to you after the break because I want to give you guys a shot instead of rushing you in and out. But the San Francisco Giants were eliminated from the postseason last year. I mean, I get the like Steiny, they could have signed Carlos Correa. So you can't say they can't get hitters. You're right. You're right about that. If I want to take a hard line and say, well, but they didn't, I could be right. But no, what I'm saying is I'm giving you guys who say they can sign a free agent, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. But at some point, you got to sign a free agent.
Yeah.
And
what do you really have to the youngsters, but what's that going to fetch you?
I don't know. We didn't see enough of them for them to fetch anything this season. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco Giants, they've been eliminated. The Golden State Warriors, their training camp starts next week. And the San Francisco 49ers, they play the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. We got it all covered, and it's sponsored by Lucky California.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with General...
Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in an hour, Hall of Fame nominee Lorenzo Neal.
Low.
Will be joining us.
You think he gets in? No. Why would you? I need more than that.
Well, it's just that
Farhan, you going to sign a free agent?
Again, I hope he does because I love Low Neal. But I've just gone on what I've seen.
Why do you think the Shield would kind of eat their own in an era of we hid CTE from you all, guys like Sam Gash, Low Neal, Daryl Johnston? How can they not have a bust? Yeah, they weren't Walter Payton, but they blocked and put their life on the line basically for the other guys. LT's in the – how can Lorenzo Neal not be in there? I'll wait. It's like you got an answer. I don't like you right now.
I know. They like to see this is what happens a lot. Like should Low Neal be in the Hall of Fame? I don't know. Well, Guru says absolutely positively. So then I got to think, well, there's got to be a reason why he's not, right? See, so then I'm like, well, maybe obviously they don't. Not a lot of fullbacks get in.
Well, you don't like Juszczyk, so you're probably.
I don't like him at all.
So there you go, though.
I mean, but think about it. I mean, but here's the thing. Look at the 49ers backfield.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle Juszczyk is a great blocker. He's not going to the Hall of Fame. McCaffrey's going to the Hall of Fame.
I get that.
It's just the way it goes.
But no shaded juice. He is no Low Neal.
Whoa.
Low, you look at the videos.
I'll ask Low. Yeah. If he thinks he's better, it was better than Juszczyk.
He'll laugh at you. And
he'll
answer,
though.
Yeah,
he'll answer, though. I'll tell you, Juszczyk can catch the ball out of the backfield a little better than Low.
I don't know.
That little fade round, that little...
Low's longest, I believe, was an 81-yarder. I forget.
I think it was like his second carry in the NFL.
With the Saints, I think.
Evan, were you going to jump in?
Yeah, Lorenzo Neal's got 200 receptions in his career, by the way. But he
played 27
and
years.
He's a Charger, so Evan loves
and pretty
him.
impressive.
Give me the catches per year, kind of run up and down there.
That's irrelevant. The point is, there is not a single fullback in the Hall of Fame right now.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what he's fighting against. Yeah. But I will say he was named the first team member for the fullback position on the all-decade team for the 2000s. So.
But, Evan, don't you find that offensive, no pun intended, that they just haven't let a fullback – like the Rocky Blyers, all the guys that blocked for the guy?
I'd find it offensive if Kyle Juszczyk got in before Lorenzo Neal did. Yes.
Well, he ain't getting in.
See, the other thing is I got to check, but...
How much?
Is Rocky... Do we know Rocky Blyer's not in the Hall of Fame?
No, if he's a fullback in my world, he's
not.
But
that's the other thing. They didn't call fullbacks
I got you.
Back then.
They called Larry Zonko fullback back then. But
exactly.
But you know what I'm talking about, the guy before the guy that protects him and blocks and creates holes.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Low Neal, noon. Chris Rose at 1
I'm
o'clock.
a big fan of Rose.
Chris Rose at 1 o'clock. He's the host of the NFL Network's Game Day Final. Let's get the Voice of Reason in. He's on the road, Voice of Reason. What's going on, my man? Oh, you know what? That's on me. What's up, Voice of Reason? How you doing, buddy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. My fault. All you.
Not a problem. So I've been listening to you guys talk about the Giants for a couple of days, and I think that you're missing the mark. I think the question that you need to be asking is, how did the Giants get to where they are? And the way that they get to where they are is very simple. You have a ballpark that is configured for pitching and defense, and therefore you need to have pitching and defense. And if you want to get hitters, you were talking about getting hitters, then what you need to do is reconfigure the ballpark. I don't think there's a really good dominant power hitter that wants to come play in a ballpark that has an area called Triples Alley. And so when you look at it, and the last part of this is you're talking about Farhan and Gabe, and I think you need to look at the ownership.
Okay.
Where was the plan to build the minor leagues? Where was the commitment to have stars knocking on the door as Buster aged out and Brandon aged out and the other players that we love to see in 10 and 12 and 14 were aging out? There was no plan. They didn't have players ready to come in. And so I think that you got to start at the top, hold the ownership accountable. They made a ton of money for a decade. They were reluctant to spend it. They brought in Farhan thinking they could make goulash with numbers, and I'm not knocking analytics. Don't get me wrong. But if you're going to use analytics, you have to use them for the ballpark that you have, and I think that's the issue. They had no defense, and they had 2 pitchers.
Now, you make great points, but I do got to add, they brought the fences in specifically for the reason you just mentioned.
They did, but they didn't do it in time to create the atmosphere that they were committed to hitters.
Good stuff, Voice of Reason. I appreciate that. Ownership.
Their defenses went to the toilet.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Here's the one thing I was thinking as I was getting my coffee at the last break.
How many cups you have a day?
3.
All right.
What's it to you?
No, I was just
mind your own business.
I was asking.
Stay out of my business.
Like,
That's nosy.
Norm drinks it at night, and it bothers me.
Not 6.
Some people can do that. I can't.
Like pop.
Does he drink? Is it caffeinated or decaf?
I don't know.
It might be decaf.
It's dark. It's black.
Yes, that is the color of coffee. All coffee.
Some is brown. I do. But you don't do it at night. All right.
No. So, like I was just thinking, the problem, sometimes the problem isn't fixable in a year.
He's had Dr. G. He's been here forever.
So, do you want to pull the plug now?
I do. If this is where we're at, and you're telling me, Stoney, you got the young guns, which, hey, I'm excited about all of them, but that ain't getting people. That's good for the minor league discussion. We're talking about Dodgers, Padres. I'd rather be the Padres right now with that mess that they have.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Dude,
oh, no,
I already know.
You
I
say
told
that
you,
all the time.
yeah, dude, they got talent. They got to fix some other stuff and get rid of some other stuff, but they got the talent. The Giants are just sitting on the sidewalk like, we're going to try to fight Shaq O'Neal with Pee Wee Herman. That's not working. You need a heavyweight. And how do you get a heavyweight? Farhan's had a lot of time in the kitchen to cook. That we cannot take. Whatever he's done, we cannot say he has not had a lot of time. Because, Steiny, if this is where this is at, pull it. Theo Epstein, where you at? I don't know why I keep thinking he rebuilt the Red Sox and Cubs.
I don't know what to do with the Giants. I really don't. I know that if you fire Farhan and Kapler, there's a good chance that you're going to stink next year.
But what's the message you send to the fan base? Like, we ain't.
I don't know.
This hasn't been good enough. I think that would attract more people to the yard, knowing there's accountability. Because I'll tell you what, Steiny, they're 17th in attendance. If you stay status quo and don't land a big boy, you're going to plummet. You're going to be at 23, 24. Like, what are you doing? What are you selling? What message are you sending to the fan base that it's going to get better? Don't tell me you're going to be able to see the youngsters a little more.
Well, yes, that is it. I mean, I hate to say it, but, look, let me just do it this way. See, I think we're actually missing a point of it. And here's what I'm getting at. I'll take Farhan's side on this. Hey, Bay Area. Look, I had to build up this farm system. It was depleted. And you know what? This year, we ran out Patrick Bailey. We ran out Luis Matos. We ran out Blake Sable. We ran out Casey Schmidt. We rolled out Joey Bart.
Okay.
We rolled out Helio Ramos. We brought out Wade Meckler.
Okay.
We brought up Marco Luciano.
Wade.
We have this guy, Tyler Fitzgerald. Obviously, we've got Harrison. So what I'm getting at is Farhan probably is like, don't you get it? We have 8 Jonathan Kumingas about to enter their third year.
Right, but you never started them all, and I'm not saying you're using that as an excuse.
They
all never started at one time.
And that's why I think we've missed the boat on the conversation. The question is, we brought up young guys. They played. Some people wanted them to play more. That's okay. Like, The question might be, are these guys even any good?
No, that's the scary part of it, Steiny.
That's what they're going to have to find out next year.
So you're saying there's a sacrifice. It sounds like you're...
Doesn't that usually happen when you bring young players up in abundance?
But that's not how this was supposed to go. You were supposed to have a fine balance of the Hanigers would still, and the Confortos and all that.
That's what they tried to do. They tried to do that. They tried to have young players with Haniger, Conforto, and the old players. They tried to thread the needle. Didn't work. It's the same as kind of the Warriors last year in a way. Jason in Oakland. Yeah, I know. I don't know what you do. Let's go. I'm sorry, Will in Marin. What's up, Will? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so first off, I just want to say about Lorenzo Neal. For sure deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, and this is why.
Okay.
Corey Dillon was irrelevant. He literally went to New England, and Corey Dillon was his old self and rushed for, 1,500 yards behind that man. Then, if you look at the Ravens, they were in dire need of running back help, so they made LaRon McClain, who was a fullback, into a running back, and due to Lorenzo Neal opening up jumbo jet lanes, that fullback rushed for 900-plus yards and I think double-digit touchdowns. And then, let's bring it back even farther.
Okay.
When Warwick Dunn and Mike Allstott were killing it in Tampa Bay, surprise, surprise, who was doing the dirty work? Not only one other, Lorenzo Neal. And then, also, let's bring it back to the Hall of Fame. Who gave Lorenzo Neal all of the credit? Was that one LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, said, without Lorenzo Neal, I would have probably not have been successful or as successful and put up the numbers. So I think Lorenzo is a for sure shot. He is a game changer for running backs, and he opens up lanes. And if you go and watch the tape, he is so violent on the point of contact. It's like having an athletic guard pulling, except he's just exploding from the three-point stand. It's like having Nick Bosa or Justin Smith blocking for you offensively. It was so violent.
I'm
He
sold.
did it so well. He was a beast.
I'm sold.
As for San Francisco Giants, shame on you for selling tickets at this price. Shame on you for allowing us to think that we're going to pay season tickets at this price for this garbage situation that you're putting out on a field. It's uncalled for, it's not acceptable, and it's not okay. I don't care about the Mitch Haniger stuff like that. You brought up people, it didn't work. Make stuff happen. I know that you can make people come here, but I get it. The reason why a free agent doesn't want to come here and play in SF is because no one wants to worry about platooning for half of a team or platooning for half the time. I don't want that either. I'm sick of this analytical stuff. They got lucky with 107 wins. We all know that was lucky. That was a flash in the pan. That'll never happen again with this analytical BS. Get on page, get good players that want to play baseball. Please support Logan Webb and do not waste him like me and Jane, because we probably won't get 3 World Series with him in 5 years. So let's change this. All right, thanks, guys.
Good stuff, Will.
Yeah.
That's a prepared caller,
We should play
ladies
that
and
for
gentlemen.
Lolo.
Man, this is awesome. I'm in the sauna with Lorenzo Neal.
What, that was Sean Salisbury?
That was Philip Rivers.
Oh. The other thing, you should play that for Lo.
Yeah, no. Can you play it, Evan?
Man, this is awesome. I'm in the sauna with Lorenzo Neal.
No, not that. He wants Will's summation of Lorenzo's career. That wouldn't be bad to play.
I'm irritated.
I know you are.
That's why.
Nah, I don't care.
Thank you, Evan. Because I just asked Evan while you were talking. I was blocking you out. You know, in school, Stoney, I needed help. I was a cheater. I'd look over to my right or left.
Stop, please.
I did this to shout out a lot of people. But there's a way you can use the internet like a Ferrari and get information so fast. Like when Evan comes in, all I wanted was home runs in 2023 by each ballpark. And I didn't. It's been 3 minutes, and I'm getting all the wrong stuff, but I believe Evan or my kids would have got it 2 minutes ago. So it ain't how you use the internet, but some can do it and navigate. Bonte would have had it. I'm over here just like...
Did you get it yet?
No. I'm getting 2021 numbers.
Evan, see if you can find out what ballpark led the league in major.
I want to know where the Giants rank with home runs hit this year, because the other caller had a point that they brought in those fences.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, like, Philadelphia's got to be in the top 5. You would think,
no
right?
doubt. Dodger Stadium. Because who you look at? Oh. Did you
95.7 The Game breaking news.
What do we have?
Shams or Woj? Adrian Wojnarowski. Is that all the details we have?
Oh, my gosh. What's going on?
Adrian Wojnarowski reporting Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks.
No what? With Giannis?
Apparently.
Oh
I don't think he's going to Portland.
It's over.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
haven't you learned yet? There it is.
Oh, he gave.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, hey.
Whoever that is in the studio, I can't see you because it's a glare. Okay, more details in the box. Here we go. You ready?
Oh, my gosh.
All right, here we go. Oh, my. This is a blockbuster.
Jesus.
This is a blockbuster.
Oh, my God.
This is going to change the show. All right, here we go. Damian Lillard goes to Milwaukee as part of a 3-team deal with Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton, a 2029 unprotected, a Milwaukee first and unprotected swap. I got to. Nurkic goes to. I can't figure this out. Swap right. So Lillard's going to Milwaukee. Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton are going to Phoenix or Portland. They're going to Portland. Oh, they're going to Portland. And then Phoenix lands Yusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson. Okay. And there's a pick or two in there, but we can figure that out in a minute.
Dang.
Lillard to Milwaukee, Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton to Portland, and Phoenix gets Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson.
Wow. I like that for Phoenix, but Milwaukee, Dame, Steiny.
Well, they lost Drew Holiday.
Oh, but you got Dame Dollar. Oh, my God.
They got worse defensively.
Yeah, okay.
I love Drew Holiday.
Dude, I respect him, Steiny, but he ain't Dame. Oh, my gosh, Becky. Steiny, this is incredible.
By the way,
Milwaukee came out, and you're going to laugh. Phoenix has Nurkic. I think you could count on him more than you can Ayton. All he has to do is remain healthy. He ain't no stiff.
A couple text line from the YouTube text line. Bad trade, says Pinoy Mamba. For whom? Ayton to the Blazers, Nurkic to the Suns. Thank you, Brandon.
It was an F.
I'd rather have Holiday than Damian Lillard. That's what Vic says. I don't know about that, though. Yeah. Janky says, I'm trying to see how that works. Lillard out of the West. Damon Giannis, nice. So anyway, 888-957-9570. Damian Lillard has been traded to the Milwaukee Bucks, but it's affected two Western Conference teams, the Phoenix Suns and the Portland Trailblazers.
I think Phoenix got better, Steiny.
The Phoenix Suns lost Ayton, but they gain Grayson Allen and Nurkic. I don't like Nurkic.
I like both, him and Allen. And if I were to ask you guys now, who was the best tandem in the league, it's Dame and Giannis now.
What about Steph and Clay?
Yeah.
You going to say?
No, come on. They would even say that.
Would they?
Yeah.
Wow. Here we go for more Woj. The Blazers remain engaged elsewhere on deals, and are expected to immediately engage contending teams on trade talks to move Drew Holiday. Sources tell ESPN. Portland's committed to a young group.
So Dame is out there. Drew.
Drew Holiday's out there.
Wow.
How old's Drew Holiday now? If he's 34, he could play for the Warriors.
Yeah, he's 33 years old. He's
a little young.
$35 million a year.
But he's still playing young. Yeah, he still plays. Both. Wow, man. And again, I thought Dame wasn't going nowhere, and I was like, where's he going to say Toronto? Because we're hearing that. But Giannis has Dame Dollar. My goodness.
510 says Phoenix is super soft now.
Well, they were soft with Ayton. And he wanted to be gone a couple of years. No doubt about it. He wanted to be gone too, Steiny. But I do like Grayson Allen coming off the bench. I'm just a fan of his.
Ryan Fritzberg, our good buddy. One of my good buddies. Good interesting thing here. He says this was the Bucks' only hope to keep Giannis.
No doubt about it.
It's a good point.
Remember
Ryan?
yesterday I was like, all that noise coming out of Milwaukee, it's quailed. Man.
By the way, Rudy Gay, the Warriors are signing Rudy Gay to a contract.
Oh, it's official?
No, he's got to make the team.
So we're doing the Dwight Howard thing.
No, he's going to be at training camp. They see that.
Okay.
They said, "Hey, Dwight, look,
But he's
we don't
Rudy
even
Gay.
right." So they said, Rodney Magruder and Rudy Gay, why don't you come to training camp and see if you can make the team? What they said to Dwight Howard was, don't even bother coming to training camp and trying to make the team.
I just want to fight you.
Yeah.
This is a blockbuster, man.
Finland's looking for a center, I hear.
I'll tell you what. We talk about the internet. I bet if you Google now, top team to win it all, it's Milwaukee. This has to be. Good for Dame, man.
And they paid Middleton. Wow. I'm assuming that Damian Lillard has said he will play in Milwaukee. I got to assume that, right? There's no way Damian Lillard's not going to Milwaukee.
Because they only have one ring, Dame. The Warriors had 4.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, Damian Lillard is now a Milwaukee Buck.
That's heavy.
A Milwaukee Buck.
Do you guys think this officially puts the Giannis Antetokounmpo potentially leaving Milwaukee theory to bed?
On hold. I think it's on hold for this year.
So Warriors fans should not be looking under the Christmas tree?
Evan,
well, why would?
Because he had been making some, like, not...
Did he say the Warriors?
No, but you know where we thought his relationship with Steph. But he had been saying some weird stuff that Milwaukee has to do more, and this is it.
Stop.
Yep. Man.
Stop. With Giannis.
I'm Eric Spoelstra. I'm like, my God.
No, they didn't want to give up Tyler Hero, apparently. Or Adebayo, one of those guys. I'll tell you what. I think Phoenix...
I like what they did. I guess you're down on Nurkic.
I don't like Nurkic, but clearly Ayton wasn't a fit.
Yeah. He wanted out last year. He signed that tenure to go to Indiana. Steiny, he didn't want to be there.
Yeah, no doubt.
And if he can stay healthy, he's bigger in the ass than Ayton.
Boy, there's interesting stuff. Interesting stuff.
Milwaukee Phoenix final?
Well, you count out the Warriors? Why do you do that?
Because if Chris Paul's going to finish games, they got matchup problems against Phoenix.
They do?
I wrote some notes last night. You'll be
give me a couple.
Only got a minute. It's going to take me an hour to get there, but hold on.
Wait, did you write them down or are they on your phone?
Wrote them down on my note.
We're not going to have enough time.
I still got them. We'll get back.
Can we do it on the other side?
Of course.
Guru's got notes that he's going to share with us on the other side. Couple other Warrior things to talk about. So it's unbelievable. Now you're worried about Chris Paul finishing games. You better not be talking about defense.
I'm worried about it all. That's why I said it wasn't a fit.
You ready to?
Looney ain't sitting on no chair for me, sacrificing for nobody with what he's done.
Well, I'll tell you what Steve Kerr said about moving Looney to the bench. It's very interesting. Clearly, he's been giving it a lot of thought. 925. Wait, Rudy Gay is a Warrior? Well, not yet. He's got to make the team. Keep in mind, he's 52 on 97 The Game. It's all sponsored by
95.7
Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Soda, the nationwide weight loss program that is 100.
Because I go by what Jack Nicklaus said. They said, Jack, how come you use a T? He says, because I play for money.
I'm mad at
Just
him.
makes it easier.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, one of his greatest films.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. Coming up in a half hour, Lorenzo Neal, nominated to be voted into the Hall of Fame. Hopefully he makes it this year. Not one fullback.
That's just weak. Come on, Goodale.
He doesn't. Wow. It's the media. It's Matt Mayoko. Get on Matt Mayoko.
I like Matt.
We all like Matt. He's the man. Big news in the NBA has just occurred. Damian Lillard is going to the Milwaukee Bucks as part of a 3-team trade. Damian Lillard is going to the Milwaukee Bucks. The Portland Trailblazers get Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton from Phoenix. And the Suns get Grayson Allen, Yusuf Nurkic, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson. So the Suns essentially get Nurkic and Grayson Allen. Somebody said, boy, the Suns got soft. And not with Grayson Allen, they didn't.
Yeah, no doubt. And not with Nurkic, who has more of a... Something was going on with
Ayton.
Here.
Yeah, you got to be very
careful. That got personal
here.
with Ayton. He needed to change the scenery. I'm happy for him. They didn't believe in him, Steiny. He didn't believe in them. That whole thing, Game 7, getting benched with Monty Williams, even though I know he's gone, the residue is now gone. So I'm happy for DeAndre.
Let me look at Nurkic.
Yeah, I like he's a big, strong in the ass, Steiny, a big boy. He just got to stay healthy. You know, all the times Dame used to go to the rack and dish it off to him and finish. Please. Put some respect on Nurkic's
name.
No,
I won't. No, see, I won't do that.
He's good enough for what the Suns need him to be, is what I'm saying.
He's soft.
Yeah, he ain't.
Charmin.
Yeah.
52 games last year, 56 the year before. Oh, boy, he's been hurt.
Yeah.
Last 4 years, Yusuf Nurkic, 8 games, 37 games. Let's do it this way.
Ugh.
Let's do it. Here's how many games he's missed the last 4 years. 74, 45, 26, and 30. 888-957-9570. I think the Suns got a little better with this trade just because they got rid of a guy who didn't want to be there. So I think the Suns got better. Portland, we'll see. They're obviously going to be much, much younger. They're trying to move Drew Holiday right now.
Somebody's going to get him, Steiny.
I know. I bet you that's the guy. I'll bet Miami will make a move.
I was thinking the Lakers.
Or them. But who do the Lakers have to give up? I mean, they just throw this at you. Would you trade?
Would you take D'Lo for?
No. Stop. No.
Okay. Well, you asked.
You said, would you take D'Lo? No. Steiny, do you want Nick? No. Steiny, what about Yusuf? No. No, thank you. No, thank you. I forgot what I was going to say. It's going to be really earth-shaking.
Something about who could use the services.
Oh, Drew Holiday's always been a guy.
He's good.
Who Warrior fans have always kind of kept an eye on because he's a good player. He's a really good player. So I'd be thinking, there's just no reason for the Warriors to go get Drew Holiday, but there are a lot of teams he fits on. I just off the top of my head thought, would you trade Kuminga as part of a deal for Drew Holiday? I probably wouldn't now. I think Drew's getting up there. But
I wonder what Kuminga thinks.
I bet you Kuminga would love to go to Portland.
Man, he'd just run and probably average 18 a game, 18 and 10.
Yeah.
Watch out for the Clippers with Drew Holiday. I don't know why I feel like they got enough to maybe get something done.
Yeah.
But he ain't Giannis, but he's a big boy. We'll see where he ends up.
888-957-9570 is the number. That leaves James Harden. And there's one other guy, right, who wants out? Harden and...
do we know if Embiid wants out?
I think it was Harden and Lillard.
Yeah.
Well, I think Embiid wants to stay. They just want to lose Harden. But we'll see. Hey, by the way, we were talking about the Warriors, and you were talking about Looney. Did you hear what Steve Kerr said about your favorite Warrior?
No.
Well, what did you say, first of all?
I don't see a scenario that if you're going up against, let's just say, the Phoenix Suns or any other team for that matter, to where Kevon Looney needs to be on the bench for any reason. You can't have 5 scorers out there. Chris Paul is not a scorer at this juncture in his career for me. Not that he can't get you a bucket, but 1, you got to protect the rim. 2, you got to play defense and finish the possession, and that's how you do with the rebound. So I just wrote down Phoenix's lineup. I had Nurkic. I just scratched Ayton, KD, Bill, Booker, and Josh Okogie. He may not start, but I got him down. So if you got Paul, Clay, Curry, Dre, Wiggins, okay, you're going to put Dre on Nurkic.
Sure. He'll shut him down, too, and I'm serious.
Wiggins on?
Whoever he can, whoever. Durant.
Okay. So now you got Bill, Devin Booker.
Are we still sitting with Okogie?
Yeah.
Who's guarding him?
Who's Paul guarding?
Bradley Beal's quietly only 6'3".
But he's
I'm just saying.
6'3" with no limitations as far as getting to the cup, shoot it. You ain't worried. If Looney doesn't finish, there's no scenario for me, Steiny, Evan, that Kevon Looney would not be on the court if I'm a Golden State Warrior with this iteration of the Dubs. Just no way. It would be offensive to him, and I don't know what else, man.
You know what? Looney can be fouled late in games now. He's not a great free throw shooter. But
Draymond could be fouled.
That's right, but Draymond's more valuable than Looney. Like, the one thing about Looney is we all love Looney, but he doesn't finish every game.
So you're saying nothing to see here?
No, I'm not saying that, Goo, because there is something to see, because Steve Kerr spent a lot of time on this, who's going to start, who's not, because he knows it's a big deal.
And there's a flip side to that, like an A&B album back in the day.
Oh.
So who's going to finish? That's the right on the table, too.
Well, Chris Paul, I'll be there's no way he won't finish.
Why do you say that so convincingly?
Because he fits everything they try to do late in the game.
So that's all basketball that he'll finish.
Okay.
So you think he's got a lot left in?
How can Chris Paul not be on the floor in a tie game with 3 minutes left? He's an 88% free throw shooter. He never turns the ball over.
Who's he guarding is all I'm asking.
Who's Steph guarding? I mean, you gotta give up something to get something.
But when you say who's Steph guarding, there's not another liability on defense like that to where you could add another name. You'd be like, well, we got Wiggins, we got Dre, we got Clay, we got, it would stop. But now if you're adding another, okay, you can have your way with this guy. Now you're small and you're losing. I can't wait to see it. I just question it.
John in Berkeley. What's up, John? How you doing?
I'm good. What's up? Big trade.
Yeah.
League. I got a thought or two about it.
Yep.
Nurkic, whatever, Drew Holiday. I like Drew Holiday, but this trade's all about Lillard, of course, going to Milwaukee to try to keep Giannis there, make them, bump them up a little. And I just wonder if it's going to work, because as great as Lillard is, he's not a great defender, and he's a little bit of a black hole. He's a little bit of a ball stopper. And I could see that it backfiring in terms of chemistry with Giannis. On the other hand, he's an alpha, and maybe Lillard gets in line and figures that out. But it will be intriguing to see for sure. It's a big news in the league for sure.
Yeah, well said, John. I appreciate your call. Thanks for listening. Yeah, I don't think it's an automatic. I think it sounds pretty good, Lillard and Giannis, obviously.
Man, Middleton, Stoddy, like there. When you watch with Holiday, who I know is not Dame offensively in regard to how many shots they're going to take, but I think this will be refreshing from Dame. And when Giannis is on one, and then when he's not on one, and he feels like he needs to throw it to Middleton, who the last couple of years he's been hurt, Stoddy, but now you got Dame to go along with Giannis when he's taking a breather, or they just want to run it through Dame if he's on one. Like, those are the embarrassment of riches I talk about in regard to options. And my question to the Warriors is, outside of Steph Curry, who's that guy? It used to be Clay. When Wiggins was gone, who's that guy that could spell Steph to where Steph can just marvel or sit back and we can run it through. It ain't CP3, I don't believe. Maybe it'll be a collective, but Wiggins is that guy offensively, Steiny, that when it's not just on Steph, who can we watch kind of, take over a little bit?
Clay. It's got to be Clay. And then a little less Wiggins. 650 rather, on the Comcast Business text line, Goose saying, who did Poole guard at the end of games? Well, fair point. Fair point. But I do, listen, their finishing lineup's going to be Paul, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond.
All right.
Book it. 707, Looney can't, come on, Goo, Looney can't guard AD, Jokic, and guys like that. So against the best teams, Looney won't finish games anyway, just like last year. Looney's a nice player, but he can't guard elite big men.
Well, it's not about guard, it's making it just some resistance.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's shown that. We'll see.
Looney's terrific.
Thank you. I love
you know what,
that.
though? Let me take, he's not terrific. He's a good role player. He's a good role player. Kevon Looney.
See him, I'm going to tell him you said it.
What?
He called you terrific, and then in the next breath, he said you're a good role player.
Yeah.
He's a starter on my team. And he's the reason you beat the Sacramento Kings in the playoffs. I'll leave that there.
It's the only team he could start on. The Warriors.
Come on, Steiny. He can start for the Clippers. I can name 90 teams. I know they ain't 9. Come on.
Yeah,
Why do you do this to? I'm going. You.
I'm just
Why do you
saying.
do this to yourself?
I'm just saying.
Loon Dog is for real, man. Dame is out of Portland. Oakland's happy.
Oakland could care less.
The East Oakland, the town. That's where he's from.
I know, but
Get him out of Siberia of the NBA.
Oh, God.
Playoff basketball.
He's been in the playoffs multiple times.
Yeah, it was when? What was the last year?
He's been in the playoffs 8 years.
19?
No, more recently than that. I'll bet you. By the way, your boy, Kevon Looney.
What we got?
Listen, Kevon, for the betterment of the team, sit your ass on the bench to start games. No,
that would be the Kapler move.
Steve Kerr said that, he's got to figure out who's starting. And he said, obviously one thing I could do is move Looney to the bench. But he said, I don't want to penalize Loon for being an accommodating player. In other words, exactly what I said yesterday. The easiest thing to do is to tell Looney, you're now our sixth man. That's the easiest thing to do. That's the path of least resistance. Because we all know Looney will do it.
Yeah. And you know what, Steve, Coach was saying with that soundbite too, Steiny. Tell me if you buy this. That's telling me if Paul starts, that's not the best basketball decision. That's the decision to keep everybody or his ego in check. That's not the best basketball decision. So when I hear Kerr say that, it's respect, but it's like, damn. I didn't like the 6-starter thing either. He'll be on with Butch and Bonte tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Oh, that's right, Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr.
They'll talk about it. We'll just ask him.
He said he didn't want to penalize Looney for being a great team player. So
what other team in the association at this juncture on the eve of camp doesn't know they're starting 5?
I bet you a lot.
You being serious?
Yeah, I'll bet you. Like, who's Washington starting?
Well,
they got to figure that out.
I was thinking about the big boys, like Phoenix, Milwaukee now, the Denvers, the Lakers. The real ones know, Steiny. Miami.
Chris Paul III is good enough to start on any team in the NBA. See, now the one thing I would fight you on is, okay, you're saying it's not a basketball move. Well, I could say, yeah, it is. Because Chris Paul's a better player than Kevon Looney. He should play more than Looney. I mean, that's a devil's advocate position. There's no doubt about it. But, you'll never get Steve Kerr to say, you know what, we're going to start Chris Paul even though it's not a great basketball move. He'll justify it some way.
But does it feel like some of that is in his thought process?
Yes. He's got to figure it out.
And that's what bothers.
The bottom line is we got an issue.
Wow. Well, we knew that when it was announced. And Dunleavy Jr. all but said He didn't call the big three before this deal.
Why would he? They're just players. That's what Joe Lacob said. Why would you call players when you're conducting front office business?
I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
Not that I got to get permission, but I want this move to work. And if I call my guys and they're like, hey, nah, this ain't a good fit, that's telling me I avoided the problem or we avoided the problem. Now, Dunleavy Jr., without getting their blessing, I don't know if he did or not. Now, you're just throwing it out there. And if a problem arises, you guys got to deal with it on the fly. Just a thought. I cannot wait for this season. No, if the Warrior, just forget Dame.
And you couldn't wait, and you couldn't wait for the Giants' second half. And you can't wait for the 49ers to play Arizona. And you're looking forward to the earthquake season.
No.
And you can't wait till the A's get back on the field. And you know what? Hopefully the Las Vegas Raiders play this weekend.
How far can you keep going?
I go every team in the league.
You're
you get
missing
excited
tomorrow
about
night. Green Bay and Detroit.
Oh, you
Thursday
can't wait
night
for
football.
that.
Oh boy.
The starters wanted Bradley Beal over GT. Well, I would too. Oh, no, starters wanted Avery Bradley. Correct, Oscar.
Wow.
510, this trade for CP3 was idiotic, and only people living in the past thinks it was a good idea.
Man.
And of course, the 650 wants to know, do you have your popcorn ready?
That's man, T.O.
That's one of yours.
That was
one of your
Toretto was
phrases.
I thinking.
Yeah. So,
what do you want to know Friday, Monday when we get there? Like, what's your? I know it's non-CP3 related.
No, it is.
But the other stuff like Pajinski and Jackson.
I couldn't care less about these rookies.
Oh, wow.
It's not about the rookies. I don't get excited about
But it
rookies.
is with the
They don't
Giants.
play.
But it is with the
Well,
Giants.
that's because they don't have any good veterans.
Amazing, man.
You want the Warriors to go young?
Oh, hell no.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I'm not dumb enough to know. I'm not dumb enough to not know that you need an infusion of youth. That's why Phoenix. You guys are going to laugh. Grayson Allen. Now they're quietly getting a little bench. They didn't have no bench.
Good point. 510. People talking about Chris Paul III didn't watch him last year. 510. This one 510 thinks he's done. He thinks Chris Paul's done. I bet he's going to be less done. He's going to be less done than last year.
Tiny, man. We had 65% of them. 60.
What do you mean?
Of Chris Paul. That's what I felt like. We're at 65% of them.
Well, if they're at 65%, if he's 65% of what he was, then they're done.
Oh my God.
Steiny, you just said could care less twice. I did? No, I didn't. I couldn't care less. Did I say I could care less? My bad. Yeah, 510. That's bad.
Nobody needs to put in the chat Dillard to Willard.
You okay? Everything all right?
To Bucks. We know. People coming in like breaking the news. Come on now.
By the way, speaking of breaking news, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Did you see what he reported?
I'm excited, but then I think I got too excited. Go ahead.
We're going to get a WNBA team in the Bay Area.
Playing at Oakland?
Playing at Chase Center. They'll practice in Oakland.
But wouldn't that be beautiful if they could have played in Oakland?
Why?
Like, I'm excited, but then
Okay, so now listen to what you're saying, Goo. You want our fledgling franchise, the WNBA.
What's their name?
That's a good question. You want them to play in the dump of the Oakland Arena when they're owned by a team that plays in San Francisco.
Simmer.
Yeah, I didn't like that, Evan.
The Oakland College, it's a joke now.
I've never
the
heard
Oakland
you
Arena.
refer to it like that, though.
What did I
Not
refer to it?
a dump.
It's a dump now. It
well,
is.
nobody's there.
Have you gone by it? It's like they're selling Halloween costumes there now.
Well, no,
They still host concerts there.
What?
They still have concerts.
Listen, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. How the headliners? I bet they ain't Taylor Swift, are they?
I don't think Taylor Swift came to Chase Center either.
That's right. She went to Levi's.
Hey, I got some news on that, too. GMZ. Sonny, they're saying it might be staged. The relationship with her and Kelsey.
That's a good name. How about the Riveters?
What's that mean?
Team name. Well, you've heard of Rosie the Riveter?
No, I haven't.
Well, that's going to take too long for me to explain.
World War II.
Thank you.
Come on, guys, get with it.
Open a history book, Goo. Come on.
Please.
No, you know what? And I said to Evan, you know what?
I like this.
I could get behind a WNBA team. Now, that's a team that I would root for.
Evan doing play-by-play? No, but I'm not. Dude, that's how my mind
That's not a bad idea.
Evan, before
I'd do women's games for St. Mary's.
Dude, this dude.
You want me to plant the? You know what? I'll start planting seeds for you, buddy.
Well, thanks, man.
Well, do more than that. Do that for the Curry interview.
Steiny, shut up about Oakland Arena.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I'm the last thing from an Oakland hater.
Well, you live there.
The bottom line is you can't ask our new women's team to play in the Oakland Arena when they got access to the Oakland, Chase Center. California. Come on now.
Hizzle.
As Rick Barry would say. Come on now.
Who's going to be the coach? Come on, people.
Who's going to be on the team?
Well, they have a draft, Steiny. Supplemental draft.
I don't know who's going to be on the team.
So they'll play at the Chase Center.
Yes.
San Francisco Sergeants.
I wonder if they will take San Francisco or they'll be Bay Area. Maybe they'll call themselves the Bay Area.
You're not really believing that. It's San Francisco.
You don't what? No.
Well, you know what?
Thank you.
You know what? I owe you something. Well, I gave you something
again?
on your birthday. That bash I threw for you yesterday, me and Evan.
Nobody showed.
A lot of people. I got the list of who didn't. Tell me what
Nobody showed. Evan was the only guy who shut up.
I'm talking about calling in.
Oh,
that was our own little rendezvous.
I thanked you for that. I thanked you for that. By the way, Lorenzo Neal coming up on the other side.
I can't wait.
Nominated for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and they, meaning the Football Hall of Fame, doesn't have a fullback
They
in
should
it.
call the new team the Bippers. Got that car. That's a 4.
No, it isn't.
You get it, right? The Bippers.
I get it, but how many times is a Bipper a woman? Probably more
Well, see, that's the
infrequently
difference between you and me. I don't see men and women. I see
men.
Yeah, it's basketball.
No. Well, what do you see when you see Bippers?
Oh, I see women now, too.
Please.
You didn't see the one that went up to the car and like 1/2 a second got the stuff out?
I think predominantly it's a male-oriented crime.
Right.
Fog City. Well, I like that, Oscar.
I made it
The
up.
Fog City Mist. The Mist. How about the Mist?
There's the Mystics.
I know there's the Mystics.
Who are
That's
playing
got
now.
a little bit of
I don't like it.
the Mist. It always is misty here. I'll do a guru.
That was terrible. Oh, boy.
All right, 8. How about the Golden Gate Warriors? It's from our guy Pete in San Ramon.
That's low-hanging fruit. Can we think about it? The Golden Gate.
But Bippers you want to dwell on.
What's an epidemic we're going through? That was funny.
All right, we've got Lorenzo Neal on the other side. If you know Lo, he's always a fun interview. He's always in a good mood. I'll try to get him pissed off.
Yeah, he at one time.
When?
Me and him had to go in another room. Yeah.
You know what?
He was hot at
Without
me.
hearing anything about what had happened, I'm probably going to be on Lo's side.
Nice job, Goof.
That's a
No, because
but
he's
that's
one of the,
who you are.
No, it's who Lo is. He's such a class act.
Yeah, he is,
He's
man.
one of these guys. He's one of these guys that if you don't like Lo, you're the problem. So, but no shade at you. All right. Let me see. It's all sponsored by Flag and Anthem. We're also sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Coming up on the other side. Now that's a good one. Are the Warriors going to change their name to the Olden State Warriors? Woo! That's a good one. 888-95. No, don't call in because we got Lo, and he takes preference over you all on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem Premium.
awesome. I'm in the sauna with Lorenzo Neal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, and we are joined by one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. He's been nominated for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You can also hear him on the Kickoff Show with Larry Krueger this Sunday at the Hilton Santa Clara from 11 to 1 p.m. before the 49ers-Cardinals game. Hey, Lo, how you doing?
Steiny, Guru, my guys, how we been, brothers?
We're doing well. We're doing well. Hey, whatever happened to that race you were going to have with Goo, by the way?
Oh, Lo.
Yeah, Goo's. I've seen Goo. I've been keeping an eye on Goo, waiting for But you guys seen my pictures? I'm down. I'm back to my playing weight.
Dude.
I've seen that. Dropped like 30 pounds. So Goo has, slim to none chance now, and none has left the building.
Lo, you're pretty in the face, slim in the waist. I've been following you too, and I got to tell you, man, you're a natural on TV. Give me Lo for 2 hours. Listen, there was a shirt left here in the studio with you for your campaign to get into the Hall of Fame. I was telling Steiny I came in excited. Had you been here before in regard to the nomination? You have, but Lo, how effed up is it that the NFL, I feel like they're eating their own when you were the guy that, introduced LT at his Hall of Fame. I mean, just talk about it. Are you over it? Do you think this can happen? Where's Lo Neal at on this nomination? Because I think it's BS, and I've seen you play.
Hey, Goo, as always, man, I appreciate you guys and just appreciate just the vote of confidence. I just think, honestly, guys, I know we've been down this road, this rabbit hole, and it gets deeper and deeper, but I think somebody should be in. I understand when you look at Franco Harris, they said he went in as a fullback, but Franco Harris was carrying the ball, and I think they got to be better lanes of defining what is a fullback. Because if you talk about who should be in the Hall of Fame as a running fullback, Mike Allstott, hands down. If you look at Mike Allstott, what he was just like a Larry Zonka. He was just like a, Franco. And you think about Mike Allstott and you watch him, this guy was a beast. And, he played both positions. But if you're talking about just a pure running fullback, hands down, Mike Allstott should be there. And then when you think about a guy just catching the ball out of the backfield, and I go down this roller coaster ride all the time, is Larry Centers. When you watch the Arizona Cardinals, you go look up Larry Centers, caught 100 passes in one season. He was a great chipper, he did a lot of things. He was kind of the modern-day Cal Juszczyk. If you look at Larry Centers, little Larry, LC, look him up, compare him to Juszczyk, the way he blocked, not necessarily a punishing block, but he knew how to get body position. As a receiver, he's probably better than Juszczyk, and not much, but so it's so many guys. And then you talk about just bangers. Look at Moose Johnson, what he did for Emmitt Smith. People don't talk about Corey Schlesinger. You look at Sam Gash. There's so many guys that are worthy of the Hall of Fame. And I definitely believe that I am, and I think that I am worthy of it. And I think that there's a lot of guys in my shoes that feel the same way about themselves.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, so Lo, we were doing the show earlier today, and we were talking about we were actually talking about the Giants, but I said Lorenzo Neal coming up at noon, and we had a guy call in, a guy named Will from Marin, who was going to talk about the Giants, but then he said, no, I got to talk about Lorenzo Neal first. Take a listen to this caller, Lo. You'll like it.
First off, I just want to say about Lorenzo Neal, for sure deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, and this is why.
Okay.
Corey Dillon was irrelevant. He literally went to New England, and Corey Dillon was his old self and rushed for 1,500 yards behind that man. Then, if you look at the Ravens, they were in dire need of running back help, so they made LaRon McClain, who was a fullback, into a running back. And due to Lorenzo Neal opening up jumbo jet lanes, that fullback rushed for 900-plus yards and I think double-digit touchdowns. And then, let's bring it back even farther.
Okay.
When Warwick Dunn and Mike Allstott were killing it in Tampa Bay, surprise, surprise, who was doing the dirty work? Not only one other, Lorenzo Neal. And then, also, let's bring it back to the Hall of Fame. Who gave Lorenzo Neal not all of the credit was that one LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, said, without Lorenzo Neal, I would have probably not have been successful or as successful and put up the numbers. So I think Lorenzo is a for sure shot. He is a game changer for running backs, and he opens up lanes. And if you go and watch the tape, he is so violent on the point of contact. It's like having an athletic like guard pulling, except he's just exploding from the 3-point stand. It's like having Nick Bosa or Justin Smith blocking for you offensively. It was so violent.
I'm
He did
sold.
it so well. He was a beast.
Yeah, I'm sold. You got to be in the Hall of Fame. Hey, you got a fan in Will, though.
Wow, Will just gave it to me, guys. I got to give that guy a raise. Can you guys, Guru and Steiny, why don't you guys throw him a couple bucks after you guys big check since you guys making all that big money?
All right. Lo, you probably forgot some of that stuff even.
Yeah, you know what? He did a very great job. I did. He was bringing back memory, especially the one that he talked about, LeRon McClain. I think, a lot of people don't talk about that, but with the playoffs, LeRon McClain had over 1,000 yards. He had 960 or with, regular season. And when the playoffs, we went over 1,000. So that was a tough feat because this guy, he was in every day watching film with me, and he wanted to be great. And I took him under my wings, and he made the Pro Bowl that year, guys. He was offered to fly me there. He wanted to get my hotel, put me up at the hotel, fly me to a Pro Bowl, take care of all my food and all that stuff. And I've already been to 5, and I just said, hey, you know what, LeRon, thank you so much. And that was a big deal for him to wanting to do that, and I didn't want to do it because, hey, this guy was young, wasn't making the big money yet. So, so very, very grateful. So, yeah, Will did a great job, man. But how about them Niners, man? 3-0, guys.
I was just going to ask you that, Will. That was low because, listen, I'm so at peace with myself when I talk about Kyle Shanahan, and I know I talked about the situational play calling, the inception of McCaffrey, below. Every NFL team should want a Kyle Shanahan. He's built this offense. He's taken the offense that did not have a Christian McCaffrey to a Super Bowl already. I'm watching this. It's like chess and checkers. I don't know where the season's going to end up, Low. I think it's Philly and San Francisco when it's all said and done. But how much more kudos can I give Kyle for what he's built to look at a Debo, a Brandon Ayuk? What they have now, it's just dangerous, and what he's calling, Low, looks unstoppable. You say what to all that?
Yeah, Guru, I'm going to tell you right now, I love coming on and talking to you, Steiny. And Steiny must just enjoy being around you because it's like, you can't say anything now because, we live in this PC culture, so I can't give you a hard time. But you're just like the rain. You move with the wind. First, sometimes Steiny, he wants to kill Kyle Shanahan. And it's a love-hate relationship. But one thing, Guru, the thing about you, though, you own it. When you own it. And that's what a lot of people don't do. You'll say I think he's bad. I don't know about Cal, And then when he's masterful, you're like, man. That's what you get to see. The biggest thing, look at Jimmy G. And everyone talked about Jimmy G got him to a Super Bowl. Jimmy G carried this team. He just won. And Steiny, you and I, so I got to put these gloves back on because you and I had this discussion. Steiny, Jimmy G took him. I said, he did not take him. Stop it. And now look what his stats are at the Raiders because he didn't follow the system. See, this Kyle Shanahan and Guru, you get it. This is a system, quarterback-driven type of system. If you follow the rules, you can have success in Kyle Shanahan's offense, but this starts with belief. When quarterbacks think that when they're in the league, Justin Herbert, he has to be great for the Chargers. He's got to throw it all day over the field.
Incredible.
You look at certain quarterbacks; they got to be magnificent. But if you look at Purdy in this system, he wouldn't thrive like this with the Raiders. He's not thriving like this with the Chargers. He's not having this success because he believes in Shanahan. If it says 3-step drop, and the corner's playing outside shade, he's hitting his slant. When they got two safeties deep, he's going to hit the middle of the field. This guy says, I am going to I'm going to take what the defense give me, and I'm going to play within the system. Let me tell you right now, there is not a quarterback in the league that can play Kyle Shanahan's system as well as this guy because he is going to stay on script. He's going to stay ahead of the sticks. He's going to stay ahead of the count. And that's what Purdy is doing masterful, and that's what he understands. He's not trying to be this great, outstanding quarterback that everyone says, he just says, I'm going to play within myself, and that's why he's efficient, guys, and that's why this team can win. And by the way, they're doing a great job doing it.
Wow. Lo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me just ask you one last thing about the Hall of Fame, because there are a lot of former players who are on the cusp of the Hall of Fame, and some of them are, probably embittered that they're not in, and other guys are elated when they get in. Some guys, it doesn't mean much much to. Where do you think about this a lot, or is it something that comes up here and there, and do you say it'd be nice, but like how important would it be to you to make the Hall of Fame?
You know what? I would be elated, but is it going to change my life? Yes. Would I be a lot happier? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, guys, I'm not going crazy because some guys get so engulfed in it. You see them and they're mad. They're kicking and fussing. What can that do? At the end of the day, it's you got to have a relationship. I can come on the show and you guys can give me a hard time, Steiny. You're like, Lo, you're top 3 and all, and I love it because I know where you're coming from. And at the same sense, the fans matter. Yes, the Hall of Fame is great, but individually, for you and Guru and a lot of people say, man, this guy's a Hall of Fame, and you guys know the way that I played, man, don't you think that's more, that's satisfaction for me, and that's gratitude to me. But yes, I'd like to be in the Hall of Fame, guys, but it's not something that's going to be all and mean all for me.
Lo, you're the man. Absolutely. Really appreciate it,
I got to
man.
ask him a quick one, Steiny.
Okay.
Lo, you introduced LT. I mean this. It's like best man in a wedding. If you were to get that call and get in, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, who would you ask to introduce you?
You know, and I think that you got to do it the same way. I would do LT. Okay. I mean, I think, if it's not LT, it'd probably be my son, Lorenzo,
awesome.
But it's because what LT meant for the league and what he was, MVP, and you guys watch the way he play. I think McCaffrey has some of the same traits as far as out of the backfield. He's not, not as nimble as LT, but if you think about what he did for the game, running back, and what he did and how they view the running back position and how they view it now, LT kind of just re-energized the running back position. So it would be him, guys. And like always, guys, thanks for having me on. Anytime I can come on.
All day. Stay in touch, Lo. Yep.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Lo. You're the man. Appreciate it. And you can hear more Lo, on the kickoff show with Larry Krueger this Sunday at the Hilton Santa Clara from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. before the Niners Cardinals.
Can I ask you a question about something he said?
Something I said?
No, Lo, about Brock Purdy. So the fact that he's running the offense and he's doing what he's supposed to, Steiny, I guess I'm asking, is that a skill? Because he's doing that. But I think it's skill. It's his a natural DNA from Brock Purdy to process, read, and get rid of the ball. Like I thought, would another quarterback come in there and try to do more?
That's the problem with Kyle Shanahan, I believe. He needs the perfect kind of quarterback. You can't be a quarterback. I don't think his perfect quarterback is one that's already established. I don't think that's the kind of quarterback he wants. He wants a quarterback without habits already. And see, to me, Brock Purdy has become the perfect quarterback for Shanahan because, yes, he executes what Kyle wants to do better than anybody who's been here under Shanahan. But 2, he's willing and able to execute the system. I think Trey Lance was willing to execute the system, but he wasn't able to.
That's heavy.
Brock Purdy is willing and able, and I also think there's something about the way Kyle feels like he can coach Brock Purdy, maybe a little harder or a little more direct or whatever. He feels better about Brock Purdy than he did about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, Garoppolo was a grown-ass man, and Purdy,
exactly,
a kid, Steiny.
Right.
So,
right.
It's working right now, man. But when he said that, I was like, would a Justin Herbert feel like he has restraints on him? Because right now, he's just a dream.
Well, I do think
he can make every throw, Steiny. He's incredible, 6'4", 3, whatever. Like, would he try to do something, go for the home run more in this offense?
Well, no. My question wouldn't be that. My question would be, if Shanahan would have a Justin Herbert, would he run the same offense that they're running now? See, it's hard to envision Herbert on a team with this many weapons, though, but because they got to pay them all.
Yeah.
But I got to believe that Kyle Shanahan, if somebody fell into his lap like Oh, I don't know. Give me
a young dude or old dude.
I don't like a middle, like a middle, like a see. Like this is why I think he likes Kirk Cousins, is because Cousins does know how to implement his system, and absolutely, positively, Kyle Shanahan knows that he can be critical of Cousins in an environment, and Cousins won't like buck him or anything. I think it's important that Kyle has the right kind of quarterback to coach in the first place, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. And as excited as I am, Low, and everybody right now from Brock Purdy being undefeated, I'm taking nothing away from him with this assessment. But, Steiny, I meant that. You could sit here and say, oh, the Niners didn't take off until they got McCaffrey. Well, no, they didn't. This man, Kyle Shanahan, has a system, and his system has worked to where it got Jimmy Garoppolo, the starting quarterback, all the way to a Super Bowl in 6 minutes from a win. So what I'm saying, partner, is it's bigger than McCaffrey. It's bigger than Brandon Ayuk. He wasn't even in the NFL the last time. Like, that's what I marvel at watching a lot of football in a lot of places where the calls, the play designs, and again, I know Kyle's not perfect, Steiny, but man, oh man, this dude is in his bag right now. And it's not if, it's about when he gets this ring, man. And that's just where I'm at with it. And you could say, I want you to say, or somebody, Goo, what about Philly? You got me. But I think if you're a grown-ass adult, you know that game was over from a strategic standpoint once Purdy went down. And I just think it's fake now that those two teams meet again, because looking at Philly's O-line and D-line, and I text Evan watching that game, it was bigger than Hurts. Hurts is like a Brock Purdy in itself, because he's bringing a lot more because he's more seasoned. But those D-lines and O-lines on a good day with the weaponry that they have on the outside and DeAndre Swift, this is going to be what Dallas and the Niners were if both teams meet in the NFC Championship game. We were robbed last year from a strategic standpoint of watching that play out. I know it's early, partner.
It's way early.
Both teams undefeated, though. Philly and San Francisco.
There's another team undefeated, too. Why aren't we talking about them?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't think the Dolphins are for real?
Oh, well, I think their kryptonite's the weather. They play Buffalo this week. We'll see how it goes. Their season ended 2 years ago on a Saturday night in the playoffs in Buffalo. Okay. I mean, they're not the only one, but they're that, they ain't. The Niners could go in the rain and still run, I believe, and still get it done. Philly, too. I don't think Miami, they're a track team. They need the carpet to be, you know what I mean?
I thought rain helps the offense because they know where they're going. And they know where they're going to cut and stuff.
People still trying to find a name for the WNBA. I ain't heard a good one yet. Because we don't even know if it's Bay Area, Oakland, San Francisco. Throw the town a bone.
I wish I saw who came up with Olden State Warriors.
I don't like it.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't.
Boy,
because you're so sensitive.
Hey, Guru, did you have a nickname for Matthew J. Steinman?
You're so sensitive about our own teams. You can't criticize that. And Kyle's in his back, and he's so Steiny. He's a genius and Guru and da-da-da-da-da.
It gets longer every time you do it.
And when they lose to the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, though, I'll say he stinks. And then when they beat the Cowboys, I'll say the Cowboys don't have it, but the 49ers are the best.
Evan, who is this guy? Boy, Evan not in there.
He's not listening.
Oh, I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
Matthew J. Steinmetz, a.k.a. birth certificate. Because
Matthew M. Steinmetz.
I thought it was J.
What do you think my middle name is?
John. That shindig I threw for you yesterday. Who the hell is John?
408 coming with facts.
Uh-oh.
Miami's season ended against Buffalo with their third-string quarterback, and McDaniel had them battling all the way. Don't sleep on the Dolphins.
Is that when he was hitting his vapor on the under? I like McDaniel.
Steiny Herbert would be the same as Matt Ryan on the Falcons.
Ooh, man. You saw that. MVP.
Absolutely. I want to get to What was that's one other thing.
We had Warriors.
Big news of the day. Damian Lillard's been traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. That's what it was. I wanted to remind everybody that. Damian Lillard's going to the Milwaukee Bucks. And Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton are going to Portland. Yusuf Nurkic and Grayson Allen are going to the Suns.
Now, why would they buy out? The reports are they're going to get rid of they're on a youth movement.
Right.
Holiday, why would they look at Ayton because of his age and say, you're going to stay with us?
Ayton's young.
Yeah, but would he be happy or is he just...
Who cares? He's young. He's making $150 million. I don't care if he doesn't what? What are you... Come on, dude.
And Ayton ain't that guy. He just wanted to get out of there.
Ayton's not going to report?
No.
You know what? I'm 24, but I don't want to play on a young team.
But he's got some talent up there.
Yeah, he's fine. No, where?
They got Simons. What's my other guy that could jump out the gym?
I don't know, but most NBA players can jump out of the gym.
I love my guy, Sharp, Shaden Sharp. And they got a little talent.
Oh, yeah. That's Order the Rings up there in the Pacific Northwest.
Nobody said that.
Who's the guy they drafted to get the reason Lillard been traded? Scoot.
Look at that.
Scooty.
Portland.
Scoot. Yeah, Damian Lillard's a buck. A buck. Lillard and Giannis.
It's got to be the best tandem in the league.
I don't care.
I didn't ask you. You don't care about nothing.
I care about teams, not tandems.
No, it's the best tandems.
No, it isn't. And I don't know who's better, but I'm just not going to agree with you because you're pissing me off now.
You can.
Who cares about a tandem?
It's everything.
Davis and LeBron. Yeah. Durant and Booker. Oh.
Or is it Durant and Beal? Which one you?
Wiseman and Cade Cunningham.
Hey, don't sleep. Who else you got?
Embiid and Harden.
Not Tatum and
Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, they're flaming out though.
They haven't started the season yet.
But the way that they ended you know what I mean.
They flamed out last year.
But then we found out a couple of dudes couldn't go right. You know, little stuff. Hey.
They got Porzingis.
Gonna help.
We'll see. Think the Bucks are better?
There's no doubt they're better.
See,
they got a killer.
There is doubt.
Nah, Scotty. Dame is a closer. That I know. And now it ain't just all on him. And now he's got a Middleton also. Oh my gosh, this is going to be the easiest basketball your boys played. Probably drop a song tonight. Dame.
But how many games they win last year? The Bucks lost in the first round last year.
Well, Giannis got hurt.
That's
Steiner.
true. That is true.
2 years in a row he's gotten hurt. Remember 2 years ago against Boston, it went 7 and he hurt his ankle and came back and he wasn't.
Well, what was the year he scored 50 in a closeout game?
That was when they won.
Thank you.
That was 2021 or when they get theirs. Yeah, they won before the Warriors.
Let me guess, that's getting dust on it.
No, that's still.
Giannis's ring's getting dust on it?
I told you the Warriors ain't got no dust or cobwebs on it.
Yes,
that thing is still fresh. You the one saying it's old.
It is old.
Not a Laker bubble one.
See, what about it? What about the Laker bubble one?
Got some where's Madonna? He probably home.
No,
some cobwebs.
You would never say that about the Warriors. You would never say
Sometimes
their championship
I wonder, do you
rings.
believe that energy when you say it like that?
Of course.
Like
Yes.
I'm the guy that said they should.
Right.
Stop.
Once a year, you say something outlandish, negative, and then you rely on that for the next year.
Stop it, dude, boy.
What were we just talking about?
Cobwebs and old rings.
Yeah, see, I know.
You don't.
Oh, we got to get.
Yeah, we got to get out of here.
Let me tell you why. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do on the other side. I'm going to do my guru impression if he were working in L.A. Hey, Alice at 97.3 presents Alice in Winterland, Friday, December 1st at the SAP Center in San Jose. Listen to this. Alanis Morissette, Train, Jelly Roll, and Benson Boone. General tickets on sale at Ticketmaster at 10 a.m. this Friday morning. Get everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA storage event.
Hi, thanks.
Whether you're looking to get the kids' toys or your closet organized, we're here to help with advice and tons of savings through October 10th.
Can you help me find all my lost socks?
We'll help you to organize them so you don't lose them at all.
Wow.
Visit us in store for lots of savings, plus home furnishing storage workshops and more the weekend of October 7th. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com/IKEA storage event. Offer valid 9/27 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/IKEA storage event for complete.
the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Finish and then lay out for me, would you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. We're talking about something I don't care about. Best NBA tandems. I care about teams, not tandems. You actually mentioned a tandem that I don't even think they're a 500 team together.
Oh, Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're great. Oh, that's just an unbelievable tandem. They stink.
But they're both good as hell.
They stink together. They stink. They stink.
You said Dallas not making the playoffs this year?
Well, they didn't make it last year.
Well, I didn't say that. We had talked about that.
See, when I want to use evidence, I can use last year. But when you do,
that was
last year doesn't matter.
Yeah, but no, last year was come on. I don't want you to use that. That was something worse than evidence. That was come on.
That was appalling.
They brought him back.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. You're gonna ask me why don't you ask me what I'm up to tonight?
What do you got tonight?
Hey, thanks for asking, Goo. I got I'm moderating.
What?
I'm moderating a speaker series. For the Mad Excellence Foundation.
How did this come about?
A gentleman who I know.
So you got to dress up, or you wearing that?
I will go home and change.
Suit jacket?
Probably wear a jacket.
All right. No, a suit jacket.
No, a sport coat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, there's a difference.
Any cash involved?
There's a difference between a sport coat and a suit coat, right? A suit coat as part of that has matching pants.
Yeah.
A sport coat, I think, could be any color.
But you could get the suit coat from the matching pants and wear it with whatever you want, and nobody would know because they would think it's a sport coat. I've done it.
Yeah, I guess you could do that.
Dude, I got 9 suits. My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, bought me one every Christmas. Mary Brown.
You know, you like to sometimes too much refer to yourself as a real one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Union City.
So the if
Get it out. Come on.
No, I can't.
It's radio. It ain't street fighting. What are you talking about?
If you worked in LA, I think you would kill the Warriors down there.
What would I kill them about?
They're cocky. You would say Steph Curry is protected.
Oh, no. I would be talking about Steph like I'm talking about Kyle. I give you credit when credit is due. Come on, man.
In L.A., McVay dominates Shanahan in your book.
Oh, no.
Come on.
Oh, gosh. Now you're saying I'm one of those dudes that on the morning TV, wherever I'm at, I'm on that side. Yeah, nah. You know, the talk shows where you say A, I'll say B.
Yeah.
That's what Willard told me it's about. But yeah, I'm not into that. I would just say my honest, you know who I am at heart.
I do.
Yeah.
No,
I would
know.
tell you Steph Curry's a badass. Warriors got action.
There we go.
Last year was, hijacked by some family matters with Andrew Wiggins, and that messed up the rotation. It gave Jonathan Kuminga more of a role, which was taken right out from underneath him. I'm not saying it was right or wrong, but a lot went wrong with the 2023 Golden State Warriors. This year, stay tuned. Steiny and Guru 10-2. We're about 18 days from Prediction City. Yeah.
I noticed you didn't even mention the punch. Court. And you know why?
That's the low-hanging fruit.
Exactly. Because when we talk about the punch, then we're forced to be we're forced to look at Draymond Green a little more critically, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
I lost his friendship over how critical
you never
I was.
were friends with him.
No, Brownie Blends. Dude, you and I, we went in.
When?
On Draymond. We called him to the carpet. So did Bonte Shasky, Willard and Dibbs. I don't think there was anybody defending Draymond. And that's who I am. Nobody can do it like us, Donnie. When you come down here, you get on our bad side, we're coming with heat rocks. We came with heat rocks. Well, especially on Dre. We made the documentary.
I wouldn't give us that much
We
credit.
made the doc.
We're nobody.
You and I. We didn't make Steph's.
Nobody
I'm
cared.
going to ask him about it. Let's see.
Oh, man. By the way, did you hear this? I know you're going to say, you know what? Let's just play this. See what Magic Johnson.
Well, does the number say that, Zach?
Not yet. I would still say it's you if you ask me.
Okay, so if he got more than 5 championships, if he got more than 3 Finals MVP and 3 league MVPs, then he's the greatest. If he got more than number 1 in assists all time in the finals, number 2 in double doubles, number 1 in triple doubles, all time in the NBA playoffs, number 4 in steals all time in the playoffs. If he got more than those numbers, he's the best.
Well said. Let me ask you this. Look at that. Usually those GOAT debates don't end very quickly. Magic Johnson dropping the hammer here on CBS Sports Radio.
No, I'm just saying if he got more than all those things, he's the best. But the last time I checked, he doesn't. So, but everybody has to, decide for themselves who they think the best is.
Boy, Magic out of line, huh?
No, not
Someone have a body bag?
Good man.
Goodness.
That wasn't either.
Steph catching strays.
Dude, 3 final MVP. I forgot. Oh, Magic went in.
And MVPs.
It ain't about.
Oh, here we go. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, but Steph didn't organically get up out of bed and yell from mountaintops, "I'm better than Magic."
No, he was asked and he said, "I'm better than Magic."
And he was supposed to.
No,
It's
he
what
wasn't.
I would tell Donovan and Lil Daryl and Milan. It's what you would tell
This
Grace.
is what I mean. You don't believe this, but because it's Curry, you're looking for a way
I'm
to
telling
spin it
you, I
positive.
love what Magic said. And Magic's was spitting facts.
But you were saying, yes, Steph did say he was better than Magic. He said it.
I believe Steph believes. Now we got.
I believe Steph believes
be
it.
careful here.
But
Magic is the best true point guard to ever do it. Will you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And Steph, whatever. Listen now, shooter, adjectives, he's something else.
Okay, what is he? Be specific.
I can't. I need time.
I know. You can't say he's the best guard ever.
Okay, I'm telling you what I'm about to
Because
tell you.
Jordan was a guard. So how do you describe it?
Steph would be my point guard over Magic, and we've done this before on my list.
Here we go.
Before this soundbite. So whatever we want to deem Steph, I know he can play the point guard position. And that's why I got him over Magic.
Wait.
Yeah, I've done this. And don't act like you've never heard these words. I had Steph 1 on point guard.
So Magic didn't convince you?
No, he just reminded me of, whoa, that was heavy.
Right. He reminded me to the extent that I did realize, Steph doesn't have those honors.
But then again, I'm from a school of it's not all about stats and accolades.
See?
And Steph never, he played with Durant. But my point is, Stoney, Steph is so lethal and the gravity of guarding him once you get past half court that I could leave Magic Johnson off my top 5 and it would be Steph, Mike, Kobe, Shaq, and Duncan.
Yeah.
And I would feel, but Magic just, if you want to tell me, hey, I got Magic over Steph, and you do what Magic just did, I'm just sitting there like, I can say nothing to that.
Let me think what we got here. What are we working with in the Bay Area right now? We're working with probably the greatest basketball coach of all time.
One of them.
Shanahan's the greatest football mind we've ever seen.
That's too premature. Too premature.
McCaffrey, Hall of Fame. For sure. Purdy, one of the...
Purdy what? Yeah, let's go. Where we going? Looks good thus far. That's where I'm going.
Yeah, nobody's ever done what he's done, except Mike Tom's. Sean in Richmond.
You're great for that one.
Man.
Magic.
What's up, Sean? How you doing?
Yeah, so I want to dive into this whole Steph Curry, Magic Johnson debate, if that's all right.
Yeah,
sure.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Hey, come on, man. Magic Johnson is 6'9". Okay, a guy that could play center, had amazing handles. His team was winners. Like, you can't. And Steph Curry is good. Yeah, he's going to be on that plateau someday. But you can't put him over Magic, man. Especially in that era. Like, that was a amazing golden era of the Lakers, man. And I'm a Warrior fan, but I'm not gonna disrespect Magic like that and put Steph over there. Yes, Steph was a better shooter than Magic was, but bottom hands down. You talking about a 6'8", 6'9" guard that moved like a 6'3" guard, and it was dominant. Dominant in his profession. Like, come on, man.
Hey, I hear you.
Yeah.
Let me just. I want to hear your rebuttal to this. And we've all said. You and I have said it, Steiny. I'm about to say it. What about the chef basically changing the game? Like,
and Magic
how many
didn't?
points do you get for that alone?
The same amount that Magic has.
Yeah, but at the same time, Magic changed the whole era of point guard thing. You can't just say, like, oh, Steph did all this stuff. Jordan came after that and changed the whole game, the baggy shorts, the tongue hanging and everything. Every era had somebody that did some type of change in the league. It's not like Steph did this amazing thing. Yeah, he's an amazing shooter shooting from half court. Yeah, he changed that. Now you got all these kids shooting from half court that can't shoot.
No, that's a
but
fact.
Yeah, he did a change, but if you put Magic and Steph 1-on-1, come on now.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Appreciate the call. I agree with you.
There's no loser in this, Steiny.
Yeah,
come on,
is.
man.
One guy's better, the other guy's not.
But you're looking at
Why
me.
Are you so?
So what? I'm just telling you, Magic Johnson was my favorite player growing when I was 7, 8 years old, watching the NBA Finals at 11:30 at night.
Okay.
My question to you is, what Steph has done to the game may not be a Magic Johnson issue. Like, I shouldn't even use that to knock Magic down.
Well, you can't because Magic changed the game.
Okay, but overall
they both did.
Skills, I'm talking about out. You're going to take Magic over Steph?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Man.
And you know what? The caller said it. He's 6'9".
Yeah.
Magic was 6'9". And by saying Magic, like, this is...
Like, there's no wrong answer, man.
No, but
Magic hit me. Can you play that one more time, honestly?
Well, it's a minute.
Oh, okay.
But I'll play it again. And then we'll get to a couple calls. Magic Johnson.
Man.
This was the Zach Gelb podcast, CBS Radio.
You know, I had a beautiful girlfriend, 6 foot tall.
This is
She made my life hell.
Never mind.
That sounded like me.
This is Magic. I'll do it right this
Well, does the number say that, Zach?
Not yet. I would still say it's you if you ask me.
Okay, so if he got more than 5 championships, if he got more than 3 Finals MVP and 3 league MVPs, then he's the greatest. If he got more than number 1 in assists all time in the finals, number 2 in double doubles, number 1 in triple doubles, all time in the NBA playoffs, number 4 in steals all time in the playoffs. If he got more than those numbers, he's the best.
Well said. Let me ask you this. Look at that. Usually those GOAT debates don't end very quickly. Magic Johnson dropping the hammer here on CBS Sports Radio.
No, I'm just saying if he got more than all those things, he's the best. But the last time I checked, he doesn't. So, but everybody has to, decide for themselves who they think the best is.
Yeah, Curry has the most 3-pointers ever made. If Magic is phenomenal. I don't even feel comfortable doing that, but I did do my list before this popped off, and Curry even said it was him. I had Curry as my point guard, and I understand some true diehard basketball fans could say, "What are you smoking, Goo?" Because I guess what it sounds like, Steiny, is I'm giving more credence to this era that we're in now, and not that era Magic.
Exactly. Recency bias. I get it.
Magic had 3 final MVPs. Triple. Magic kept going.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
There's no loser in comparing eras.
No.
Like the whole. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when you say point guard, I think Magic gets the nod. If you say guard, yeah, maybe I might take Curry as a guard. And you know what?
I like that.
Curry's a better shooter.
Do you think Curry takes offense to somebody that's saying Magic is a more natural?
Okay.
I'm starting to get that sense from Steph.
What?
That he don't like not. Oh, he's not your traditional point guard.
He's not.
But he can handle it, and you can win with him handling it. We've watched it. That's like I'll never tell you Steph's a better passer than Mike. Never, Magic, never.
Okay.
But I think Steph takes offense to the fact that people want to say he's not a point. Like he can do it. He's done it. We're watching it.
Well, to me, if you call Steph Curry a point guard, that is limiting. He's more than a point guard. That's why, I think he's a half a point guard and a half a shooting guard. So if we're just talking point guards, yes, I take Magic Johnson. But Curry does more than just play point guard in my mind. That's just me. Omar is in Oakland. What's up, Omar? How you doing?
Time, man. I miss calling you brother.
Hey, what's up, man?
Omar.
I've been said it.
Hey.
That's what I want to say. You know me. I love ball. I love Curry, man. I'm a Celtic, but I got to give Curry the greatest shooter. But I feel like Curry, he just he's like an Allen Iverson on steroids. And, we had seen players before Curry, like Mahmoud Abdul-Rahuf, if you ever heard of him, Chris Jackson. And, like Ray Allen back with Seattle and with the Bucks, he was doing things Curry was doing, not at the dribbling degree, but the shooting. So I say all that to say Magic Johnson is one of one. And I'm a Celtics fan saying this, but he changed the game, man. He made, like a 6'9" point guard is unheard of. Even to this day, we don't even have that really other than LeBron. And I think Curry's a great player, but I don't think he should be jumping saying he's the greatest. And I feel like you offended players like that. You don't hear D. Wade saying he's the greatest guard, or even Kobe, rest his soul, when he was alive, saying he's the greatest two guard. Because they always knew there was a guy ahead of them that was the original, that was the starter. And to say all that, and I want to just call out one dude, a Warrior fan, Larry Koch, always disrespecting Kevin Durant. He just he was telling me to tell y'all that Kevin Durant don't deserve to be in the Warriors Hall of Fame. And I was like, come on, bro, he won y'all 2 rings.
Yeah, you're right, Omar.
And he would have won them 3 had he not towards the kill. Yeah.
Well, Durant got hurt after Clay, right? Or before?
Before. Yep. Before. Durant's was on the road. Your boy Clay's was at home. We were in there and went up to Dunk.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, I know Clay's was at home.
You got me, help me, Steiny. This is...
Well, I can't.
But I've learned...
listen.
Let me say this.
Okay.
I think it is so unfair, and I've been a part of it. The LeBron, Jordan, you cannot compare eras.
Of course you can, and people are always going to do it. Just because it's what people go, I don't like to compare eras. Yeah, you do. It's fun. But it's fun.
It's like Norm telling me about his upbringing and the pressure that he had to endure in school, and my kids now with the internet and social media. Those are two different.
So you
not
compare
dismissing
them.
any. You can't though.
Yeah, you try.
But you'd be comparing apples to oranges.
I don't know about that. I mean,
I'm not saying one's greater than the other.
The two fruits may have turned into different fruits over the course of time, but everybody can relate to growing up. So you can, if I compare myself growing up to your growing up, we'd be different. We had different upbringings.
But the world was pretty much the same. Our world now for these kids, and there's no better. Okay, I'm going. Whoa, boy. That Magic thing hit me. I've said this to you and Evan. Magic Johnson's the best passer I've ever seen.
And point guard is, passing equals point guard.
But the fact that you could say that limits Steph, I feel that. He's a combo.
I know.
But I think Curry takes offense to people saying, well, you ain't the traditional point guard. And maybe that's why he said, I'm the best.
Combo guard's was not a flattering term.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I still, hey, Steph, what would you call Steph? A point guard? A shooting guard? A guard? What was the last one you gave me?
Combo.
A combo guard. I mean, to me, he's a guard. That's how I would describe Curry, as just a guard. Not just a guard, but a guard. I feel like when you say point guard, that has a specificity to it. Where Magic, to me, I put higher as a point guard.
I'm getting others off.
Because I can also say, I mean, Draymond plays a lot of point for the Warriors. So Steph's not really playing point at times. So point guard to me makes it very precise. And that's just me. Rich is in Fremont. What's up, Rich?
Rich, Atco.
Hey, Rich.
What's up, guys? As always, man, need your pest control taken care of, call ATCO. ATCO.
That's amazing.
So this debate, in my opinion, shouldn't even be debated.
Oh.
Because really, at the end of the day, let's keep it real, guys. Magic is the best. Okay?
Point guard.
He is. And hey, he's the best guard in the NBA. Okay? And the thing is, I'm a Steph Curry fan. But I will say this much. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter in the NBA.
Ever.
The greatest shooter. Yeah. You're never going to find a shooter better than Stephen Curry. So it shouldn't be debated. And Steiny,
yeah,
I always got to go against you on this one, man, because I don't believe eras should be compared because they're different. When Magic played, it was played differently.
No doubt.
They put hands on you more when Magic played. Steph's able to do what he does because they don't get to put their hands on him like they want to.
But here's where
But
here's where I think you can compare eras. Like I get it's easy to say, well, Steph plays in an era where he doesn't get touched. But if Steph grew up at the same time as Isaiah Thomas, he would have learned to deal with that in a way and then adjusted to it. So I don't hold that against Steph.
Okay, but this is my argument. How are you going to say woulda, shoulda, coulda when it never happened? This is the reason why I don't like comparing eras.
Yeah.
It never happened. If it would have happened, then you could say that.
Well,
but as far as I'm concerned, Magic is the best guard the league's ever seen, and Stephen Curry is the best shooter in NBA history.
All right, we can end it there, Rich. Thanks for the call, buddy. Appreciate it. On the other side, he's the host of the NFL Network's Game Day Final. He's also the host of the Chris Rose Rotation Podcast and Baseball Today for John Boy Media. Chris Rose coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather outside with a
HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. Good afternoon, everybody, and let's welcome in Chris Rose, the host of NFL Network's Game Day Final. He also is the host of the Chris Rose Rotation Podcast and Baseball Today for John Boy Media. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. One of the reasons we love to have you on is because we can pop around to different sports with you. And we'll start out with the San Francisco 49ers. Are they the best team in the NFL right now? And does that matter?
I was going to say the San Francisco 49ers. I was going to cut you off and say you mean the best team in football.
Wow.
Does it matter? No, I mean, who cares about what all of us think who's the best team in the NFL? I mean, it's not like any of us are voting. This isn't college football. We're not doing a poll here. But I think that they're the most complete team. Obviously, Miami's made a huge splash based on what they have done this year and how they've done it, right? So they're insane. I was actually calling the Browns game. I'm doing a little work right now, so I was actually calling the Browns game on radio last week. Okay. And so I didn't get a chance to watch all of Miami, but I certainly saw its highlights, and it was pretty impressive. But I just think that head to toe, that the way that Kyle Shanahan calls a game and with that defense and how it can play, it's the best team in the league.
Chris, I agree with you, and I'm going to throw another word if you let me share it. They're unique. You got a Deebo Samuel, you got a Brandon Ayuk, Kittle, and this is what I wanted to ask you about. The young man from Carolina, I kind of forgot how good he was. Had you forgot about McCaffrey, and how shocked are you about his impact he's having on this Niner team? Because I think it starts with him.
It does. It does. I mean, his versatility to run between the tackles, pop him outside, have him catch passes like he's a wide receiver. I mean, I covered the combine where he just lit the world on fire, and I remember Mike Mayock at the time was our lead analyst, and he was like, guys, he catches the football like he's a number one wideout, and that is a huge, huge weapon. There are running backs that can certainly catch the ball, and we can screen it to them and all that sort of stuff, but they can't do what he does. So he's such a versatile weapon, and in Shanahan's hands, it's almost a lethal combination between those two, because there are always guys, like I never felt like Reggie Bush was used the right way. You know, he was a really good NFL player, but I still felt like they were throttling him down to 72% of his usage. I never felt like he got used the right way. McCaffrey is, and that is something special to watch. He is a ton of fun.
Chris Rose joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the host of NFL Network's Game Day Final. Well, since you said you were in Cleveland last weekend, who are you taking, Myles Garrett or Nick Bosa?
I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I watched Garrett a little more closely. I watched the Niners, but they have so many good pieces around. You know, that Bosa, I'm happy that he got paid because he definitely deserved it. You know, I don't know. I mean, really, it's like if you take those two and TJ Watt, and you're like, hey, who's the best out of the three? To me, it's like the whole LeBron MJ discussion. Like, do I really care? Like, who's second and who's third? Because then people are taking it like, oh, really? So you think it's a slap in the face if you
exactly
think that he's the third best one?
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, but who cares? Like, at the end of the day, they're all elite players that are trending toward being in Canton, Ohio. So I always find it a ridiculous conversation because you don't know what sort of schemes. Like, this year, Myles Garrett got put into a different scheme, right? The old wide nine that Jim Schwartz likes to run. And you can go ask Andre Dillard last week what it's like to be picked up by a 275-pound man and driven back into your quarterback, because that's what happened all day. And that sort of stuff's pretty special.
Chris, I got to go full disclosure on you. Kyle Shanahan question because my partner would kill me because at times I've said he cost him the 19th Super Bowl against the Chiefs when they were passing and they should have been running. Didn't throw the flag last year in Philly. Might have changed the game. But I do recognize his brilliance. With that said, were you surprised that they got the extensions on top of having, years left on their contracts, or you feel like they got it right?
They got it right. I will give you this. I will turn this and ask you a question. You are having a draft of the 32 coaches right now in the NFL. Right now. For this year only. What pick is Kyle Shanahan?
Number 1, Chris, Warren Moon. I've said it. So there it is.
You know what, though, Chris? And that's a great point. I wonder if that has all the way to do with Shanahan or because he's coaching this team right now. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because, you can go back and look, he's won with 2 quarterbacks.
Yes.
He's won with Jimmy Garoppolo, and now he's won with Brock Purdy. Anybody else that's been under center, and it's been a disaster at times. But how many coaches could win as much as he did with Jimmy Garoppolo? And are we so sure that Brock Purdy was just whiffed on by 31 other teams, or the fact that he fell into Kyle Shanahan's hands, that he has been turned into a guy who could end up being a top 10 quarterback when nobody thought it was possible? Like, I would bet on the latter. I just believe that much in Shanahan, and I believe in it because of the guys that I've talked to and work with that have been coached by Kyle Shanahan.
Chris, I got to throw you a curveball. I love the game of baseball. I know it's not as popular as it once was, but the San Francisco Giants, 2 years removed from winning 107, they come into this season, made some free agent moves, Haniger and Conforto and J.D. Davis. Things haven't worked out. But last night, Gabe Kapler, because I don't know what to make of Gabe Kapler. He goes to the mound to get the ball. They're losing the game 1. They're in the process of getting eliminated. We had a beat writer break a story about they're playing poker in the clubhouse, and 3 of the Giant players, prominent players, tried to get the team to focus before games. That didn't work out. So, to me, I'm Jim Leland, Lou Piniella, old school Chuck Tanner. Go in there and flip over a spread and tell the peoples, get ready for the game. With that said, he goes and gets the ball last night, and Brebbia, he's the pitcher, he's hiding the ball from him. And, Chris, I thought that was a total embarrassment. After a night, Logan Webb came out and said, we need big changes. Nobody knew what he meant. Am I wrong or off my keister for saying, you know what? It might be time to run these guys and start new if all this is happening.
Well, listen, I can understand why that's frustrating, particularly when you were in position with 6 weeks to go to, battle for one of those wild card spots, right? They weren't going to catch the Dodgers, but they certainly had to look at 4, 5, and 6. Certainly 5 and 6, the way it's played out. So I understand that frustration. But I think you're pointing your ire, I think it's a touch misguided from this standpoint. To me, the biggest issue with the Giants is that they haven't been able to close the deal on a big-name player. You started your baseball conversation by talking about some guys who have been solid major leaguers, whether that's a Ross Stripling, a Sean Manaea, a Mitch Haniger over the years. Those are the type of free agents that they've been bringing in, right? They swung big on Correa. It didn't work out because of the ankle. They supposedly swung big on Judge, and probably he wasn't going to leave New York anyway. Bryce Harper, they offered him some sort of short-term deal, and, they knew that was never going to happen. But we always heard that when the Giants were ready to get back into this thing, that they were going to swing for the fences. And they barely tapped the ball back to the pitcher. And that's going to be a problem. Like, for all the people who are like, Shohei, if Shohei walks into a meeting right now with Farhan Zaidi and the rest of the management crew and says, hey, why haven't you been able to get a player of my caliber to be my running mate up here? What's the answer? Why would Shohei Ohtani want to go up to San Francisco right now and join that organization. Is he the missing piece? It doesn't feel like it. I feel like they're short in a lot of places right now.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that a couple of years ago, the 107-win season was glorious. It was phenomenal. They proved a lot of people, including yours truly, wrong. I mean, I never saw that coming. I'll be the first one to raise my hand and say I was 100% off base on that. But it feels like out of the last 5 or 6 years that was the aberration instead of could have been the norm. So it just feels like that's the biggest issue to me. They have to look at why they haven't been able to get a guy they can build around instead of complementary pieces.
Hey, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Hey, I got a quick one for Chris.
Hold on.
Hey, Chris, hey, I've been following you since the Best Damn Sports Show, but I ain't stalking you. But you've shared with us, you know what? I'm trying to lose some weight, and we got this thing here at the station, sodaweightloss.com, SOTA. So we got a couple guys drop 20, 25, 30 pounds. I saw you the other day. I said, share with us your secret. You look great.
Well, apparently, either your screen wasn't very good or the Instagram photo wasn't very good, because I'm a true Dow Joneser. I'm a guy that has, like a lot of your listeners out there, has kind of battled the up and downs over the years. I'm not in a great spot right now, so I was.
I saw you. I said, Chris, didn't the face look slimmer? I said, he's killing it.
No. I'm telling you, it's either the beard was really good in covering some of the Joe West jowls down there, or I don't know exactly what it was. I do appreciate it. I appreciate it a ton. But we're in a. I'd like to get back on that train where you could lose 25 pounds. Now I'm going to walk my fat ass down the street to go pick up my medication.
Well, check out sodaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. But you look good, Chris. Keep it up, man.
I appreciate it. It's always good joining you guys.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate it. That's Chris Rose.
Oh, boy.
Host NFL Network's Game Day Final. Gary Radnich would call him a good sport.
Right. There
He's a
you
good
go.
sport.
Hey, he sounded like you with the far.
Thank you.
I would never say, how come you couldn't close before? I would be like, I'm the prize. It'll start after me. You know, like what would Farhan say to that question? Hey, we've been trying, Shohei. It's not because we haven't tried, but I wouldn't look like I'm ring chasing to say, are you guys, you know what I mean? That sounded like ring chasing a little bit.
What do you mean?
Well,
who?
You know, Shohei, if he were to go into that meeting with Farhan on why you haven't closed anything, we would say, hey, we've tried, but it starts with you.
Why would Shohei Ohtani want to come to the Giants? And that's where you do struggle to find answers. Ideally, they would be, the Giants would be a playoff team right now, and we would say they got about 2 or 3 young players who are going to be really good. But that's not where they are right now.
And that's not good enough for Shohei then, because he's in that right now with the Angels.
Well, the other thing about the Giants, too, that Chris was kind of talking about, I kind of feel him a little bit. It's, not only was the 107-win season kind of an anomaly, how exciting was that team? Like, do you remember that team as, wow, that's what great baseball, that's what it feels like.
They needed
this
magic.
Is what great baseball feels like.
Kepler would call on a pinch hitter. Darren Ruffs of the world would come up and deliver a bomb. They were solid defensively. They pitched. They were sound, both. I mean, they weren't the 27 Yankees, Steiny, but they earned that 107.
But they weren't a 107-win team, were they?
Right, okay. I get that.
You know what? That year is
Chris said
effing things up. I think that year's effing things up for the Giants.
No, I think this one is. Because Chris said, Steiny, they contended for damn near the 96, what did you say, 60-some% of. No, they were in this thing, man. And then it just fell off. And now Pasoy or Brebbia Gate, Magic Show, we don't know what. There's a disconnect in that clubhouse. And if you're telling me the manager they currently has boundaries and he can't go Clint Eastwood in there and flip some spreads or just talk to some guys, that sounds like a helpless situation if Flores, Estrada, and who was the other one, Steiny, couldn't, Yastrzemski couldn't get their message across.
if the 107-win season never happens, say they win 93. And they go to the playoffs, but they lose just like they lost to the Dodgers. Farhan and Kapler are gone now. I think they would have been fired.
You really believe that?
Like after this year. Yes. I think if they don't have the 107 wins 2 years ago that came out of nowhere.
But now we're talking about 14 wins. You said they would still make the playoffs.
Yeah, but they lost to the Dodgers just like they lost. So they hadn't won a series. They haven't won a series under Farhan. I think they would have been fired. They'd be fired at the end of this year if they would not have won the division or won won 93 games or something like that. Maybe you can disagree with me. There's no doubt. I mean I don't know it for a fact, but that's what that 107 win season, it bought them something, bought them some kind of goodwill. And it also planted the seeds in the fan base that were pretty good. And you were that year. They just couldn't build on it.
And what about a majority of this year?
Well, this year's team, that team.
I'm not comparing them. Chris just said it's not the Giants at one juncture.
Right. They were 54-41. That was their high point. But we're talking about a team that won 107 games, so they were probably 64
and everything was
30
going their way.
At that
Every
point.
break was going their way.
It felt like it.
So what do you do, or what can Farhan do?
Well, and this is
it's
where
got to be big.
Well, and that's where I'm here to say you're in trouble.
And that's why I would change so the next regime could come in. And if we got to do what you're saying, baby steps or big is off the table, well, you're telling me you can't throw a long bomb. You're telling me we can't dial it up. Why wouldn't we hit restart?
Well, if you believe Farhan could restart this in a couple years and get it back to
then we're talking about year
franchise.
7?
6.
Oh.
Farhan's finishing his
saying
fifth
2
year?
years after, this year, that would be 7.
No, what I'm saying is, so Farhan's finished his 5th year, Kapler his 4th.
We're 2026?
Listen, I could see how Farhan would go to management and say, guys, we got to see this through to next year. We brought it this far. What does bringing it this far mean, Farhan? We finally got some young guys up here. Now we got to live with them for a little bit and watch them grow. Isn't that kind of what happened with Posey and Crawford and Belt and Lincecum and Kane and Bumgarner and Sandoval? Those guys, didn't they kind of get better over a couple years?
Well, I feel like we're missing the bad contracts he's handed out to guys that haven't delivered, and now they got the
Barry
team.
Zito on the phone.
But you got
they
guys
won a title
on this
with
team
Barry
with
Zito.
options, Steiny, like they're in control to say if they want to come back or not. Maybe they don't want to come back because of what's going on that we don't know about, but now we know there's something's popping off. But bad contracts too to guys that have brought nothing. Like, how do you foresee that far? That's you that gave those guys the contracts and the power.
Okay, so you're going to hold it against Farhan for signing Haniger, who got hurt?
He had it. I am.
Okay.
So
are you giving him credit? Are you giving Farhan credit for kicking Rodon to the curb? Then
I'm a thumbs up on that because I was mad at him on that one.
Great decision to get rid of Rodon. Or not re-sign.
I'll even say, I know Evan had brought up our guy Correa, but I'll even give him the thumbs up on that.
All right, 49ers practice update. You ready?
Yep.
Some health concerns at wide receiver. Deebo Samuel, ribs, and Juwan Jennings, shin, will both miss 49er practice today. And Brandon Ayuk, he'll be limited. Oh, boy, you're worried, aren't you? You're frantic. Goo, are you okay?
No, it's just like when you watch, this is what you talk about, man. When you watch a football game, you never know the impact these dudes are taking. My man said ribs, not baby back, but ribs. Just proceed with caution, Steiny. I ain't saying sitting them out, but the Ayuk one is, I know it's Wednesday.
Yeah, I sit him out.
No,
I sit them all out.
No, come on now. I ain't saying that.
So I
But
finally
he was
realized
really hurt more than we thought if Ayuk is not trending to play.
I finally get it.
Oh, for the you've never made this work, but go ahead. I'm supposed to say what, Steiny?
You want to bring load management to the NFL. Essentially.
No, I don't.
You know what? 49ers
These
start,
games are
if the
playoff
49
games.
Evan, 49ers start 4-0. Why not rest Purdy that week 5 against the Cowboys?
Because
Why
he can
risk
get hurt
it?
in week 6 in one play.
Yeah, but the Cowboys are physical.
But
They're physical.
We thought.
They were. Steiny, no major league team is giving up their top young talent on their major league roster to the Giants in trades unless they give up Ramos, Harrison, etc. And that's actually what I was thinking on the way here with the Giants. It's like sometimes, we're talking Logan Webb. Sometimes you might have to trade Logan Webb. You have to trade your best player to get something because nobody wants any of your. Who do you want on the Giants?
You preach it.
Who do you
now.
want?
You said it.
Logan Webb.
Yeah, you said it. And what did I tell you, Steiny? I had the uncle, hey, nephew, where can I get something for nothing? Nowhere. But that was his line. You got to give up something to get something.
925. This is the first year we have seen Farhan's draft picks begin to actualize. See, I'm with this guy.
That's one part of the job.
Well, that's what Farhan is going to say. Exactly what the 925 just said. And he'll have the truth to stand on. They played young players this year more than in the past. Not as much as some people wanted, but they did. And so, I mean,
I look at the free agents like when you go to the supermarket and you're in the produce aisle and you're looking at the apples and all the vegetables, and you get the wrong one sometimes, Donnie, and that's what I feel like Farhan's doing. He's just having bad luck getting the tomato that's got something in it, the apple. Like, man, you put what you pointed out and actualized, that's part of it. But the other part is you got injured guys, and guess what, Farhan? They stayed injured.
But he found,
I mean?
look at the guys. He found Gosman. He found Radon. Like he did.
Yeah, but
he
didn't
did
keep
swing.
Gosman.
Right, but the way my point is like, okay, Haniger got hurt, but he's been able to find guys here and there who come in and help for a year, and that's whatever way. That's the way they're doing it right now. I mean, I think sometimes it's going to take a while. There's just no quick fix. There isn't.
Well, you said year 5 is about to be complete.
Yeah. Joe's in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny, what's going on, Guru?
Hey.
But I just think that the Giants Stadium, the way it's built, none of these dinger doctors they don't want to come here because the weather. Like when you go to the game, the wind's blowing, everything. There's all kinds of components, So if I hit 40 home runs in Florida or in let's say Houston, I'm not going to come here and be a double. 40 doubles.
Right.
So I think that's a big key when it comes to, the judges, the Correas, the big hitters. So that's
Joe. No, Joe. I think that there's got it. Look, can we prove it? No, but there's got to be something to it, right? I mean, if you're Bryce Harper, of course he wants to play in Philly and not San Francisco. It's easier to hit home runs there. It's a bandbox.
Well, Barry didn't have a problem here.
That you're going to the greatest player of all time.
Yeah. Who had some lotion.
Oh.
Yeah, some enhancement.
And don't forget, Barry, one of the big reasons he came here is because he wanted to come home. So it's not like...
Man. I just feel bad for Giant fans, man.
Why? They've won They've won 3 titles in 14 years. Why would you feel sorry for them? Why would you feel sorry for that fan base? I'll bet if you made a list of teams who have won 3 titles in the last 14 years, there'd only be about 6 teams on there.
That's not entertaining the people that want to pack up the car and go and be entertained and watch some good baseball.
Too bad.
They don't go to the computer and say,
you watched good baseball.
Well,
too bad. They should.
They want an outing. They want to go watch Ohtani.
Too bad.
They want to go watch Judge.
Everybody
want to go.
Everybody wants to watch Ohtani.
They want to go watch
You don't just
Harper.
get guys because you want them.
They want to go
You gotta
watch
deserve
Alvarez in Houston. Mm-hmm. They want to go watch the Stars. And unfortunately, you don't have one.
That's right. You don't. because nobody wants to come to San Francisco.
See, that bothers me.
It's a shame.
I don't believe that.
Well, I don't believe
Get
it
the
either.
right person in there to close a deal, they'll come. I know what's happening.
You don't. You think you do. Because I don't know either. Somebody saying you're a Dodger fan. Oh, we got to go. We got to go, Goo. Segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Big bones, big dinosaur.
loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. 95.7 The Game.
Let's go, baby.
Hey, Goo, I know you were looking for something on the internet earlier. Did you find which ballpark in the major leagues has yielded the most home runs?
I do. I'm looking at it right
Okay.
now, and I'd like you and Evan to guess, if you can, which major league ballparks have given up the most home runs, and we'll start with the most, obviously, number one.
I'm going to say...
I don't think Evan may know, okay.
Your guess.
I have not looked this up, by the way. My guess would be Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati.
That was going to be my second choice.
Evan, you're number 2. That's number 2 with 243.
I'm going to say the Philly Stadium.
You'll never guess this one, Philly.
Citizens Bank, is that what it's called?
Yeah, Citizens Bank they're 7th.
Okay.
With 213. But number 1, Evan and Steiny, is Globe Light Field.
Rangers, yeah.
In Arlington, 256.
I'll bet you Houston's up there, too.
Let's see. Astros, Minute Maid, they're 10th.
Okay. What are the Giants? Well, I mean, what is Oracle Park?
Well, Oracle Park, the number of actual home runs is only 152.
Where does it put it on the list?
Hold on, let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 15th.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Yeah.
So it's not.
That ain't good, though.
No, but it's not.
It ain't 80 home runs.
It's not.
How many of those are hit by the Giants?
Now that I don't have, Evan, the breakdown.
We had a big trade in the NBA.
Oh, my God.
Dame Lillard's going to the Bucks, and DeAndre Ayton, Drew Holiday going to Portland, and Grayson Allen and Yusuf Nurkic going to the Suns. Jose wants to talk about it. What's going on, Jose? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? First time caller, love the show, man.
Thank you.
I wish you guys were on all day, man, like that.
We can't do that, yeah.
Hey, just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that trade, man. Where does that put the Bucks? Who you guys got? Canelo and Charlo?
I can't wait.
James Logan Wrestling, baby, we out here. I'll take this offline. You guys have a great day. Thank you guys.
Shout out to Colts.
Love you guys.
Charlo, a fight this weekend, Steiny. I'm going with Charlo.
Can't wait. Do you have your popcorn ready?
Dude, look at you. This is what this has done. I thought it was Phoenix. There's no doubt in my mind, Bron, I love you. It's older. It's going to be harder. Giannis healthy. The Bucks are primed to win the NBA Finals. I was wrong with the Nets because I didn't know they were playing.
Well, you were wrong with Kyrie and Luka too.
What? I didn't.
Oh, Steiny.
No, I said watch out. I didn't say
Right.
finals.
Watch out for a plummet.
Right. Anyway, where do you think this does for Milwaukee? I think they're the favorite to win it. In Vegas, the odds are that.
Honestly,
man, Steiny.
It sounds like a great trade for the Bucks. But Drew Holiday was a glue guy, a really good defender,
But
really
good,
really good locker room guy.
Yeah.
You know, again, it sounds great. You know what else sounds great? Durant, Beal, and Booker. How are they going to work? You know what else sounds great? Kyrie and Luka.
But that's only 2.
Okay. Sometimes it's harder with 3.
And give me the 3 Warriors. Steph. No, you were saying Steph and Clay, but it's Steph and Wiggins right now. But you're saying for them to be successful, it's got to be Clay.
I'm saying Clay's got to be more like who Clay was. Clay, listen.
If he could still shoot it, Steiny.
Oh, that's hey, Goo, I got to tell you, you're making me a little bit nervous now when I walk in. You and Nahigian making me a little bit nervous. You both are.
Why?
You know what? I'm gonna throw a new word out there. You guys look, I'll say it, svelte. Mm-hmm.
Well, Bonte's leading it, and Nahigian looks great, and that's why I told Chris Rose about SodaWeightLoss.com. It's been a game changer, Steiny. I'm down 24 pounds, and I'm still trying. But basically what's happening is they've given me the key to accountability. They provided me with my own nutritionist. So once a week I have a weigh-in, and Steiny, a conversation with my nutritionist about how the week went, and that's holding me accountable. And also, I'm doing this from the convenience of my own living room. So no appetite suppressants, no Red Bulls, no junk food. I got that out my system, and right now I'm holding myself accountable. Go to SOTA, SOTA, weightloss.com. I got friends and family asking me, Goo, you're looking thinner. How can we be a part? And all I keep telling them is go to the website right now. That's sotaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. See what they have for you and start losing ASAP because, Steiny, I'm still going. So hopefully I can get this thing to 30 or 40.
I have faith in you, my man. I absolutely do.
George Michael.
You've already done plenty. Keep it up. By the way, a couple things on my
Dude,
list.
You shocked me with that words of encouragement.
Svelte. Oh.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I think this is for the birthday bash I threw you yesterday.
So, a couple things. So, did you see Aaron Rodgers from his apartment bed?
What did he say? I know
said the Jets have to grow up a bit. They have to grow up. I got a problem with a guy who played 4 plays telling a team that he's never been on. They got to grow up.
So you're okay with me saying F off, A-Rod, while we're out? How easy
A-Rod.
for you to say.
A-Rod. I kept thinking A-Rod, the baseball player, obviously.
J-Lo. But, Steiny, I thought, dude, who's this guy think he is? Maybe he was on the psychedelic stuff.
I don't know. I don't know what he was, but.
Grow up?
Yeah, here's the other thing. He said to Joe Namath, who ripped Zach Wilson, that's not helping. He told Joe Namath to button it. That's right. He told a Super Bowl winning quarterback in New York, Pike.
And you talk about heat rocks. Did you see Joe Namath? I want to kiss you. Go in on Zach Wilson and say it's over. It's embarrassing. He can't play. I think I should have grew up in New York. Seriously.
Why?
Because
it would have gobbled you up.
No, my sport takes.
No, but the city would have just eaten you alive.
I made it back when I went. Steiny, I'm telling you, they cut through the chase.
People don't like that about me.
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you kind of don't do it.
It's a double-edged sword being back east.
But some people think you don't mean it. That's the only problem.
I don't.
Yeah. Like last night, Kapler, the first thing should have been the Brebbia thing. They're like, what you packing your kid for lunch tomorrow? It's like, dude, they just got eliminated and that fiasco just went on.
I did take exception to you saying late. Yeah, it was 1-0 in the second inning. Come on, Goo. Come on.
See, this is where I try to be the adult of this show. Steiny, it was on the day after Logan Webb fired off a shot. Logan Webb said big changes need to be made. Then we had the piece in The Athletic about Pasoy being played.
You love saying that, don't you?
Evan, that is my word. But that's what that was about. And I think Brebbia was kind of mocking Kapler.
I don't.
But we'll never know.
Now, here's where, if you want to say that's kind of the issue, they were messing around, fine. I don't think he was trying to show him up. I just think it's something that he was doing all year.
How much time we got? I was just with Dibley at a funeral paying respect. If I broke out my phone and we were playing dominoes, wouldn't people have looked at me like, this dude's playing dominoes at a funeral? That would have been disrespectful, right?
Okay.
There's a time and place. Brebbia should have known his manager and the team is under fire because they're not buttoned up. I'll do the magic trick next year.
That's no fun. Hey, listen, I've said it all show. I hear what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. It's all sponsored by Flag and Anthem.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Flag.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I almost wish I'd never heard that word.
I'm going to learn how to play Pasoy, guys.
Yeah.
Have you played it, Dibs?
I tried to play it at senior prom, and it didn't work out for me. What's wrong with you people? Can't we have a little fun? It's a Wednesday.
Willard and Dibs in the house. It's when we get together, the four of us.
What did I do wrong?
It's a hump day. Let's go.
Is it? Oh, yeah, it is, huh?
Hey,
I don't know what day it is.
I don't like Willard.
I got one word for you.
Oh, what is it, Snidey?
Brebbia.
Oh, what an embarrassment.
WTF.
What a fun guy, isn't he?
I sent it to you.
What a fun guy. He's got a big old beard and a smile.
But now's not the place. That wasn't the place.
Where's
Where's
the
the fire?
time?
This is one of those things.
Was the ball hidden in his beard? I never found out where he actually hid it.
It's hidden in a different body part every time, Dibs.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and the same question apparently gets asked every time Gabe Kapler gets to the mound. It's not you coaching, but it's kind of a concoction of that. It's, are you sure? And apparently that's their thing. And then somehow this one went sideways, whereas I told you guys a second ago, the first time I saw it, Guru was the one who sent it to me.
Man.
I was sitting there last night looking at it on my phone. He's like, what is this? And I'm like, it looks like two guys who are drunk leaving a bar. And they're like falling over each other.
Why is there contact?
So here's my thing is this. Like we all sort of, things hit us a different way. I'm not offended by this, but I completely understand everybody who is. Where it's like, are human beings supposed to stop laughing? Are they supposed to stop having whatever little dynamics they have with one another just because you're losing? I would argue no. But on the night when you're eliminated and your supposed future superstar pitcher is out sick, and so you get thrown in as an opener, and the forever season fourth place Padres are about to catch you.
And Juan Soto hits a tank off you in the first.
And you guys are grab you know what in each other out on the mound on the way out in the second inning. Yeah, it's a bad look. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It's not going to make you're not going to make people feel good. And
read the room.
That's what the Giants organization seems to be failing to understand right now. Do your fans' opinions matter about the roster? Maybe not. Do how the fans feel about you matter? You're damn right it does.
And how do they feel about you right now? Coming off the Logan Webb commentary.
Not good.
They feel like
Not
maybe your clubhouse doesn't take enough things seriously. And so now you've got a manager coming out to take the pitcher out, and you're playing hidden ball trick. And if you look at the other infielders, Steiny, that are around that moment, there's not a whole bunch of, this is so great.
Luciano,
JD Davis. Well, Luciano gives a kind of an awkward smile.
He's like, what's happening?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not in on the joke. I haven't been here all year.
JD
What
Davis
is this?
does like a half turn away, kind of like, oh, God.
Boy.
JD's like planning his exit strategy,
Right.
which he handled an inning later.
And was Tyro up there?
I don't know.
Also,
Whatever.
I couldn't identify everybody, but it wasn't like,
Wilmer there?
oh, this is so great. We love this bit. We couldn't wait for Gabe to come out because we love the bit. Just an embarrassment.
I always believe that, the organization knows what's going on way more than the fans and the writers and all that kind of stuff. But I do wonder if this stuff that, they get a so-called vote of confidence a month or so ago. I almost feel like, I wonder if some of this stuff's coming out because they all know that these guys are probably coming back, but they don't want these guys to come back. But there's also, I'm going to contradict myself here, but I also don't think people hate Kapler. I just think he's just a guy.
I think some of them like him. There are probably a few of them who are bothered by him. And then a healthy portion of them, at minimum, just roll their eyes at him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'm not bothered by you, but you're different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. But Steiny, I guess my number one response to you there is, if these guys are sitting there going, we know Gabe and Farhan are back, I mean, isn't their question, we don't even know if we're back. The reason the Logan thing sat so well, I think, with fans and media, it was so important, what he did a couple of nights ago, is he's the only one who we know is going to be a now and a part of the future. And I think part of what he's asking for is for that to change. He's like, is there anybody else here who cares about the future of the Giants? Because I do. And Fleming was great on that today.
Oh, man.
I learned more about Logan Webb today in that this guy studies the minor leaguers. This guy is the first one to introduce himself when they get called up. This is somebody who, when he is off on his own time, if not at a Raider game, is thinking about and working with how to make the Giants better. He is immersed in it. And when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, that's favorite player stuff. Like, okay, Logan, you're our guy. You're our guy. And I think Logan's looking around and like, is there any other guys? Who's with me? Because you're playing cards.
Sure.
You're in the other room.
David Copperfield with the magic
You
trick.
just got called up yesterday. You just got sent down. You're on a 1-year deal. You're on a 1-year deal. You got an option.
Who's with me?
Who's with me?
Who's with
and
me?
he's Jerry Maguire, and he's walking out with a fish.
Or he's like Belushi in Animal House, where who's with me? And he runs out, and nobody follows him, and he comes back in.
Streaking!
All that, and he comes back in, and he has to, berate his fraternity brothers because nobody was with him in the moment, and that's kind of where Logan is right now. And I don't blame him for feeling that way, and I don't blame the other guys for not running out of the room with him because you're either pre-arbed for, or you're on a 1+1, or you might be going to Sacramento tomorrow, and then you'll be back on Friday. Nobody here has permanence other than who? Like Tyro? Camilo? One of the various Rogerses?
No doubt. I mean, I would say
tenuous.
I would say that some of the young players they hope will be the core of the future. See, like I think Farhan can go to management and say, "Look at our roster. We had 7 or 8 guys, young guys who we got to look at. Maybe somebody wanted more to see more of a look, but like Farhan can say." Can we go in next? We've got young players. Let's see if they're starting to get better. Let's see if they're ascending.
This is year 5 of that.
Right, but this is the first year we've seen them matriculate to the to major leagues.
Thank you, Hank Stram. And I appreciate what you said about matriculating the ball down the field. But they tried to serve both masters.
You're right.
They didn't bring these guys up and really give them a look. Like Bailey, yes, you got to look because man, you were good and you threw people out. But any other rookie never really got up here and was able to get comfortable, in my opinion, because they were trying to make the playoffs while also develop the youngsters, and they did neither.
And you're 2 years removed from 107, so I understand that direction.
Well,
like 107, you lose to the Dodgers, you're feeling like we got something.
It's a little hindsight is 2020, I feel, with this point that a lot of people are making. I get it because it didn't work. But it's a little easy to sit here today and be like, you should have given the year to the youngsters. Well, if you had done that when you were 13 games over 500 in early July,
no doubt.
I'd have called you an idiot. Yeah. Like, they were trying to win, and then they didn't. And so then you look at it and go, well, you should have handed the year to the young guys. No, you should have tried to win. And you should have done a better job of it, by the way. But, like, Steiny's right. These young guys, like Bailey, that was one of his first picks. Now they're ready. Like that whole rebooting the farm system thing, that did take time. But there is something to be said for going back to Logan Speaks and then that article. What were the other players it pointed to?
Oh, my gosh.
Yaz.
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes.
Flores.
Yes.
What do those 3 guys and Logan Webb all have in common?
They're going to be there.
Thank you. And there are not enough of those people in the clubhouse because Jock Peterson, who's not going to be here, is playing Pusoy Dos, and Alex Wood has had 1 foot out the door since June. And everyone else who has a player option is like, I might have 1 foot out the door, but I might not. If I don't play well, I'll be back.
So does that still make me or Giant fans that think I'm going to put the poker problem the way what we know? The fact that, okay, Gabe doesn't flip a spread, but if you can't run your house, then what are you here for? If the players who tried to do it without you, what are you here for? Like, I need a Piniella. I need a Sparky Anderson. I honestly believe Brebbia. I've never seen Brebbia. I've never seen that happen. I've never seen the box out on the mound. I think Brebbia, in a little mischievous way, was, I know what Logan said. I may not be here. I know what's the articles are written. I'm going to pull my magic trick just to Who took the brunt of that? Kapler. He's the one that looked.
And what happened with Zach Littell? When Zach Littell slammed the ball in his hand and Gabe stalks after him and follows him down the tunnel, and he's DFA'd the next day.
Did you see Gabe actually make light of that after the game as well?
No, I didn't actually.
Yeah, they asked him, "Is anything ever like that? Happened before?"
Oh,
and he goes, "What?
right.
You mean a redhead getting mad at me on the mound and storming off?" So,
right. So
I'm glad everyone still has their sense of humor.
Has Brebbia been DFA'd?
No, he's been UFA'd.
Okay.
Yeah, he is an unrestricted free agent after
And I
this.
think he knows he's out.
Maybe. I also think John Brebbia, to me, this is a complete aside. He does not have a serious bone in his body. That's John.
All right, Willard,
He's he's the complete class clown, and so he's acting like the class
just
clown.
real quick, Steiny, it's like being at somebody's funeral and trying to run material. It's
I
not
just told
that-
Steiny that before you walked in.
No way. Dude, I was in
He said it's like if you're at a funeral and you got on your
I
phone.
said Dibs and I were at a funeral
But I
playing
think
dominoes.
Dibs works better, I think, because the phone, you can do it less obtrusively.
Correct. And I
obtusely.
believe me, as a guy who's always trying to make people laugh, even I, at Michael Urban's funeral, rest in peace, it was, it actually was not a super somber affair. It was sad, any funeral is, but I'm not out there, hey, boy, I just flew in from Albuquerque, and boy, are my arms tired.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Even when I met a couple of listeners, we met some listeners, which were, a couple of nice young men.
I go, why are they staring at us? They mad at us?
Yeah, seriously.
I go, whoa.
I thought maybe I had some
Dibs.
I had some dip on my shirt, but even at that point, I wasn't running material. Brebbia, you got to read the room.
Well,
know the situation.
Funerals actually should have some laughter, I feel like. They should.
Agreed.
People should share stories about people and make everybody's.
We shared stories, and Rick Tittle was great, and he shared a couple of vignettes actually with Michael Urban's father, which made Mr. Urban smile and kind of made all of us smile a little bit, and so there was some of that, but it
I
wasn't.
don't know about the hidden ball trick, but
and it wasn't like, hey, tip your waitress because I got a couple zingers for you. There's a time and a place for everything. Anyway,
I don't want to beat a dead horse. But
this is awkward
I love the
transition.
game of baseball. I just need to know from you three before I get in the caddy and drive home. So the three guys took it upon themselves to try to police their own clubhouse. I get it.
Or four, right?
Okay.
If you count Logan.
But what about Gabe? If that's not his style, I felt like they should go to him or Gabe should have went in there. Like, to me, that's a stain on Gabe Kapler, the manager.
No doubt.
Now, Steiny was like, Goose, some manager skippers don't go all up in the thing, all up in the video. I get that. But when you got a problem of focus and guys doing that, there's no fear. I just don't believe Sparky Anderson or Bochy would go for that.
That's a different school. That's a different time.
They have respect. Like, they were managers for a long time and earned a lot of respect over that time. I don't know if they were thought of the same way their second or third year managing.
Don't you guys think, though, a lot of you probably had dads like this? I did.
Tom.
If Tom got mad, you knew, because it happened 3 times.
Oh,
that's
right?
more.
He's so chill. But if he came to get you, that was because he read that policing yourselves is now not working, so Dad's going to step in and be like, here's the flipping deal.
I love
and
when you
that's
tell
the
stories
end of the room.
about Tom snatching you up because there was a couple.
Oh my God.
You got a couple of great
That was
stories.
the only time he spanked me.
Dwayne was like the rapper Drake.
Rest in peace.
He would go 0 to 100 real quick, and so
That's
I
a
mean,
4.
yeah. And Dwayne, and Steiny's father and my father, they might as well have been the same man, cut from the same cloth. The old school where you cross that line, and it was you cross the line, and it's either you go fetch the paddle or I get it. Either way, we know how it ends. And I'm not advocating for, child spanking and all the rest of it. I never got spanked, but the siblings, oh boy. But I mean, it wasn't like 2 or 3 times. Dwayne would get hot and that was it. He would flip the spread on you if you did one of the things that you knew that he knew was wrong, and Kapler's just not that guy.
My best guess, obviously, we won't know because they won't tell us. that animated conversation in the Dodger Stadium outfield between Logan and Gabe.
The 20 minutes?
I've got my best guess is that's what it was about. Logan saying, my man, we need you to come.
Right. Come parent.
You got to come do this. I don't know that, but I'm sure it was about many more things, but I got to think that came up. Don't you?
Probably.
I got to think that came up, like how to police the clubhouse. Because one thing Flem also said this morning that I think is important is you hear Logan Webb top big changes, and everybody immediately goes, oh, he's pointing
upstairs.
He's pointing at the front office. Yeah. He's pointing at Gabe Kapler. And Dave was very, very careful to point out, oh, no, he was pointing at a lot more than that. He was definitely pointing at some teammates. And so...
Yeah, that's actually the way I took it. Not that he was excluding Kapler and Farhan.
Not at all.
But I think he was like, we need big changes around this like clubhouse. Like 8 guys we got to get off of. Yeah. And get 8 killers in here, right?
Yeah.
Competitors in here.
8 professionals.
Exactly.
And, I was thinking about what you said earlier about like the Warriors and a locker room culture. And, I think about your time, Steiny, playing college basketball. And, the coach can only do so much. Steve Kerr's not in there every second in the locker room, and Kapler's not in there all the time. You need to have leaders on your team who police themselves. And it doesn't feel like this team has that. Mark and I were going through the roster, and you look at who would you possibly look to as that veteran leader? And you mentioned Brandon Crawford earlier. He's just not cut that way. Yeah. DJ BC Raw is not the kind of guy to go in there and flip a spread. He's just a nice, he's just a nice guy.
He's been great.
I do too, but he's not that kind of a leader,
Yeah. Well, and I don't think Kapler's that way either. Like, I actually think Kapler's the kind of guy who's so he thinks about his image so much that he would bust his hump to never flip a spread because he doesn't want to be that guy that resorts to that kind of thing.
I flipped the spread and I composted all the food.
So hire a spread flipper.
Not mathematically prudent. So
many infinite outcomes when you flip a spread.
Totally.
Macaroni salad might spill and it might not.
A waste of foodstuffs that could feed other people.
I think a team needs more than one leader. I think every outfit needs more than one leader. And the manager probably needs to be one of them. But it also needs somebody to run the clubhouse. And whether that's Logan Webb, like this is actually something I'd really love to ask Logan. Can you be the team's everyday voice when you're not an everyday player?
Man.
Because he is exactly everything he needs to be. Like, I could not be a bigger fan of Logan, the player, the leader, the person, but he clearly needs help. He needs help. And I don't know if he can Buster Posey or Buster Pusoy the clubhouse.
Or Buster only.
I don't know if he can do any of those roles because he plays once every 5 days. He needs more people around him, more leaders, more contracts, more people who care about the Giants.
I'll say this, because there's 6 of us, Shasky and Bonte. When they were 13 over 500, I told Bonte, I said, you owe him an apology. I told you guys in the chat right here, there's magic working. But for the guys like Bonte, they were out early. This is the win for him, right? This season, the way this is happening.
Yeah, we gave Bonte his flowers yesterday.
All right. God, stop.
Mark gave him a big, smelly bouquet.
No, but there's a bunch of fans that feel like that.
Mark doesn't like to do victory lap radio.
On the tote board.
Victory lap.
And
I did, but Mark poo-pooed it.
No, I didn't. He's right, and I was wrong. But
I thought he was wrong. No, we all did.
But that's fine.
Man.
I don't know why we got to tote board this stuff at the end of every season. And I said this on the air about Bonte did a victory lap on social. He did. I don't want an apology, but I'm here to say I told you so. And I'm like, okay. If you want flowers, if you want a victory lap, well, then we got to go through everything else.
Yeah.
And actually,
But where does everything else stop? Because this season is
hopefully it stops at the end of the year because Steiny's doing his Matt Cain perfect game this year, apparently.
I mean, from
the year of the Stein.
I thought you
No,
defused.
I don't
No, I'm making fun of it, but
And Guru made an error too.
We thought they were making the
But
playoffs.
Willard,
you thought they were making the playoffs.
The fans, he got it right.
Great. And he got Jordan Poole and Trey Lance wrong.
Man.
So are we doing this? If you want a victory lap, then be there and show up when you messed up. And I'll give the two of them credit because they've made fun of themselves about their Trey Lance video.
And I was in
100
there with
times.
it. Yeah, no doubt.
So that's
I was
great.
on the Trey Lance
That's
thing.
all I'm
All right.
saying. Was I all kinds of wrong about the Giants this year? Yes.
But you're not
Absolutely.
by yourself.
And I don't need flowers for Trey Lance and Jordan Poole because as I said to Dibs every day, we talk for 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
We're wrong every day,
Well,
and we're right every day. Dibs talks for 2 hours a day.
Yeah,
I talk for 4
we
hours a day.
broke that down yesterday.
Okay?
I gave myself an hour
So
and 12.
Dibs is only right 2 days a week, and he's wrong 3 days a week.
I'm silent 3
I'm
days
right,
a week.
I'm right and wrong 5 days a week. Damn it.
Damn it.
Yeah, this is bad. I can't wait
it's
to
terrible.
see what happens.
It's terrible.
That's why I told Steiny real quick here, if you start over, if all Steiny's said, let me honest, we got a plethora of young guys to look forward to, no, then we can start over because whoever you start with, Epstein, you're going to inherit that.
Well, but yeah, you're going to get rid of
we
it
had
then.
Chris Rose on. He said he came out of nowhere, unprovoked. They've been in the room with the Stantons, and you can't close. That's a part of the job too.
Yeah.
It's not just the farm. So maybe they need a new voice in there.
They need to make a trade. Stop trying to sign people and make a trade. Don't give the person a choice. Just give them a jersey.
It's like what the Kings did with Chris Webber.
Yeah, you're here
I'll
now.
never forget. And how'd that work out?
They have no soul food in Sacramento. But he was there for 10 years after they got him.
Hi, Juan Soto. My name's Farhan. Right field's right over there.
And don't laugh.
We will
Mike
see
Trout,
you.
how you doing?
We'll see you in April.
So how far are we from your dream lineup for that?
Pretty
thing?
far.
Okay.
Pretty far. I know everyone's going to want to talk players or whether people are getting hired or fired or whatever. For me, it's almost more sort of abstract than that. The Giants literally feel like the opposite of their name. They feel small. When they come back in April, they need to feel big. The Dodgers feel big.
Niners and
The
Warriors
Braves
in
feel
your own
big.
backyard.
Niners, and even the Padres, who stink, still feel big.
Dude, the Oakland Roots, they sell out every game at Laney College. They feel bigger
Have you
than the
been to
Giants.
one?
Yeah,
I gotta
man,
get to
I've been
one.
food trucks and action.
Really?
You had me at food truck.
Action, bro.
Yeah, I
Action
gotta
at the
check
Roots
it out.
games. But they feel big. They feel bigger than the Giants.
All right.
WNBA, we'll get to that tomorrow.
Yeah, and
We need a
liquidate all
nickname.
assets.
Yeah.
The podcast is out. Guru and I gave out our liquidate locks, and I got a baseball pick for tonight that I'm in love with.
Oh.
So make sure you get to the pod, Spotify, iTunes, the Odyssey app. Liquidate all assets. Guru was amazing this morning. The sunglasses were back.
Yeah, I was going to say, he put
That's
them on.
gonna do
right
it for
as-
me.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah
it's
Steiny's leaving.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, that's it.
It's
Be with me, Dibs. on
easy
this
prime. Come on.
one. You have a great show. You know I love them.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The other thing about giving people flowers and going on victory laps when you say something that was right is also funny because I don't even know for most people what the value of the word is anymore. Dame Lillard, I will not go anywhere but the Miami Heat or I will not show up to camp.
Right.
I'm not doing it. Go ahead, acquire me at your own peril. And then he sent out a tweet about an hour ago. Can't wait for the next chapter of my life. # Milwaukee.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. LFG. Oh, God.
Well,
Fine. Let's go. Let's
it's
go.
the same thing as athletes scrubbing their social media
Sure,
of their current
sure.
team and then coming back and embracing the fan base. It's all part of the leverage game. You know this.
Sure. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. However, a couple things on Dame Lillard, and if you missed this, if you've been bouncing around at work, if you're just getting off of a lunch meeting, Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. Would love to interact with you. 888-957-9570. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and our Comcast business text line is all there ready for you. Thank you for being with us every single day. But, yeah, big three-team trade, and I don't even have every single particular in front of me, but the Bucks, the Suns, and the Blazers get together, and Dame Lillard will go to the Bucks. DeAndre Ayton is on his way out as well. Yusef Nurkic is going to the Suns. Drew Holiday, handful of picks, and a couple other young players are heading to the Portland Blazers. There are more, and we'll get you the full list of the whole thing. But two things come out of this. Number one, Jimmy Butler has already gone on social media and says, listen, you didn't hear it from me, but hey, NBA, you need to look into the Milwaukee Bucks for tampering.
Oh, yeah?
And I'm like, well, first of all, we did just hear it from you because that's your face.
Right.
And that's your voice.
Those are your words.
So we're hearing it from you. But secondly, the whole thing's funny, man. Like tampering. You ever been tampered with in your career?
I don't think so.
I totally have.
Tampered with?
I mean, speaking to another outfit while under contract.
Oh, well, that.
It's technically tampering.
I had a job doing radio in this town.
You had a job in radio?
I'm doing radio on a station that was on the AM dial, and I had an interview with a station on the FM dial. So I go out of my one job when my shift was over. I walk around the corner, up an elevator, and I'm interviewing with the station that would come to be known as 95.7 The Game. As I'm in the interview room, I look out the window. I can see my studio where I am currently working. So, yes, I guess
You've been tampered with.
Well, I was tampering myself.
Of
It was
course you were.
self-tampering.
It's a stupid concept. I think it's hysterical that someone from the NBA is like, oh, no tampering. I'm sorry. How does the free agency period that starts at 12:01 always have 18 deals that get announced at 12:02?
Some good hard workers.
Nobody tampered? It's a stupid concept. So miss me with that. But I guess this is what it made me feel about the Warriors. And Tim Kawakami is going to join us in a half hour. And he is as dialed in as anybody in this market. And just finished a podcast with Steve Kerr. Among the things discussed, Chris Paul's usage, that starting lineup, and all kind. But from the Giants to the 49ers, we'll talk to Tim about all of it, and can't wait to do so. So that's coming up in about a half hour. But they also signed Rudy Gay today, which I don't know how you feel about. I mean, whatever, 12th roster spot. I like it.
Well, 15th roster spot.
Whatever.
And he's going to have to compete for the spot because Rodney Magruder, he's not a punk now, Mark. So Magruder and Gay are both going to duel for that final roster spot. And I'm a little disappointed in the Warriors.
How so?
They should have found somebody older. Rudy Gay's not old enough for this
How old
team.
is Rudy Gay?
I think he's only 37, Mark. 37.
37.
And I'm gonna punch up the stats because I do think that if Gay makes the team and you've got Chris Paul and Steph Curry, I think you've got 3 of the 8 oldest players in the association.
I'm glad you brought that up. Oh, by the way, I got the full trade in front of me now.
Get older.
All right, here we go.
When in doubt, get older.
The Bucks get Dame Lillard. The Blazers get Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Toumani Camara, 2029 first-round Bucks pick, and a Bucks pick swap. Okay? In 2029. I don't even know if we're going to be alive by then. The Suns get Yusef Nurkic, Nasir Little, Keon Johnson, Grayson Allen.
I knew Keon was a part of this.
Keon!
Spelled correctly, too, by the way.
That is correct.
Yeah.
It is spelled correctly.
That's my son is named Keon, and he was named after an NBA player also named Keon.
Okay.
Not this Keon.
Right. Keon Dooling?
No, that would be Keyon.
Oh, that's right.
He was lightly named after Keon Clark.
Keon Clark!
Which
is
Toronto
weird.
Raptor.
That's weird. That's
super weird.
Totally weird that you named him after Keon Clark.
The ex-loved 6'10" NBA players such as Lamar Odom.
Is that why you're not together anymore?
Darius Miles.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
It's a cheap shot, but I'm going to count it because you're not wildly incorrect.
Oh gosh. Anyway.
Anyhow.
So here's what I've learned, and I think this is a fair concern. This is not me. I don't want to be a party pooper, but We talked the other day. I just think it's funny. I'm not mad at it. I think it's funny that the Warrior fan base within 3 months has suddenly been like, yeah, okay, Chris Paul. All right. 3 months ago, y'all hated him. And nothing has happened between then and now other than him looking at Kendra Andrews and going, you coaching? And now everyone's like, yeah, okay, Chris Paul, this is going to be great. That's funny. But furthermore, isn't it a fair question to be like, all right, guys, you're going against Dame and Giannis. You're going against the Boston Celtics, Jason and Jalen. Okay? You're going against the Phoenix Suns, KD, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker. You're going against the Denver Nuggets reigning champs, Jamal Murray and Jokic. Okay? You're going against all of that, and you are showing up to the party with a bunch of people who have had their 35th birthday or are about to. We really expecting that to work?
Why not? Experience is king.
Experience.
These are players with experience.
You use the word experience because you don't want to use the word old.
I don't use words like old.
You don't?
It's all relative.
Okay.
Yes. If you think a 37-year-old is old, then what are you, Mark Willard? Knocking on the door of 50.
Not an NBA player.
Thank you.
And knocking on the door of 49. Thank you very much. And actually, I'm not even really knocking on the door. I am somewhere in the same area code on the way to the house.
You're on the path, and
I'm not even on the street yet.
You're on the property of 50, and that's the point. Is
down the street.
If you're asking for a 37-year-old Rudy Gay to play 32 minutes a night,
that's a problem.
75 times, yes, it's a problem. If you're asking him to come in and be,
hold on,
like how much did Andre Iguodala play last year?
None. But that's not what we're asking these players to do.
That's what you're asking Rudy Gay to be. You're asking him to come in and be a guy to play maybe 25 games and play 12 minutes a night.
But this isn't about Rudy Gay. They're asking Chris Paul to do that. Hell, they might start him for God's sakes.
They will start him.
And he's 38. He's 38. Okay? Steph Curry is 35.
Sure.
You are asking those guys to literally shoulder the team. And look, the last we saw Steph is fantastic. I am not here to tell you that these guys
Are you
can't
turning
play.
on Steph today?
I am not turning on Steph.
Just want to make sure that you're on the record.
I am scratching my head about the strategic approach. And I would like to know if this is more about basketball or is it more about finances? Because I have watched this movie before. Okay? The Lakers did this. The Lakers do this all the time. Think of all the greats in the NBA who come through LA at the end. It's almost as if LA knows, look, come here at the end. You'll be 36. We'll get you a Hollywood gig. You got a lot of entertainment stuff going. We'll set you up for your afterlife in the NBA. And that's why Carmelo and Dwight Howard and everybody just, come on, Steve Nash, let's come on through LA right here at the end of the career. It never works. It never works. I want badly to be wrong here, but as I look at the NBA landscape take shape today, the Dame Lillard trade goes down, I'm looking at the Warriors, and I'm feeling a certain kind of way about the age of their roster.
Well, there are two different things here because you were not going to be in the Dame Lillard sweepstakes unless you got rid of, Draymond and or Wiggins or made dramatic moves.
Oh, yeah,
so
you weren't going to be in on it.
The Dame Lillard news, to me, has no real impact on what you're trying to do. And Lillard, not a real spring chicken either. He's 32 last year.
Yeah.
He was the 58th oldest player in the association.
Yeah, but he would be like the fourth youngest Warrior who matters.
He'd be pretty young.
Yeah.
The Rudy Gay thing, don't even look at that because he may not even make the team. And if he does, he's not going to play that much. Rudy Gay last year played 56 games. He played 14.66 minutes a night. And that's honestly what you're probably going to get from Rudy Gay this year. Even less than that.
Yeah, I'm not
so
worried
it
about
doesn't
Rudy.
matter.
I'm not worried about Rudy.
Chris Paul, the reports of his demise, I think, are overstated. Yes, he got hurt in the playoffs, and he's been hurt in the playoffs a time or two in the last 3 or 4 years, but He's a guy who played 32 minutes a night. He played 59 games, which was, more than Steph Curry.
Yeah.
He played more basketball last year than Steph Curry.
I'm not sure that you're totally getting my point, though.
I'm getting it.
I'm not saying any of these guys are done. I'm not saying
You're
that at all.
You're just saying they're old.
I'm saying that collectively, I think it's a bad strategy in sports to show up, and when you look at the other best teams around the league, the first word that you bring up is experience. Oof. That ain't not
how
going
about pedigree? They've got championship pedigree.
Great.
Doesn't that matter?
Of course it does, but it's going to get beat by talent. And that's why the Lillard thing does matter to me. The Bucks got better today. I think there's an argument to be made that the Suns got better because they got deeper. I don't know that they got better, but they got deeper.
Yeah, I don't think they got better.
Well,
they got less scary to me as a Warriors fan.
I mean, why? Because Ayton's gone?
Yes. You don't have an answer for Ayton. And now he's in Portland.
They don't have an answer for Ayton? Ayton is not. When has he dominated the Warriors?
Just rebounding and shot blocking and the things that the Warriors don't really have.
I just think what the Suns gave up when they went star hunting for Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal was they gave up their depth. And I think today they replenished it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not that terrified by the Suns. And also, I look at the Warriors and the vets, and I'd love to see them add a couple of other 38 or 39-year-olds. Just get older. If Steve Kerr's not going to play young people anyway, and that's what everybody says, Steve Kerr won't play the young guys, then bring in more old guys.
Well, listen, here's where I will agree. If the Warriors want to contend this year, I hope everybody understands, not only will Wiggins need a very healthy and effective season, someone like Jonathan Kuminga will need to pop. Someone like that's going to need to take a step forward. From load management to injuries to just the mere fact of where the league landscape is, the guys who are all 33 plus are not going to be able to do this by themselves. They will not.
Yeah.
They absolutely will not. And oh, by the way, this whole thing, and we can get to this with Tim, this whole thing about, it doesn't matter who starts, it matters who finishes with Chris Paul. That lineup that everybody's just like, yeah, I bet it'll work. Are you kidding? Go ahead. Tim did this. Put that lineup, no Looney, but Chris Paul in. Go ahead and put it up against the Suns lineup. Tell me who's guarding who. And tell me how you're not down by 10 at the end of your first 5 minutes of the game.
Wow.
Explain it to me. Because they can't guard him. They can't.
If Phoenix can't guard the Warriors.
Yes, they can.
Exactly.
Yes, they can.
They can't stop Steph. Draymond's the orchestrator. Clay open threes. Wiggins slash into the bucket. Chris Paul in isolation. Warriors 27, the Suns 19, and they got to call timeout.
Oh, dear. Yeah, go ahead. Break up the most efficient lineup in the NBA.
Oh, stop.
Put a 38-year-old 6-footer in there who can't defend. Have a play. Great. Do it. Do it. Have fun. But you're going to give me my flowers when it's over.
You get no flowers.
Okay, fine. I don't want any flowers. We're sponsored by Ashley Furniture. How about some phone calls, okay? Is the age of the Warriors an issue? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that. Kawakami jumps on here in about 15 minutes. Hope everybody's having a good day. Glad you're with us. Willard and Dibs.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Apparently, we did lose Steve Kerr. You know he's going on the morning show, right?
We didn't. No, we didn't.
Steve, did we lose you? Yeah.
No.
I'm going on the morning roast tomorrow, Dibs. You lost me.
October 17th, Willard and Dibs, Steve Kerr, every week. Just relax. Don't get all territorial.
Hey, Steve, did we lose you?
We're
Yeah. No. Yeah.
This is it. We're a team. Those are our teammates. We're all in the same gang, Dibs.
I thought it would be a nice way to promote his appearance on the roast.
9 a.m. tomorrow morning roast. Bonte, Joe, Steve, Frivolity.
Dibs? Guest appearance?
Nope. No.
Steve, did we lose you?
Don't call
Grandy.
in. Don't call in.
Seriously.
Please don't.
Let's go to Dan in the East Bay.
Steve, you got time for some listener questions?
Steve, not to rehash old punches, but the punch. Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah. No, you should just ask him that. Just call in and be like, Steve, did we lose you? See where he takes it. I don't know where he's going to go.
Yeah, no. Yeah. It's like Cam Inman.
Speaking of getting on the phones, why don't we do that now? Tim Kawakami in 10 minutes. George in Los Altos. Hey, George, you're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So, as to what you were talking about earlier about what would happen if Chris Paul was in the lineup and we were playing the Suns, and I've just been racking my brains trying to figure out how it would benefit the Warriors.
And then he was gone. Call back, George. He's been racking his brain trying to figure out how the Warriors scene. Yeah, that was it. That was the end of that.
If they do sign Rudy Gay, I know they signed him, but if they keep Rudy Gay, if he makes the team, the Warriors will have 2 of the 6 oldest players in the association this upcoming year. And that's not counting Steph Curry, Steph immediately goes into the top 20. And I'm looking at last year's list. I don't know how many of these guys are going to be back. I know Udonis Haslem at 42 is done. Iguodala at 39 is reportedly done. LeBron James will be the oldest player in the association this year, followed by Taj Gibson, Chris Paul, and then Rudy Gay is right in that next group.
There you go.
So get older. Let's get older, Steve.
I just I'm trying to say this without pointing directly at any individual because, yes, they all largely played good basketball last year. I sat there all year long and tried to make the point that Clay, Steph, and Draymond all looked better individually than they did the year before. So I don't have any concerns that they're going to play good basketball. I do have some concerns about Chris Paul's fit and where he's at age 38. This is more of a collective opinion. I've watched this tried before, and it doesn't work. Showing up to the party with the oldest group is, not the cool thing to do. Now, the thing I was referencing that Tim Kawakami tweeted 6 hours ago was prior to DeAndre Ayton becoming a member of the Portland Trail Blazers. But he threw out there, okay, let's go down that road. Let's say Chris Paul starts and Kevon Looney doesn't. Let's do who's guarding who opening night, Phoenix Suns. You figure Andrew Wiggins is going to guard Devin Booker, right? Don't you think?
Who's guarding KD?
Draymond Green.
I put Wiggins on KD, but go ahead.
Okay.
Draymond on KD? Who are you?
Yeah. Who are you going to put on KD?
I put Wiggins on KD.
And who are you putting on Booker?
Booker, you put Clay on Booker. That's what Clay does. Clay locks down guards.
Yeah. Okay.
No, tell me what the matchups are, and I'll tell you how I will cross-match.
He said,
and shut Phoenix down.
Wiggins is guarding Booker and Draymond is guarding Durant.
Okay.
God, Durant would cook, he would cook Clay. Anyway, he writes then with question marks. CP3 guards Beal, Curry guards Gordon, and Clay guards Ayton. Now you got to turn Ayton into a new big guy.
Sure.
Whoever the big guy is.
Curry guards Gordon, yes.
Okay.
That's the way you have to do that.
Who's Chris Paul guarding?
KD. Sorry. For the YouTube audience, you could see I could barely contain the smile. I have Wiggins on KD, personally.
Okay.
I think Wiggins can guard KD. KD's not explosive, go by you kind of a player.
And then you're putting Clay on Booker.
Yes. Booker is the biggest problem. Booker is explosive. You have no answer for Booker, no matter who you have.
You do if you put Wiggins on him.
Okay, and who you put Kavan on? If you want to start Kavan and sit Chris.
Kavan's not in the lineup.
My point is...
Kavan would be on Nurkic. Yusuf Nurkic.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to guard Nurkic. You leave
Yes,
Nurkic
you do.
alone.
No.
You leave Nurkic in the corner.
Listen, you got problems. This is not only a Suns thing.
My point is you have problems no matter who you have on the floor against Phoenix.
Incorrect.
You don't have 5 guys to guard Phoenix is the point.
And you could make the case that the Warriors are hard to guard. There are plenty of teams that are hard to guard, but you don't need to make it worse. Putting Chris Paul, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson all on the court at the same time is going to be a problem against a lot of NBA teams. A lot.
You're saying that Klay Thompson's not a good defender, and that's offensive.
Oh, gosh. To borrow a phrase from you all last year.
Talk to me.
Klay Thompson, you told me, was cooked defensively.
No. Never said cooked. He's not the same defender that he was. It's a
He's
fact.
not. That is correct. And he also is going to have a hard time guarding people bigger than him. Kevin Durant would shoot right over him. That's a bucket.
Which is why I put Wiggins on Durant.
Okay. And then where are you putting Draymond?
You could put Draymond on Nurkic. If you're starting Nurkic instead of Ayton.
All right.
Which is, I guess, where we're going with this. You got Steph on Dragic.
And you're okay with Chris Paul guarding Bradley Beal?
Somebody's going to have to.
Yeah. All right, but George is back. TK is going to join us in 5 minutes.
Is George really back?
Let's find out. It's a tease. Hi, George. Are you back?
Hey, guys. I'm not sure where I left off, but basically I'm just repeating what you're saying. I just cannot wrap my mind around how having Chris Paul in the starting lineup is going to help the Warriors. I just don't see it. I mean, every year we're either first in the NBA or right around the first or second in assists. So we don't really need another floor general that is 38 years old who can't play defense, but a floor general to run our second unit, that makes a lot of sense to me. If his ego can handle it, what a better guy to run the second unit
and scene. All right, George. At least we got the idea of what you were saying there. Yeah, maybe we can say this in a different way. I'd like to compliment Chris Paul by saying he can't start. You know why? Because they need him in the second unit. They need him in the second unit. What exactly is this second unit that's anchored by Kevon Looney? What is that? What does that look like?
Well, the whole notion of a second unit is a grotesque misnomer when it comes to what an actual second unit is. It's not like you go 5 in and 5 out. So we're not going to Moody and Kuminga.
It's not a line change.
No. So your second unit involves a guy named Steph Curry because he's going to probably play all 12 minutes of the first quarter. So you start Chris Paul and you don't start Kevon, and 4 or 5 minutes in or whenever you feel like you need to make that first sub, you make a sub. And either Chris Paul goes out or Clay goes out. Draymond goes out a lot of times early in that first quarter. And then your second unit becomes a collection of first teamers and second teamers all the way through. So I think that we worry too much about starting and then the second unit. There is no second unit.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I look at this right now, and it's twofold. There's the basketball side of it, which I think you're putting a lesser unit out on the floor to start the game, simply to placate Chris Paul's ego. And by the way, that leads right into the second point. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You're acquiring a player who deserves the ultimate respect. He's a future Hall of Famer. I get it. Okay, so how far do you go to make that player feel good? Do you go so far as to break up, I'll say it slowly, the most efficient 5-player lineup in the NBA?
I'm wondering where you get that stat.
Because it's a fact.
I'm looking at the NBA advanced stats right now, and I'm sorting it by net rating, and I'm not seeing them as the most efficient 5-man unit.
Monty Pool, NBC Sports Bay Area, less than 25 hours ago.
I wonder where he gets
Golden
this.
State's starting lineup, Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Draymond, Kevon Looney, posted an NBA best 21.9 net rating. Period. End of
Gotcha.
sentence.
Okay.
Last year is number one.
I'm looking at
So-
25 units with a greater net rating. Maybe he's saying among units that played a certain amount of time, I'm seeing
it's a combo of
I'm
their
seeing-
128
yeah.
rating on
Okay.
offense and their 106.1 rating on defense. Like, this was the most efficient, best starting lineup in the NBA. Second place was Denver. This is all right here.
Okay.
And to break that up, you would only have one good reason to do it. The only reason you would do it is Chris's ego. You coaching. Like,
how many minutes a game did that 5-man unit play? Does
I don't
Monty have
know.
that in there?
Because
I would guess it's probably around 8 to 10.
I don't know.
Of the 48. I'm just wondering,
that feels
like,
low, but anyway,
well,
I don't know. No, that's
I'm just
not
wondering, like, how much of that plays into what we're talking about. And I don't think that let's say Chris Paul starts the first 8 games of the year, and it's pretty clear that through the first 8 games of the year, you're getting off to slow starts and you're not able to defend, and it's not working. Do you think at that point that a change will be made, or do you think that we're just going to defer to Chris Paul the entire year?
Of course a change would be made, but why would you do that? Why can't I ask it the other way? If you've got the most efficient starting lineup in the NBA,
right,
there's one question and one question to ask only. Why the hell would you change it? Why? Give me a reason why you would do that without using the words Chris Paul's ego.
Oh, it doesn't have to do with his ego. Maybe he plays better as a starter.
Okay.
We've never seen him as a reserve. Maybe Chris Paul, put the ego aside. That's a word that you're attaching to it. I don't think that Chris Paul has ever said, I need to start because of my ego.
I think you coaching has plenty of ego dripping off of it as an initial response to question one. I mean,
and what was question one? Because I was off that week.
The question from Kendra was, what are your thoughts on, I don't have the exact wording, but potentially coming off the bench?
Right.
You coaching? I mean, come on, man.
Great response.
It's dripping with ego.
It's dripping with sarcasm, for sure.
I'm trying to figure out why. Let's get Tim Kawakami in here, The Athletic, the pod with Steve Kerr this week. Fantastic work, as always, Tim. It's wonderful to have you. That's really what I want to ask when it comes to this whole starting lineup question, because I do think it matters. If you've got what is, by rating, the best lineup in the NBA, why would you change it?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It certainly makes statistical logic. It's, Chris Paul, nearing the end of his career, does not need to be playing 35 minutes a game anyway, and doesn't, size. If you're removing Looney, let's say it's Looney from the starting lineup, you get real small. They're small already. Like Clay Thompson, I guess, would be the other option, and it leaves, a large wing you're taking out. It makes all sense. I just think what the Warriors are saying is Chris Paul needs to see it, and he deserves the respect of seeing it before anything is imposed upon him. And then they hope not to impose it on him. They hope that he comes to that conclusion along with the rest of them. And that involves Steph Curry, Draymond Green, all of them. I think what the Warriors are hoping and believing, and this is really the Warriors' way, is it's all kind of agreed to. You see it on the court. Look, you could have more energy running that second unit. Maybe you close some games with Steph and Clay. Maybe you don't, but get the feel of this before we're going to put a Hall of Famer on the bench for the first time. That's how Steve Kerr does stuff. And, you could just hear it when he was talking to me. I could feel it. I knew that was the way they're going to approach it. No, we'll see what Chris Paul says about all this, and maybe he doesn't agree, but it makes sense. The lineup makes sense with the starting five from last year. That is statistically a tremendous starting five. Makes sense and positionally and all the things they do, and then have Chris Paul be coming right off that bench with the, whatever 6-minute mark at the first quarter, lead the second unit into the second quarter, and then you see what the best group is from there. And I just think they're just counting on their respect. This a little bit reminds me of the Andrew Wiggins, vaccination question. Wish I thought about that when I wrote this. Is he was adamant that he was not going to take the shot, did not want to take the shot. But he knew that, to play, he had to take it. His teammates didn't badger him. Nobody publicly said, this guy has to take the shot because we need him playing. They just supported him. Whatever decision he has to make, everyone will see it. Guess what happened? Andrew Wiggins took the shot and helped him win a championship that season. I think it's a similar sort of thing with Chris Paul, someone who deserves respect, someone who clearly does not want things imposed upon him, has done a lot of great things in his career, could do some more great things for the Warriors. Let him see it before anyone dictates it to him. And I think everyone knows what the logical result's going to be. Let's see what happens, after 10 practices in training camp.
Does the Chris Paul problem, though, rear its head in other ways in terms of him being a negative defender on a team that already has a couple of negative defenders in the backcourt?
I don't know if he's, we'll see. I don't think he's a great defender anymore, but he's okay. I mean, he used to be very good. So he's a tough guy. Like, they can use more tough guys. Maybe he's not going to get in the stance and stay in front of John Morant for 40 minutes, but I don't think they're going to ask that of him. He's smaller, that's for sure, but he's tough. I mean, he can hold his own in a lot of situations. I don't think they're looking at him, hey, listen, he's a defensive upgrade over the guy who's replacing Jordan Poole, a big defensive upgrade over Jordan Poole. I think they're looking at like that 25 minutes a game, maybe 30, maybe sometimes 18, but I don't think he's going to be a negative for them necessarily defensively. Maybe in the matchups and the size, but not like in the will and the toughness. I think they like the toughness part of it, actually. Someone in there swipe at the ball, knock somebody over in a loose ball situation. Chris Paul can do that stuff. Just doesn't need to do it 35 minutes a game. And again, if you want to cut down on the minutes, I don't know that Chris Paul wants to cut down on the minutes, but if you do want to do that for a 38-year-old who you want at his best in the playoffs, remember, this guy's gotten hurt in the playoffs the last several years. If you want, fresher legs in the playoffs, drop him to 26 minutes a game, have him play hard for those 26 minutes, feel accomplished for doing it, and then maybe he's at his best and playing more minutes, playing harder, playing tougher into the postseason.
Tim Kawakami, The Athletic, with us, Willard and Dibbs. Okay, Tim, the emotion from the Giants fan base, well documented. We can all feel it right now. I know they've been given the vote of confidence. I keep feeling like it's only like 90% chance, though, that Farhan and Gabe are back. What do you think? What do you think happens there?
I think it's wavering, and I don't think it really was a vote of confidence. And I don't want to parse Greg Johnson's statement to Susan Slusser, but he's like, yeah, you know what? I mean, the time has passed from, where Farhan's contract now that's guaranteed for next season, and Gabe Kapler has a contract for next season, so they'll be here. I think that was a naive statement to make. That doesn't mean they're going to be there. It means that they're contracted to be there, but you can make a change on that. And I think it's still a very strong possibility that both go in there, but I think they also, Giants ownership, maybe some other people who in that ownership other than Greg Johnson, whose voices matter, might think that going through another year like this could be a real problem. And unless they see a real dramatic way that gets a star in there, it improves the dynamic of the clubhouse and the team on the field, I would not. If I'm part of that group, I would not suggest bringing both back. Maybe you ask Farhan if there's another manager out there that he could go with. Maybe you talk about a long-term plan from here. Now it's 5 years into Farhan Zaidi's tenure. This is tough to say, okay, we need another 5-year plan, but I think he's really smart. I think some things he's done haven't worked. Some things he's done have worked. I kind of want to hear a new vision there, a new idea where they're going to go. I think that has to be decided. And I think, again, it's naive for the chairman of the team to say for sure they're going to be back, but I don't think it's for sure. I wrote it like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks or whatever. I probably caused that statement as I joke. Like, I might have guaranteed Zaidi and Kapler to be back. Giants fans can blame me because I think he made a statement to debunk some of the things I was saying. But from the people I talk to who don't speak as chairman but still have influence, I don't think this has been decided. I don't think it should have been decided by now. You need to know, how are they going to get that great player or two? How are they going to, maybe change the mood in the clubhouse? How are they going to make sure they're not this boring and this bland? I need to hear it. And I'm sorry, Greg Johnson's statement does not convince me that that's guaranteed.
Which is the bigger problem then, Tim? Is it a flawed, dull roster, or is it a manager who has had a clubhouse kind of get away from him?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think you can pin it on Kapler. I mean, again, it's an element of it. It's an easy thing, just say fire the man. I mean, listen, it was a great clubhouse when they won 107 games. It's just different when you don't win. There is a timetable to this, right? I mean, you get to the end of his fourth year, maybe you could use a new voice. That's just a time thing. I don't think he's done a bad job. I just think the combination of Zaidi and Kepler is wearing on kind of the situation. It feels kind of, a little stale, right? Just from the outside. It feels like it's not going anywhere. If anything, it might be going backwards. That's just a perception. They might have this great idea. They do have a bunch of young players who they all debuted. Some of them look better than others. I think that was a positive. I think, this roster is lax, though. So I would say the bigger picture is on Zaidi. I do. I think he's the guy the ownership prefers of those two, and I would agree with them. I think he's just a really brilliant guy. It just hasn't all worked out. If I'm them, I say, Farhan, what can we do better at manager and give us another plan for getting us some better players? I want to hear you. I would not do it the other way. I would not say, Gabe Kapler, you're the first person we retain, and what's the plan from here? I would do it the other way. And if Farhan Zaidi gives me a plan that involves Gabe Kapler remaining as manager, but also all these other things are answered, maybe you continue down that path. I just don't think you can say it right now that that's the path. I can't believe that's what ownership can say. You know what? Let's get 24,000 every game at Oracle Park. Maybe it's 16,000 later in the season when all hope is lost. I just can't see that being the right thing to say right now. Again, I'll just go back, and again, I just don't think it's smart for a CEO to declare that two guys in their ending their fourth and fifth years are exactly what everyone wants to see next year. I need different answers than they've been given. I think they're capable of giving them, but I don't think they've given them yet.
Yeah, there's only one person we know is going to be here a couple years from now, and that's Logan Webb. Tim Kawakami with us. What do you think Logan meant the other day? Big changes. Who's he pointing at?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything specific. Maybe it's something specific. I don't know. I know Logan a little bit, but not that well. I think it's just not do the exact same thing that they've been doing. I think that was his point. I don't think he was saying fire the manager, fire the general manager. I just don't think that's Logan's style. But I just think he wanted to make sure that this is not what they're going to live with. This is not tolerated in his mind, or shouldn't be tolerated in the clubhouse. I think it might be a few players that several of the top guys wouldn't mind moving on from, but that's not up to them. I just think it needs to be different means do something, and not little. Let's again, it's the same thing I think I'm saying. Let's see a plan. Let's see where we're not given 400 plate appearances to a pure platoon, a fat platoon designated hitter. Let's see a plan where a superstar would want to join this. Let's see a plan for, not as many, really mediocre platoons where it's not just 3 openers and 2 starters. Again, I don't think that's how they started the season. It's where they ended it, or at least the bulk of it. Give us a broader idea. Let's just not get through stuff. A lot of it's been incremental. I get it. You can really improve a team by making 1% better moves every day, and we know Farhan is really good at that. This is beyond that now. You need to get 20% better. You need to get 30% better.
Yeah.
And that happens when you make the big bold move. I know they've tried to do them. I don't blame them for a lot of this, but eventually you got to do something. You got to get the 49ers are good because they got superstars. The Warriors are good because they got superstars. They found a way to get them. The Giants have been through this for a year, and this regime is not new and has not figured out a way to get them. At some point, you're accountable for that. I don't know exactly when that's going to be. I don't know exactly when Greg Johnson and the other people in the ownership group are going to decide that's enough. I need to see, though, a line to it. And, again, I think the important people in that clubhouse want to see it, too.
Yeah, you mentioned making big, bold moves. The Niners tried it and failed with Trey Lance, but they wound up with Brock Purdy, so everything's okay. How do we categorize what we see with Brock Purdy, Tim?
I just think he's a good quarterback. I mean, I thought it last year. It was, it wasn't the full representation of what he's going to be as an NFL quarterback. I think I saw him in a lot of tough situations. He makes plays. He's not your big physical Josh Allen. He's not going to run around like Lamar Jackson. There's, you can see some limitations physically, but I just think he does everything a good quarterback has to do. I mean, as I say, when people criticize him, can you have him just put up one bad game before you criticize him? Like, he has not had a bad game in the NFL. Like, literally, not had a bad game in the NFL. Other games have been better than others. Is there a moment when, if it's hit head-to-head with, Tua or Mahomes, could he come up lacking? I guess that's certainly possible. That moment hasn't happened. I think he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. I think they almost won a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. Possibly could have won, another one with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think he's good enough, and I think he might be very good. I think he already might be top 15 right now. 23 years old, has won every game he's ever started and finished, and I don't know when this is going to end because I think he's pretty good. He makes the quick decisions. He helps. We all know Kyle calls a different game with him than he did with Jimmy, right? You just see it going forward on fourth down, opening up the playbook, not kind of coaching defensively for the quarterback, coaching offense, ready to attack with the quarterback. All these things. I don't think he's a great quarterback. We'll see what the ceiling is for him. But man, you look around, and we all, I think, watch a lot of games on the weekend with the 49ers not playing. I didn't see a lot of quarterbacks that I would take over him. I mean, there's 6 or 7 or 9, but there's not 15 that I would take over him. No way. And he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders. I'll take Brock Purdy in a second, and we can go down the line. That's a pretty good spot to be in when you're 23 years old, I'd say. And for the 49ers to have him at $800,000 or whatever, and $850 next year, this is a really nice spot for them to have at quarterback after the years of trying to figure out what they got. I think they know what they got now.
Great work, my man. Always wonderful to have your perspective on all this. Thank you so much.
You got it, guys.
Okay, there it is. Tim Kawakami, The Athletic. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Wow.
Yeah, not wrong, though. And
no.
I'm interested by
a lot out of that on all 3 teams.
Yeah, I'm interested by his notion of one but not the other when it comes to Farhan and Gabe, because I thought that they were more inextricably linked in terms of you get rid of the GM, you get rid of the manager, and it felt a little bit to me like Tim was more pro keep Farhan, and if you were going to make a move,
no
Gabe
doubt.
would be the one to go.
Yeah, no doubt.
Which, I
absolutely.
haven't heard a lot of people have that opinion in terms of cleaving between the two.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who do connect the two, and I just don't know. I don't know if they are that connected. They didn't come in together, but certainly Gabe was Farhan's guy. But it's interesting because if you are going to, to borrow your phrase, right? If you're going to, did you say split the baby?
Split the baby.
Yeah, if you're going to split, so uncomfortable.
A little graphic, I know. It's an expression.
Well, if you're pitchforks, it's fire everybody. If you're, finances and they've rebuilt the farm system, well, then it's keep both. Is there something in between? Maybe there is. And I will agree with Tim on this front. I do think if there's one more likely to go than the other, it's Gabe. Do I think that's fair? Probably not. That's life. Gabe's lower on the poll, is easier to replace, and if you're going into an offseason where you feel like roster movement and free agency is vital, then I know some of you are like, well, then clearly Farhan's, I don't want him running it. Right, but do you want fill in the blank running it? Do you want transition as you're doing that? That's a challenge as well.
Yeah.
So I could see what he's saying. I think the more interesting thing that Tim said is this is nowhere near the fait accompli that so many think it is.
Yeah.
And I've been saying for weeks, every time you ask, I'm like, it's not 100%. It's 90. And Tim made it sound like it's about 60.
Yeah. I was going to say 70, but you're probably right. And he even tipped his own cap a little bit to the extent of, I wrote it 3 weeks ago, and that's when things started getting hot. And
he did.
And he's been around long enough to have read the tea leaves and have written these things before, and then it actually comes to pass. But I wonder if the various Johnsons, the ownership of the Giants, would want to bring in a president of baseball ops with a manager who then becomes a lame duck, or do you want to keep the president of baseball ops and give him another chance to hire a manager, and then what? It doesn't work after a year, and so now you have a manager who you gave 4 years to, and now you want to get rid of Farhan at that point, and maybe he doesn't want to have this guy as a manager. Feels to me like they're going to be in together, and I know they weren't in together. They basically were in together because Bruce Bochy was entering his last year. Farhan got hired, and it was pretty clear that he wasn't going to be here
Right.
for the long term.
Although the two of them worked together better than people thought they would.
Yes.
Like that thought, that last year is like, oh boy, right? You got Captain
Sure.
Gut over here, and then here comes Farhan with a plan, and everybody knows that they're not on the on the same track. But it wasn't a great season for the Giants, but it wasn't the volatile disaster some were worried it would be.
Yeah,
So
it
there's
wasn't. It wasn't a winning year, and it was a year where, Farhan maybe acted in ways that he did because he still had Bruce Bochy. Maybe if he didn't have a veteran skipper, he would have traded Madison Bumgarner. We'll never know. I don't think we've heard definitively that he didn't trade Mad Bum because of Bruce Bochy. It feels that way to all of us, but it's always felt to me like these two are connected, and that's the way it's going to go. So, I mean, we'll find out here in the next. Well, I mean, if you're going to make a move on Gabe or Farhan, you do it in the next week. You do it when the season's over. That way you can get some candidates, you can get in place and get ready for the winter.
But remember, free agency, yes, the Giants season is over. The baseball season is very much not.
True.
So there's a little bit of space there.
You're right. I guess you have a month.
Yeah,
maybe, right?
I don't know if it needs to be the next week. But
it's kind of an NFL thing where it's like week 18 and Black Monday.
Yeah, but think about it the way Tim said it. Tim was like, listen, this could go either way. So maybe there's a meeting of the minds where it's like, look, we're not firing you today, but come sit down here in this chair and explain to me what it is you're planning to do if we keep you.
Yeah.
And then you have that meeting, and it's like, okay, well, thank you for coming in today. And we're going to talk amongst ourselves, and we'll get back to you. And then there's another week or two, and everybody's kind of got to put it together. And, were you on the Zoom? What do you think of Farhan said?
Man.
Remember when he held up a sign that said, we love you, Buster? Did you like that? Buster, did you like that? Buster might be one of the people that has a seat at this table, for sure.
Sure.
So I think that there's some time and get away from the emotion, calm it down a little bit.
Right.
And then, okay, who presents us the best plan for the future? Because Tim is right about one thing. This angry mob, this Giants fan base is mad. I heard Fleming this morning called him cranky. And I went, yeah, that's at a minimum. They cranky, that might not even cover it. They're ticked, okay? My friends, the texts I get, they're mad. So
the texts I get are they still playing?
Yeah.
Which is not better than the anger. It's total apathy.
That's even worse.
Yes.
Quite frankly.
Yeah.
They know this. And so ownership is not going to sit there and go, yeah, $20,000 a night. Sweet. No. That's going to be a no for them dog. Period. And so you're going to have to come up with something that tells them, here's how we get out of that, and have them go, okay, I get that. Ready, break.
Well, and it's also, here's how we get out of it this year.
Yes.
You don't get to play the,
there's no
2026.
There's no 4-year plan.
No.
No.
April. No.
April.
You had your 4-year plan, and it's borne some fruit. Yet, here you are. Below 500, and not an empty building. Shout out to the Oakland Coliseum, but a more empty building than you're comfortable with. So how are you going to fix it between now and April?
And at times, I will tell you, as you and I have discussed, even when it wasn't physically empty, sometimes it was emotionally empty. I went to a game a week and a half ago. It wasn't physically empty. It was emotionally empty. Totally.
Man, sad the way you say it.
It was. It was.
Hollow.
This is very sad. This is very sad.
It's a storied franchise with 3 chips in the last 13 years.
It's not even, you're right, but it's not even just that. If you live here, you know this place flippin' loves the Giants. Loves them. Everybody's got their hat on at the grocery store. Mom, dad, kid, this city loves the Giants. Okay? Even if you're on team, baseball's boring, I don't watch anymore. Maybe, fine, you can feel that way. This market has never, ever, or certainly not in the last generation, not since this ballpark opened, has there ever been a question about the city's love for the Giants. Until today. That's a hell of a bite of the apple that whoever's going to do this offseason has to take.
Especially when you look at where we are as a Bay Area baseball society with the A's either gone or a year away from being gone, or they might as well already be gone. The Bay Area population as of a few years ago was 7.7 million. So you've got a humongous area in the 9 counties, and you're going to have one baseball team. And you can't draw 40,000 a night. You can't put out a product that's going to attract people in an area that has almost 8 million people. That is inexcusable.
Right. And that's why it's right now it's less about can you win the World Series in the next year or two. It's way less about that. It is so much more about feeling big. You got to feel important. You got to be interesting. All of that. And so I wonder, hey, Grandy, can we find, do you remember 2 days, 3 days before Jordan Poole got traded when Mike Dunleavy was like, yeah, he's under contract and 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more. Remember that?
Nice.
So listen, there was a bunch to pull out of that conversation we just had with Tim Kawakami. But of everything he said, maybe the most important thing to know that he just said, this vote of confidence from Greg Johnson that we've all decided is there, he was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And I didn't say it to him in that conversation, but the way he packaged it made me think of exactly what Mike Dunleavy said about Jordan Poole. Like, all Greg Johnson says was there's a contract. So, yeah, we expect him to be back.
Dunleavyan.
By the way, I can take it to the other team, too. John Lynch, 48 hours before it happened. We absolutely expect Trey Lance to be on this football team this year. He didn't even get to the game on Friday night.
Sure.
So maybe there has not been even a little bit of a vote of confidence. Maybe there hasn't been.
Well, what we've seen on the field tells us all we need to know about whether or not there should be a vote of confidence, because the product is dull, the team is mediocre, and there are fractures now in the clubhouse that have become public. So all of those things collectively, there shouldn't be a vote of confidence.
Did you hear what he called Jock?
I thought that it was a little offensive.
He called him a fat platoon DH.
I mean, I thought it was a bit of fat shaming, and I'll be honest, I looked down at my own gut when he said that and thought, I'm glad Kawakami's not coming for me.
You're an everyday player. So
that's a good point.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And legendary and mind-blowing Maker Faire is back in the Bay Area at famous Mare Island. Experience the ultimate showcase of creativity, innovation, sensation, and endless possibilities. Celebrate creativity and curiosity. Thank you. Over 2 big weekends, October 13th through the 15th and October 20 through 22. Get your tickets now at makerfair.com. Yeah, we'll let you hear what that sounded like a number of weeks ago. The dreaded vote of confidence. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. Now, I know people who have red beards like to stick together.
Yeah, I wish I had a red beard.
You did.
A lot of salt, not enough paprika in my game.
Actually, when it was red, it was on your head, not on your face, right? You never had a red beard.
It does get a little bit red.
Right, but you didn't wear a beard
when
back then.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
I just recently started wearing a beard. And I never knew wearing a beard.
Yeah.
It's not like something you gotta go in the closet. I'm gonna wear a beard today.
Well, you do have a choice.
You have a beard.
No, but you can shave it.
Wearing is a choice. Like when you go in your closet, I'm going to wear a hoodie today.
I believe that a beard is a choice.
Right, but you don't anyway.
Yeah, you
don't
have these things
wear
called
it, you
razors.
have it.
Anyway,
and then
whatever.
you shave it and you don't have
You never had a red beard, right? You never had a red beard.
I had a red goatee.
Like, right, okay.
Red goatee.
Like John Brebbia. Like Zach Littell.
No.
No.
Like Sam Darnold would.
That bothered you last night? And
Definitely.
Yeah, for those of you who didn't see it, John Brebbia ends up being the surprise opener. Oh, and isn't that a fun surprise? Surprise opener, Kyle Harrison is sick. And so he didn't go out there last night. And Brebbia, I guess, not that any of us would know this, he's got a thing. Him and Gabe have a thing. It's a little dynamic. Oh, isn't it fun? So when Gabe gets to the mound, Brebbia looks at him and goes, "Are you sure?" Like, haha. You know, do you really want to take me out?
It's like, you coaching?
Right.
It's kind of the same thing.
It is, but it's not the same thing at all because Brebbia is the class clown. He is truly doing it in a total...
Chris Paul's a Hall of Famer,
right,
so we should hold him to a different standard.
Well, Chris is actually mad. John's not. John's not challenging his coach. He's just being a goofball. So Gabe gets out there yesterday, and maybe he took it a little bit extra. I don't know if this is his last opener as a Giant. I don't know. This might be the last time he gets removed from a game by Gabe Kapler. So he's like, "You sure?" And then he tries to hide the ball in his back pocket. And wasn't that, it killed the crowd. I mean, I tell you what, everybody's just loving it. So anyway, bottom line is it ended up looking really awkward on video. I saw everything from, are they fighting, to, is Gabe hiding an emery board for John? Like something, is he got a substance here that Gabe is hiding in his... There ends up just being this really awkward, arms are going in every direction. It's like, are you leaving? No. Are you leaving? Wait. And then he tries to point out to the bullpen. It gets blocked. Somebody drops something.
Oh, jeez.
They're all laughing. People are...
They're not all laughing.
Well, they kind of are. The
Luciano
infielders
was
are
laughing because it was really awkward. J.D. Davis was not laughing.
No, I don't even know if those guys were paying attention. I just mean Gabe and John are both laughing.
Sure.
And in the end, it's like them doing their normal thing, but on a night that was a elimination sensation.
Cha-ching.
It's going to hit people a certain way.
Yes, and the way it hits is tone deaf. And if you want to do that after you've clinched a playoff spot, now let's just have all the fun we can have because you know what? We've clinched the third and final wild card, and these games are basically meaningless because we're going to the playoffs and everything's good and the house is full and we're a winning team and all the rest of it. But to do it on the heels of Logan Webb talking about Pusoy Gate and a card game that people are playing pregame and nobody's taking it seriously, and you had closed door meetings and you had other veterans quoted in the Baggerly piece as, you know, basically guys aren't trying hard enough to win. You have a game that ultimately knocks you out of the playoff race. You don't score a run, and this is how you comport yourself. Terrible timing, bad look. I thought it was an embarrassment.
I get that it's going to hit people a certain way. I do think sometimes in sports, not sometimes, lots of times, we do stuff like this. And some are different than others. I'll give you a couple of the most recent examples. How about Jimmy Garoppolo smiling in the NFC Championship game? That's like, well, we don't even know what he was smiling about.
Exactly.
Cameras happen to catch him, whatever, but it bothers certain people. How about Draymond Green and LeBron James hugging after the Warriors got eliminated? That bothered some people. I knew
Yes.
in that moment that was going to. That didn't bother me.
This is Jordan Bell. You remember, former Warrior.
Sure.
When I think they were up by 30 in a game, and he got a steal, and he threw it off glass to himself so he could dunk it. It was a terrible look, and it's not the way the Warriors wanted to go about their business, and it was an embarrassment. Or when Jordan Bell decided to buy... I think he bought candles and had them sent to Mike Brown's room and charged Mike Brown's room for it. Yeah, dude, you're a rookie.
Right.
We're not doing that.
Listen,
it's tone deaf.
Tone deaf, maybe. I always hesitate where I'm like, okay, are we being realistic here? It's like when you lose the last game of a road trip, are you allowed to talk on the plane, or are you just supposed to be mad every second of every day until you play again and win? Sometimes I think we ask people to be a little bit too serious, and John Brebbia is a goofball. He is. The guy is a half stand-up comedian, half pitcher. Okay, so if you guys got your thing and you want to do it, but I fully understand, especially the day after Logan Webb is sitting here going, you guys, we're pointing the finger at you too, and Jock Peterson gets name slapped in an Andy Baggerly column for caring more about a card game than studying pitchers. For you to literally be down in a game, Juan Soto goes gone, and you're down in a game, and you're facing elimination, and that's how you leave the mound. I would ask it this way. Are we being unrealistic to ask you to be serious all the time? Maybe. But are you being unrealistic, John and Gabe, in thinking that in that moment is going to look okay?
Yes.
I agree with you.
You got to have some context.
If you're Gabe, why don't you not tonight? Not tonight, John.
Right.
Just give me the ball.
This is a wide receiver down 35-0 in the fourth quarter, scoring a touchdown or even getting a first down and jumping up and pointing and doing the Michael Jackson moonwalk and, gesticulating to everyone and going crazy. It's like, my friend, you're down 35-0. You finally scored. You're down 35-7 for a team that's maybe 2-5, and you're heading for a 6 loss in your first 8, and your coach is already calling the moving company because he's getting fired, and you're out there doing your thing. It's just wrong place, wrong time.
I wonder if that bothered everybody. 888-957-9570, that's one. And then this. Is Kapler coming back? So, again, Tim Kawakami.
Kapler?
Kawakami joins us about a half hour ago and says the vote of confidence that all of you say has happened has not happened. Not only because he didn't translate it that way, Tim is talking to people in high places. And he literally said, I've talked to a lot of people who have say in there who don't talk publicly. And I'm telling you that that's not the way they feel. Okay? This was really great stuff from Kawakami. And if you missed any of it, Odyssey app, YouTube, you can find it. But let's compare that to what Mike Dunleavy said 48 hours before trading Jordan Poole.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, he's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in his first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more. That's on Jonathan's shoulders to improve and make the right adjustments to his game, as well as, our front office, our coaching staff, figuring out what works. So both those guys, really, really good young players we're pleased with. They have great value around the league. And, obviously a lot of rumors and stuff come up at this time of the year, but we're happy with those guys.
Silly rumors. Look, we should have known, and some of us did. But anyway, we should have known right away.
Look at you taking that victory lap.
Well, hey, if it's
you said you weren't going to do it.
If it's the thing to do. No, look.
You're not a follower.
Again, we're going to spend plenty of time on things where I've been wrong today, all week long for that matter.
I'm looking forward to it.
We already are. Mike Dunleavy answers a question about Jordan and Jonathan and spends 3/4 of the time on Jonathan.
Right.
Plus, listen to what he said. He's talking about Jonathan. He's like, look, he needs more playing time, and that's on us and the coaching staff and all of these things. Okay, what would you like to say about Jordan? Well, yeah, he's got a contract.
Well, he said we plan on having him for 4 more years and many years
with his
after
extension.
that.
Yeah,
right.
We plan on it.
Plans change, Mark. I mean, sometimes you plan on going to this restaurant and you get there and it's sold out. And so you end up going to a different restaurant. You planned on going to restaurant A, but you didn't go there. You went to restaurant B. And that's the way that goes.
This is interesting.
Plans change. No, and I think that's...
How you feeling now? You've been pretty darn close to 100%.
I've been mid-90s. They're both coming back.
And you still feel that way?
I'm a little bit more shaken after Tim Kawakami came on, and he is a guy who knows people. Now, he's one of these reporters who... He talks to people. He's not one of these guys who goes off willy-nilly. So I'd say I'm a little bit shaken.
Sponsored by Ashley Furniture. Your call's next, 888-957-9570. A few different options. Is it time for Gabe? Is it time for Farhan? Is it time for both? Is it time for neither? Your call's next. Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost...
Tim Kawakami moves the line. And I have something from your boy Jimmy Shapiro also about who moves the line in the NFL.
Okay.
We'll do it in a little bit.
Are we going to do it live?
We'll do it live. It's super interesting. Quarterbacks who move the line, how much do they move the line?
Okay.
Non-quarterbacks, who's the top non-quarterbacks in the league?
Among line movers.
Among line movers. In other words, if they're out, how does the line move?
Gotcha. I look forward to that.
Drop off from one player to his backup, essentially.
And I don't know if Jimmy can weigh in on which local sports reporter moves the line, but I would put Tim Kawakami near the top in terms of reporter says X, and the line in this case is odds that Gabe and Farhan are both back, and I put it at about 92.5%.
And now?
It's probably closer to about 82.5%.
I think you're being...
too generous?
No, I think you're being conservative with your movement. It felt to me like it should be down more in the neighborhood of 60.
Or 66,
and I've been at 90.
Yeah, you have.
So he clipped a third of my confidence off about the future of Gabe Kapler and his IG cheeseburgers. Like, they may not be back. So there's that. And then get Alan Stiles on the phone. Don't actually get Alan Stiles on the phone.
Oh, he's calling in.
But get Alan Stiles on the phone, or even better, would you email him a clip of what Tim Kawakami said about Chris Paul in the starting lineup?
Just put it out on Twitter. He's always on the tweets.
Which, if I just, this is my words, not him, but if I was to give a summary of what Tim said, Chris, we all know that you shouldn't start. But you're Chris, so we're not going to say it to your face or publicly yet. We're going to let you get there. We're going to let you realize that this starting lineup is amazeballs. We'll allow you to see it in practice, and once you've seen it, then you'll know that you shouldn't start. But I would suggest that based on what Kawakami just said to us, the line on Chris Paul starting on opening night, Dibs, it moved.
That one didn't move.
Oh, it moved.
And the reason why it didn't move, and I know you want it to move.
It moved.
It didn't move.
I felt it.
The reason why it didn't move, I feel the line move under my feet. The reason why it didn't stumble. The reason why it didn't move is because of what Tim said about Chris Paul, and it's going to take the Warriors going to let him figure it out on his own. Chris Paul's not figuring it out before the opener, and all Allen needs is the opener.
Hold on, but you're making what I think is a leap to say that if Chris doesn't figure it out, and you're right, he might not. But how do the Warriors handle that? You're suggesting that if he doesn't figure out he's not supposed to start, the Warriors are just like, oh, well, I guess we got to start him. No, you don't have to.
But I don't think that they can help him figure it out until there have been actual regular season games, and then they go to him and say, Chris, hey, Chris, it's Steve. I don't know if you've noticed, but the opening 5 minutes of our first 8 ball games, we've been getting run out of the gym. We've been playing from behind night in and night out.
Why do that? Why take that chance?
Because of what Tim Kawakami, veteran reporter, said. Chris Paul has earned that veteran nod.
No.
That's exactly what he said.
It's not what he said.
Play the tape.
He said he's earned that they don't say it now.
Right.
He did not say that he's earned, well, we're just starting you, even though we know you shouldn't, and we don't want to. But you're amazeballs, so you get to. No, he didn't say that. He said he's earned that they're not going to get ahead of themselves before they've even practiced together and suggest that Chris won't start. His tone was very, very much, and it's the same thing Monty Poole said. These are two of the closest reporters to the game.
Sure, a couple of line movers.
And these guys both, if you read between the lines, big word on the show today, lines. If you read between the lines, both of them are saying, everyone in the organization knows he shouldn't start, but they don't want to say it yet, out of respect for Chris. That doesn't mean they're actually going to get there and just do it. And, start him, because we don't want him to get mad. This is no, you can't run your business that way. You got to put
talking about one game out of 82.
Not one game.
Or 4 games, or however many games that you're going to give him to see if it works. and miss me with preseason
He
games.
used the word practice. You can play the tape on that. He said, let him get in and watch 10 practices and then hope that he understands, oh, this thing really works and I should get out of the way.
So let me run this back then,
Okay.
because you have been one of the main people talking about Chris Paul's ego, and he's got an ego.
Absolutely.
So you're telling me that Chris Paul, who's got this massive ego, is going to have a series of practices with his new team and just step back and go,
No.
you know what,
I'm
guys,
not-
Steve, Bruce Frazier,
I'm not telling you that at all.
Ron Adams, I've seen it. I've seen the light.
I'm not telling you that at all. What I'm telling you is that's what they're apparently hoping for.
Sure.
And when it doesn't happen, then how do you handle it?
Right.
Then it becomes Chris and the ego and the Warriors and their ego.
Sure.
And they are both bigger than the sun. So,
shout out Phoenix.
Quienes Mas Macho, who wins?
Right.
Now,
I just don't think that happens before the opener.
I don't know if that's but
that's my own sense of the
fine,
timeline.
But I would hope that, and again, I am going on this, like, here we go, this whole thing that never worked all last year when I kept trying to tell everybody, I'm not telling you what I think about Trey Lance. I'm telling you what the Niners think about Trey Lance.
I get it.
So
I was with you on that.
This isn't me.
And I learned a lot from you, Mark, through that process. I'm being honest.
I learned a lot by watching you.
I learned a lot by watching the way you were deciphering it. Even though with my own eyes, and I said it for months, I didn't think that Trey Lance was good enough. It was really about the context clues from the people who actually make those decisions. Yes.
Okay, so what I'm gathering today from Monty and Tim.
It's Timber. Sorry.
What I'm gathering today is that the organization feels like Chris should come off the bench. And I'm actually having a hard if that's true, I don't know it, but that's what I'm gathering. If that's true, I actually have a hard time believing that the organization would just cower in the face of Chris Paul's resume. Like, whose resume is better? Chris or the freaking Warriors?
Right.
Who's got a bigger ego? Who's got more people?
You characterizing it as cowering, I think, is inaccurate because when you're a coach and you're running a team, it's important that you respect every player and their ego to a certain extent. And you have a 38-year-old veteran, and it is important if you want him to be a material part of what you're doing this year, and I believe that they do.
They do.
Then you definitely have to defer to him in certain ways. And if this is that, not in every way.
I don't agree at all.
Well,
I mean,
that's from a coaching standpoint, you want to make sure that Chris is able to play the best that Chris can play. And if he's really has his mindset on starting, then I think you got to give him a chance to go out there and do it before you go to him and say, you know what, it's not working. You can see it. We're going to have to go in a different direction.
Let's take a look at the other coaches in town and what we've been talking about. Why is Gabe Kapler currently sitting on a hot seat? Why is he sitting on a hot seat?
Because his team's not very good.
Okay, but what?
And he's lost the clubhouse.
And how did he lose the clubhouse?
He is not in command of what's actually going on.
Great. Hold that. Put that right over here on the left shelf.
Not in command.
Now let's go to Kyle Shanahan. Why does Kyle Shanahan have the damn world in his hands? Why?
Because I have a lot of veterans and stuff, and I have a team that is pulling on the same rope and stuff,
Right.
and I have a good coaching staff and stuff, and I got to get more breathing in there because
He does.
a lot of heavy breathing
Just
in there.
slow down.
But he's
Slow
in
down.
command, Mark.
Okay.
He's in command.
He's in command. And actually, did you see what Trent Williams said today?
I missed it.
I asked him about the contract. He said, hey, what does it mean? Because, by the way, the word is Lynch is now at least through 26, and Kyle is at least through 27. So he said, what does that mean to you, Trent? He said, it means that this organization is in really good hands until at least then. Okay? Kyle Shanahan doesn't take any stuff.
Sure.
Yes, he's got egos that are bigger than the world on his team. Not in his quarterback, but this guy is managing Trent Williams, who don't take no stuff.
Sure.
He is managing George Kittle. He's managing Debo, who scrubs his social. He's managing Brandon Ayuk, doghouse year and a half ago. He is managing Nick Bosa and his I'm the biggest, baddest defender on the whole planet. These are all people he's managing. I guarantee he didn't look at any of them and be like, you make the decisions because I want you to, be my guy. No.
These are not comps, though.
They're total comps. We're talking about managing massive egos. And even when you manage them, you still have to manage them. You cannot walk into these guys and be like, look, I firmly feel that the right thing to do for our team is X, but I'm going to do Y because of you and your mentals. I just don't think you can manage that way.
The Giants don't have anybody who is even a comp for Kevon Looney in terms of ego.
That's fair.
So I put the Giants aside because whatever Gabe Kapler is doing, he's not dealing with Draymond, Steph, and Chris Paul in terms of ego.
But I brought that up because the knock on him right now is that he didn't get involved enough.
Correct.
Well, that's passive. And I think you're asking Steve Kerr to be passive.
No.
Yeah.
I'm asking Steve Kerr to be proactive. And if I'm coaching Chris Paul and I have a player who has never come off the bench in his career, and sensibly it seems like he values that stat. From every indication, Chris Paul is proud of and wants to be a starter because it's what he's always been. He's a Hall of Famer. So if I'm Steve Kerr and I'm managing that player, I'm deferring to him to the extent where it's not going to work at all. I'm giving him a shot. I'm going to give him a shot to go out there and start. And you know what? It might work. They might have a dynamic offensive lineup that other teams can't handle, and it's wonderful. Or you come out and it's like, you know what, Chris? Our first 4 or 5 stints with you as a starter, it hasn't worked. Now we're going to have to do something about it.
I mean, if anybody knows that the first 10 games going awry can mess the whole thing up, it should be the Golden State Warriors. It happened last year. It's how you ended up on the road in the playoffs. Like, I mean, it's wild to me, the idea that you would hand the keys to those not in charge just sort of to, like, work through their own ego. Here's what's important to me on this, because for those of you who miss Kawakami, here's what's important to me on this. It's not important to me what Chris's ego is. It's not even all that important to me who starts, sort of from your standpoint. It's like, look, if you want to start him for 5 games, check it out. I'm not going to lose any sleep over this. What's important to me is that the Golden State Warriors, who I respect, and Steve Kerr and brains in the room, Steph Clay Dre, if they all feel that X is the right thing to do, good God, you have to do that.
Agreed.
And Tim is suggesting to us they have a clear opinion on what the right thing to do is. They just don't want to tell Chris yet.
Chris Paul needs to see it. He deserves the respect of seeing it before anything is imposed upon him. And then they hope not to impose it on him. They hope that he comes to that conclusion along with the rest of them. And that involves Steph Curry, Draymond Green, all of them. I think what the Warriors are hoping and believing, and this is really the Warriors' way, is it's all kind of agreed to. You see it on the court. Look, you could have more energy running that second unit. Maybe you close some games with Steph and Clay. Maybe you don't, but get the feel of this before we're going to put a Hall of Famer on the bench for the first time. That's how Steve Kerr does stuff. And I know you could just hear it when he was talking to me. I could feel it. I knew that was the way they were going to approach it. No, we'll see what Chris Paul says about all this, and maybe he doesn't agree, but it makes sense. The lineup makes sense with the starting 5 from last year. That is statistically a tremendous starting 5. Makes sense and positionally and all the things they do. And then have Chris Paul be coming right off that bench with the, whatever 6-minute mark at the first quarter, lead the second unit into the second quarter, and then you see what the best group is from there.
So I'm with you in that doesn't fix the problem. And he later, and we'll play this for you later, but he later compared it to the Andrew Wiggins vaccine situation, which he was like, okay, we're just going to give Andrew his space and let him come to the right decision. And then he did. Comparing Wiggins and Chris Paul is apples and oranges.
But I do think it's appropriate to look at that because Andrew Wiggins reportedly is still unhappy with the fact that he got the vaccine. He actually has mentioned that he regrets getting the vaccine.
He said that publicly?
Yes, I believe he did. Yes, I'll find the quote.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was
I
either
don't remember
a quote. He's not quoted very often,
No,
but it might have been a sourced report that he regrets getting the vaccine.
What I remember, and maybe this is the same thing you're talking about, maybe not. What I remember is those on the inside suggested that when Andrew left last year, and nobody knew why, I mean, the Warriors did. When Andrew left last year, there was very much eyeballs on the team to see how they would handle it because Andrew wasn't thrilled with how public the vaccine conversation became. So he wanted to see if the organization could keep a lid on this, which they did. That's what I remember.
This is a quote from an interview with Fanside from after the championship year. Quote, I still wish I didn't get vaccinated.
Okay.
I did it, and I was an all-star and champion, so that was the good part. Wiggins, according to Fanside, this is back in July of 2022. So to your point about, Chris Paul and, Tim said it's kind of like the Wiggins vaccine thing. Well, yeah, he came to the correct resolution for the team in the championship, but he did it reluctantly, and he eventually regretted it. So for you to, not you, but for people to expect Chris Paul to come to the right decision for the team, I think eventually he will, but he's going to get the opportunity, I think, to go out there and have it not work, and then maybe Draymond taps him on the shoulder and says, yo, CP, y'all are going to have to be the sixth man now.
You may be completely right. And I have zero confidence in Chris Paul getting to that decision. That's not what I'm saying. My hope is if the Warriors clearly feel the right thing is for Chris to come off the bench and he doesn't get to that decision, that the Warriors feel the power to say, well, we're doing it anyway.
Right.
Because that's what we think is the right thing to do. And to me, there is no question who should win that argument.
Right.
None.
No, they will win that argument, but it's how you win it. And that's where I think Tim was so astute in his answer because Steve Kerr does things in such a great diplomatic way, which is why I think he's one of the greatest coaches I've ever seen because he has a knack being a former player and, growing up the way he grew up internationally with his father as an international diplomat. He understands how you can get the result you want without coming in and you're coming off the bench.
Right.
Well, that may not be the best way to go about it in this situation.
All right, here's what Tim Kawakami said with regard to the Chris Paul situation and how it might be similar to Wiggins and the vaccine a couple years ago.
It just a little bit reminds me of the Andrew Wiggins, vaccination question, which I thought about that when I wrote this, is he was adamant that he was not going to take the shot, did not want to take the shot, but he knew that, to play, he had to take it. His teammates didn't badger him. Nobody publicly said, this guy has to take the shot because we need him playing. They just supported him. Whatever decision he has to make, everyone will see it. Guess what happened? Andrew Wiggins took the shot and helped him win a championship that season. I think it's a similar sort of thing with Chris Paul, someone who deserves respect, someone who clearly does not want things imposed upon him, has done a lot of great things in his career, could do some more great things for the Warriors. Let him see it before anyone dictates it to him. And I think everyone knows what the logical result's going to be. Let's see what happens, after 10 practices in training camp.
Okay, so I love this. Everyone knows what the logical response should be. Well, to me, therein lies the issue.
Potentially, yeah.
That's where the issue lies, okay? It may sound like we're sitting here having a half-hour conversation about who plays the first 4 minutes in a few weeks, and it's like, who cares? And there's a piece of that where you're right.
Yes.
But there's a bigger piece where you're wrong because it's
Agreed.
not about who starts. It's not about who starts. It's about how you handle situations within a team
Absolutely.
concept.
Process, not results.
Yes,
as you like to say.
So if you're sitting here, if Tim's right, and I believe that he is, that the Warriors, everyone agrees what the logical result is, well, then that better be the freaking result. I don't care how you get there. You better have the fortitude to run your team the way you all supposedly clearly feel you should and not change that because one person's ego jumps into this whole thing or, quite frankly, you're flimsy.
Right.
That's a flimsy way to handle it, in my opinion.
And the Warriors' culture has always been strength in numbers and team first. And think about Draymond Green last year. He gets suspended for accidentally stomping on Domas Sabonis. And the next game he comes back and he volunteers to come off the bench because Kevon Looney was so good in his spot. You remember that?
This is a great thing you're bringing up. It's not
thank you.
Well, not even just that. Go back to the punch. How many of you Show of hands.
Steve, you still there?
How many of you accuse the Warriors of cowering to a player's ego when they didn't suspend Draymond for punching Jordan Poole?
Are we doing show of hands? Because this is
show of
radio.
hands.
My hand is up.
Yes.
Well, for the YouTube audience, I'll actually put it up.
So how's this different? How's it different? I know Chris didn't assault anyone.
Sure.
But is it not the same thing if you start him, even though in your heart you're like, we shouldn't be doing this? But we'll do it because it's Chris and we don't want to, we don't want to upset him.
It's a bit of a leap because you don't.
Why? It's the
because
same.
You're not talking about starting the water boy. This guy's a Hall of Famer.
But
and
you're
don't
breaking
know.
up the best lineup in the game.
You realize they only played 27 times together.
You realize,
this best lineup in the game.
data,
best starting lineup in the game.
You realize data's data, and 27 is very far from zero.
Sure.
Like, that's plenty in order to make a judgment.
But I don't think that we should overstate. I think
More
they
than
played
twice
about
as many games as Brock Purdy has
I think
played.
they played a total of about 300 minutes together.
Great.
That 5.
And it was as effective as hell.
Right. But it's not like you're talking about the Braves starting 9.
I don't know, man. It's Steph, Clay, Dre, Andrew Wiggins. I mean, this is a superstar.
And Chris Paul.
Studded lineup, and it worked. I just think it's the same emotion. It's, do you want to fall into the trap of, this is what we want to do, but we shouldn't because we don't want to upset the guy. That's what you all criticized them for with Draymond. So many of you did. So we can get into it. 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. I think Dave Fleming said some things on the morning roast that suggest Gabe's going nowhere. We can play that for you around the bend as well. It's Willard and Dibbs.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. I just read a comment from Nick Bosa that we're going to have to get to in a little bit.
Okay.
Ooh, it's interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh, Nick. Okay. This is super interesting. Alice at 97.3 presents Alice in Wonderland Friday, December 1st.
Try it again. 3, 2, and 1.
Thank you. Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 1st at the SAP Center in San Jose. Oh, Winter Wonderland was in my mind, and it went awry. So take the L. Don't give me my flowers.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm just trying to keep it real over here.
Hold this.
I was on with Sarah and Vinny this
Hold
morning.
my beer. You were?
6:30.
Wow.
Guess what we were talking about?
You went on a big radio show.
Talking about the biggest story in sports. What do you think they were interested in?
Story.
I get one too many dates.
Oh, this was so easy. Go on.
Travis and
Taylor.
Travis and Taylor. Trailer, they're calling it.
Yeah, we
Which
set
I
an
have a problem
over-under
with.
on how long it'll last, but go ahead and do the
What's
read.
the over-under?
Well, I'll tell you what I said to that. Do the damn read.
Sorry. Alice in Winterland, Friday,
you.
December 1st, SAP Center, San Jose, starring Alanis Morissette, Train, Jelly Roll, and Benson Boone. General tickets on sale, Ticketmaster, 10 a.m. this Friday morning. Get everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
Okay. It's beautiful.
Thank you. All right, what's your over-under?
I said it at the Super Bowl, and specifically during the halftime show at the Super Bowl.
They're going to break up during Usher's performance?
Correct, yeah. She's going to come out during confessions and say, I got a confession to make. It is all over.
I got a different prediction.
Okay.
Neither one of them will be at the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Neither
Look at you.
one of them will be at the Super Bowl.
Well, if one of them is playing and they're still dating, then the other one, what's in the box? Taylor's in the box if Travis is playing.
If one of them is playing, it's because Usher invited Taylor Swift on stage.
I like it. I like it.
They ain't going.
All right.
What about the other Kelsey? Will he be there?
Jason.
This is going to be a Kelsey-free production.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. We're not going to be a no
steal.
from me dog. We're
Don't
not
steal.
doing repeats around here,
Don't
okay?
steal my Dennis Miller.
Okay.
I was talking to Calvin at security today. We had a great talk. And we're talking about life, kids, divorce. I mean, we did a whole thing. Housing prices, vacancies in the city. And I try to walk away.
Okay.
Because, we got a show to do.
Yeah, you got to leave.
And he goes, hey, Dips. Hey, Calvin, yeah, what? Is Shanahan going to blow another lead in the final 7 minutes this year or what?
Oh,
And I said, Calvin, I'm glad you asked me that. So we talked a little Niners, and then it hit me. The Niners should win the NFC, but I am scared at who they would face. And Kansas City is a problem. Buffalo's a problem, but the real problem is the Mikey McDaniel
Miami Dolphins
track team. So I actually said to Calvin, I said, I think the Niners would be underdog against all three.
Oh, gosh, no, they wouldn't.
They'd be underdogs to Kansas City.
If the Niners get to the Super, maybe. You got it like how.
Buffalo would be close, and they probably maybe would be favored over the track team.
I mean, Brock Purdy already dominated that domino. You kidding me? This is his first game.
Right.
Hey, Brock, go in there. We're down 7-3. Let's see if you can.
Different
Let's see if
Dolphin
you can
team
hang
now.
in there with the big scary Dolphins. Crushed.
They got Achan now.
They got
Speedster.
Nice. Thank you for your pronunciation sensation.
Peter King, it's a buck. Helping us out.
The Dolphins don't have a great defense. The Dolphins don't have a great defense. So
they don't need a great defense when they score 70.
Yeah, that's true. But you're not going to score 70 on. Look, you know what? Let's have this conversation after they play the Bills on Monday.
I told Lucas.
This is a hell of a football game this weekend.
I told Lucas
can't
pre-show, I said this is probably a premature topic.
Of course it is.
I was just interested by my conversation with Calvin in security. And because I think all three of those teams are scary, but we'll worry about that in February.
No, I would rather. Let's talk about why Calvin's having a hard time with Kyle Shanahan, why he's not a Shanahan. Come on, be a Shanahan.
Well,
What's the matter, Calvin? What else do you need?
He just asked me, is he going to blow another lead in the final 7 minutes? And I said, probably. We had a laugh, and then I went about my business.
Why's that got to be the definition of Kyle Shanahan? Like, come on, man. At a certain point, can the hate brigade, can you get on the bus, Gus? Please? Like,
Paul Simon.
Honestly, you got two choices right now if you've got a problem with Kyle Shanahan. Either get on the bus or bite the lip. Now's not the time.
Yeah.
You are taking the L. You're taking the L, not the L train.
I don't want to get flowers for an anti-Kyle take because that would mean that they blew another lead and they lost. So
Well.
I don't want to be that victory lap guy.
But quote unquote blew another lead. Do you know what I mean? Like, look.
You want to address Calvin?
I mean,
he
if-
goes about 6'5", 250.
I ain't afraid of Calvin.
You should be.
Okay, maybe I'll be a little afraid of
I
Calvin.
asked him.
Calvin's not gonna punch anybody.
I asked
just
him
wanted
earlier.
to-
I said,
just-
Calvin, you're not 58. How you look so young?
Yeah.
He goes, push-ups.
Because I'm 48.
He said
Yeah.
push-ups.
Hey,
Good answer.
That's a good answer. Good answer.
Yeah.
No, I just want to know why. How do you get there? Like, how is that the first thing you think about right now with Kyle Shanahan?
I think he was just being a little glib.
If it's just a joke,
Yes.
okay. But if you're still like, hey, let's talk about Shanahan. What's up with the blown leads? What? That's where you are on Kyle Shanahan?
Right.
Like, for real?
Well, and the other one is, why are you guys still giving him a pass for the Trey Lance debacle? And that's, okay. Yes, we're giving him a pass. He's 3-0, and, you know, what have they've won 13 straight regular season games. Is that
good
accurate?
Lord, yeah.
They've won 15 of their last 16.
Well, I mean, how many games?
They were 3-4.
It was since the Chiefs game last year. They have not lost a regular season game.
Correct.
Yeah.
And they were 2-1 in the playoffs, so they're 15 of their last 16 in all games that were not preseason tilts.
Good Lord.
So,
yeah.
I mean, you want to run him out? Because I personally don't.
It's not even about
Calvin.
Like, I don't think anybody wants to run him out, but like I do wonder, why does anybody even have that thought?
Right.
Again, what was our discussion Monday? Like, here's what you could have said to Calvin, but you might have gotten hit.
Big guy.
Hey, Cal, do you watch football?
Oh, I'm not going there.
Do you see?
Hey, Vin, you watching?
Do you see what these people are doing? You know what we should do? We should go for it on 4th and 1 on our own 24.
Oh, my
With
God.
a minute. Do
I have
you
an idea.
see-
We're down 8. Let's take the 3.
I mean, what are you doing?
Right.
What are you doing? So if that's what's out there and you've got a problem with Shanahan,
Can't help you.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
And furthermore, the football people, again, Trent Williams earlier today. Hey, what's it mean to you that Shanahan is signed through 2027? Well, it means the Niners are going to be in really good shape until at least 2027. That's Trent freaking Williams, who, by the way, kind of looks like the boss of the whole NFL. Like, if I could say to you, you get one player to walk onto an NFL field with, like arm in arm to protect you, who you picking?
Probably Trent.
Anybody. It's either that or Myles Garrett,
I was
right?
just thinking. I mean, the gun's on Myles Garrett. Yes, Myles Garrett is up there. Nick Bosa's a ferocious competitor, but he's pretty easygoing. I don't know if go ahead, you can beat up my friend Dibbs if you want.
Too much Kermit, but you know, I really like Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
Anyway, go
We
ahead.
have great energy.
Yeah,
Myles Garrett
Really
is
dig
definitely
it.
on the short list.
I like being a Niner.
The dude is just massive.
Yeah, but Trent Williams is like in charge.
Yes.
You just watch the game, and it's just almost like even if two other people are fighting, he's the one that walks in and he's like, hey, the two of you, stop it.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
He makes watching offensive line play fun.
Oof.
And you watch him on the move, not only when they put him in motion last year a couple of times, but just watching him in the run game. Pass protection, yeah, he's tough to get around, but when he's out there road grading in the run game, it's fun to watch.
I'm glad you brought up Nick Bosa. You want to hear this?
Please.
This is interesting because it's not about maybe what you think. It's within a compliment to Kyle Shanahan. Yo, somebody caught a fat stray.
Ooh, to Roger Federer. It's a backhanded compliment.
It's kind of amazing. Check this out. And I'll do it in my regular voice. I won't do the Kermit voice.
Okay.
All right. Nick Bosa was asked for a reaction to the contract extensions for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And he said, quote, I appreciate being in an organization that's stable. I've seen other teams, friends, my brother, people who have not really had a stable working environment. And I'm lucky to have that. Kyle and John work cohesively together, which is nice. He's offensive-minded, but he knows that defensive line in the front seven is where you win games. End quote, Nick Bosa.
Okay.
Ouch, Chargers.
Yeah.
You just got whacked in the side of the head when Nick Bosa got asked about his coach.
Well, and
he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
He's not even a little bit wrong.
And that's the thing. And, it's pretty much the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control, because the Chargers have been an embarrassing organization since before either Bosa was even alive.
Since before what? Yeah, since before ever.
Sure.
Yeah.
And they're one of, I think, 8 teams to have never won a Super Bowl. And, some teams have had a long drought. I know the Dolphins are one of them. It's been 50 years. The Jets, it's been since Super Bowl III. So there's some droughts out there. But the Chargers are in that never category, along with the Cardinals. And so he's not wrong. And I love the quick rat-a-tat-tat drive-by on the LA Chargers.
Just absolutely whacked the Chargers in the side of the head. And they were like, we're not even in this conversation. Why did we come up? Have you seen what Justin Herbert's numbers are this year? Justin Herbert this year. Oh, my gosh. Justin Herbert this year is 90 for 121 with a 74.4 completion percentage, 939 yards, quick math, that equals 313 per game, 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a QB rating of 112.9. And his team barely, with their fingernails, barely won 1 game so far.
With their fingernails. And he's been unbelievable. Statistically, one of the probably 3 or 4 best quarterbacks in the league.
Statistically, I would argue the best.
I mean, Tua's been amazing.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean,
that's fair.
Outside of Tua, Tua's already over 1,000 yards.
Well, he
in
had
his 3
he had
games,
half 1,000 in that 1 game,
right?
Yeah.
But Herbert's been amazing, and that's why when we talk about quarterbacks and quarterback rankings and all the rest of it, I give Herbert more love, more bonus points for the organization that he plays with and the coach he plays for.
Do you know that Tua has only thrown for 85 more yards than Justin? That's it.
Yeah, wow.
85 more. He is just
Are they
over,
1 and 2 in the league right now?
In yardage? No. There is one QB who has thrown for more yards than both of them. Game show music, please.
God, I walked right into this one.
Sure did. 1 quarterback. Justin Herbert is 3rd.
Okay.
Tua Tagovailoa is 2nd in yardage so far this year. What quarterback has thrown for more yards than both of them?
Well, it's not Captain Checkdown here in Santa Clara. I know he's not up there.
He's 10th. He's tied for 10th.
Okay.
He's tied for 10th with Trevor Lawrence. And ahead of Josh Allen, by the way. But anyway, go ahead.
Wow, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I know it's not Joe Burrow,
also
poor guy
ahead of
playing
Jimmy
on a
Garoppolo.
leg.
Joe Burrow is
playing on one.
Joe Burrow, hang on,
26th.
scrolling.
Yeah, you may have to go to page 2.
Joe Burrow is 313th this year in passing yards. No, he's 24th.
And I think I should know this. I know it's not Zach Wilson. I think Zach's 4th, and last time I checked. I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes, knowing that I'm probably right. I'm probably wrong. Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is 7th at 803. What if I said, why don't you text Steiny and ask for the answer? You'd get it right away, wouldn't you?
You like that? You like that?
There he is. Kirk Cousins, 1,075 yards.
Yeah, I should have harvested the YouTube chat. Never go full Jeff and D-Lou the boss. They had it. Uncle Looney.
By the way,
Drew Down, of course.
If I asked you to round out the top 5, we would need the rest of the show. Number 4, Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
Number 5, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Number 5.
How about that kid?
How about it?
He looks great. He looks fantastic.
I said on the pod today, Liquidate All Assets. You can find it anywhere you get your podcast, that C.J. Stroud has been clearly the best of the rooks. He's actually looked really good.
No doubt. Has not thrown an interception yet. 4 touchdowns, no picks. QB rating right now is 98. Completion percentage is a little low, 64.5. But no, he's been really good. Only one other quarterback is also ahead of Patrick Mahomes. Show open. Show open.
Show open?
That's your clue. Show open.
Oh, hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
There it is.
Jared Goff.
Jared
okay.
Goff. Jared Goff is
show open.
800.
Not throw open because he's open.
No, he does that too. That's how he's got 819 passing yards so far this year.
And they've got they have Green Bay this week. That's tomorrow. That's an
night.
Interesting game.
Yeah, Lambeau. I got a lot of fantasy action in that game.
Yeah.
I got a lot of Lions stock this year. So
One
anyway.
more liquidate all assets plug to just say this. I gave out a pick on that game, as did Guru, and I like the under, Mark. I'm a big fan of the Thursday night football.
Thursday night unders tends to be a good thing.
It's
What's the number?
It's like 45, I think.
Okay, and what's the spread? The Lions, I would bet, minus what? Couple? What is it?
I think it's 3.
Yeah. Okay, we'll look that up.
Serving
guess
right
guess who's on the line with us, ladies and gentlemen? It's none other
I have
than
no idea.
Phil, Mo, Mike. Phil, Mo, Mike. Willard and Dibbs. Phil, Mo, come on, man. What you got?
Oh, man, I got an interesting story before I get to that. Man, the Giants need a total rebranding, and I agree. For whatever reason, we can't get a free agent. Like you said yesterday, we need to trade for a player. But you can't have. They need to get some players like some mean, tough-nosed ball players. You can't have goofies like Jock Peterson in there trying to teach the youngsters. You feel me? Spoiling the crops. We don't need none of that. We need like some Julian Tavares, some Jeff Kent. Farhan is gonna have to swing a trade like I think you said Pete Alonso last week, something like that. Now, I was listening to you all yesterday, right, on the Odyssey app. Shout out to the Odyssey app. And I got so deep in the weeds listening to y'all, and I was kind of high. I was smoking some tree. You know what I'm saying? I had a Miller Lite line, Bud Light line. And I tried to, you guys said, oh, you want some Adam Sandler tickets? And I swear, bro, I tried to call in, and it's like 7 o'clock at night to get some Adam Sandler tickets because I'm listening to the Odyssey app thinking it's live, man.
Did you win? How did it go? Did anyone answer?
Nobody
Phil?
answered, man.
Nobody answered. I'm like, oh, man. I'm tripping. It ain't even 5 o'clock. I think it was 4 o'clock. I am man.
Who's answering the phone? Nobody. All right.
Nice show, man.
I was high when I called you. Thank you, Philmo.
Do you have anything else, Philmo? He wanted to rebrand the Giants.
Yeah.
I don't think they should change their name. I don't want to rebrand the Giants.
Are we giving away more tickets today to the Adam Sandler concert that he was?
Word on the street is yes.
Okay.
Yeah, word on the street is yes.
Are we giving those away at 7 o'clock tonight? Just in case we have some high listeners out there.
I will tell you right now. Okay, pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler SAP Center, as you know, every day this week. It is courtesy of Live Nation, and if I were you, I would be tuned in our next segment. How about sometime within the next 20 minutes? Within the next 20 minutes, Adam Sandler tickets. Unless you're listening on the Odyssey app, then we'll do it at 9:15 tonight.
I'm just really enjoying the irony, or maybe it's coincidence of Philmo Mike's weed story that happened at 4:20 this afternoon. I think Philmo might have planned that.
I didn't even. Well, except for we were the ones that went to him. He didn't know when we were going to go to him.
True.
And I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Gosh, sometimes life just works out.
Sure does.
I love it when life imitates art. That's incredible.
Sure does.
So he wants a total rebrand of the Giants. Listen, we can get into this a little bit because Tim Kawakami did come on with us earlier and definitely, at minimum, insinuated that Farhan and Gabe are not as safe as we've been made to think. And he went so far as to suggest, he's like, look, if I was running it, I would sit down and say, you need to show me a plan. And I think he basically said he would probably look at potentially moving on from Gabe. Here's why I'm still going to bet that Gabe Kapler is back managing the Giants next year. Here's why. Dave Fleming on the roast this morning with Bonte and Joe. I think this is important. Logan Webb comes out and goes, we need big changes around here. And everybody hears that, and you know exactly what he wants to get rid of the manager and the GM. Listen to what Flem had to say on the roast.
He loves this franchise. He loves Northern California. So, like, more than anybody else down there, he's just invested in the whole deal. And he's passionate about it, and he pays attention to details. He's following everything about the Giants organization. He's following the minor leagues. He gets to know all the young kids before they come up. Like, Logan is one of the guys who, when these young kids get called up, he's there to greet them because he takes the time in spring training to get to know them. He wants to be the leader of this franchise. So it did not surprise me that he expressed a lot of frustration. And, you know, I mean, do we know exactly who he's talking to? I don't necessarily think we do, but it was pretty broad-based. I don't think he was leaving anybody out with that. And so it wasn't just, you know, these days with the Giants, everybody is pointing the finger at management, whether it's coaches and manager on field or front office. That is definitely not the only place that Logan was pointing the finger. I mean, he was calling out some of his teammates too, I think, in the way he said that.
Definitely not the only place that he's pointing the finger. Teammates too, and we're starting to I don't know that anybody knew this until a couple days ago, but it's been a rough week for Jock Peterson, and he's just been sitting there. But I guess that's part of the problem. Andy Baggerly named him in the article. Kawakami called him a fat platoon DH about an hour and a half ago on this show. I didn't realize that everybody was bugged by Jock Peterson. But clearly, that seems to be a thing, that he's not taking it seriously enough.
And maybe he's symptomatic of what is wrong with the team. And so it's easy to call him out because I think he's the highest paid player on the team at just shy of $20 million.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think
you're right.
I don't think anybody else is making more than Jock is. I know you have a handful of guys in that 15 to 18 range, but he's the highest paid player. And if he's in there not giving it his all, and that's plain to see from the outside, and Andy Baggerly is not going to name check him like that unless he's heard it and seen it for himself on more than one occasion, and that's not good for Jock.
Yeah, I mean, and he is obviously a free agent, and based on what we've heard, I don't believe that Jock Peterson will be back next year. But I also don't think he's alone. I think there's more to it than that, and so the message I'm getting is this is not just, hey, fix the manager and we're fine here. There's a culture that's on a lot of the players as well that has been built. The culture is Gabe's thing, no doubt. And so maybe there's a managerial change, but there also needs to be personnel change at the player level, and there needs to be an attitude change from top to bottom. You know, it's interesting, and I just saw this on the YouTube chat here, and I'll get who said it. Hang on. Anyway, point is a lot of people, I think a lot of Giants fans, I think you think you'd rather Kapler goes than Farhan. But what you're mad about is more Farhan's job than Gabe's.
Let's get into that.
Okay? We're sponsored by Ashley Furniture. We got the Adam Sandler tickets coming up around the bend. Your calls, 888-957-9570. Is it more of a Gabe thing than a Farhan thing for some of you? We'll take your calls on that on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is all.
winner, courtesy Live Nation. Your chance to win coming up in a few. All right? Lucas has got his NBA trade machine out, and we'll get to that in a little bit. I do want to, and I give it out to Mr. Irrelevance MC on YouTube, who apparently was only a section away from me on Thursday night last week at the 49er game. Too bad we didn't know that until we got home, and I would have loved to have said hi. If you ever see like something go up on IG out and about and we're at games, like please come up and say hi.
Definitely.
We love that. Don't punch us. I'm not big on this fighting at the game thing.
Don't tase me, bro.
Yeah, don't punch us, but come say hi and a fist bump. That's great. Okay? Cheers. Let's have a good time.
Yeah, I talked to a small handful of fans at the Niner game. I know you did too.
Yep.
Last Thursday, about a week ago. So it's always fun to connect with people who enjoy the show.
So Mr. Irrelevant says Farhan can stay if Buster's the manager. Now, you've clearly said you don't think Buster Posey's going to manage.
I don't see it. I don't see it right now.
I don't either, though I know nothing about what Buster wants to do. You can already paint me as one who is surprised that he upped his family and moved to San Francisco full time.
Okay.
Surprising to me.
I'm not that surprised, especially knowing what I know a little bit about his family situation, where they live, and what they're out there doing. I think if I was in his spot and I could afford to live anywhere, I would live in the spot where he lives.
Don't get me wrong. If I were you or me who grew up here, I'd be like, yeah. But I thought that dude was a Peachtree Georgian for life. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what it felt like. But I think it's great. I honestly, there's a warm fuzzy if you're a Giants fan, not just because Buster's around, but that Buster's going to have a seat now at the opinion table. Buster's going to have a seat at the opinion table.
Absolutely.
Okay? And I think that's really comforting because he's not just a great baseball player. He's a smart dude, head screwed on straight, a leader, somebody who I think is more hard-nosed than maybe the fans realize. So I love that he's at the table. I have no idea what he wants to do next.
Yes.
None.
36 years old and coming off of a, 12-year career where you may or may not have played your way into the Hall of Fame. You won 3 titles, and your stock cannot be any higher.
Mm-hmm.
You are a forever Giant. You are a beloved Giant, and you're a 3-time champion. Why the hell would you want to go manage?
Well, look,
that to me is, I think about what you've taught me in terms of the context clues and look at situations not from an emotional place, but from not even a logical or an opinionated place. But I think about where he is with his 4 kids, couple of 11-year-olds, couple of 2 or 3-year-olds. Seems like he's into being a dad.
That's the thing. For me, you just hit it. You just hit it.
Seems like he's into it.
I think he's too into his kids to go travel the country every day.
And you're 36, and you are already a made man. So, and I don't think he doesn't strike me as one of these guys who needs that competitive Jones. Draymond Green, I know that he has the TNT thing on lock, and he can go do that, and maybe he gets his competitive juices fulfilled by being the number one voice in the new media. But I see him at some point coaching or GMing because I think Draymond Green thrives on the winning and the losing, being a competitor.
You know what to say then the next time you're at a press conference with Draymond Green, right?
You coaching?
Exactly.
Hey, Draymond, when you coaching?
Were you coaching?
Klay Thompson loves to compete, but the moment that he hangs him up, you may never see him again. Right?
Seriously, he's going to turn into Jimmy Buffett. He's just, that's it. We're on a boat, we're on a beach, we gone.
Steph Curry wants to single-handedly change the planet.
The world.
So
bigger than basketball.
Yeah, go do that. But I think about Buster Posey, and I don't get that same sense of him having that itch, and I may be wrong.
No, but I'm with you, but I don't know. But the reason to bring it up is Mr. Irrelevance MC says, hey, Farhan can stay if Buster's managing. I think it speaks to what Tim was talking about, which is, hey, Farhan, we all know Farhan's smart. I think if everybody just takes a breath for a minute, Farhan's smart. That doesn't mean he's necessarily done a great job, and he's done some good things. He's done some things that haven't worked. But if Farhan is smart and can look at this moment, forget the whole picture, this moment, dude, how you going to fix this and how you going to do it fast? If he can come up with a plan on that speaks to ownership. I do think he's got a decent chance to stay. Is that going to work for Gabe? I don't know. So if Gabe's on a hotter seat than Farhan, and it does feel like this is just me putting the finger in the air, but based on all the Giants fans I talk to, and there are plenty, it feels to me there's plenty of anger to go around, but Gabe bothers people even more than Farhan. Could be two reasons for that.
Yeah.
One, you see him more.
Okay.
Two, he's more different in his role than Farhan is in his.
Well, there's another word for it. And,
yes.
I will elaborate more after we give away the Adam Sandler tickets.
Elaboration sensation?
It will be an elaboration sensation.
All right, I did promise.
But the word is arrogance. And it feels like Farhan and Gabe both, in their own way, come across in that fashion.
Okay.
And, and I'll elaborate more because I want to make sure that Filmo, Mike, and the others who may be putting one in the air are ready to dial and win.
Yeah, this is live, people. This is not the app. It's not 7 at night.
And if you are on the app later tonight,
yeah, that's great too.
Don't call.
Don't call any of the numbers.
Call now.
Or call. No one's going to answer. But right now, it's your chance to win tickets to see Adam Sandler SAP Center October 28th. Do not call our main line. That will not work for you. You have to call the contest line. What's the contest line, Mark? I'm glad you asked. It's 415-951-2386. Yeah, I can. I've done this by myself before.
No, we used to have a sign. That's why I was looking for it. I don't know the number.
415-951-2386. If you want to win, call that number, 415-951-2386. Caller 3 right now is our winner. And remember, if you don't win today, we got 2 more days of the week. So you have another chance to win tomorrow, another one Friday. We're doing it every day this week. Thank you, Live Nation. 415-951-2386, Adam Sandler. Here's my point. I don't know who you want let go, if anyone. Maybe, there are 4 options here. You want Gabe gone, you want Farhan gone, you want them both gone, you want neither gone. But it feels to me like more people are bugged by Gabe than Farhan, which is interesting because if I said, what do you not like about this team, I'm betting your answer is going to be Farhan related. I don't like the players on this team. I don't like the nitpicking, small players, platoon system, pinch hitting, analytics, win on the margins thing. I don't like that.
If we family feuded if we put the top 7 answers on the board.
What do you think it is?
I think number 1 might be that, but number 2.
I gave like 7 different things, but I get what. Yeah,
number
big
1
picture.
is I don't like the players.
Okay.
Number 2 would be I don't like the way the players are used. And if you want to go through answers 3 through 7, I think there are equal doses of Farhan related and Gabe related.
Except, what if I told you that your number 2 answer, I don't like the way players are used, is not just a Gabe thing?
Well, I would also say that the fact that I don't like the players is not exclusively a Farhan thing.
But it's not a Gabe thing at all.
Well, we don't know that.
Well,
we don't know if players don't want to come and play for this guy.
But Gabe is not the one canvassing the free agent market.
Right.
That's not Gabe.
But
Gabe manages the team.
I will say this, and it'll be proven out or disproven here in this offseason. If I'm a free agent pitcher and I'm a Sean Manaea or a Ross Stripling level free agent pitcher, I look at the way Gabe has managed the staff and I say, no, thank you.
Okay. I think that's potentially a fair point. I don't know.
We don't know, yeah.
It was suggested in an article, NBC Sports Bay Area earlier this week, that there's some industry execs that think that damage has been done amongst free agents this year by the Giants. Dave Fleming on the roast this morning said he thinks that the Giants still are in amazing standing in free agents, although argued that their standing is because they've got a reputation around the league of just being awesome to their people. Awesome, I should say, to their players. Awesome to their players. Almost to the point where maybe too awesome.
That when we go around the league, people still look at the Giants, in fact, in some ways more than they ever have, as a team that goes out of its way to make players and their families feel comfortable And, frankly, I believe, now this is probably an unpopular opinion, but I personally believe that actually the Giants have to spend some time this offseason wondering if they've gone too far in that regard. I don't want this to come across as like me sitting up 500 feet removed from the playing field and not realizing how hard it is what those guys do. But in some ways, the Giants have made it so comfortable for everybody that it is a very comfortable group right now. This is not an edgy Giants team at all. It's an extremely sort of even-keeled, nice guy team. And if I were in charge, I think I would be spending some time this offseason wondering whether all the stuff that we're doing to make players feel comfortable has taken away a little bit of what you might need to compete once the game starts at the very highest level.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Dave does not think that their standing amongst free agents is injured at all, but he does think maybe that the Giants players were made to feel too comfortable.
Yes.
And there is and that goes hand in hand with what Logan Webb said a couple of nights ago.
There's a 4-letter word in there that he didn't use, and I didn't expect him to use it because I don't know if he technically works for the team, but he basically does. It's SOFT, Mark, soft. This organization is soft. And Gabe Kapler is a great manager in terms of the process and infinite number of outcomes and all the rest of it, but this group has gotten comfortable, and they don't play with that edge. They're not a very feisty team. They were dead last in stolen bases in Major League Baseball. They have no athleticism, and they have no team speed. They rely on the home run ball, and I think they're 19th this year in home runs as a team, and they are flaccid and dull and unathletic, and they're basically a nice group of fellas.
I don't disagree with you, but what does a hard baseball team look like?
It's a team
if the Giants
where,
are soft. Give me an example of a team that's not soft.
An example of a team currently.
Like, what does that look like in baseball?
I think it looks like a team that, well, I mean, it's easy to say the Braves because they're young and athletic and they're unbelievably talented.
And brash.
That's a little unfair.
Yeah.
I do look at Arizona, and we talked yesterday.
Okay.
You were mentioning just how athletic they are. That's a team that plays hard. They steal a lot of bases. They track down balls in the outfield. This team doesn't have a very good defense. You could say they're terrible. They don't run very well, and they've got starting pitchers who don't really know how deep they can go. For me, Madison Bumgarner, when he was here, is a great example of and maybe he was too hard with the snot rockets and get that out of the ocean and all the rest of it.
He was definitely too hard. But that works in moments.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Like the ones he's famous for.
And like every fifth day when he's pitching. And Logan Webb is a competitor. And outside of that, Cobb is good, but you got a closer who's nasty. You don't have much of an edge. And I'm not just saying that Jock Peterson should have fought Tommy Pham when he slapped him in the outfield, but my whole thing before the year is go out there and dot Aaron Judge. The guy clowned you.
Well,
he absolutely clowned your organization, and you served him up a meatball, and he hit a home run. That to me is symbolic of the whole year.
You had me until then.
I know.
We need
trying to inflame you.
We need to dot someone so that we're not soft. Is just it's just too easy. Like that doesn't.
I said it then though.
I know.
So I feel like I can say it now.
I know, but hitting someone.
I'm going to take a victory lap on this one.
No, you can't. No, I will not allow.
Find myself some flowers over here.
Yeah, like hitting someone. It's not like okay, we're hard. Now we hit someone.
Yeah.
Great. What if the next guy hit a 2-run homer? Now what are you?
Well, you're down 2-0.
Yeah, you get egg on your face.
Then you hit the third guy and you go from there.
Just, whatever.
But lighting people up.
I think it's less about soft and hard, and it's more about good and bad. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're not athletic. That means you just don't have. They don't have enough good players. Now, focused, driven, competitive, obsessed with winning. If that's what you mean, then yeah, I guess I agree. Those are things that I think as a fan you don't really know. I don't know who's playing cards in between games.
Right.
I don't. You know what I mean? And by the way, I don't think playing cards is a bad thing, unless you're doing it exclusively to the point where you're not doing your work to get ready for a baseball game. It sounds to me like enough people in the know have now pointed at Jock Peterson to know that there was a Jock Peterson problem. I just think the bigger question for me that we started on here is it true that more of you are upset with Gabe than Farhan, and if so, why? Because your problems largely start, I think, with the stuff that's Farhan's job. It's Farhan's job to build the roster. It's Gabe's job to manage the roster. So if most of you feel that the definition of the Giants right now is, well, they don't have enough good players, you don't have enough talent, but boy, they're able to sneak out months of winning to the point where they're at least a 500 team, and then things can bounce their way and they can be better than that. Well, somehow that's a compliment to Gabe. If you think they don't have good players, well, how are they not in last place?
Right. Well,
I'm just asking the question. This is not me.
The way I look at it is you've got mediocre talent and you're a mediocre team. I don't think you look at the roster and think this roster is 70 and 92, but hey, Kapler managed them to 500 and you were 13 games above at one point. Attaboy Gabe. And I don't look at this roster and say this team is 90 wins rolling out of bed. What the hell, Kapler? You should be 90 and 72 at the worst. I think that this roster is about where they are, Farhan's fault, and they were managed to be about where they are, Kapler's fault. Your question was an interesting one coming into the segment in terms of why do fans point the finger more at one and not the other? And I think that Farhan gets a little bit more leash based on what he's trying to do with the roster. And now we've gotten to a point where the farm has produced. Now it's his time to bring in free agents. And unfortunately for Gabe, this last week or even this last month or maybe since the All-Star break, things have gone south. And you've had players chirping and you had the Andy Bagley article and you had the face-to-face meeting with Logan Webb and things have now come up that point to Gabe, even though he's managing mediocrity. I mean, they were a playoff team, Mark, up until 2 weeks ago. They were in a spot where they should have been a playoff team.
Yeah, except you can go back 2 months to when they stopped being a good baseball team. It was right around exactly 2 months ago.
Exactly.
Late July, they absolutely became a horrible baseball team and never, ever recovered. Reasons unknown, quite frankly, what switch flipped in the wrong direction at that time. Here's the other thing to add into it, no matter what anyone's opinion is, this tends to be how it works. If you're in what is considered, and I think the Giants are here, a little bit of a middle ground. Sometimes it's obvious when someone's about to lose their job.
Sure.
Like if the Bears do this all year long,
Eberflus.
People are losing jobs.
Oh, the flus.
You don't need to debate. It's just like, get everybody out of here. The Giants, I know some people feel that way, and I think ownership is incredibly frustrated, but there is probably a discussion going on behind closed doors. And if Farhan is smart enough to come up with a plan that resonates with ownership, well, how do you handle that? Usually, you go to that person who was your hand-selected hire. Ownership hires Farhan. They say, hey, Farhan, we still like you. This has got to change. And he goes, okay, here's my plan. And we go, okay, we like that plan. Oh, Farhan, before you leave, so we're going to need a pound of flesh because we also have a PR situation here. Our fans are furious, and we need to, change the vibe. So could you take care of that for us? Thanks. But that's what happens. You go to the person that's higher up,
right,
and you have them take out who's below you,
Pete Patilla,
or else.
Sorry, Pete.
Could you imagine? Pete Patilla is to the Giants fans like the Chargers are to Los Angeles. They don't even know they're
not
there.
bad.
Yeah,
I was gonna even say Adam Peters. I don't want to be disrespectful, but all we talk about with the Niners is Lynch and Shanahan, yet Adam Peters is a guy who plays a huge role, as is Parag Marante.
Yep.
But we don't ever talk Pete Patilla. It's always Farhan.
Well, Pete just got here.
Right, but he's the GM. Here.
Yeah.
He's generally managing, in theory.
It was.
I do wonder, though, about the pound of flesh and if Farhan...
It may get there.
It may, but I still don't think that it will because
I agree with you. If I had to bet,
right,
but I'm feeling less confident about the bet.
Tim Kawakami today on our very show, he definitely made me feel a little bit more uneasy about this whole situation because, and now you're talking pound of flesh. So if you go pound of flesh and it's Gabe who's gone, now you hire a manager and you can pick whatever manager you want. Farhan, does he get an extension? Because let's say he doesn't get an extension. So new manager comes in and they go, 79 and 83 with more Farhan mediocrity. Then you get rid of Farhan and you bring in another president of baseball ops, and now he's stuck with this manager. And I think you gotta do it together, Mark.
Well,
I think
they may, and they may. I really don't know. I really don't know what's about to happen
Tim's
next
got you shaking
with the Giants. Well, listen, as you know, I was already on team this ain't done for sure. But if what Greg Johnson said was translated by people in the room to be a quote-unquote vote of confidence, that carried some weight, but I don't think it was that. And that's what Tim told us. Let's go to CJ in the city. Hey, CJ, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. How are you? What's up, CJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? I just want to say I completely agree with you guys on everything that you guys are saying concerning the Giants. To me, like, the way I see it is the Giants are up there in terms of, like, historical fan bases with the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Cubs, the Cardinals, and those type of teams have a fan base that appreciates the game for what it used to be and how it's meant to be played. And the Giants, I feel like, the fan base in the Giants team are very much like that. Like, when it came to changing Triples Alley, there was so much, push against that. And that's because our fan base just really loves the game and they want to see the game played the way it is. And to you guys' point, Farhan, I feel like he is smart. He's good at finding these good pickups. I mean, you see what he did with the Dodgers. He really turned that franchise into a big dog in the major leagues. And ultimately, I think what it comes down to is I think the Giants just need to find an old school coach. Sure, the reason why we stuck with Bochy or the reason why we rode with Bochy was because he had 3 World Series. But also, man, Bochy was he just had that, he represented old school baseball, old school mindset, and just respecting the game and not trying to, plug in numbers and yada, yada, yada.
Right. So, CJ, we're hearing a lot of thank you so much. We're hearing a lot of the same message there, which is the old school, play the game the right way. It's not that I disagree. I don't know what that means anymore because everybody's using analytics. Everybody is adjusting, evolving, and changing. So, quote unquote, play the game the right way. I think that there are a number of ways to do it. But you have to have good players. That's it. Like, to me, it's so much simpler than that. Old school, new school, mid school, high school, low school, good players.
Yeah, and if
just
you don't have good players, you platoon every spot.
Correct. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. So we keep referencing what Tim Kawakami said in terms of how he would handle the Gabe Farhan thing. Plus, want to hear Jock Peterson catch a total stray in the middle of it? So all of that's coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA storage event.
Hi, thanks.
Whether you're looking to get the kids' toys or your closet organized, we're here to help with advice and tons of savings through October 10th.
Can you help me find all my lost socks?
joke, the thought crossed my mind. Do you want to hit the breaking news sounder? You can if you want. Just everybody know before he hits it, it's kind of tongue-in-cheek.
Okay.
Yet, it's not breaking news, and it is large.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
I don't make the rules. I just pass along the information. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for Sunday Night Football. It has been confirmed that Taylor Swift will attend yet another Chiefs game. The Chiefs and Jets, Sunday Night Football. You can expect the ratings to now double because every teenage girl in America will now also watch Sunday Night Football.
And sorry to interrupt, Dibs.
Here comes Lucas. Yeah,
I'm watching tag
Lucas
anyway.
off the top rope.
I'm not one-upping. I'm just a little addition. There are new photos circulating of Travis Kelce and Mrs.
Taylor Swift.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're
on.
floating.
TMZ was there.
At a bar.
So
her arms around him.
Yep. Fondling one another.
Whoa!
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's...
Don't talk about that.
I mean, that's what people in a couple do. They show affection. Everybody having the stuff, huh? Yeah. And I jiggle it often.
Are we talking about a 5-yard illegal contact? Are we talking about a 10-yard holding?
No, it's totally legal.
Are we talking about a PI?
It's not even it's legal.
Roughing the passer? What kind of a
no?
What kind of fondling are we talking about?
She checked to make sure that he was indeed a tight end.
His hindquarters?
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like she's playing with his earlobe.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's high.
So cute, but also disgusting.
She didn't go low because that's a penalty. She was way high. Although you're not supposed to go up there either. Yeah. Yeah, she did. She attacked.
I'm Dan Dibley, and I'm talking about another man's hindquarters. Grandy's just pulling out all the stops.
She's like, I've had these 8 drops over here in the corner. I haven't been able to use them, and I think now's the time.
All right.
Oh, gosh. Anyway, yeah. Trailer, round 2. Sunday Night Football.
I love it.
Chiefs minus 413.5 against the Jets.
I'm just looking at the Jordan Schultz Twitter feed. Sauces. Taylor Swift plans to be in attendance.
Jordan Schultz, Bleacher Report, and Front Office Sports all reported it at the same time.
Dove climbing too.
Well,
no Schefter?
Dove just comes in after the fact. That's his deal. Yeah, no Schefter. Not yet.
Okay. And I know that she's in the country. She's in the country for another month before her.
Now this is a little too much knowledge.
Her Eras tour. I think she goes to Argentina in November. The Eras tour resumes.
Okay.
My son's already got tickets.
Is the
last-minute tickets.
Is the NFL playing in Argentina this year too?
I wonder. I doubt it, but. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how long this little thing lasts.
Your son has tickets to see Taylor Swift in Argentina?
Yeah, he got them last minute through his friend.
It's not last minute yet, Dibs.
Yeah.
It's still a month away.
He's getting locked in.
He's not going to Buenos Aires.
He's international like that.
Not doing it. That's not happening. But, yeah, no joke. As soon as this show ends, I will drive to soccer practice. That's where I will pick up my daughter and her 2 friends. And it is a minus 350 favorite that this comes up on the way home from practice.
Okay.
I heard that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Yeah, it's going to happen. You watch on the way home.
No doubt. I got up early today to do a radio hit on our sister station.
Breaking news.
On Alice with Sarah and Vinny.
Winterland.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a little late. But exclusively to talk about the Travis and Taylor connection. Yes.
Yep.
Anyway,
there it is.
Can we rewind for a second? Was that your impression of your daughter?
No, it was more a collective of the sound of all the girls talking about it together.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't put my daughter in that light. That wasn't quite fair.
Or
I apologize.
You could be the hero of the story and break the news to them when you pick them up.
Well,
aren't they at practice now?
I would love to do that, but to think that they don't check TikTok during water breaks is a little ridiculous, quite frankly, on my part. So I'll try, but I bet they're already going to know. I bet they know now.
Sure.
Yeah.
They probably knew before you and Dove climbed
They're like, how do you think TMZ found out about it? We all called them.
It went your daughter and her team, then Dove, then us.
Dove. Exactly. All right. Can't wait for Sunday Night Football.
Okay. Would imagine she's in the box again.
Tough break for me and Kyle Rudolph. Nobody's going to be listening to Fox Sports Radio now that this is happening on their TV.
Still promote it, though.
Yeah.
Still promote it.
Listen, tune into Fox Sports Radio and 95.7 The Game once Grandy's done. Right?
Because he'll be doing overtime with the guys.
Overtime. As soon as that's done, tune in, and we will describe every cutaway shot on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
To Trailer, Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. And then,
Trailer. Is that officially their combo name?
I see it everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Works better than Tavis.
Kel Swift?
Tavis.
Like Kel Swift.
No.
She's got to get top billing.
I agree.
So Tavis would actually probably, she's...
Swelsey?
Oh, boy. Swelsey. Now you're just making stuff up.
Oh, I'm so out.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
It'd be great if we had a phone call to go to right now. Way to pivot off of Swelsey.
I do.
The hell with the kids.
I have some sound to play if you'd like.
That'd be great.
Tim, you want to hear Tim Kawakami take a shot at Jock Peters?
That was fun earlier.
All right. 1-2 punch from TK, okay? Kawakami, how he would handle the Farhan and Gabe decisions.
If I'm them, I say, Farhan, what can we do better at manager and give us another plan for getting us some better players? I want to hear you. I would not do it the other way. I would not say, Gabe Kapler, you're the first person we retain, and what's the plan from here? I would do it the other way. And if Farhan Zaidi gives me a plan that involves Gabe Kapler remaining as manager, but also all these other things are answered, maybe you continue down that path. I just don't think you can say it right now that that's the path. I can't believe that's what ownership can say. You know what? Let's get 24,000 every game at Oracle Park. Maybe it's 16,000 later in the season when all hope is lost. I just can't see that being the right thing to say right now. Again, I'll just go back, and again, I just don't think it's smart for a CEO to declare that two guys in their ending their fourth and fifth years are exactly what everyone wants to see next year. I need different answers than they've been given. I think they're capable of giving them, but I don't think they've given them yet.
Okay, it's a very fair point. He's not looking at it from a standpoint of even like, I think they should be fired or anything like that. He's more pulling apart this quote-unquote vote of confidence that Greg Johnson supposedly gave Farhan and Gabe, and he's saying that, A, I didn't read it that way, but B, that doesn't even functionally make sense. Like, why would a CEO in this situation, why would somebody who's in charge of an organization that has hit a 25-year low, let's call this what it is, in terms of attention, in terms of interest, in terms of output, and in terms of crowd. This is a 25-year low that they've hit right now. And that CEO is going to come out earlier than needed and be like, oh, yeah, run it back, baby. It's kind of true. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, and a vote of confidence means nothing without what Jed York did to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. That is a vote of confidence. When you say these guys aren't up for extensions and they're getting extensions, here you go, everybody. Nobody saw this coming, but they got extensions. That's a vote of confidence. And when you have a team playing as poorly as the Giants have since the All-Star break, and they've been dreadful, I think they are 29-39 in the second half. After being, 49-41 for the first 90, then you go into the break and you come out and you immediately drop, I think, like 6 in a row coming out of the All-Star break on that road trip. It was the 11-game trip that did not go well. You lost 7 consecutive series and you never recovered. So there's no sense in giving Farhan or Gabe a vote of confidence. Either you come out and you definitively say they're back next year, or you give them extensions, or you don't say anything.
Coming up in about an hour and a half, San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres. Batting fifth is designated hitter Jock Peterson. Keep that in mind as you listen to this from Tim Kawakami. And I asked him, what do you think Webb meant by those comments? Like, who was he pointing at specifically? Take a listen to the answer. Come for the Kawakami opinion and stay for the Jock Peterson stray.
I think it's just not do the exact same thing that they've been doing. I think that was his point. I don't think he was saying fire the manager, fire the general manager. I just don't think that's Logan's style. But I just think he wanted to make sure that this is not what they're going to live with. This is not tolerated in his mind, or shouldn't be tolerated in the clubhouse. I think there might be a few players that several of the top guys wouldn't mind moving on from, but that's not up to them. I just think it needs to be different means do something, not little. Let's again, it's the same thing I think I'm saying. Let's see a plan. Let's see where we're not giving 400 plate appearances to a fat platoon designated hitter. Let's see a plan where a superstar would want to join this. Let's see a plan for, not as many, really mediocre platoons where it's not just 3 openers and 2 starters.
I'm sorry, I knew it was coming, and it's still. Let's not give 400 plate appearances to a fat platoon designated hitter.
Wow. I mean, it's okay to do that if that FPDH, fat platoon designated hitter, if he's got 30 home runs, then weigh whatever you want to weigh. Pete Alonso is not necessarily the most slender cat on the field, but the guy hits bombs, and he hit another one today in their rout of the Miami Marlins. So that was a rat-a-tat-tat from Tim Kawakami. He doesn't normally do that.
Yeah.
He'll block you on Twitter, but he doesn't normally drop F-bombs on DHs.
No. Not quite an F-bomb, but
fat is an F word.
Well, right. And I'm not here to body shame anyone, but it caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
He's kind of weaving along, He's like, well, I don't think he's about firing the manager. It's not what he meant. I think there's a few players he'd like to move on from, and so let's just do something different. Like, let's not give 400 plate appearances to a fat platoon. It's like, whoa, damn. I will say this, this is just, kind of off the map. Did anybody realize that Jock Peterson was frustrating his teammates this much? And I don't want to hear, oh, Mark, you're making too big a deal out of this. When twice in 3 days, 2 of the most dialed-in media members in this entire city directly go at a guy. Andy Baggerly, Jock Peterson's over here, cares more about cards than prep for a game. And then Kawakami, 48 hours later, let's not give a bunch of at-bats to the fat platoon DH. That's not coming from nowhere.
Right.
That means off the record, people are like, this Jock jerk is XYZ. That's the only way I can translate that.
For sure. And it's more than just a guy is not having a good year. It's somebody who is not devoting 100% to his craft and not producing at the plate, and maybe infecting others in the clubhouse in similar ways. Because, Jock Peterson, when things are great and the team is winning, he's jovial and everybody loves him and all the rest of it. And then you see him out in the outfield falling down when he's trying to track down a routine fly ball to left. And you see a guy who's not producing the power numbers that he should, and he's the highest paid player on the team. If you're in that spot and you're not giving 110% to try to make things better, you're going to be the target of scorn. And this for a team who 37 times this year, Mark, has scored 1 run or fewer. And last night was another example.
Another one.
They've scored 12 runs in their last 7 ball games. 12 runs in 7 games.
Well, let's take it to just this week. You come home. We know they can't play on the road. They haven't been able to play on the road all year long. There's only one team in this town in 2023 that's been able to play on the road. They call themselves the 49ers. More on them in just a second, because we promised something earlier that I definitely want to get to with them. But just take the last 48 hours, okay? Even though anybody with a brain knew that the Giants were not going to make the playoffs by the time we got to Monday, they come home, and in theory, you do still have a pulse, okay? And even if you don't, you still have the motivation of, let's finish with a winning record. Let's, not finish in 4th place. Whatever it is that gets you going this week. And the Giants have now played in this ballpark for 18 innings against the Padres, and they have a total of 1 run-scoring hit. 1. They scored 2 runs. It came on 1 swing of the bat. It was an oppo ground ball off the bat of Michael Conforto. It scored 2 runs, and that was enough for Logan Webb to get a complete game victory, and they came out the next night and got shut out. So it's like an epidemic right now because we listen to Flem come on with the morning roast all the time and all year long, or at least once it got bad, he's just been scratching his head. There's no way, like, even if you're like, oh, the lineup's not good enough, there's no way that this many major league hitters collectively go into a 2.5-month slump all at once. But they did. They did. Everybody not named Wilmer has essentially been disappointing in the last 2 months and unable to hit it big time.
And especially on the road. And I think the low point for me was when you went to Colorado and you lost 3 of 4 against a team that has been terrible all year, and it's a hitter park, and the only game you really broke out, you had to hold on for dear life after leading 9-0 to win a game 11-10.
Yep.
And I'm going back in time right now and trying to find the last road series that they won. And I'm into August, and that's a no. Atlanta was a no.
Jeez.
At the Angels, you dropped 2 of 3. You got swept by the A's. You lost all 3 to Washington. You split 4 against Cincinnati. That's not a win. You got to go back to July. You swept Pittsburgh on the road. So you come out of the break, Mark, and you sweep Pittsburgh on the road.
You won 5 in a row.
Right.
Yeah, you won 5 in a row.
But a couple of those were, you won 7 in a row because you won the last 2 before
Well, right.
the
I'm
break.
just saying, you come out of the break and win the first 5.
You're humming.
You come out of the break, you win your first 5. They were 54-41.
Correct.
Okay.
And you drop 2 in the Natty, 3 in Washington, the oddball makeup in Detroit, and even at that, okay, you're coming home. We knew that this 11 games in 11 days was going to be rugged. You got the A's. Let's lick our chops with the A's, and you got a couple there. And then you win 2 of 3 against Boston. It's like, okay, the road trip, forget that. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, at 58-48, you've been downright dreadful.
Well, I actually remember that game. Cincinnati, remember, they won a game in extra innings, and then they won that 11-10 game, which was one of those games where you could sort of feel it if you were watching the game. Like, just Reds were hitting home runs everywhere. But it felt like one of those games. It's like, gosh, every time, like the Reds went up 4-1 early in the game. And I'm like, oh, then the Giants came right back and tied it. It was this back-forth game. And I'm like, I feel like they do this once a year in Cincinnati, and they're probably going to win. And they did. They win the game 11-10. Okay? 54-41. 5 in a row to start the second half. And you're thinking, it is time to boogie, because they had 2 more in Cincinnati, and then they were going to Washington. You're like, man. And then they were going to come home for the A's. Like, they're going to win probably another 5 or 6 out of these next 8, and it is go time. The Giants went 24-39 from that moment forward.
Jeez.
24-39. Just brutal.
Brutal. And when you beat Cincinnati in that game you were referencing, you stuck a game and a half back of the Dodgers. A game and a half back. And from there, you sit now 19 and a half back. You're tied with San Diego. Third place is on the line tonight at Oracle Park to go from where you were threatening the Dodgers. And, maybe you ultimately wouldn't have stuck with LA because they're a very, very good team. But to fall as badly as you have, and again, we go back to that same question of where do you lay more blame? This is the same team, basically, that Gabe Kapler had when they were 54-41. Is there anything that's appreciably different from then to now in terms of roster? Now, you've had some Mecklers up, and you've had Fitzgerald's up, and you've had...
Not really.
So
not really.
That's where I think more of the blame would lie at the feet of Kapler, because he had this thing working back then.
Yeah.
In July 18th, on that Tuesday where you beat Cincinnati 11-10.
But do you give him credit for he had it working then?
Right.
With this roster. And you're like, well, he can't do that, but he did. And then he didn't. Yeah, look, he gets credit for all of it, blame for all of it. The bottom line in the end is where they sit now, not good enough. Everybody knows that. They know that. He has said that. All right, Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570. I don't want to lose this. I thought this was fun because it's going to go right into all things Brock Purdy. And in fact, this is one of those where, let's see, I don't know. Will I have to give you flowers? I wonder. Okay, your boy Jimmy Shapiro, right? And Grandy, just in case, I don't know how we're going to do this, but have the game show music ready just in case. So, do you remember earlier in the week we were talking, and it might have been last week actually, we were talking about specific players and what they mean to the spread in an NFL game.
Yes.
And my contention is the quarterbacks always mean more. They always mean more. There are a few non-quarterbacks who are line movers in the NFL, but there are not many. There are not many. So this list is maybe two things. A, it's the top 5 non-quarterback line movers in football, but it's also the top 10 quarterbacks who basically have the largest line movement when they're out. So the biggest gap from QB to that QB's backup.
Gotcha.
In terms of the point spread. There are only 10 quarterbacks in the NFL whose line movement, the drop from him to his backup, is north of 4 points.
Wow.
There are 10 QBs north of 4 points. There are 5 QBs north of 6 points as far as their line movement when they're out. Why don't we go with those top 5 QBs, line movement north of 6 points when they're out? The spread moves almost a touchdown or more. The top 5 QBs in the NFL from them to their backup are?
Wow. When they move, we move just like that. The line moves. Well, you got to figure that Patrick Mahomes is one of them. Good little quarterback.
Number 1, 7.5 points.
So when he's out, it's a 7.5 point differential.
7.5 point change on the line.
Jeez, man. I want to say Lamar Jackson, but I'm going to hold off on Lamar. Because he's got to be up there, but I'm just going to play the percentages and go with Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is actually, the other 4 are all tied for second.
Okay.
And Josh Allen is one of them.
Wow.
6.5 points. And there are 3 others at 6.5 points.
I'm trying to think in terms of...
Remember week 1 starters. Week 1 starters.
Okay. Week 1 starters.
There's a clue in there if you really think about it, but go ahead.
Okay. So Trey Lance is not going to be on this list. That's the clue I'm getting. And you needed a buzz. It was material. God, Grandy, I'm buzzing free
I think
today.
he was saying he didn't like it. He didn't like the material.
Good show. No, he wanted to buzz me. The YouTubers always want me buzzed. How about Jalen Hurts, Mark?
Jalen Hurts is also one of them. 6.5 points.
You mentioned a little Easter egg in there, week 1 starter. I know that he's not a starter anymore, but Aaron Rodgers is probably on that list.
6.5 points, although I would argue with Zach Wilson, it should be 18.5 points.
Oh, right.
Should be the difference between Aaron Rodgers and Zach Wilson, but that is correct, and there's one more.
I love it. I'm running the table, and you can go ahead and call FTD right now because your boy's getting some flowers. Lamar Jackson! Woo! One was
no, because you celebrated. You did a victory lap, and you asked for flowers. Guess what?
Oh, S.
Lamar's not even in the top 10.
Wait, what?
Not even in the top 10.
Yes, I get it. Bad. God, I hate Mark Randy. I don't love the young people.
No, the answer was Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, 6.5 points.
He has the answers. Don't ding him. Good one, Mark.
All right. The rest of the top 10, 5.5 points, Justin Herbert. 5 points, Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa. 4.5 points, Dak Prescott, Deshaun Watson.
Okay. I don't see your guy on there.
Yeah, Jimmy has a note. QBs not listed are worth 4 or less. So Brock Purdy and Lamar, 4 or less, did not make the list. as far as the change from them to their backup. Here's the only point that I'll make about this. I don't make the lines, so there's no way to say who's right or wrong here. I absolutely believe the 49ers from Brock to Sam is a change worthy of 5 to 6 points. I really do.
See, I think that's one of the most, and I'm not saying it's a lateral move, but it's one of the most lateral moves that you could find from QB to backup.
Vegas agrees with you, but then again, what Vegas is doing is really just taking public opinion. They're really just
right,
and so I know that that's the perception. I don't buy it. I know it's the perception.
Sure.
I don't buy it. I mean, Sam Darnold, I love that all they did was give him a helmet. That's literally the only evidence that we have that Sam Darnold would be this really good player is that he has a Niner helmet.
He looked good in preseason, too.
He looked all right.
Yeah.
He looked okay.
Better than Brock. Brock played like 3 series.
Exactly. Actually didn't look better than Brock.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I'm thinking about other lateral moves like the Derek Carr to Jameis Winston. Is that's
I don't know, man. They went to Jameis and they never scored another point last week.
True.
Yeah. Now he got thrown in, not like no game planning.
Right.
You get thrown in. It's a little bit different. But yeah.
Richardson to the shoe. Gardner Minshew led them back.
Right. He's a solid backup quarterback.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these, though, that are 4 or less, and I don't even know, like, who is Matt Stafford's backup this year? I don't even know.
Yeah.
I have no clue who's backing him up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that Geno Smith to Drew Lock is only 4 points? That feels like it should be more. I don't know, man. I think almost all the quarterbacks should be north of 4 points. Almost all of them. I don't know any. Like maybe not Minshew. Minshew's a solid backup, and it's a rookie in front of him.
Yeah.
But largely, like almost any QB to his backup should be a very big change.
Stafford's backup is Brett Rippin out of
Brett
Boise
Rippin,
State.
right? And it was supposed to be that Stetson Bennett, but then he had whatever we don't even know. Some sort of personal issue.
I don't know if you heard me with the open mic there. Bryce Young to Andy Dalton.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah,
I think they're
some people.
they're better.
Well, some people thought they got better, and they did. They scored what? They scored like 28 points in Seattle with Andy Dalton.
Not hard.
Yeah.
The other one I was thinking about was Mac Jones to
Bailey
fill in the
Zappi.
blank. I don't even know who their backup is now.
I think
They've
it
made
is
so
Zappi
many
again.
changes.
They dumped him and then brought him back.
They also have that other guy that they just picked up who was cast off from Dallas.
Was it
I
Greer?
think. Yeah. I think they still have him. They've made so many QB moves, it's hard to keep track.
Do you want it? Do you want to play another game?
I'd love to, Mark.
Do you want to do the top 5 non-QB line movers in the NFL?
Apparently I don't.
5 players who are between 2 and 3 points. Line movers, non-quarterbacks.
Okay. One of them's got to be McCaffrey. If it's not, I'm leaving.
Number 1.
Yeah, turn up that ding.
Full field goal, Christian McCaffrey. Now, Brock's not on our list, so this is where I was saying I might need to give you flowers. Does Christian McCaffrey move the line as much as his QB? No. Like
it's 4 or less.
Right.
So Brock is probably 2.5.
Like the answer might be yes, but I think the answer's crazy.
Well,
if you're telling me
that was crazy.
Give me Brock and Eli over Sam and Christian for a football game this weekend. That's what I'm saying.
No, thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you.
I'll take Brock and Christian personally.
Yes, I'm taking Sam and Christian over Brock and Eli.
All right.
It's close, but Christian McCaffrey moves the line 3 points. Is that what you said?
Donald, bro. Okay. All right.
Pitch and catch.
Yeah. All right. Who are the other 4?
My main man out of Miami's got to be 1. Tyreek Hill. Okay.
2.5 points.
Yeah, he's carrying my fantasy team. Big one against Steiny this week. I need it.
Out of bed.
Got to have it.
Yep.
How about trying to think about big weapons? Justin Jefferson went first in the fantasy league.
Number 5, 2 points. Worth 2 points. 2 other players are both worth 2.5 points to the line.
Gosh. This gets tough from here. Well, if Mahomes is 1, then Kelsey's got to be on the list because all we do is talk about him.
Swelsey is his name, and yes,
it.
2.5 points, as evidenced by what happened without him on opening night.
So I'm about to run my second table. Is what's about to happen.
Actually, you didn't run the first table, and I'm going to bet that you're not going to get the last one here either.
This table about to be run.
Let's go.
Mick Willard.
Let's go.
Stand back and watch as I go to work on you here. And, man, it gets tough. It's an offensive player, right? It's not like one of these sneaky, Myles Garrett.
I do have the top 5 defense, but at a certain point, we're going to have to turn the music off for crying out loud.
Sorry to the YouTube audience.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk you off with Jamar Chase. Boom skis! In your face, Willard. What? Only one, Grandy? Yeah, it feels better when you pile on.
Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry?
Derrick Henry.
Yes, he has the answers. God, you infuriate me.
Great job, Mark.
Thank you. I got them all.
Which
It's
one?
amazing.
Are you talking to me?
All the above.
Okay. Defensive players: Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald. All between 1 and 2 points in terms of line movers.
Did you say Nick Bosa?
Nick Bosa.
So Joey's
yes.
not on there.
Joey did not make the cut. No, Joey did not make the cut. Unfortunately, the Chargers will find a way to not cover the spread no matter who the hell's playing.
Ouch.
Okay?
Okay.
And then this one's interesting. Oh, Niner fans, you might find this interesting. I don't even know what's going on here because they have a top 5 list of coaches. I'm like, what are they, sick or something?
Right.
Like, why would they not be there?
Kyle leaves his laminated play sheet at home.
5 coaches who move the line if they were absent. Kyle Shanahan is not on the list. Not on the list.
Who is?
Belichick, Reed, Carroll, Harbaugh, Tomlin.
Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl.
It's true.
All 5 won the bowl.
That's true.
Sean Payton not on the list. Neither is Teach Me How to Dougie, who also has a bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. So I bring this up.
Or McVay.
I bring this up to say, and it is very much along the lines of our Peter King conversation yesterday. I know a lot of you have come around, and we're glad to have you over here on Purdy Train R Us. Welcome. There are seats right there in the back, and in fact, there are still seats right here in the front because not enough of you have joined. Peter King yesterday said, "But what?" And that is going to be our new catchphrase with regard to Brock Purdy. Okay, they won 11 games, but I know he hasn't thrown a pick, but what? I still think we are in a massive underappreciation sensation.
That's a buck.
When it comes to Brock Purdy. This idea that there's no drop-off or very little to Sam is just a figment of our imagination.
Well, it's a figment of the odds makers is what it is.
Right, and I can't disprove it.
Right.
The same way you can't prove it. I can't disprove it. I hope I never get the chance as well.
Yeah, and I think that it's indicative of what you're saying that he's not one of the 10 big line movers because the line moves based on public sentiment and public money. They're not just moving the line 7 points for Mahomes because they think he's good. They move it 7 points because the money will pour in and they want to balance it out.
Right.
And by moving it 7 points, they can find that equal action. So I think it's interesting that this is reflective of what you're saying. The public sentiment is not yet to where Brock Purdy is worth that many points on a line move. In actuality, he probably is based on how he plays, but the public hasn't bought it yet.
Yeah, and the Lamar one is also interesting.
I got robbed. It's a screw job.
It is interesting.
Okay.
I mean,
Man.
look, wrong is wrong.
Whatever.
You love to play exact words, and wrong is wrong.
I got it wrong, Mark.
I mean,
I don't want flowers.
How about Dak Prescott being on the list when Cooper Rush came in and won all the games last year?
That's the one that kind of
that's weird.
Leaves a bit of a mark for me.
Deshaun Watson, he hasn't even played well.
Right.
But
who's their backup? Is it still Spurgeon Wynn?
I don't even know.
It's fun to just pull Cleveland quarterbacks out of thin air.
See, you make me do this, and now I got to go Cleveland Browns.
Make you do it.
Yeah, you are. Depth.
You're in the A chair. You're supposed to know these things.
Cleveland Browns depth chart is
Little Sam Kinison there.
Preseason darling of the whole NFL.
That's right, Nick Mullins.
No. DTR. DTR. Dorian Thompson Robinson.
15 buzzers in the segment.
Yeah, oh gosh.
Oh, yeah.
They might be better.
Preseason MVP.
He was.
Which is good for what?
Uh-oh, Mark in Oakland has math for me. Hi, Mark.
Get him, Mark.
What are you doing on Willard and Dibbs? You know I'm the son of the math teacher. What's the problem?
Yeah, well, I use the term mathematic kind of loosely on here.
Okay.
But I think I have an equation, if you want to call it that, or a thought experiment that might prove the opposite of, I guess, your point, that you're on the Purdy train and he's worthy of that. But in football, I think it's the hardest sport to separate the players from the team, too, because they're so interdependent. So I don't know how you figure that out. So I was trying to think, how do you do that? I agree that the line in Vegas is more perception, although there's some reality in it, too, because they don't want to lose on the other side. But the thought experiment I sort of came up with, because I think you and I, Mark, probably are about in the same place, but for some reason you seem to kind of push the idea that he's a standalone, really good quarterback. Like, right? Is that fair to say?
Well,
standalone.
I don't know exactly what even that means, standalone. I don't. Like, yes, the 49ers help Brock. Yes, I'm not silly enough to not think that. He's in a very good situation. I just think I think they all stand alone. If you're a good quarterback in the NFL, you're amazing. You 11-0, Mark.
I think
11-0.
In the NFL, that's where you can take a good quarterback, put him behind a crummy line, and they look terrible. I think it's so dependent on the team.
Well,
it's hard to evaluate.
That's true.
I think I have a way.
Right.
We could evaluate it. That's what I'm getting at here.
How about this, Mark? How about this? I'm gonna put you on hold, and we're gonna use your way.
Whoa.
As a tease, okay? Because we have to go. And it's sponsored by Lucky California. Mark with a C finishes his thoughts next on Willie and Dibby.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week,
let's see where we're not giving 400 plate appearances to a fat platoon designated hitter.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Kawakami, top rope. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. You want to say that Kawakami went rat-a-tat-tat? I'm about to as well, but not on any specific person.
Okay.
We got a few things. Mark is standing by with the answer to the whole question.
I've been waiting with bated breath.
But before we do that, really fast, I want to read a quote to you. This is from Scott Service, who is the manager of the Seattle Mariners. All I want to do, this is not to defend anyone. This is misery loves company. If you're a miserable Giants fan and you think, boy, these Giants with this stupid system, this laptop spreadsheet, crap lineup, somebody hits 2 home runs and gets benched the next day thing. This is a quote from the manager of the Mariners who got his lineup ready for tonight's game. And the reporters on the scene were like, that lineup doesn't really jive with what happened last night. Why is that the lineup? Service's quote. See if this resonates with you. Quote, those are the guys on our roster, and those are the guys that play against left-handed pitching. End quote.
Wow. I mean...
It ain't just us, people.
Well,
it's not just us. We're not the only ones who are dealing with this.
Seattle is in a spot where they need to win tonight against Houston. They're not looking great in terms of, the postseason, unless they win a couple of these last, they got 5 games left to go.
They're a half game out of the last wild card spot.
Right.
They're a half game out.
They're playing the team that's ahead of them in the wild card. So
Yeah.
you lose that, now you're a game and a half out. And there's a chance, an outside chance, you could still win the division. So these are serious games now for Seattle.
Yeah.
You're only 3 back at Texas.
Yeah. 3 is a lot with what do you got? Like 4
5
to play?
to go. 5 to go.
Yeah. It's a lot. But yeah, they won yesterday. They're a half game out.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, that guy hit 2 home runs yesterday. Why is he not in the lineup? These are the people on our roster, and these are the people who play against left-handed pitchers.
It's a 4 for your Scott Service.
Yeah. Sounds a lot like Gabe. Okay, so I just want to throw that out there. Now let's go live back to Mark with a C, who would like to fix the way that we think about Brock Purdy. Hi, Mark.
Hi. The answer to all, right? And I will say this, though, on the Giants real quick. Back when they won their World Series, felt like they were building. Lately, feels like they're chasing. Just it has a very different feel to it. They're building slowly.
I like the way you said that.
That's how it feels to me. So, but on the 49ers and Brock Purdy, and I also want to give you credit, Mark. You do walk your talk. You don't just say it. I know your thing is like if you're going to say, I told you so, also admit sometimes you weren't right. So I thought today you bringing in something that might seemingly not support Brock Purdy being a great quarterback, with the line movement thing. That was cool. I was like, oh, he's actually not even bolstering his own argument. He's actually going. That's kind of cool.
Mark, I like that you've become my personal checks and balances. I'm digging that about you. I think all Marks with a C should do that to all Marks with a K.
Except mine's with a K. Why do you think it's with a C?
Oh, man. See, I didn't know that this was a joke being played on me by Mark Grandy. They put your name on the screen with a C.
Always.
Lucas.
Always. Yeah, it's a Lucas play.
Good Lord.
Lukas.
Hey, Mark with a K. Mark with a K, welcome to the club. Let's make fun of Grandy for the rest of the year, okay?
Yeah, it's with a K.
All right, good.
But anyway, okay, so I know I got to get to my point here.
Jeez, you wouldn't mind.
Here is the equation, the thought experiment. And I will preface it saying I'm happy with him being the quarterback for the 49ers because I think he can win a Super Bowl with them. At the same time, I think it's very possible, at least for me, I don't think he's an amazing quarterback. I put him a bit above average. I think he has a flawed long game. I think he's had a nice run of a lot of interceptions being dropped, and I think that's going to catch up to him. But I think he's poised, and I think he has a good short game and doesn't make a lot of big mistakes in big moments also, seemingly. So I think that's enough on this team to win a Super Bowl. So I'm happy as a 49er fan right now. I would not change him right now. But if you say, is he a great quarterback or is he even a really good quarterback? I think no. And here's how I think you can tell.
Bring it home, Mark. I'm losing interest.
Mark, the audience needs to go to the bathroom, Mark. People are about to go to bathroom breaks. What's the point, Mark?
Bring it home, Daddy.
All right. You got to get him separated from the 49ers, right? So mentally, thought experiment. The Chicago Bears are the team. They have to win a game as they're currently constituted. Your life is on the line. You die right at the end of the game if they lose.
Okay.
Who are the quarterbacks you go put on the Chicago Bears? Not on the 49ers. Tell me the top 10 quarterbacks you put today, your life on the line with a crummy team, the Chicago Bears playing, say, a top 5 NFL team.
Okay.
Who do you pick? Do you put Purdy there? I do not.
Okay, Mark, Mark, great stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark.
Here's how I'd answer it. Is Purdy one of my top 5 picks? No. Is he one of my top 10? Yeah. I've already stated it. And Peter King said the exact same dang thing. Even if he didn't call him a top 10 QB,
right?
He said if I was going to pick 10 people to win a game for me this weekend, Brock's one of them. So, yeah, he might be somewhere in the neighborhood of 9th or 10th, but yes, he's on my list.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
He's right. He's probably close to my list. I had him at 12 or 13 last time we did this, which was either yesterday or the day before, because we do it every day.
Before that,
Mark with a K. And, yeah, he's right in there. And honestly, if my life comes down to one game, and
I hope it never does.
I hope that Brock Purdy's not the guy that I have to turn to.
I hope that no one is. I don't want my life on the line for a football game.
One bad bounce, one bad call.
What would you think of Kadarius Toney if that?
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
life's on the line, and I picked Mahomes. Well, sorry, Tony dropped the ball and it's going the other way.
4 times, 4 drops.
All right, everybody can take this to their dinner table tonight.
Okay.
Would you like Swelsey to make all of the teenage girls of America fall in love with him even more? Can I read a quote to you directly from that Kelsey pod, whatever the hell that thing's called with the 2 Kelseys?
New Heights.
The New Heights show. There you go. Great. Check this out. Oh, he's already protecting Taylor. Oh, he's protecting her. Oh, it's so sweet. Ready for this? Quote, I brought all this attention to me. I did the whole friendship bracelet thing and told everyone how butthurt I was that I couldn't meet her. But you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. What's real is that my personal life, and I want to respect both our lives. She's not into media like I am, doing this show every single week and having fun during the NFL season on other guys' shows and any other show I go on from here on out. I'm enjoying life, and I sure as hell enjoyed this weekend. So everything moving forward, me talking about sports and saying, all right, will have to be kind of where I keep it.
Right. Unfortunately, you don't get to decide, Travis. And if I, as a reporter, want to camp out at your house and paparazzi you, and if I'm a reporter for the Kansas City Star and I want to ask you about Tay in the post game, I mean, you could try to parry me and keep me away with the Heisman all you want, but the questions are going to come.
Yeah, and the answer will be, all right,
Sure. Until the inevitable day comes where the two of you split apart.
I'm not kidding. The dude came up at the dinner table last night.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, Travis Kelce. And then, do you know what she says? I didn't know this, and I bet
she's
you don't either.
13,
She's
your daughter?
14. She's 14. She goes, I know 2 NFL players. She knows a few more now because of this family fantasy league. But she's like, I care about 2 NFL players. Travis Kelce, and I was waiting for her to be like, Brock Purdy.
Of course.
So, like, I mean, come on, right?
What kind of a parent are you?
You know what she says? Braxton Berrios. She pulls that out of
what?
I said, what did you just say to me? She's like, Travis Kelce and Braxton. She goes, I know Braxton Berrios. I'm like the 8th receiver on the Dolphins.
Who are you?
What are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah. Do you know this girl, Alex Earl? Do you know who that is?
No.
Yeah. Super duper huge famous TikTok star.
Gotcha.
Dating Braxton Berrios.
Okay.
Knows all about him. He's
there you have it.
Fine looking man. You ever seen him with a helmet off?
No.
Yeah, it's good looking dude.
And the lady's name is Alex Earl?
Alex Earl.
Okay.
Yeah. Also beautiful. But,
yeah, imagine that.
Nice young couple.
That's great. Yeah. That's great. It's wonderful. If my kids were a little younger, I'm sure that they also would be into Braxton Berrios. They're both big in the TikTok.
Listen,
my 20-year-old
you're
kids.
only Mila is only believe it or not, maybe only about 6 years away from this.
And she already has an addiction to the phones. Like,
gosh.
if you have your phone,
Really?
she wants to grab it. She likes to look at pictures of herself. And she knows that's where the content exists.
Does she know how to swipe already?
Yeah, she knows how to call 911. So you can't get rid of your phone.
Don't let her do.
She knows how to delete apps. This girl is a menace with the phone in her hands.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Totally.
All right, cool. Here comes Grandy, everybody. He's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game. A full hour of today's best content. In other words, it's a shortened version of our show that's about to play again. All